Oh, baby, if that's a sign, the Warriors banner just collapsed right behind me as I'm going, oh, baby.
Oh, my
Maybe
God.
it was my voice. Maybe it was my voice.
The collapse of an empire.
The downfall is here.
Oh, my
and it's
God.
coming hard. No.
Please clip that right now for the internet.
Oh, man, that's one way to start a show. And look, man, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. I got a great night's sleep. Hopefully you did, Shasky.
Oh, that's great.
It was a long day. It was a long weekend. But shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. The Xfinity mobile text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I know Spinotti's in the studio, so you can make a flushing sound, Shasky. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, man, I figure we just go through a roulette table these first 30 minutes. There's so much happening in the sports world. Of course, we got the Warriors in their offseason. I have questions about Moody and Kuminga. Those are two players we didn't really touch on last week. We were heavily focused on Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Steph, but we'll talk about some of the ancillary pieces for the Golden State Warriors. And as you look around the league here in the playoffs, the first weekend of the playoffs, all home teams won game ones. I think that's going to flip in game two. You got the Giants getting the split against Arizona in a very hard-fought series. For them to get the split and have a chance to win the series, I think that's a good thing. Jordan Hicks continues his stellar start to the season. You got Ryan Garcia beating the brakes off of Devin Haney. Nobody saw that coming.
I didn't.
I mean, nobody saw that coming. And then, of course, it is draft week. The NFL draft is this week. The Warriors led us all the way up until the NFL draft. Oh, yeah. And it is a monster week for the San Francisco 49ers. What are they going to do? Is Brandon Aiyuk really going to get traded from San Francisco? Are they going to move up in the draft? Man, sports is popping right now. Shasky, good morning, brother.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways we can go here. The Giants series, I have lots of thoughts on. I just think the Diamondbacks are really good. And I think that the Giants are kind of finding themselves right now.
Yeah.
I do believe they need a little jolt. And I can't believe I'm saying that so early into the season. It just feels like they're a tick off right now. They need Soler or Chapman to wake up.
Yep.
And I think one of those two going on a nice little hot streak would really shake things up. Jung-Hoo Lee, I feel like, has been really good early on. Lamont Wade has been fantastic overall, even though yesterday wasn't one of his great games. They rode the Conforto train early on in the season, but you're starting to see, he's starting to take a step back. Could Yastrzemski be getting himself hot? It feels like the at-bats are better. You know, they've gotten more out of Nick Ahmed than I thought that they would. But this comes down to, for me, when it comes to the Giants, like situational pitching. I think they're still figuring out their bullpen arms and the hierarchy there. And then I look at their starters, and I'd be lying to you if I wouldn't say that the Blake Snell thing is frustrating. Not that I'm mad at anyone in particular, but Blake Snell's representation, which is Scott Boras, and the San Francisco Giants, what did they think was going to happen? Now, I'm happy he's here. I like him. I think he's a really good player. But when you sign so late in the process, and again, there's no one person who's fault at here. I think it's just the situation. When you sign so late in the process and you have three what I call warm-up starts because you had no spring training and you don't go down to AAA and they don't have any better options in their rotation, I just feel like every party in this is culpable and has their hands bloody because you're losing at the big league level early on and everyone's frustrated. And I wish that he would have signed earlier for his sake, for the Giants' sake. I just feel like it was a recipe for disaster. And again, I'm not mad at any one in particular, but all of them kind of has to wear this.
Yeah, it's early in the process. 3 games have not been pretty. Let's see what happens. Giants got the Mets this week. Then they have the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Mets have heated up a little bit, man. They've turned their season around early on. Pittsburgh's kind of cooled down a little bit here, but you bring up Yaz. Last 7 days, Yaz batting .267 with a jack, 2 walks, 4 RBIs, only 1 strikeout in 15 at-bats for Yastrzemski. So he's turned his season around. I don't hear too much Yastrzemski hate these days here. But Giants is early. It's early on in the season. No need to panic. Baseball's a long way to go. There's no separation, really. Even the Dodgers are scuffling a bit. Dodgers, you see them at 13-11. Giants are 2.5 back of the Dodgers. They're 4th place in the West, but the Padres right there, Diamondbacks right there. It's going to be a tight race all season long. So you got that. You got the NBA playoffs. And look, you didn't have a lot of dramatic games this weekend. I guess Nuggets and Lakers, it It was close midway through the third quarter. Then the Nuggets went on a run there. I thought Knicks Sixers in that environment in Madison Square Garden was electric.
Do you think physicality is a little disproportionate currently? We talked about that last week, like heading into the Warriors versus Kings, because I did feel that way in the Knicks game.
It was a bloodbath.
It was very physical.
Bloodbath. I don't know what a foul is. Even last night, Tony Brothers in Oklahoma City with the Pelicans. And the Pelicans, they had a chance to steal it. What is CJ McCollum doing there?
I thought they were 14 seconds.
Yeah, that was the game to steal.
I know.
OKC, no experience, had never tasted it before. Crowd hasn't been in the playoffs in a long time.
They're going to regret that.
Yeah, they will. CJ, what are you doing? You're a veteran. Their last possessions from 3 minutes on was just atrocious. Well, they had the possession where they had 4 opportunities to take the lead. And they bricked it all.
You have a lot of guys with not a lot of experience, though, in these playoff moments. So CJ McCollum is your quote-unquote veteran. You know, he's supposed to be the guy that understands things.
And he's been there before. He's been there to the playoffs multitude of times.
But I think now OKC, you don't get the loss, but you get the opening in terms of like being aware now of how fragile things are in the playoffs. I have a feeling they're going to finish this in 5.
Yeah, me too. Me too, especially without Zion. You can see the loss of Zion. Lou Dort,
that was the game to win.
That was the game to win, to steal it and make it a series. Now, Suggs and T-Wolves are intriguing. Anthony Edwards talking trash and KD. So when I see these young players popping, I couldn't help myself but think about what is Kuminga and what is Moses Moody. Because you see Anthony Edwards, 4th year, thriving. He's a superstar. He's going at Kevin Durant's neck.
Did you see who he was guarding too? They did something that I didn't think they would do. They put Cat at times on Kevin Durant, and they put Ant on Bradley Beal. I thought that was very interesting in terms of matchups. And here, KD, you get whatever you want.
Right.
But we know you have no other point guard to facilitate for the rest of the offense, and it felt like Phoenix's offense was horrible.
You throw Jaden McDaniels on Devin Booker, a longer defender.
It's a good move.
It's a good move.
It's really smart.
Legit, man.
Yeah, they are. You've been on them.
They're defensively locked in. I thought Karl-Anthony Towns played. It's probably because he gets out of sorts at times.
No doubt.
He gets into foul trouble. He gets in his own head. He guns. He does some things, but him taking the assignment on KD and then going at KD on the other side, I thought it was really cool. By the way, I wanted to bring this up with the Pelicans. Their possessions from 3 minutes and 34 seconds left.
Please read it to me.
32 seconds left. Turnover. Missed shot. Turnover. 4 missed shots on one possession. Last one blocked. And then you had the final possession in which CJ fumbles the ball and throws up a terrible shot.
Were you shocked the Clippers beat the Dallas Mavericks? Because I was.
I don't know if I was shocked. I was shocked at the way they beat them.
Okay.
The game, it wasn't even a game.
No, well, another one I thought early on was very physical.
Yeah, the referees, the physical. Maybe Draper's onto something.
No, I'm
maybe
coming
Draper's
around
onto
on
something.
That.
I'm not sure if NBA basketball is unwatchable. Like, if you ask me, what brand would you rather watch? The brand that we were seeing where everybody's scoring 130 and throwing up threes, or would you rather see this brand?
But what about the happy medium?
There is no happy medium. That doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, are we not allowed to have that? And then I obviously Dame time yesterday was amazing.
That was special.
Yesterday or this weekend really was an elite sports weekend, and I love that it started on Friday for all the Warrior fans to come out of the woodworks and try to dunk on Kings fans.
Yeah,
I just want to tell Warrior fans let's act like we've been there before.
Yeah,
I mean, we did have a decade at top.
You know, I didn't even have it in me to do that. Like, I was just watching the game. I wanted the Kings to win. I just wanted them to win. I'm a De'Aaron Fox fan.
De'Aaron and Sabonis showed up, and really nobody else.
But De'Aaron Fox he was a high volume shooter in that game, and the Pelicans owned up. I mean, they beat them all 6 times. But
it's crazy,
I'm with you with the whole internet dunking on the Kings fans and laughing at them.
But this is what I would say to Warrior fans. It's like, and I mean this sincerely. Like, I get it. We get frustrated. You know, the Kings are talking smack and whatever. Let them have their moment.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just let them have their moment. Like, we've been on the top for a long time. We've got our own problems to worry about.
Yeah, we got plenty.
I mean, we got our own house that's on fire right now.
Right.
Let's just back off of dunking on other teams and let's look at our own situation. I mean, we've got our own. We've got enough layers of problems to worry about than to be focused on King's Twitter and dunking on them. Like, let's act like we've been there before. That's all.
You know,
And I'm here for the memes.
Yeah, it's crazy because Saturday I go to my little brother had a surprise party.
Oh, nice.
Out in Brentwood, California. And that is a long, long drive. So we're out there. They got all the little leaguers out there at this place. Sunset Park. Sunset Park. It was called. I met this guy, Dan, who coached the Tigers, one of the Tigers teams, and he was really cool. So, hey, what's up, Ponte? All that stuff. And it was all the little leaguers. They looked so cool with their bats in the backpack and with their hats on, looking like little major leaguers. But at the party, obviously, a lot of Warrior fans there, a lot of family members. And it's just, I can't, like, what did they do with Clay? What did they do with Draymond? What about Kerr? What about this? What about that? What about this? I'm like, gosh, we're only 4 days into the offseason. This is going to be a long one. It's going to be a long offseason in terms of trying to figure out what the team will look like on paper. I think the anxiety of what the Warriors will look like next season is really hitting people. And then watching them not be in the playoffs, like, are the Warrior fans enjoying the playoffs? Are Warrior fans even watching the playoffs? I would hope so.
Part of me is watching sadly, and I'm not doing the like, well, we should win. Like, I saw Warrior fans like, oh, see, OKC, we would have beat them. Like, no, we wouldn't have.
Doing that.
We're not ready. Like, our team wasn't good. Like, call it what it is.
They were inconsistent.
We weren't good enough. But I'd be lying to you if I wasn't looking at that Denver Lakers series, and I'm saying to myself, boy, if Denver can sweep the Lakers and LeBron James wants out, I could use a 6'8" wing who could score 26 a night. I mean, he basically was the third best player since the post All-Star break. I mean, he really was. He really was.
So he's back to LeBron.
It is back to LeBron because LeBron, he might be our only hope, Star Wars.
Only hope to what? Go back to the playoffs?
Well, I mean, look, if you think about it, like you
would
would
score in the fourth quarter.
You would timeout. Like, yeah, I know he had the 7 turnovers, but like, let's call it what it is. Rui didn't show up. D'Angelo didn't show up. Your boy Austin Reeves didn't show up.
We are dunking. You know what the thing is?
They didn't show up.
Playoffs. No, you know what? My biggest takeaway this weekend is that being old and losing a tick is not healthy. Look at Kevin Durant and Anthony Edwards. Look at SGA. No, seriously. No, you want LeBron James.
Yeah.
You cannot get older and succeed in the playoffs. Is basically what I'm saying.
One spot.
You got grandpas out there. Oh, we got Stephen Curry who's 36. It's going to be 37 next year. Draymond's going to be, what, 35?
Well,
LeBron's going to be 40. You can't win and be old in the playoffs. It's just not. It doesn't happen.
You're going to need some young guys, but
you're going to need some.
The Warriors are too young on that one end, and they're too old on the other end.
Right. My takeaway is watching the Lakers lose. It's like, yeah, LeBron James. It will be a nice story. You may finish in the top 8. But remember, LeBron's finishing the play-in, what, 3 straight years?
But their team.
There's 3 straight years the Lakers have been in the play-in.
That good.
They got Anthony Davis.
Well, and he misses a lot of
player.
time.
I thought he played well Saturday.
No, he did play well.
I thought he played his ass. I thought he's played well all season long. All right? Austin Reeves, who's everybody's favorite role player. Oh. You know, D'Lo is a streaky shooter. He can hit shots.
If I see the poop in the pants D'Angelo Russell meme one more time come across my timeline.
I don't know, man.
The worst turnovers I've ever seen in my life in that game.
What is it with Denver and him?
Like, honestly, does LeBron help the Warriors? Like that, when you watch the weekend, you watching Kevin Durant in Phoenix, and Anthony Edwards is going out there taking his soul.
I think LeBron has more left than KD.
How much left, though?
Like, they need a second facilitator in the half court. They need a guy who can get to the free throw line. They need a guy who can, play on ball while Curry is playing off ball.
So let me ask this. Are the Warriors supporting cast better?
No, you would have to retinker a lot. No. I think it's a start. To me, it's the first domino.
All right.
And again, this is probably more of a pipe dream than it is anything close to reality. But Bonte, I'm sitting here and I'm watching. I'm saying, okay, he is whatever you think of Chris Paul. He gives you that. He gives me all the elements that Andrew Wiggins gives me. Maybe not the same caliber of defense currently, but he's way more reliable. You're telling me the Warriors couldn't use 26, 9, and 9?
I hear
That's what he's averaged since the All-Star break.
I hear
26, 9, and 9.
I hear that. We'll see.
And
I don't think LeBron James turns you into a top 6
No, but I think he maximizes Steph Curry last couple of years. Like when I look at Steph coming off ball, if you have a guy who commands all 5 players to stare at him when he has the ball in his hands, that enables all that off-ball movement. And I just think in the half court it looks really good.
But you know what though? The Warriors want to play with pace, right?
No, well,
they don't want to play slow down branded basketball.
Well, LeBron can pick and choose.
Slow down branded basketball kills Stephen Curry.
I think he plays that way in particular because of Anthony Davis as well.
Yeah, maybe. I'd rather have Anthony Davis.
Well, I mean, if you're asking, there's other guys.
The Warriors need elite rim protection.
Yes,
they need.
That
and by the way, they still need. Even if you brought in LeBron,
they need a lot of things.
If you still need LeBron, if you still want LeBron James, point of attack defense ain't much better.
No,
because he ain't guarding nobody.
No,
so your defense actually gets worse.
Well,
so I'm trying to think. Like I know LeBron what he does, But you're actually getting worse as a team.
No, I don't think so because, you're playing Pajemski starter minutes, heavy minutes. Chris Paul playing heavy minutes. Like, he basically takes the role of both those two.
18 minutes in a playing like 20 minutes.
Well, I'm just saying at that point guard position, right? And I'm just saying, but to me, LeBron is a 3 or 4 on defense and a point guard on offense. That's what he's going to be.
That's a lot of guys who can't guard on one team. That's a lot of guys.
Well, that's why you got the greatest defender of all time, self-proclaimed Draymond Green out there.
Right.
It's Fedoni.
Absolutely incredible.
Smiling, but that's what he's there for.
LeBron, Clippers beat up on the Dallas Mavericks. You had the Knicks take a 1-0. All the home teams won this weekend. All the home teams won. By the way, if anybody saw the fight, Ryan Garcia has been acting like a madman on Twitter. I mean, he beat the dog breaks off of Devin Haney. Oh my God, but here's the thing with boxing, where boxing's a shady game.
Why?
I don't know why.
Why are you saying this?
I don't even know why I love it. It's just it's a shady business.
Oh my God!
So Ryan Garcia. So they had a 140-pound weight limit. Ryan Garcia had no intentions of making 140.
Okay.
So he comes in on the weigh-in he's at 143.5, basically.
All right.
But what happens is when you go through training, Devin Haney is like weight training himself to get to 140, right? Got to get to 140. Got to make this fight happen. Ryan Garcia was like, dude, I'll pay the fine, which is $1.5 million. I'm going to make that up, and I'm going to be able to rehydrate at whatever weight I want to weigh. So he probably went into the ring at like 160, 165, and he just looked so much bigger than Haney. And now Haney had a terrible game plan. I don't know why Haney wanted to sit in the center of the ring. Ryan Garcia played him as the Mayweather playbook, getting schooled by Mayweather and De La Hoya, and he beat the dog's brains out. It's nothing like a good prize fight, and a prize fight like that, kudos to those guys for actually fighting. But boy, Bill Haney, Devin Haney, they got to wear some humble pie. So I don't know if you watched that. You had that going on, obviously baseball. And it's NFL draft week, Shasky. It's NFL draft week. I got my prospects right here. I'm seeing Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, who are the Niners going to sign? Well, are we sure we want to trade Brandon Aiyuk? Because I keep hearing smoke. I'm getting random texts from random people saying, oh, well, I talked to this guy, and, this guy knows him, and this guy says that, yeah, he's got buying a house. And I've heard over the weekend Atlanta, all of a sudden, the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, then I'll add them to my list. I'm going to tell you right now, if push came to shove and I got the right offer, I would trade Brandon Aiyuk. No matter what ends up happening, to me, the 49ers absolutely have to draft a wide receiver with their first 3 picks. There's no other way around it. Even if you retain Brandon Aiyuk and you allow him to play this year and then you franchise him and move him down the line, whatever, I have to look beyond Debo and Aiyuk. You have to get a playmaker. If you're going to pay the quarterback, which I feel like they're going to, you're going to get at least one big payday from Brock Purdy, whether that rolls over multiple years or not. And I can lay this whole thing out for you. To me, you have to get an inexpensive playmaker early in this draft. Yes, you need meat and potatoes. Yes, you need offensive linemen. I still believe that they're going to have to get, a defensive lineman at some point. But I think wide receiver, and I'm looking at this is a loaded wide receiver class. I need a wide receiver.
You're taking a wide receiver.
Absolutely.
Okay,
whether I keep Aiyuk or not.
Are you okay with trading
with the right deal? And I've targeted a couple teams.
What is the right deal?
What do you mean?
Bring it up on the other side. I want to hear your deal. What is the right deal for Brandon Aiyuk? Are Niner fans warming up to trading Brandon Aiyuk? It is the week of the NFL draft. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
Things are buzzing in Fremont.
I feel like Kirk Cousins.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
You feel mediocre, Shasky? You feel mediocre this morning?
Actually, I feel great.
Then you don't feel like Kirk Cousins.
Feel like a payday's coming on?
Hey, well, payday is coming out. We could all use it. Santa's birthday on Saturday, so payday's basically.
Can we just for a moment? Let's pause.
Payday's gone.
It's so hard to shop for women. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone says.
Dude.
When you've been together for a long time,
Right.
it's really difficult because you can't even remember what you got the year before, let alone multiple years before. And it's like, anything you get is just never going to be good enough. I don't care what anyone says.
It'll be good enough. It'll be good enough. It's just the thought that counts. You got to get a little more creative.
Go experience than actual physical gift too.
Yeah.
Go out somewhere.
Those things are, yes, I agree with that. But I'm talking about trust me, when you have it all staggered up, because I got Christmas, her birthday, Valentine's, bang, 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 bang. Bro, it becomes very difficult.
Oh, well, my sister's birthday, January 23rd. My mom's February 23rd. Anna's is this month. And then there's Mother's Day.
That's right.
Mother's Day's
12th?
Mother's Day's creeping.
13th? Yeah, it is.
Mother's Day's a sleeper.
Yeah, we should get some flower companies calling in. Occasion.
Yeah, hey, not only that, then you get the Valentine's Day. We all remember that. So, yeah, the first 5 months of the year is rough. And then you get a little break.
Couple years.
No, I have not.
Boy.
I don't know, Joe.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to get creative, man. But anyway, thank God for payday on Friday. I need that.
My money's gone before I even get it.
The Warrior checks are gone.
Yeah, I know.
We usually counted on those until May.
The caterer and the Irish Center got my money before I even cash it.
Yeah, dude, they're done. Done. Is Brendan Aiyuk done with the 49ers? By the way, make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky bringing the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, period, every single week, all season long. Win or lose, subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify, wherever you like to listen to podcasts. Just stop panicking about the Giants. I'm not sure you listen to that podcast. Lubman's not panicking yet. He's in a good mood. Shasky, is he panicking about the Giants? I don't know yet, but it sounds like Shasky, and I want to hear this, because, I'm a big Brendan Aiyuk guy.
I know you are. And a lot of people
Huge.
are. I like him too.
Huge. It would be tough for me to trade Brendan Aiyuk and to see him go, but
Possibly.
I'm willing to hear things. I trust John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to make some moves.
Let's go on the knowns, okay? I feel like it's pretty, as of today, it feels pretty concrete that they're going to pay Brock Purdy. Now, I don't think he's going to get a $300 million deal, but to me, somewhere in the 50 to 85 million guaranteed range is going to hit his direct deposit. He's not a guy who's been established and has made a lot of money. Yeah, if he was a top of the round first rounder or even a second rounder, he'd have some M's in the bank. He doesn't have any M's in the bank. This is a guy who's been making nothing. So I'm just going off what I feel today. I think that he's going to get 50 to 85 million guaranteed. It'll probably be very similar.
50 to 85. Damn.
What?
It's just
that's over.
I know. It's just like, wow.
But
Brock
that's the
Purdy's
market.
Gonna get 50 to, I know it is.
Right? And look.
Oh, that makes me cringe a little bit.
Does it?
It does.
Why?
I can't unsee the playoffs, Shasky, with Brock Purdy. I can't unsee the postseason.
Do the drives? I've watched back the Super Bowl a few times, and I watched it about 3 weeks ago again.
I don't think he was that bad in that
No, he wasn't that bad.
He wasn't that
He
bad.
wasn't that bad at all. In fact, I thought he did a lot of really nice things.
But I did see a limited quarterback. I did see a limited quarterback.
It's interesting you say that. I go in the other direction.
Yeah.
I saw a limited offense, and that's where I say to myself, two of these things can be equal at the same time. Number one, Brock needs playmakers around him. So does every quarterback around him.
Yeah.
Every quarterback.
Except Mahomes.
Well, and even then he needed playmakers around him. Like Kelsey's one of the greatest
Kelsey's
playmakers
one of the greatest playmakers,
of all
no
time.
doubt. But
I mean,
all these
come
other
on.
guys, Rasheed Rice and
They traded for McCall Hardeman.
Yeah, he's
back
not bad.
again.
He wasn't bad. I mean, but not elite weapons. Not elite.
Oh, that I agree with. And Rasheed Rice, I think, is coming on, but, well, he's got issues himself. And I'm watching Deebo Samuel, and I'm like, I just think that particular game wasn't a great game for Deebo Samuel for a variety of reasons. He's a really good player, but you could see where this is going financially. To understand sports in the modern day, you better understand the finances. So I think Brock's going to get somewhere between 50 and 85 million guaranteed, right? And because of that, I think it's imperative, because we all agree he's a good player, and you have to have playmakers around him. It's imperative that they add to that bucket.
So
of
why
wide
trade
receiver.
Brandon Aiyuk then?
Well, because you can't afford to have all these guys making that kind of money. You just can't, to round out the rest of the roster. And I have to project here. Forget Brock for a second. What about Christian McCaffrey? I know we want to say running backs don't matter. This guy's making $12 million this year and $14 million next year.
Well,
I don't think.
Don't say that out loud, because we were arguing about something. And I said, why wouldn't Christian McCaffrey hold out and get more money? You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it's in his DNA. I think he would have tipped the Niners off by now to get that new money. But maybe they know something that said, hey, we got to pay McCaffrey. And all of a sudden, now you got something.
So
now you're in a pickle. Now you're in a pickle if you got that. But
that's where I'm going.
McCaffrey said nothing. It sounds like McCaffrey is going to play through his contract. By the way, McCaffrey, he has 2 more years left on this deal.
12 and 14.
14.1 and then 14.3.
Yeah, and so the way I'm looking at it is I probably want to keep Christian McCaffrey over all the guys on offense, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Aiyuk and Deebo. If I'm betting on one player for the next 2 years as the Brock money hits,
now
I'm going to go with CMC.
Even at that usage rate?
Absolutely.
Because last year, last season it was, hey, let's taper down on his touches.
Still had
we need to touch.
touches.
Yeah, no, I know, I agree. But I was like, hey, give him all the touches he needs. I need McCaffrey to touch the ball. I need him to be on the field. But there was a concern and a big contingent of his fan base and media market. We need to taper down on his touches.
Yeah, but that's
so
still,
you want to go 350 touches over the next 2 years with McCaffrey? That's how you get a guy hurt.
Well,
because I don't know if he could replicate what he did last season
playing running
with
back.
all the touches. I know exactly. So you want to pay him and give him new money?
No, I want him to feel happy, and I want him to get compensated because he's a unique weapon.
Nothing has screamed that he's unhappy.
No, but I just think that's due right by the player, and I can't have Deebo Samuel making $25 million. I can't have Aiyuk making $25 million, and my best player on offense making half of what those guys are making.
But
so
Aiyuk's not making that right now.
I know, but that's what he's asking for.
He's getting 14.
I mean, like the number is cast and die. We already know what the number is. It starts at $25 million a year for a wide receiver of his ilk. And I'm looking at someone like Devontae Smith and what he got. And to me, that's the starting point. And there's nothing below that. That's what he's going to be asking for.
So why not? Why move off of Aiyuk when he's your best wide receiver?
No, I agree with
in terms of route running, catching, yards per catch radius. Wingspan.
Because you got to get cheaper.
Why not?
You got to get cheaper.
But why not look at Deebo Samuel, who's making 28?
But right now, I can't move him.
24. I know you.
I can't move him. And so right now, the guy who's going to get me more value, because Deebo Samuel's dead cap hit is way higher.
I know it's a lot higher.
And I don't think he's as coveted as what Brandon Aiyuk is. I'm looking at Washington, and we can argue all till we're blue in the face. They've got 2 second rounders, 36 and 40. They've got 3 third rounders. All right. Adam Peters is the GM there. They clearly need a playmaker, and they can give me a weaker wide receiver back in return. And I'm looking at the sweet spot of this draft. Your guy, Keon Coleman, the kid from Texas, there are going to be playmakers available at the bottom of the first round through that second round. This feels a lot like that Deebo Samuel draft when A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf and Deebo came out. There are going to be a plethora of wide receivers available for this team. So I'm looking at the Kansas City model. I'm even looking at the Dallas Cowboy model. When you pay the quarterback, you have to get cheaper at the skill positions. And so one more year of Deebo, and I'm going to have to clear this out.
So let me ask you this,
of one wide receiver drafted this year.
Then let me ask you this, because they've drafted wide receivers
and they haven't hit.
And they haven't hit at all. That concerns me.
Yeah.
Aiyuk is the one guy who has hit for them, alongside Deebo Samuel. 2 guys who have hit. We know about the Dante Pettises, the Jalen Hurds, the Richie James Jr.'s, the Trent Taylors. Who else you got? You got a name. You got a plethora. Who's our boy? Danny Gray hasn't panned out yet.
Ronnie Bell.
I mean, this is a loaded wide receiver class. But is the quarterback good enough to elevate a rookie wide receiver? Is Brock Purdy good enough to? Because Mahomes, what we know about Mahomes and what we know about Josh Allen and what we know about Joe Burrow, they can elevate wide receivers.
I would agree. Let me ask you about this.
Have we seen that with Brock yet?
Well, I think he's done a great job. I think the best years of Aiyuk were with Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
I
no
think
doubt.
I think it's inarguable.
It's inarguable.
So I believe that Ayuk's game to a degree was elevated when Brock Purdy became quarterback.
Okay,
all
that's
right?
cool.
And then I look at someone like Dak Prescott. I don't even think Dak Prescott's one of the greatest quarterbacks. He's a good player. I think all would agree. I'm taking Brock over Dak specifically because of the money. But I look at Dak Prescott. Does he make CeeDee Lamb or does CeeDee Lamb make him?
CeeDee Lamb's exploded with Dak. I mean, they've made sweet music together.
To me, that's the template for what I'm looking for the
together.
49ers.
You can argue with that with Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts.
Exactly.
Is Jalen Hurts making Devontae better, or is Devontae making Jalen Hurts better?
I think it's a little bit of both.
I think it's a little bit of both.
And that's where I look at Brock. Like, I'm betting on Brock if I'm the 49ers. I think they're going to bet on Brock, at least for the next couple of years. He's going to get at least a 2-year guarantee. And if I know the Niners, they're going to do something like the Jimmy deal where he gets paid a lot of upfront money. And I'm just looking at how to balance my books. And I'm saying to myself, I got to take care of McCaffrey. The last guy that I need getting frustrated over the next 2 years is McCaffrey.
But you don't have to go to the table with McCaffrey.
I think they're going to.
And McCaffrey has never, ever complained about anything. He's making a $14 million over the next 2 seasons. I would think that he would maybe. What's that? Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, I heard something. I was like, wait, what happened? McCaffrey, with all the touches that he has, and you break the bank for him, and he's getting close to 30 as a running back. As much as I love Christian McCaffrey, and I wanted this guy here, I wanted this guy to be a 3-down player, and he is. He's all that. Boy, if you paid a running back.
I think you have to just treat him right.
That's a risky situation,
Yeah,
man.
but you can move some of the Aiyuk money and give him some of the guarantees now and roll it over the next 2 years. Because I'm betting on him for the next 2 years. And it is risky. Dude, it's a roll of the dice. You paid Debo, and that was a risk. And it's been okay.
I understand the dead cap or whatnot. I'm trying to keep Aiyuk over. I think Aiyuk and CMC is the better tandem.
Yeah, but because of the money that you paid Debo, you're limited.
No, I know you're limited, but I would have to take the bullet, or I'll just stand a pat this year. I'm going to give Aiyuk his money and revisit the situation next offseason with Debo and George Kittle.
Well, that's an element I
George
want.
Kittle, because that's what I want.
But I'd still draft a receiver this year,
Nobody said you don't need to. Nobody said you don't need to. Because I'm looking at Debo in the future and I'm looking at Aiyuk in the future. I always want to draft a wide receiver. Nobody's saying that at all. You don't just go through the draft and not draft a wide receiver. No, you don't do that. But you keep Aiyuk, you pay him his money. I'm keeping Debo. I'm running this offense back at 30 points per game. And then next offseason is where I got to make some decisions on George Kittle, Debo Samuel, and maybe clear the bear. And then that receiver that you draft this year, he's up to speed, and he's ready to start right away with Brock Purdy once he gets his new money. So I don't think we have to jump the gun yet this offseason to start moving all these parts around. I want to just stand pat for a second, give Aiyuk his new money, bite the bullet, and then we get the next offseason. That's where John Lynch and Brock Marathe get creative with the Brock Purdy deal. They get creative with maybe moving on off of George Kittle and Debo Samuel, but I've got to run this back one more time. I don't, oh man, that would bother me if they moved this off.
That would be my priority, would be to keep everything the same for one more year. You do have the franchise tag in your back pocket, but it sure feels like Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to report and get on the field until he gets paid.
But
make sure you don't miss that break,
all right, I want to continue this conversation. 888-957-9570. I want to continue this one because we went through the same thing with Debo. We went through the same thing with Nick Bosa. They all got their money. They all got paid, and everybody was living happily ever after once they got their money. Why is the Aiyuk smoke screen so alarming to a lot of Niner fans? When Debo basically did a lot of things worse. He was in a club saying, "Yeah, I'm out.
I'll explain.
I'm out."
I'll explain why it's so dire.
I wonder why. The segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dim. I was rooting against Bonte. Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
So, Guru rooting against me. By the way,
At least Bonte didn't win.
What is that in reference to?
the knockout tournament.
Oh, I thought maybe it was.
What did he say?
Joffrey
He
or
goes, we
something.
would have never heard the end of it. It's like, I wouldn't have had to bring it up.
I lost. I'm out.
When I win things, you guys bring it up for me. Honestly, I don't even have to say anything. You guys do that. I'm going to be humble in this one. That's who I am. That's who I am. By the way, the last segment, what was coming up on the game was brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. This segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. Who said that? Big time?
I sent Rocco over to Golden State Lumber. He's doing a big deck in the backyard. Yeah.
Nice. Did he get a discount?
Well, I don't know about all that, but I told him to go get some samples over at the one right near the Recology dumps right there off of Bayshore. Yeah, you can go there. You can go get TimberTech or Trex. They have these little squares, and then you can see if the color looks good or not with whatever you got painted in the backyard.
Yep.
I hit that Guru rejoin because apparently, and Shasky, you're going out to this event happening today that we're partnering with.
My wife's not happy.
So what is it? And I know that Guru's doing
It's a golf tournament, and I believe it's sponsored by ATCO. I believe it's ATCO's golf tournament. I could be wrong. Maybe the big boss man will come running in. What?
No, I was just teeing you up there. I thought I was.
I thought I did. Yeah, it's basically the ATCO golf tournament at Stone Tree in Novato on 37. So I'm assuming it's going to be very lovely, and I heard it's a really nice course. I've never played it, so I'm really excited to go play it.
And you guys know who's doing the ceremonial tee shot?
Guru?
That's right.
Nice.
That's actually very intimidating.
What time is that?
Of all the things
what time is he doing that?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because they go in the air at 10, right?
I believe so. Someone's got to be recording it there.
So are they going to be I don't know.
Are you trying to get out there to watch it?
No, I'm not driving out to Nevada. I told the boss man, it's like, I got to pick up baby Chaz. And just got off didn't know if the Warriors are going to be in the playoffs, so I had to keep the calendar clear. But no, I'm not making that drive today.
The King did make an appearance yesterday. I don't know if you heard. The King and his court. The whole royal family showed up.
Showed up to what?
To the baptism yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Bonte the King.
Oh, Guru. You're talking about Guru.
No.
Oh.
The whole royal family showed up. Anna was there, baby Chess. She looked adorable. She had her hair all done up. It was a great day. Yay! Seeing all the girls play with the dolls, that was awesome. And then Bonte got bombarded by family members trying to give all their sports opinions all at once.
Yeah, that's everywhere I go now. Even my little brother Briotti, his birthday party, his girlfriend did a great job throwing a surprise birthday party. And
I know you're big time.
Out in Brentwood, California, the Warrior takes are nonstop.
Were they?
Nonstop.
What about Brock Purdy takes?
You can't break up the big three. No, it's time to move on. No, Draymond's as good as it gets. Curry.
Good as it
gets.
The
coaching. I mean, you hear it. It's just a who's who. A who's who.
That was Jack Nicholson. Very
good.
Yeah,
like
good job. Greg Kinnear. Yeah.
And then the woman was Heather Graham? No.
Gotta Google it.
Helen Hunt. I think it's Helen Hunt.
Yes.
Look it up.
Wow, look at you and your movie knowledge. Yeah. Very impressed.
Yeah. I think I watched. No, I didn't watch the movie.
There's a
Hell's Angels. There's a Hell's Angels doc that I was going to get into last night. There's Hell's Angels, but then I started watching Curb and I fell asleep.
I watched Locked Up or Unlocked or something like that on Netflix about prison system, and it was very good.
Yeah.
Me and the little guy, we figured it out.
Figured out the prison system?
Well, we figured out, I've got my own thoughts on the prison system. It's not about rehabilitation. It was really good. Very good. I enjoyed it. I cried at the end because one of the fathers got out and he hadn't seen his son in many, many years, and he really wanted to change his life to go see his son, and it hit me.
Jello will do that to you. It will change the best of them. So we're talking Aiyuk because it is NFL draft week. 888-957-9570.
Speaking of getting locked up, 49er wide receiver, Super Bowl, huh? Am I right?
888-957-9570. 13 targets for Deebo Samuel, 3 catches. It was Brandon Aiyuk, 6 targets, even though he was second in the league in yards per catch.
I lost. I'm out.
7th in the league in receiving yards.
He's awesome.
For some reason, we want to move off him because of the money. Now, I'm looking into Deebo's contract, and maybe somebody can explain this to me. But I'm seeing here on Spotrac that he has a potential out before next season. Now, is it a team option, Lutman? Is it a player option? They don't do many player options in football. It's mostly team options. They pick up the option. So there is an option on Deebo Samuel. So I'm looking at his contract. I'm looking at Deebo Samuel. He's going to make $28.6 million next year, $24 million next year. But after there's a potential out it bridges right between 2024 and 2025. Potential out 2025 could be 3 years, $58 million, $15 million in dead cap if you move off of him. So that dead cap hit is not crushing like it is this year. This year, it's a $42 million dead cap hit for the 49ers, $42.7 million. Next year, it's just $15 million. So why not pay Aiyuk and just move off of Deebo next year if that's the worry? That's the worry. Like, long term, who would you rather have at the wide receiver position?
Long term, I'd rather have Aiyuk, but I just think in general, I believe both wide receivers won't be with the 49ers in the next 2 years. It's just my feeling. I could be way wrong on this one, but I think you have to get significantly less expensive at skill positions if you're going to pay the quarterback. I mean, Kansas City, that was their template. They kept their tight end because tight ends tend to be suppressed in terms of the finances. And then I look at the 49ers. They're very different because they have a running back that they're going to pay or give some money to. At minimum, he's making $14 million, which is more than what most teams are paying their running back. I think he'll still get a couple of extra shekels. I think they're going to give him some guaranteed money on the front end. That's just my feeling. I have nothing but speculation on that. And I think on the wide receiver position, they're going to get cheaper. I just look around the league as a whole, and I feel like wide receiver, we are just overpaying these wide receivers left and right. And if you're going to pay $50 million, give or take, a year to your quarterback, you're going to have to get cheaper on the outside.
What's sillier? Paying quarterbacks a boatload of money when they need wide receivers, running backs, and offensive linemen, or wide receivers? This is just the going rate. These wide receivers are game changers in today's game. Game changers. You don't have outside weapons, you ain't winning jack. That's just, it is what it is. Now, you may have a generational tight end who can do things on the outside, which Travis Kelce can do, but even the Watson kid, number 84 for Kansas City, ran some great routes against the 49ers. You got to have outside help. So as much as we say these wide receivers are getting paid too much money, hell, that's been the case with quarterbacks for the last 20 years. There's quarterbacks who are making money they don't deserve to make. Like you look at like 5-6 quarterbacks making money, like Dak's getting $40 million. You know what I'm saying? Kirk Cousins' contract. Kirk Cousins?
But here's what I say about Dak. Like, I don't even love Dak, but they've been to the playoffs every year with him.
They lose to the playoffs every year, man.
But they make the playoffs, do they not?
They make the playoffs. Is that the bar for them?
I mean,
like
no.
Kirk Cousins doesn't make the playoffs.
Kirk Cousins did make the playoffs. They got hurt.
He made it once. He made it once. They made it twice with Minnesota.
Yeah, and I believe with Washington prior to that, and they were in that 9-7.
So he's been to the playoffs, 3 times in his entire career?
You're asking, I'm explaining.
I mean, 3 times, that's not a good hit rate. In that case, Dak is better because Dak always goes to the playoffs. Kirk doesn't. And Kirk just got broke the hell off.
I don't love how much these quarterbacks are making, but I also understand that to me, Brock Purdy's I think he's better than Kirk Cousins, and I believe him to be better than Dak Prescott. And so because of that, and because of how difficult it's been for us to find quarterbacks, I do believe that the 49ers are going to pay Brock Purdy. And I think it's the right thing to do. And if you believe in Brock Purdy, like I believe in Brock Purdy, and I believe they believe in Brock Purdy, well, then you better get him weapons. And so to me, at minimum, I'm drafting 1 wide receiver. I might even draft 2 or 3, but I'm drafting 1 wide receiver this year, no matter what, whether I'm keeping Aiyuk or not, because I'm trying to project down the line, and I have to get cheaper at the skill positions.
But couldn't you say with that same token about Brock Purdy and doing what he's doing, couldn't you say the same about Brandon Aiyuk?
How so?
Couldn't you say that? Like, he's a great run blocker. He's a great route runner.
Oh, I'd prefer to have him.
He projects so well. And to your point about the Niners having trouble finding quarterbacks, they've had trouble finding wide receivers just as much.
Here's why I do the math.
They've actually found, I believe, more quarterbacks than wide receivers over the last 30 years.
But Bonte, I do the math this way. 1 Brandon Aiyuk equals, right now, the finances of Kittle and CMC. I'd rather have the 2 players over the 1. And I believe it to be more of a math equation. In a vacuum, love to have Brandon Aiyuk. I want him on my team. I prefer him over Debo. But looking at the finances.
We're thinking about the money next year. We're thinking about the money from a year
to win next year,
right?
You need Aiyuk.
Okay, so
I agree with that.
So with that said, you can move off of Kittle, you can move off of Debo next year and go draft guys and load up. Because how easy is it going to be? It's not going to be easy replacing Kittle.
What is the college giving you more of? I don't know. You tell me.
They give you both. Wide receivers for sure. Because Because you're running all the spread offenses. You're running all the spread offenses.
There are some huge busts at wide receiver, and the Niners have drafted guys that haven't been good. Dante Pettis was horrible for the Niners. Like, let's just call it what it is. Jalen Hurd didn't even play. Like, they've had their own. They just re-signed Trent Taylor, and at one point, people thought Trent Taylor was going to be something special. But I look at the math this way. Like, even if you get a mediocre wide receiver, right, a guy who's nowhere near where Aiyuk is now, is he $20 million? Is Aiyuk $20 million for next year better than that wide receiver? I'm not sure about that.
George Kittle, another out after next season. It'll be a $12 million cap hit, dead cap hit for George Kittle. So look, I understand that everybody wants to get ready for Brock Purdy's money. And everybody wants to get him and pay him a year. That's a year from now. Like in pro sports, I get projecting long term, but it's so much more difficult to do in the NFL due to injuries, due to the win now nature, due to the windows closing all around you. Like I'm signing Aiyuk. Here's my philosophy. Here's how I would do things. And I'm not the GM of the 49ers. I'm just a talking head who gets half the things he says wrong. I'm paying Aiyuk this season. And I worry about next season. I get through the year because dollars and cents could go down. Like Brock Purdy struggles and I don't anticipate that happening. I think Brock Purdy can continue to do what he does, what he did last season, which is one of the more special seasons in 49er quarterback history. He was dynamic. Playoffs happen, but it is like the stock market. Well, what if he goes out there next year? We're talking about, he's going to get guaranteed $50 to $85 million. Well, what if he goes out there next season and regresses? And he has a Jimmy G type of season. Well, then the bar is going to be lowered. Now, all of a sudden, we don't have to pay him that much money. Now, I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I hope Brock Purdy goes out there and throws some 5,000 yards.
What does that look like? Like, okay, so you're saying he doesn't look like, give me an idea, because the difference between like 40 and 50 million isn't, I mean, it's
not much.
It's not
They're
much.
going to get paid regardless.
That's okay.
They're going to get paid regardless.
Like, let's say even if he struggles and they make the playoffs and he struggles, and what struggles? 17 interceptions and 25 touchdowns? I still think they're going to pay him, B. Like, I do. I think they're still going to pay him.
Probably because you have no options now. You kind of ran out of options after the Trey Lance move and the Jimmy Garoppolo move. Now you're stuck.
And his body of work has been like his
body of work has been great.
I mean, it's been amazing. It's been pretty short of amazing.
It's been really good.
You know,
it's been really, really good.
And I believe that I look at the situation in Buffalo as another example. Most people would take Josh Allen over Brock Purdy, but I told you at the preseason. And it ended up playing out exactly what it was. They have money hitting their books. They're going to have to trade Stephon Diggs. It is coming. And so, like, you have to project down the line. And I look at where the 49ers are at, and I'm projecting down the line. And I feel like at some point they're going to move off of one, if not both of these wide receivers because of the finance. And they're going to have to get cheaper on the outside. And I think getting cheaper on the outside because of how many guys there are coming into this draft, this is the draft to load up. Now, I would prefer to keep the two wide receivers and run it back this year. That's my preference. But I'm looking at Troy Franklin, McConkey. I'm looking at your boy Roman Wilson. I'm looking at Keon Coleman. There are going to be 4 or 5 guys that you can target in that second round. And if you get the proper ammunition, you can control the draft end of the first round through the third round because of all the third round picks you have.
My philosophy, though, is just like in baseball. Give me the proven talent over a prospect all day long. I'm tired of seeing Shanahan and this regime. Hell, I'm tired of seeing the 49ers try to say it all sounds good. Every year we do the same thing. It sounds great. Roman Wilson, Michigan, it sounds great. Keon Coleman, I love Keon Coleman from Florida State. Love him. I mean, get him in the second round. Oh my gosh, he is great.
He's looking at like the 41st overall player.
We would hope. We would hope, but you never know. You never know.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
And that would be awesome to have him. But I'm taking proven talent every day of the week. I can't wait on prospects when I'm in the super. Like, what are you going to tell Fred Warner? Hey, we're going to reset the quarter wide receivers. We may struggle a little bit here. The NFC got better.
Yeah, but I would
NFC got better. We're getting the 49ers by trading Brandon Aiyuk, no matter what that rookie does this year. Unless he pops like Justin Jefferson, you're not going to be better on the outside.
Justin Jefferson's a comet.
You know? And what is it to say about Brandon Aiyuk being Brock Purdy's most trusted target? You want to trade away his most trusted target? the guy he goes to when it's time for winning?
And Bonte, it's not my preference, but there's also a financial component. And I would say to Fred, well, Fred, you restructured your deal and you got $28 million in dead cap next year. So we have to get cheaper somewhere. And you're asking about having proven players. I agree with you.
No, I would wait till next year and get cheaper by moving off of Debo. That's how I would do it.
Okay.
I got to keep up these guys
together. But next year might not have the wide receiver depth that they have this year.
You could still draft a wide receiver. Why not still draft a wide receiver
right now? Because I'm looking at it this way.
So why create another hole? My thing is, you can still draft a wide receiver. You still go get Keon Coleman, let him learn from Aiyuk and Debo for a season and give him extra reps because Juwan Jennings is your third wide receiver right now. Who's your fourth? And I can see your face right now.
Trent Taylor. But Chris Conley came up with big catches in the Super Bowl. Chris Conley.
What do you have? One catch in the Super Bowl?
It was
a big catch, but it was
he
one
was really
catch.
good in the playoffs, too. He had a big-time catch in the Green Bay games.
All right?
Those were huge. You know?
Are you ready to elevate his role?
No,
but that's what I'm saying. You don't have a lot of depth at wide receiver.
I look at it this way. And
you don't have speed at wide receiver. You need more speed.
Of course you need speed. That's why you need to get younger.
Aiyuk is probably the quickest guy or the speediest guy on this team at the wide receiver position.
Bonte, you can't keep everyone. And you're saying, I like to have proven players. Well, that's why you're in kind of salary cap mess right now. You went out and got Hargrave. You traded and paid Trent Williams, which everyone agrees with. You went out and you traded for Christian McCaffrey. They've done a good job utilizing their money and their draft capital to go get established players. Now is the time to reset. I view this very similar to the 1988, draft when Bill Walsh loaded up and it set them up for the next couple of years. If you're going to pay the quarterback an exorbitant amount of money, which they're going to do that, they have to get cheaper and they need to load up with a lot of inexpensive talent. Kansas City just gave you the template. They got cheaper everywhere. Now they've got an outlier, Hall of Fame, one of the greatest players ever.
And they draft so much better.
Well,
they draft so much better.
The Niners have done a pretty good job drafting.
They've done a good job drafting.
A lot of teams would die to draft as well.
That's why when I draft Brandon Aiyuk and I develop him and he ends up having the second in the league in yards per catch, 7th in the league in receiving yards, and 36 in targets. I don't have Brandon Aiyuk. I don't have a passing game. That's how I feel about this team. You can dump it off to Debo so many times. You can dump it off to McCaffrey so many times. You're not utilizing George Kittle in big games. When you face a tough pass rush, George Kittle ends up blocking anyway on passing downs. He's not running routes. So now I'm going to rely, I like Juwan Jennings, but I like Juwan Jennings in this role. You ask him to elevate and be a number 2 wide receiver on a Super Bowl type of team? We're talking Super Bowls here. Don't get it twisted. We can reset things, but the Niners are still thinking big. They're still thinking Lombardi.
I don't think it's reset. I think you just have to reshuffle your finances to continue to go forward. And the way I view it, it's not a 1-for-1. Do not do what you did with Javon Kinlaw and DeForest Buckner. To me, it's about I want a plethora of picks because I want to be able to shore up the offensive line. I need to get, obviously, another tight end in here. I need multiple wide receivers. They have a lot of needs right now, and I just don't think...
top 5 needs for the Niners, top of your head, because I would think...
I think wide receiver is one of the top 5 needs, I believe.
Corner,
I feel like they're going to run it back one more year with the corners they have.
I still need.
I think center and right tackle are very important.
Right tackle,
right guard might be in there.
I even need some D tackles. Go figure. I need D tackles. And by the way,
I'm with you on D tackle.
And by the way, I may need it on the linebacker.
See, I don't know where Dre Greenlaw's at. That's a great question.
That's why I may need a linebacker.
But you're not going to be able to answer all of those questions with the amount of draft capital they have now.
They have 10 draft picks.
Yeah, they're going to move
you a
around.
wide receiver. They can get you some picks. They can get you some players here. I still may need a backup running back because Elijah Mitchell has a hard time staying healthy.
I like Jordan Mason.
Jordan Mason's cool. He's all right.
He's
all right. We all like Jordan Mason. Well, how much do we like him? Do we like him getting 5 carries a game? Or do we like him getting 15 carries a game?
Can we agree here? The A.J. Brown trade, if they're going to do it when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk, the timing of the A.J. Brown trade, that feels like what's going to happen with the Niners. It'll be right up to draft day, during the draft at most. If we can get past that point, I feel like he's staying on the Niners for next year.
See, by the way, you are listening. Thanks for the reminder, Dennis, about the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line as well. And maybe they could get Aiyuk to play on this 5th-year deal as a first-round pick, and then that new money kicks in 2026. Nobody's even talking about that. The new money could kick in not this season, but next season. And when that new money kicks in alongside Brock Purdy, you could then maybe move off of George Kittle and Deebo Samuel while loading up this year on that wide receiver that everybody wants to take, or that tight end that maybe somebody wants to take.
I just think the best value in the NFL right now in terms of positional skill talent is tight end. If you look at bang for buck, like what a Kelsey or what a Kittle gets, they're basically a wide receiver who can also help you in the run game, depending on who it is. And you just look at what their average salaries are around the league. It's half, and this is the top end of the crop, half of what a wide receiver makes. Yeah. And I feel like tight end is great value, so I wouldn't move off the tight end right now. Wide receiver, it feels to be a little bloated financially. It just does, to me, to my eyes. Like, yeah. I love Tyreek, and I love Devontae, and I love all those guys. A.J. Brown. I don't think it's great business for the Philadelphia Eagles to have a $50 million quarterback and 2 wide receivers making $65 million.
They're going to be in the conversation for a championship, because now all of a sudden you got Saquon Barkley. You still got a good offensive line.
Yeah, but what's that D look like?
That defense. We'll see what the defense looks like. You got a new defensive coordinator. You got new defensive personnel. I think the Eagles are going to be really
they look great on paper, but
really good.
And then they, given Saquon as much, they are a litmus test for having extremely heavy financials invested in offense alone.
And look at what they did. They moved off Javon Hargrave. They drafted Jalen Carter from Georgia. Fletcher Cox retires. Well, you still got Jordan Davis from Georgia. 2 big stud D tackles right in the middle of that. I think they'll be better.
They got those guys in the draft.
They did get those guys in the draft, but they moved off them. They traded it for A.J. Brown in the year where they realized that we need outside weapons. We lose to Tampa Bay in a wild card game. And then the same philosophy with Devontae Smith. They had a choice, just like the Niners have a choice for Brandon Aiyuk. Devontae Smith, do we want to pay him? He said, you know what? We got the best duels at wide receiver. One of the best duels. Let's keep these guys together. Let's make sure my quarterback has as many weapons as possible.
Yeah.
And they added Saquon Barkley. Nobody was thinking about Philadelphia added a running back. They added Saquon, knowing that Saquon is going to be able to play the easiest football of his career, because there's going to be you go 8 in the box on Philadelphia. Well, I got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and you're getting burnt. And we're scoring touchdowns left and right. And we're going to be singing Fly, Eagles, Fly all night long. I don't subscribe to my 3rd-year quarterback who's 24 years old. I want to take away a weapon and bring in a project. That wide receiver, hopefully he comes in, a rookie wide receiver comes in, but remember, Aiyuk is a rookie. He didn't come along. He really didn't play.
On the other side, I want to talk about the Shanahan effect, because that, to me, is the big differentiator between Nick Sirianni's Eagles and Kyle Shanahan's 49ers.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by Pacific Coast Tournament. We'll get into that. We got more on the Warriors. We got more on the Giants. We got everything, man. It's a roulette table this morning, Monday morning. Also, the NBA playoffs. Our Warriors fans watching the NBA playoffs. I'm feeling them. I'm enjoying them so far. Big games tonight as well. More coming up on the roast.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control.
Ron Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Lou Dog? I miss you already, Looney. I miss my Warriors, man. I really do. I miss my Warriors. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Wow, Jeff Garcia made a return to 95.7 with Willard and Dibbs. Wow. Now, I know what's happening
chaos.
here. It is organized chaos. I gotta pull up this email, Shasta, because maybe you can come to this event.
Well, what is it?
The Dwight Clark Legacy Series.
Oh, nice.
And the 2024 Dwight Clark Award recipient is Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, wow.
And Willard and Dibbs, I know, are going to do a show from this event. I know I was invited to it, and it's going to be, gosh, where is it at? There's going to be a lot here. George Kittle's won the award, Eric Armstead, Fred Warner.
You got to Google it.
It's going to be a who's who here. Oh, it's May 16th. May 16th, 2024. Why is it all the way at the bottom? We got to do better with this release. Okay. All the way at the bottom should be at the top. Let us know when it is. But you got to read all the way down in the story. Greenlaw will be presented the award at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, and it'll be held May 16th, 2024 at the California Theater in San Jose. May 16th, San Jose. Event begins at 7 p.m.
What day is that, a Thursday?
May 16th. I don't know off the rip if it's Thursday, Saturday,
Wednesdays
Sunday.
are tough for me.
Is that a Wednesday?
No, I'm just saying. 16th Thursday. It's doable.
It's doable. That's a long night. Yeah, it's going to be some heavy hitters in the crowd, though. Heavy hitters in the crowd.
King in this court?
Nah, I don't know who that is. I'm not a king, man. I'm just a guy who's trying to get paid, trying to live a good life. You know, I'm just well-rounded. I'm not working on my third house.
Dude, you in the house.
You did it to yourself, man. You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. See? You shoot at me, I shoot back.
So he played a Trent Baalke drop. I don't know if you caught this last week. Trent Baalke passed gas.
Oh, I sent it to you guys.
In a press conference.
Yeah, I sent it to you guys.
So, here it is.
Got a couple of days going through. Coach and I haven't sat down and gone through the final board yet.
What did Baalke eat? I can't believe Balky's still around.
He hit the excuse me. That's when you know it was him. 100%.
Excuse me, gone through.
Love that.
Dude, love that?
Love that. And don't be afraid to cut a fart when you have to cut a fart.
Didn't Tom Sula also fart at one point in a press conference?
Fartgate.
Dude, Fartgate. I mean, come on.
Little running and a little passing.
How many farts you bust in that chair, man, on a daily basis?
In here, probably none, because I'm very self-conscious about that.
You let the SPDs go. No doubt about it.
What's the SBD?
Silent Bedelli.
Oh, Silent Bedelli. Wow, I haven't heard that in 25 years.
So every now and then, sometimes I look at Sonny, it's like, boy, have fun in that chair today. It's going to be nice and warm. Don't need to turn up the heat.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill. Excuse me.
You got a haircut pretty recently.
Evan asked me,
you did something to it.
But I lightweight farted.
Oh, my God. I swear to God, there's a drop for everything.
So somebody gave Spidoti some propers. Oh. Somebody at my brother's party. They said, hey, man, Spidoti, he be on there with the drops. He get everything.
He does.
I said, man, look at that. That's knowledge of the show right there. That's good knowledge. Yeah. They love Spidoti.
So
we love Spidoti too, especially when the Lakers lose, because we know we're not going to hear from him all day.
Yeah, that is true. You were talking about the Eagles, and I find them to be an interesting case study because they are paying their quarterback a ton of money. They are paying A.J. Brown and Devontae. They are paying a running back free agent money. They look really sexy on paper. There's no doubt about it. They've lost some expensive players due to retirement. They traded away Hassan Reddick. They decided not to pay him. So they've moved around some of their finances. And they're a very well-run team. I think everyone would agree. Even though they had a down year last year.
Howie Roseman's exceptional.
They swing big.
Yeah, they swing big.
And I respect them. The one thing that I look at when it comes to their personnel, and it's the number one question for them, like, can Sirianni get the most out of that talent?
Well, they advanced to a Super Bowl. They took a step back last year.
No Shane Steichen.
We'll see how he reloads. Who did he hire? He hired Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore is an OC. Who's his DC? He hired somebody. He hired a big boy in DC as well.
Vic Fangio left the Miami Dolphins and went there.
He went there. Did he go to Philly? So there you go. Their coaching has gotten better. And you know what? Give credit to Sirianni for recognizing who he is.
Well, that was the way he was going to keep his job.
Yeah, I mean, but still, though, he was like, look, I need help. I know I need to keep this job, which is crazy to think that they would have fired him after 3. He's been to the playoffs, and every year he's coached.
Right, well,
nobody expected him to go to the playoffs in 2021.
Year, yes.
Nobody expected that. Then they explode and go to the Super Bowl, and I get it. You start 10-1, the Niners expose you take a step back. But that just shows how, when it comes to the word patience and irrational, as much as I don't like Sirianni, I think it would have been a little irrational to fire him after going to the playoffs for 3 straight years.
Belichick was available. So, I mean, I get...
If they wanted Belichick, they would have got Belichick.
I agree with that. But my point is, the bigger point is that I just don't think Sirianni is some X's and O's genius. Just in general, I don't. So I think the Kellen Moore hire is extremely important. I do think Kyle Shanahan is an X's and O's genius. And that's the differentiator for me when I'm looking at...
Genius?
X's and O's, yes. Now, we can quibble about... roster politics and stubbornness and situational play calling, things like that.
Andy Reid's a genius. Shanahan's very good.
Okay. All right.
And I'm not giving you the genius title till you win a ring.
All right. That's just genius might be strong. Fine.
Yeah, but I'm nitpicking here on the word. But when you say genius,
it might be strong.
I think, wow.
Relative to his peers, he's on a short list. I mean, you're looking at McVay, him, Andy Reid's clearly the cream of the top. Okay, fine. But I look at him as someone who I'm paying him probably close to $20 million a year because I think he can figure out how to reload on offense. I'm not paying him for the defense, right? Like, even though I know the defense is his baby, and I'm looking at offense. He found George Kittle. He found Deebo Samuel. He found Brandon Aiyuk. None of those guys were top of the charts guys heading into a draft. None of them. Now, Brandon Aiyuk was the highest of all those draft picks, and he's done a great job with
him. But Deebo exploded during the draft process.
Sure.
During the draft process after the Senior Bowl, Deebo Samuel was a hot commodity. A lot of people were talking about Deebo Samuel. I remember doing a lot of shows with the voice of the 49ers. Yeah, little second round. There's nothing. Hey, if you're a top 60 pick in the NFL, that's pretty damn good.
Oh, no,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's pretty damn good. But he had the injury concerns, too. He missed a lot of time in South Carolina.
And he was a senior as opposed to a junior. Right. There's a lot of reasons.
I mean, he missed one entire season with, I think, an Achilles injury. The other year, he's had a lot of wear and tear.
So where I'm going at with this is that I believe in Kyle Shanahan to find the next guy. I just do, and I believe in Brock Purdy to kind of figure it out and make it work. It would be devastating for a young quarterback who's only in his 3rd year to lose his number 1 target. But
it just seems crazy. That seems crazy.
But Bonte, you have to play out the money.
No,
and
I hear the money. I hear the money. But
they're just up against it.
I know. I hear you on the money. And you get so caught up in the money. You get caught up in the money so much. You don't have to pay Purdy until next season. You can move off of Deebo next season. You can maybe move off of Hargrave next season. Why are we so quick to punt on Aiyuk, bring in the project, and then try to win a Super Bowl this season without Brandon Aiyuk, who's one of the 10 best wide receivers in all of football, and he proved to everybody out here that he can be a number 1 wide receiver.
Because you don't want to lose a guy for nothing. So like Deebo Samuel is a guy like because of their situation in your hypothetical, then you're losing him for nothing. Like right now you lost Eric Armstead with a ton of dead cap for nothing. Like for just
so let me ask you this:
it's not a great financial.
But nobody cares about Armstead. The way
I know, but I'm saying like I can get something back for Aiyuk.
So Stephon Diggs, what did he go for with Buffalo? 5th round pick. 4th round pick?
Initially, Buffalo traded a first rounder for him. But then they traded, like a 5th round pick, yes.
For him.
But you had to pay him a lot of money, and he only had 1 year left.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And he's on his 3rd contract. Aiyuk's going up on his 2nd.
I think we really sleep on Aiyuk and how special he is. And I think trading him, I understand what you're trying to say, Shasky, with the finances. Trust me, I'm into the cap. I got Spell Track as a bookmark. I love the salary cap and the finances and everything like that. But damn it, I am against giving up premium players. I'm keeping all my premium players. I will find a way to keep Aiyuk and try to move off somewhere else and get cheap somewhere else. I have a hard time, man. I have a hard time trading a guy like Brandon Aiyuk. The guy's a special route runner. The guy makes catches. Boom, first game of the season, 8 catches, 8 targets. You're like, okay, this guy's ready to roll. And he has been the most consistent wide receiver. The most consistent wide receiver the 49ers have had since when? T.O.? Bolden?
Probably Bolden.
Bolden
had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons.
For those 2 years, but with these these 2 back-to-back seasons, to me, is even more impressive considering the way they run their offense.
Bonte, I want to keep the guy. It's just, I'm telling you, they've got money coming down the books here, coming down the pipe. They're going to have to figure their stuff out. And the way I'm viewing it is this is the year to load up in the draft to get cheaper around Brock Purdy so that you are ready once he hits his big payday. You've got some infrastructure in place and some draft capital. I kept watching that Super Bowl back, and the Niners were extremely top-heavy. They needed to reload via the draft, and this is the time to do it.
But they have 10 picks. You can still reload while giving Aiyuk his money,
yeah,
right?
but I'm viewing it this way. Like, I want to be able to have all those second rounders and all those third rounders. To me, you can control the middle of the draft, and you can get a lot of starters out of that. You can get outside linebackers. You can get some secondary players. They clearly need multiple offensive linemen. They're going to need playmakers at some point. They still, like to your point, they need a D tackle. I keep glossing over that. They probably need another outside linebacker, D end, however you determine that position. Again, Aiyuk brings a lot to the table. I want Brandon Aiyuk. It just feels like one of these guys is going to be the odd man out. In an ideal world, it would be Debo. But because of the money attached to Debo, I feel like they're going to lean Aiyuk.
But if you wait till next year, Debo's dead cap number is a lot lower than it is this year.
Yeah.
It
is.
Cuts in, it's slashed by $27 million. The dead cap this year is $42.7. It's $15 next year. Kittle is getting older. It's $15 next year, dead cap hit. And so with Brett, I don't want to ruin Brock Purdy. I need to surround him with as many weapons as possible. Brock Purdy, that is. Taking away a weapon in his third year, his number one guy, I don't know. Let's go up to Vacaville. Let's go talk to Javier in Vacaville. Javier, good morning to you.
Hello, Mr. Shafsky and Mr. Hill. First thing, I mentioned 4 years ago, almost to the date, about the Kinlaw prediction, and you were kind of on that last week.
Wait, time out, Javier. I was right about Kinlaw, and you were wrong.
No, no. You're speaking false narrative. I said I predicted the pick. I didn't say about I liked one. I predicted the pick. You got to, and I have the audio recording, so you can laugh and smirk.
Oh, I'm laughing, dog.
You can laugh because you don't sound like you have any sense of what you're talking about right now. The Niners went up $31.4 million from the salary cap from 2023 to 2024. They had $38 million in dead cap, from cap that transfer from 2023 to 2024. The Niners at the projection was going to be $250 million for the cap, which only had the 49ers at 3.3 over the cap. But it actually went up $5 more million than it was originally projected. So the Niners were actually what? They're under the cap. The 11 draft picks, now 10 draft picks they have, are going to cost, ironically, twice what the Niners were over the cap at 3.3 at 6.6. So this whole, the Niners are going to be over the cap. You don't even know. You have to do the homework first, dog. The Niners have Brandon Aiyuk.
Flush this idiot. I'm so sick of Javier. God. Banish him to Alcatraz. He's never allowed to call back again. Ever. God. Then why did they keep Armstead? If they're in a holy matrimony of finances, why didn't they keep Armstead?
Javier was flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Trade.
Lucky us.
Jesus.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Trade. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it.
The guy tried to do a walk-off on Kinlaw. I mean, get out of here.
Brought to you by Flowing Water.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
And Drame. Look at man. Listen.
And then he starts spouting 45.
Well, listen. I get what he was saying. I wish the caller would have went a little longer. I actually don't think that was the worst of Javier. I thought he was doing no, seriously. I don't think that was the worst of Javier. He was talking numbers, and I just wanted him to get to his point. That's all. Sometimes it takes Javier it takes him a while to get to his point. But I felt like we were getting close to his point. Now, Lutman, if you want to take the call, because it may be Javier calling back, just ask him what his point is, and maybe you could relay that to us. Maybe you can relay what his point was, because I would love to hear his point.
I don't think Sam would want to do that. He's not going to give him his point, first of all. He's just going to be mad.
All right, whatever. 888-957-9570. Where are Niner fans at with trading Brandon Aiyuk because of the money and the financials? We're going to talk to Rob Stats on Fire at 920. He's all things 49ers. We'll ask him his opinion. Javier, man.
It's the body of work for me. It's the 3 years of calling in and just never, ever nailing a point ever.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
What are we doing?
What are we doing, man? We're talking about what to do with Brandon Aiyuk. And what I want to do with Brandon Aiyuk is keep him with the 49ers as long as possible.
Do you think?
I feel like he's under. I feel like we underrate him in this business. I would agree, especially really around here.
But would you meet me here? Like it feels like to me, he's probably not going to be ready to play if he doesn't get a new deal, right?
Well, yeah, he will probably hold out.
Yeah, right. Like
will he hold in like Debo?
I don't know. That didn't really do much for Debo. And I view them different. Aiyuk's always been physically in peak performance. It feels like when I go to training camp, he is by far and away one of the best players on the field. Yeah. Like year after year after year, he dominates in the training camp. Like he's been outstanding. So I don't worry about him and his conditioning and all that stuff. But like if ever there was a year to figure out the money and get them all locked in and ready to go, it'd be now so that Brock and him could work all offseason together.
Oh, okay, James. Javier says, long story short, 10 minutes into telling his story. Did I say Javier's stats on fire? Did I say that? Did I say Javier's stats on fire? Oh, my God. I'm rattled. Look, here's meet me here, though. Meet me here, because I hear everything you're saying. I want you to meet me a little bit sometimes, man, because it's always got to meet you in the middle. How about you meet me here? You don't have any concern. I know how many picks the Niners have. They have 10 picks. They did hit on Debo and Aiyuk. But how many misses have they had? Massive misses that have put them in the spot today. Like, do you really trust them without Adam Peters now in Washington? You got John Lynch in the room with Kyle Shanahan. Do you fully trust them to make the right picks if you move off of Brandon Aiyuk? Do you really trust him to take the right receiver? Like, that's the other thing that we're not talking about. The draft is coming up.
Of course you can whiff.
You guys brought up Javon Kinlaw. That was a miss.
Ponte, they had the biggest whiff in the history of the 49ers. Trey Lance. Like, this regime, the biggest whiff in the history of the 49ers. And ironically, they found a way to pivot, not panic, and they found Brock Purdy. So, of course, there's a massive risk. There's a massive risk. I mean, you know, Jalen Reagor. You could draft a Jalen Reagor.
Oh my gosh!
Right? You could draft a Jalen Reagor, and then you'll be forced to have to trade for an AJ Brown and overpay. This is the same organization that took Solomon Thomas, same regime that took Reuben Foster. Like, they've done this before at other positions where they've doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. I feel like the Javon Hargrave is a double down from missing on Kinlaw,
exactly.
Which is a double down from
missing on Solomon Thomas.
Exactly.
You're missing on all these guys.
So. Like, yes, there's a massive risk. It's football. It's pro sports. Teams miss all the time.
But with this regime, when you finally get a player that pops, in Brandon Aiyuk, and he turns into, last year, like, again, I will read the numbers again, and we all watch the games. We all watch the games. We watch 49er
He's
football.
Awesome. He's a really good player.
We all watch 49er football. So, like, I'm not into, when you come to all these draft misses, and you're still making up for the Solomon Thomas pick, which this regime made happen. Yeah. The Reuben Foster pick, which this regime made happen. The Jerick McKinnon free agent signing, to where you got to pivot and you got to play with Elijah and you play with all these guys. And you know what? We need a running back. Let's go trade for McCaffrey. Like, I got to keep the proven players, man. I got to keep the proven players. He's number one in targets. He's number one in receptions. He's number one in receiving yards. He's number two in the league in freaking average yards per catch. Come on, man. I can't. The more I think about this, the more I think it's just crazy. And it's been the talk of the offseason. Thank God we had the Warriors kind of distract us here. But every day I look at something. I'm saying, we really want to trade Brock Purdy's top target?
I don't think they want to. I just think that,
why does that make sense?
They're up against it. Because they gave Deebo Samuel a lot of money, and I think it kind of they kind of screwed up some of their stuff.
You could get creative. Pay Aiyuk this year with the guarantees and stagger some of the base.
But Bonte, when they had Deebo Samuel, when they paid Deebo Samuel, I think that they believed they had their quarterback on a cost controlled. He would have made $20 million in the 5th-year option. That would be Trey Lance. And now you got a quarterback who's going to hit significantly harder.
Money. But then that quarterback, who pairs better with that quarterback long term?
Oh,
Aiyuk or Deebo?
There's not a question. It's Aiyuk.
So let me keep Aiyuk this year. We'll work something out, and we could get creative and move it off of Debo next year. If that's the case.
Look,
that's the case.
I would love for them to pay him, and I think that there is a way and a path for them to probably be able to pay him this year. There probably is a path, but they've got some reasoning behind it, and they also have to look at themselves and say,
have they come out and said that? Because
No.
John Lynch has come out and said, if you find John Lynch Spinoni from recently, say we got to keep Aiyuk. We have to keep Aiyuk.
The
We're not looking
messaging
to
felt
trade
a
him.
lot different than the Nick Bosa thing. Like Nick Bosa was very certain. It was very certain that they were going to keep him.
Obviously, that wasn't certain.
But even then, like you and I had the same conversation with Bosa, and I was one of the few. I was like, I might entertain just like seeing what I can get. I would love to have him. I want to keep him. But part of being a GM and a businessman is the phones are always open. I want to keep great players.
Yeah.
There's like 2 players in the league who I'm not answering the phone call for. It's Patrick Mahomes and it's Josh Allen. That's for me. Everybody else, I'll listen.
CJ Stroud?
I need to see another year. And I love CJ Stroud, but come on, I need to see another year. Like, if I'm going to do that to Brock Purdy, I'm going to do the same thing to CJ Stroud. I got to see another year.
Well, we can't. Yeah, I'm not with trading Brock Purdy. At the end of the day, the financials, everything that we're talking about, everything that we're laying out.
I would love
we
to
stagger this
Aiyuk.
stuff. We can stagger this stuff. I can't get rid of Brandon Aiyuk. I just can't do it. Fozzie in the draft boardroom. What's happening, man? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte, Shasky, what it do?
What up, Fozzie?
What's up, bro?
Man, we got to trust these guys, man. It's Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. They turned around this organization. I mean, before they got to the 49ers, who were the doormat of the NFL, coming in last place in the NFC West. I mean, yeah, we missed on some draft picks, but we got some good guys, too. We got Aiyuk. He's a dog.
Right.
He's still under contract. We'll see what happens. But
Fozzie,
other than that,
Fozzie, let me ask you. Let me ask you,
Go
Fozzie.
ahead.
When it comes to all the financials and everything we're laying out, are you cool with trading Aiyuk to get another young wide receiver in here?
I mean, personally, not really. But if it comes down to it, I mean, I got faith in these guys. These are the same guys that took us to the Super Bowl in the last 2 times in the last 5 years, NFC championships.
Yeah, they've earned
before
it.
that, I hadn't seen that my whole life.
Yeah.
I'm a younger guy.
How old are you?
My age out there. I'm 27.
Oh, see?
Oh, nice. See, we're still. Fozzie, it makes me feel good that we're still connecting with the youngsters out there.
I mean, I'm not too young, but before that, I mean, I remember Candlestick Park, man. We used to be over there, and then we moved over to Santa Clara, and it was empty there all those years, man. We went to Jim Chonsula. We had the clown who's in Jacksonville now. I mean, we missed on a lot of draft picks, but these guys, man, they got it right. And I'll trust what they do.
Yeah, I'm glad that you bring that up because like I'm kind of with him in the sense like they've kind of earned the benefit of the doubt from me that whatever they do, I just kind of got to go with it because the proof's in the pudding. Like okay. You could cite all of the regular season record. Start off 6-10. Obviously, they acquired Jimmy. I mean, it was horrible. They took over an expansion franchise. The next year, the quarterback got hurt. They went 4-12. 13-3, 6-10. The quarterback hurt that year. 10-7, 13-4, 12-5. But those aren't the numbers I would cite. Here are the numbers I would cite. Since getting here, this is their numbers in terms of yardage ranking on offense. Started at 24. Worked their way up to 13, and since then, it's been number 2 overall in the league, number 5 overall in the league, number 3 overall in the league, number 1 overall in the league, and number 8 in the league. They can move the ball, no matter who the personnel is.
Well, they move the ball a hell of a lot better when Brandon Aiyuk's in the lineup.
I don't argue that. I have no rebuttal to that.
He's move the ball a hell of a lot better when he's in the lineup. This, to me, is hustling backwards when you're moving off of Brandon Aiyuk, a premium player that you developed, had him in the doghouse. You see him pop. He run blocks. Some of Christian McCaffrey's best highlights this year is with number 11 downfield blocking. Meanwhile, number 19, Deebo Samuel, there's conversations, when he knows he's not getting the ball, he's running half speed. We've got to work him out of that. Come on, man.
I love Aiyuk. I do too. But if we're going blocking, I mean, like Jennings is the best blocker on the team at wide receiver.
Aiyuk is
but
right
I don't
there.
pay you to.
Aiyuk is right there.
But I don't pay you to block.
And Aiyuk is right there. But that makes you a complete wide receiver.
I agree with that, but you don't get $30 million a year because you block.
It's part of it, though.
No,
it's part of it.
In this offense, yes, it's baked into how you play the position.
Let's go to John Lynch, owners meetings. Here's what he had to say about Aiyuk.
I was just with Mike Tomlin, and at the Michigan Pro Day, and Mike coached me, and so we're very close. And he's like, "Bro, what's going on?" Like, I promise you, we got nothing. Nothing's going on there. We're actively talking with Brandon, trying to figure something out, and I always talk. We have a good history of working with the guys we want to get done to get something done, and it takes two sides. So can we do that? We'll see. There's a number of different directions, that it could go, but we appreciate the heck out of Brandon and who he is as a player, and we want him to be a part of the Niners, and so we're going to work towards making that a reality.
John Lynch says that he usually makes it happen. He shares the same agency, or I believe they had the same agent, Brandon Aiyuk and John Lynch. I'm not sure if they still have the same agent, but the talk, and we just now have dove into the whole Brandon Aiyuk sweepstakes, because it seems like it's a lot of chatter with 49er content creators and YouTubers and
Aiyuk himself. Aiyuk put out on his Instagram page, which I wrote down, the draft's in 6 days, fireworks. And then Jaden Daniels is posting photos of Brandon Aiyuk and him at ASU when the coach was Pierce.
Oh yeah. Well,
so this isn't me. Well, these are young guys, pretending like the Steelers have been like basically linked to him forever.
What did Debo do 2 years ago?
Oh, he did the same thing.
Didn't he follow the Jets?
He did a lot.
Did he do all that stuff? And
this is what the modern athletes do.
This is what they do. So I don't really pay attention to what they're doing on social media. But they're doing that to trigger you guys.
I do.
It's going to be fireworks on the draft.
Yeah, but I do look at Washington, the Commanders. They have Adam Peters, who has familiarity with the 49ers. They have a boatload of money, and listen to their picks, okay? And we can argue they're going to take a quarterback.
I'm not just
36, 40, 67, 78, 100. That's what they have. I'm not
going to see.
I want at least two of those.
But I don't want to get it twisted here and saying that there is value in trading a Brandon Aiyuk, and I get that there's other teams who may need a wide receiver and want a Brandon Aiyuk, but it kind of tells you how good Brandon Aiyuk is when a lot of teams are lining up to trade for him. They're like, "Oh, you want to trade him? Oh, we will take him right now. Oh, you want to trade? You really want to trade Brandon Aiyuk? And you want to jumpstart the Washington Commanders? And you want to pair him with Terry McLaurin and Dotson? Are you kidding me?
Well, Dotson,
oh my gosh.
In one of these types of deals, I think the Niners would get back a player like a Dotson who's nowhere near as good as Aiyuk, but can sub in and get you like 50 catches or something like that. Like, that's what they would try to do. I look at Kansas City as the model, like, to me, and it's different.
But they have the quarterback.
We do too. Brock's really good.
Have the quarterback. Well, Brock ain't Mahomes. You first words out of Allegiant Stadium.
Of course he's not Mahomes. No one is
Mahomes. First words out of Allegiant Stadium out of your mouth to be.
No one's
That's
Mahomes.
what I'm saying. So let's stop using the Kansas City model. They're the best quarterback possibly of all time. We have Brock Purdy.
Dallas did the same thing. They moved off of Amari Cooper, and they drafted.
And how much better have they gotten?
Well, CeeDee Lamb had one of the most historic seasons ever.
And they were out in the wild card round.
Well, but they've won double digits.
Back. They've gotten worse
since Mike McCarthy's gotten there. They've won double digits every year.
They've gotten worse since they've moved off of Amari Cooper. They've gotten worse.
I don't know. They had a pretty good year.
They've gotten worse. They beat up on all those cupcakes and they inflated their record. And then what happened when they played a real team? They got their asses bounced in the first round. Game was over at halftime. Halftime. Done. See ya. Come back next season and tell us about the same thing about Brock or Dak Prescott and their weapons out in Dallas. They're done. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for getting me in. I'm listening to the conversation. I kind of want to push back a little on this, above approach for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And I'm going to preface my comments. I'm not saying we should fire them. I'm not saying that. So just hear me out. All I'm saying is they should not be above approach. I know we've had some success. We've almost won a couple of Super Bowls. We've been to some NFC championships, and that's great. But frankly, we haven't met the standard. I think they have potential to meet the standard, but I think there's been some major flaws, especially in the draft. And I think this Thursday, there's going to be some pressure on the 49ers because, we found some diamonds in the rough in the later rounds, but we've had some egregious mistakes drafting running backs that never played in the second and third round. Obviously, the Trey Lance have never really invested heavily in the offensive line. I know Aaron Banks is looking solid, but re-signing McKivick doesn't really give people a lot of, hope and all that. So I think that, yeah, I'm not saying fire them, but they are not above approach.
They lost. Wait, one second. What do you even mean? I want to make sure I understand. They lost in the Super Bowl in overtime. So what are you saying? Like, they went as far as any other team. Like, what do you mean they're not above approach? What does that mean?
I'll ask you this, and you guys can hang up on me.
I just don't know what you mean.
No, what he's saying is, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong. What Dave is saying is, we can still question Lynch and Shanahan because they haven't won it, and they've had multiple whiffs on draft picks and bad free agent signings. Yet, yes, they still are good. They still are talented. But what Dave, I believe, if I'm not wrong, Dave, saying you can still question Lynch and Shanahan because they haven't done it all. Just like Andy Reid got questioned in Philly all those years, just like all these other coaches who don't win it, they are fair to get questioned. Hell, we questioned Bill Belichick, and he's got how many rings, for crying out loud? Go ahead, Dave. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to fire. I see a lot of potential. Shanahan's a great play designer. Let me ask you this, you guys can let me go. Let's just say they don't draft an offensive line early or a defensive back early. And let's say during the season, let's say Trent Williams goes down. How confident are you in the offensive line? Or let's say Tre'Davious Ward gets hurt how confident would you be in the secondary? So I feel like they are fully and invested in like their top tier players, and the drop off is too significant. I think instead of drafting running backs in second and third rounds for 4 straight years, or tight ends that don't play, you need to draft guys like Drake Jackson with a second round pick, and you had to go sign more defensive pass rushers for depth. Like, what was the point of that draft pick? So all I'm saying is there's some questions that I would like answers, but I'm not saying they should be fired. They just need to, they need to clean up some of these holes that have been kind of glaring since they got here.
Yeah. I hear you, Dave. I agree with Dave.
They have draft misses, right?
But I agree with Dave. They're not above criticism.
No, I know, but every team has draft misses.
Steve Kerr and Bob Myers are not. We criticize them all the time. They got rings.
No, I get it. But I think that there is this like, they're idiots. It's like, they're not idiots.
No, well, nobody.
And I don't think you're saying that. And I don't think you're saying that. But like, in terms of draft misses, every team has draft misses. Like last year, let's go back to the Super Bowl. Their 3rd round rookie intercepted Patrick Mahomes. Okay? Their 3rd round rookie. That's what happened in that game. All right? Like, that was their highest pick of last year's draft. And yeah, they missed on Drake Jackson. There's no doubt about it. Like, no one's arguing. And they traded a 3rd rounder for Chase Young. Chase Young played really good in the Super Bowl. That was about it. They're going to get that 3rd round pick back because he just signed with somebody else. Their number 1 overall pick in 2019 had a great Super Bowl, even though he whiffed on the biggest play of the game in Nick Bosa. They gave him the highest contract in the history of the sport on defense at the time. It was a wildly successful pick. Their 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant quarterback, was playing really good in the Super Bowl and has led them in back-to-back years to monumental playoff wins and has been outstanding. So, yeah, there have been a lot of misses, and I don't deny any of that. Like, every team misses. They've hit a lot, too.
Yeah, but what Dave was just saying is that they're not above criticism. They can be criticized just like the best of them. As much as you could give them credit for picks, we can criticize them for picks. Now, overall, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have done wonders to bring the Niners back to relevancy. I mean, they've done wonders. They go to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years. They go to all the NFC title games to win a division and control the NFC West. But at the end of the day, we walked out of Las Vegas disappointed thinking, how can we get better? And why weren't we better? Or why this didn't happen? Or why that didn't happen? Well, we walked out the Super Bowl thinking, damn, could have used more weapons, right? Mm-hmm. Damn, could have used more weapons.
Well, I think that's where the draft comes in for me. And that's why, I look at the team, they've exhausted.
But the draft comes in, but we're all discussing maybe moving off our best, outside of Christian McCaffrey, our most explosive offensive player, and moving off of him for more draft picks.
You traded for Trey Lance, and you lost a ton of draft capital.
I hear that.
And that entire trade draft was really bad. And then the next year was really bad as well. And the only thing you really got from it was Brock Purdy.
And then, I hear you on taking young wide receivers.
Like, they need to restock.
They took a young wide receiver in Danny Gray.
And I think that was a Trey Lance style pick, and it hasn't worked out.
Well, they took Ronnie Bell. Ronnie Bell flamed out in the last 2 months of the season.
I don't know how much what was he, a 7th rounder? Like, that's where I would say, like, they need to go back into this one, and they need to take multiple wide receivers early in the draft. They need offensive line help. They need secondary help.
I'm fixing the offensive line first. I'm fixing the secondary. I'm fixing the D-line. then I'll get the wide receiver. I'll get the wide receiver after that. And that's baked into I'm keeping Brandon Aiyuk around for 2024. Okay. That's
well, if
where
you
I'm
keep
at.
Brandon Aiyuk, then yeah, you're probably going to go offensive line with that first pick.
I would do that anyway. Without Brandon Aiyuk,
I like playmakers in the first round. That's just my particular template. I'm not against it. Like, hey, if you get Quentin Nelson, you get Quentin Nelson. But I prefer playmakers in the first round.
This team is not hit on playmakers a lot. They struggle getting playmakers. They've got playmakers, but they've struggled. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anthony and Sack, real quick before the injury report. Anthony, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? My first time calling, long time listener.
Thank you, Anthony.
From you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, man, I just wanted to talk about my draft crush, and then get your guys' thoughts on what's that.
Who is it? I want to hear it.
All right, K-State, man, Ben Sinnott, tight end. We've been trying to find a replacement for Kittle for years. This guy is projected to go anywhere from the 4th and the 6th round. I try to be realistic with mine. We're not going to go out and get, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
So. But Ben Sinnott, man, if you guys got time, watch highlights. I know, Chastity, you love to be watching that film. And
I'm writing it
this
down.
guy's got great hands. He blocks balls.
Anthony.
Tremendous. And I saw him in an interview.
Anthony. You know I love watching film too, right?
No, I know.
He likes Mac Jones film.
Oh, stop. No, my dad, I love you too, bro. I'm just saying, like, he's got that nerd in him where he's watching that film. I didn't know that about you, Monte, so my fault.
I'm the one who brought Trey Lance to the table watching film. You don't know about that, Anthony. No, that irks me, Anthony. I love you. Please call back. I'm checking out this Benson Care right now. Ben Sinnott, tight end, 6'3", nearly 6'4", weighs about 250 pounds, was honorable mention, All-American. Honorable mention, All-American out of K-State. Number 30, looks like he wears number 34. Interesting. Yeah, I felt disrespected, man, like I don't like watching film and breaking down the draft and watching all the draft picks.
The audience knows.
Oh, no, they don't. They don't now. Apparently they don't. That pisses me off.
Why are you so
Let's
mad?
go to the injury report.
Why are you so mad?
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
Oh man. Draft season is here. It's here. Niner fans are back. Slowly but surely, crawling out from the grave.
It took 2 months.
After I'm still not over the Super Bowl.
I'll never get over it.
Yeah, he'll get over it.
No, this is the biggest draft of the Shanahan era.
The first words out of Shasky's mouth walking out of Allegiant. Saw a difference there. Mahomes and Brock. There's a difference.
There is.
Brock's just good. Mahomes is an all-time great.
Yep.
So let's stop comparing Mahomes and his weapons to
I'm
Brock
saying
Purdy.
the template of how they build their team.
Yeah, but we can't use that template. We don't have Mahomes. We're not hard on Brock.
Exactly. Have you seen his biceps in the most recent photo? My guy looks chiseled.
Looks great.
It's not a good thing. Quarterbacks aren't supposed to be jacked. Just ask Julian Edelman. Too much time in the weight room.
Oh, boy. How about this? Alex Cobb moved to the 60-day IL.
Yeah, I knew it was progressing
to make room for newly acquired pitcher Mitch White. This was in part because Cobb showed he experienced some mild irritation last week, according to John Shea. Bob Melvin referred to the irritation as more of a slowdown and a setback.
Mitch White was a Bellarmine boy who was drafted by the Dodgers in the 2nd round.
Good for him.
Local
He's coming
kid.
back home.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I'm rooting for you, Mitch White.
Yeah, it's a cool
rooting
story.
for you. They did not rule out Cobb making his return when he's eligible to come off the IL at the end of May, but I have my doubts. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Who's watching film right now? Anthony and Sack. Yeah, I don't know if you like to nerd out like that. I'm not the guy who loves all the movies. It's sports, and more sports. I feel disrespected. Taking a shot at the king. You know what, Anthony and Sack? Don't call us back for another 2 days.
Wait, taking a shot at who?
You know, I'm just well-rounded. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's a Wacky Monday, my favorite day of the week. Here on The Roast. I'm having a meltdown.
Hey, baby.
We're not hard on Brock. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're not hard on Brock. We're not. Brock's a good player. Good morning, everybody out there. Get out their graveyard shit. I just wanted to give Spinoni another drop. That's all that was. I'm trying to get my guru on. I feel like Guru sometimes does things so he can make that drop. That's important to some people.
At least Bonte didn't win.
See, that's why I'm hating on Guru, because he's hating on me. Nobody likes to see me win. Why? Why? Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line. We see you. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed like Javier. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. By the way, the Broncos just released their new uniforms.
Oh.
Denver Broncos, new uniform.
What do they look like? Come on.
They didn't go back to the old logo.
What? Why
the
not?
D on the helmet. You know, the D with the Bronco going through the D. All right, pause. No Diddy.
Wait a minute.
Oh, they look like knockoff Bear uniforms.
They look like knockoff Boise State uniforms.
Let me see.
It's not good at all. Not good at all.
Describe them for the radio audience.
Well, it's their you got the orange crush right there, but it's not like the old school. Like, I thought they were going to go back to like the white helmets maybe with that old Bronco look, but it's more of like a new like college uniform.
Oh my gosh, they're really mediocre.
They're very mediocre. And they didn't change the logo on the helmet. They need to go back to the old John Elway.
What are they doing?
Orange Crush helmets.
They do. They look like Illinois jerseys.
Yeah, these are terrible. Terrible. Gosh.
Wow.
They hyped these up. Adam Schefter was retweeting them all. Now, the Lions redesign is sick.
Well, it's classic.
It's classic.
The Jets was classic.
Broncos down bad. And I mean, if we're going by uniforms and divisions, AL West is stacked. AL West. NFC.
I was going to say, what?
Excuse me. Well, AL West, they stink, by the way. But you got the Raiders, you got the Chargers and the Chiefs. This is really strong uniforms.
So, why do teams make it so much harder for themselves? Just embrace the 1980s and 1990s jerseys. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I will say this regarding the Denver Broncos. These jerseys look like they belong in Walmart because they're now owned by the Walmart family, and these are not good.
Yeah.
They're not good.
These are Walmart uniforms. No, these things are mediocre. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Open phone lines right now as we are getting ready for the NFL draft. You got the Warriors off season, the NBA playoffs. What was your big takeaway there? We got a roulette board full of just Ryan Garcia, big time performance by him over local boy Devin Haney. It was tough to see the local boy get beat up the way he did. Got knocked down 3 times. The referee saved him from being finished. Should have been finished. He got destroyed in that fight. You got the Giants splitting with the Diamondbacks. They split with the Diamondbacks. Won 2 of the first 3 games in the series. Lost yesterday. Your boy Miller came in, gave it up after Jordan Hicks pitched well for 5 innings. So, what's your mind? What's your big takeaway? Big takeaway from the sports weekend? Is it Aiyuk trade rumors? Is it the Niners in their draft? Well, the playoffs? Are you watching the playoffs thinking who could the Warriors pluck from these teams?
It's a variety of things when it comes to the NBA. There's a big part of me that's actually really glad that the Warriors got bounced when they did, because I do think that if they want to make the appropriate changes to be back in contention, those deals might not make themselves presentable, but like they needed to lose that way emphatically, because I'm seeing Warrior fans like, we could have beat OKC. Really, we're going to do that? We're going to do that? Come on, Warrior fans.
Well, they do look vulnerable. So I'm not mad at Warrior fans for thinking like that. When you have championship experience like the Warriors do and the Pels don't, Warriors are winning that game yesterday. If the Thunder was playing like that yesterday, Warriors are winning that game. I'm not saying they would win the series.
I'll say they got blown out by a team that got blown out. You know what I mean? In the Sacramento, the Warriors, they look like the 10th seed. That's what they were. They look like the 10th seed.
They're awful.
That's what they were.
But I can't be bad. I'm not going to lie. There's various points in that game. Like, damn, I wish the Warriors are in this mix. Like, think about how well it's set up for them. No Zion on Friday. Pelicans, no Zion.
Why are you doing
know what I'm saying? Like, because we're fans. That's what we do.
It's set up well for them all year. And they lost games to San Antonio, Luka-less Denver, Dallas Mavericks. Like, so I don't know. But that Warrior is like, this could be a big offseason. And when I mean big, I don't know. Is this the biggest in the Bay Area in the last 20 years? Feels like it.
I feel like it's the most tense offseason for one professional team in this market in at least 20 years.
Wow, I like that way.
I'm most tense. Wow. Like, it is tense.
What even comes close?
Because what's close?
Because I was thinking like that Giants, after losing to the Cubs the way they did.
2016.
They needed a closer, but it didn't feel this dire.
No, it didn't. The Niners off seasons, they've had some off seasons where like, you got to get a player. You got to, like the Trey Lance off season, for example. This past off season was kind of tense for the Niners. Because you had to Bosa hold out.
It was.
You didn't know what to do with Trey Lance. We didn't know if Brock Purdy was going to be ready to start week 1.
Is Trent going to retire?
Sam Darnold signed with the 49ers. Yeah. And we thought, Sam Darnold, is he really going to have a shot to compete? Well, he did. He got the backup job. But for the Warriors, it is the most tense, I believe, in this market at least 20 years. Because you have sentimental players in Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. So right off the rip, I'm at the family. I'm Brioni's birthday party and the family there, and all these big Warrior fans, and they're like, "No, Klay's coming back. He's got to come back. We got to keep our core. It ain't the problem, right?" So you got that segment of fans. Then you got, what do you do with Andrew Wiggins? What do you do with Andrew Wiggins? Then you got, what do you do with Draymond Green? Then you have the people who are saying it's Steve Kerr's fault. Steve Kerr, the rotations. He don't coach well. Then you got people like my dad saying, the refs just got it out for us. They don't help us like that. We got bigger problems than the referees.
I mean,
the referee talk, it's whatever. So, like, people
refs have it out for us. I kind of I'm here for that conspiracy theory.
But then also you got just the family member.
No, trust me. I always have an uncle that thinks that the referees are out to get us.
It's fixed, it's bought, it's predetermined, it's scripted, blah, blah, blah. And then you got the Kuminga Moody. They need to play Moody. Was Moody any good? Kuminga, what do you do with Kuminga? Do you trade Kuminga? I'm watching these young players pop in the playoffs. Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Maxey, who was playing SGA last night. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, Chet Holmgren in the playoffs, right? Young players. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, what would it look like with Moody and Kuminga getting in more expanded role within this offense? There's all these question marks.
But like, it's interesting you say that because like as I'm watching OKC last night, you know what I'm thinking? Chet Holmgren doesn't have to look over his shoulder and worry about a GP2 coming in and snagging his minutes. Chet Holmgren doesn't have to worry about his coach having zero tolerance for a missed bucket.
I mean, even, you're right. Trey Murphy the third. Trey Murphy the third and Herb Jones, they don't got to look behind their back.
No, I mean, and like any of those guys, and it's not, I'm just pointing at the coach, other players, not tolerating certain extra passes and stuff like that. The one thing that I do, I think the Warrior body language, as I look around the league, we had really bad body language this year, just in general, all of them. Youngsters, old guys, everyone, just the body language felt very like disgruntled. Entitled is too strong. Frustrated.
Nah, I thought the body language was a lot better than it was a season ago.
Sure. I mean, that was like all-time low. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, in general, there was a lot of, like, I don't know, just I see around the league, like, there's a lot of frustration around the league with calls and whatnot. I don't see the outward anger of not making the extra pass, not moving to the corner and going that way. Like, the Warriors, the tolerance level for movement on specific plays is kind of wild. That's what I pick up on.
I don't know about that. I don't know about the body language being bad. I saw a team that was upbeat, that was confident. They were confident. They thought they were going to make a run. They thought they were going to do some special things in the West playoffs, and the fact is we're watching these playoffs without the Golden State Warriors. We're watching OKC try to learn how to win in the postseason. We're watching the Pelicans try to win in the postseason. We're watching the Denver Nuggets slowly but surely try to create their own dynasty. And look, the Lakers got no shot against them. As long as the Nuggets are healthy, the Nuggets are winning that in 4 or 5. There's no doubt in my mind.
KCP, it's just a solid winner.
I don't know. I was trying to look for suckers over the weekend, people who thought the Lakers actually had a shot in this series. I was looking for those suckers. Couldn't find one. I was trying to make some extra cash. I need to make up money with the Warriors. Not in the playoffs right now. Not to make it about myself.
So how do you approach a sucker and try to make money off the Lakers? I'm curious how this works.
You just eavesdrop. You just listen to conversations and you listen to the way people talk. Like you, for example, you're sitting there like, I think the Lakers. I was like, damn, maybe I could get Shafsky out of something. Maybe I could Maybe I could borrow one of his 3 houses. Maybe for the weekend. Maybe I could, maybe I could find something.
They're going to win. They're going to win a game against Denver. They're going to win a game.
They'll win a game against Denver. They'll win a game. I had it going 6, but I was, listening to you talk last week. You were like, "Oh, I think the Lakers. I don't know, P." And I was like, "Oh, maybe I got this sucker right here. Maybe I could have bet." But
it is a long shot. I mean, we have to acknowledge long shots. So no, I think that the Warriors are in a good spot to sit back, watch what the rest of the league is doing, and make clear-headed assessments. When the season ends and the offseason begins right away, I think you can be a little emotional, and the coming down period can be very difficult. And so you make emotional decisions one way or the other. And I think the finality of ending a full month, if not more, before the rest of the season kind of shakes itself out postseason-wise, I think it's good for the Warriors to sit back and watch. Because to think that they're close is fool's gold. Well, I think they're far away.
Well, these teams look good. Like, you consider a matchup against Minnesota. We're all like, oh, we want to see OKC in Minnesota. Those jokers in Minnesota. Anthony Edwards is about that life.
They're not jokers.
He's about that life.
Will they keep that team together with their finances being what it is? Can I get Nas Reed?
Why are you so worried about that?
Well, because they're already talking. Because
they just re-signed Nas Reed to a 3-year deal.
Because the owner was supposed to sell the team to Alex Rodriguez, and now he's not, and they can't go into the luxury tax that deep. They're a team like the Warriors that is going to be facing some penalties, and so yes, they are going to have to get rid of some players.
You're worried about getting rid of guys?
No, I'm trying to see if I can get Nas Reed from them.
That'd be great to get Nas Reed. That'd be great to get Nas Reed
or Cat. I mean, they might get rid of Cat,
but
Cat has flaws.
Cat's a good player. Cat's definitely a good player. Talent has never been a question with them. But Minnesota, Nas Reed, we're not getting Nas Reed, man. We're not getting Nas Reed. Oh, that would be great. That'd be great.
And when it comes to the Giants, I just think that right now they're trying to feel out what they are. They need a little jolt here. They need a good Blake Snell start. I mean, that's...
Lupton is sleep at the wheel. He didn't change the color of blue.
That's okay. That's what they really need. They need a nice start from Blake Snell to kind of calm the waters here. And they can get going. Jung-Hoo Lee, I'm telling you, man, he's been really good. He's just scratching the surface on what he can be. But they need Chapman to start hitting. Chapman's got to wake up.
This is who Chapman is. This is who Matt Chapman is.
I don't think he's this bad.
He's a lifetime 240 hitter.
Yeah, but he's not even close to that right now.
Yeah, well, he'll get there. The averages get a little skewed early in the season. I try not to look at batting average for at least the first month because you realize that it's going to be.
Yeah, are you having good at bats?
Like Chapman could go 5 for 5 and all of a sudden he's batting 250. You're like, oh, look at Chapman, he's batting 250. It's like, no, he's had a terrible season. You have one good game. It's like basketball. People told me the same thing about Clay last year. Oh, he had a good game. He was 8 for 9 from 3. And all the other games, he's 5 for 32. That stuff happens. You could swing the percentages left and right, back and forth. Clay Thompson, what's that? Boy, he's... I just want to go a show without discussing him.
I didn't bring him up.
More so Moody, because I heard it all weekend.
What did you hear? What was the general consensus on Clay? Was there not a consensus?
It was like 50-50.
What was it? What was the
He's the number one problem. He's got to go. Then other comments like, you can't get rid of Clay. You can't get rid of Clay. So for the people who were like, Bonte, they got to get rid of Clay, man. He's awful. I was like, well, did you know he shot better from the field and the three-point lines than Steph since the All-Star break?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I'm acting as his agent currently, here are the pluses.
No, trust me. Clay got to break me off 5%. I'll get him $35 million a year, though. You better believe that. I'll sell Clay. I'll sell the hell out of it. I'll sell anybody. I'll get you paid. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I should have maybe been an agent.
It's not too late.
No, it's too late. I'm not going back to school. I'm not going back to those classes.
It's all about who you know, Bonte. You know people.
Bob Myers.
What could you do a better job?
There's your in.
What could you do a better job of? Selling me into Klay Thompson or selling me out of Brock Purdy?
Wow, that's a great question. I'd probably do a better job of selling you out of Brock Purdy. Because I would just use your words against
hard on Brock.
I would just use your words against you, Shasky. Like, I gave Brock all the credit in the world.
He had a
great year.
Yeah.
But I'd never forget the first word Shasky told me out of Allegiant Stadium. It was about the quarterback.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw the greatest quarterback of all time. You know, it's unfortunate. If they played anyone other than him, they probably win that game.
Oh, man. 888-957-9570. It is draft week. The wide receivers, it is loaded. Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, LSU. Odunze, Washington. We all saw him. He is special.
All those guys feel like they're top 10 picks.
Yeah, they say Odunze is going to Arizona with Kyler Murray. It's going to be tough. Adonai Mitchell, Texas.
See, he feels like a Niner type of receiver. This is where you start getting into these guys, because I had Lubman print out this little wide receiver thing. This is the if the Niners are taking a wide receiver, this is the area where they're going to continue going.
Brian Thomas Jr., LSU.
Yes, the other LSU guy.
The other LSU. They always got guys. Troy Franklin, Oregon.
He's an intriguing player, although not as smooth as Aiyuk in terms of what I call separation.
I don't know if I'm feeling him like that. He's fine, though. Troy Franklin's good.
I actually like the tight end coming out of Oregon.
Lat McConkey, Georgia.
Keon Coleman, your boy.
Keon Coleman, Florida State. I wonder why he's so low, because he's so explosive. They're saying, however, the lack of agility in his game limits his route tree, separation from DBs. Those who love those alpha-type receivers will be big fans, but his inability to consistently separate means he won't be there for everyone. All I did was see him separate at Florida State. Well, that's all I saw Keon Coleman do.
Well, I think one thing...
Agility, he's their punt returner.
One thing, as you're looking at all these wide receivers, if they are going to go in that route with one of their first couple picks, they have to get a guy who can get off the line. The number one thing for the 49ers wide receivers, to me, the guys that don't work are guys that are physically not imposing at the press, getting off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
If you look at Dante Pettis, who didn't work out, he really couldn't get off the line of scrimmage. You look at Danny Gray, just can't get off the line of scrimmage. I think that's the one thing. If you want to excel in this offense, you're going to get pressed. They're going to basically say, can you win one-on-one? And that's why Aiyuk has been so good. He can get off the line of scrimmage very quickly.
One-on-one. That's why I don't want to trade that guy. I just don't want to trade that guy. Now, Zucci Mane, what up, Zucci Mane? Saying Chappie also signed late. Give him a month or two. Are we giving Chapman? Are we going to be patient with him as we're going to be patient with Blake Snell?
Well, Blake Snell only gets, a couple of starts. Pitching is the thing that is what spring training is all about. It's trying to get your guys ready to roll. So I'm a little more lenient on pitchers in general. But yeah, both guys, look, they're both represented by the same guy, Scott Boras. Scott Boras did them wrong. And the Giants deserve some culpability in this because everybody waited until the last second, both the player, the agent, and the team. So when you struggle right out of the rip, that's on them.
Yep. Now, this is interesting. 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. Would Carolina take Debo for the 39th overall pick?
I wrote down Carolina. They have no first-round pick. That's the one that they swapped.
Yep.
They have 33, 39, 65.
So that's what he's
they need to get a playmaker for their young wide receiver.
That's what 408 is asking. Would Carolina take Debo for 39th overall?
I don't know.
Would you do that as a 49er fan, Shasky?
So if I traded the 39th overall for Debo Samuel, yes, I would probably end up doing that.
39th overall straight up for Debo?
Yeah, because then that means I'd probably re-sign Brandon Aiyuk. But again, I don't know how the money would hit the books because of the dead cap, so it might kind of screw you a little this year. But yeah, I probably would end up doing that. I want to keep Debo, but 39B, you're going to have the pick of the litter of any of those wide receivers at the top, and you can use that as ammunition to move up higher to get someone else that you covet in the first round. Because I'm looking at it here, I think they need to walk away with their first two picks, need to be offensive line, wide receiver.
Debo for 39th overall.
You wouldn't do that?
In my head, I'm just like, that's not enough for a guy who's that dynamic.
What do you think his value is?
I don't know. I don't know what his value is.
But 39 is not enough?
It just seems like I'm selling low on Debo.
I mean, that's a high
he's a guy who's been an all-pro player. An all-pro player. You send him back to Carolina to where, basically you played his college ball right down the road in South Carolina. I know he's playing in Charlotte with the Panthers. I don't know. You take that hit, the $42.7 million cap hit.
You're not better this year.
You're not better this year, which is the same argument for Brandon Aiyuk. I'm trying to run it back and get to the Super Bowl and win it. It's Operation New Orleans. It's Operation Finish the Damn Job. And I need to finish the job with as many, because guess what? You may have to see Kansas City again, and they're going to load back up. And they will be better offensively. You better believe that. They got Hollywood Brown now. Oh, good Lord. So I need more corners. I definitely need corners because outside of Charvarius Ward, Diamador Lenore, who else do I have?
Well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah.
I need a
Thomas.
corner. I need a Thomas. I need every time. Exactly.
And that's who you have.
Dude, I need.
But they also have an opportunity. They have the two safeties, Jair Brown and Hufanga. Maybe they move one of those guys. I don't know.
One of those guys can't play corner?
No. I'm saying they might move one of those guys.
Oh, you think move them off the team?
Who knows? I don't know if they can play together. I'm not really sure. We asked Brian Baldinger that same question, and he thinks that most teams are playing three safeties and that they're going to need a safety anyway, and that one of those guys will play in the box, and he thinks Jair can play a little more center field, but he still thinks that they need to draft another safety. A lot of teams are going to the three safety set right now, just in the predominant passing formations that teams are in. And so I don't know. I don't think they have to choose between the two of them, but again, he's another guy that you got to kind of figure out what you're going to do with him. And he's coming off an ACL injury.
Ugh. I don't know if I can move off the safeties either. I'm looking at Jair Brown and Hufanga. That's a plus to me. Jair Brown can play both. Yeah, they missed Hufanga last year. They missed him. Even though he missed a lot of tackles, using the word missed. But he makes plays, man. He forces turnovers. He's a ball hawk. That's going to be intriguing to see. I'm looking at corners, though. All right, you get Diamador Lenore at one corner. You have Charvarius Ward at another corner. You got your boy Isaac Yiadom from New Orleans.
We'll see.
We'll see about him. You got Darrell Luter Jr. I need a corner. So when I look at top 5 needs, and if I trade Aiyuk, that's creating another need. So I need a corner because you can never have enough corners. You got to have at least 3 in today's NFL. You need another corner. You need probably another defensive tackle.
Absolutely.
Even though they invested a lot in the offseason, you would think.
To me, that feels mid to late round, but I'm with you.
But maybe edge.
No, I think edge is always going to be
definitely need right tackle or center.
Yes, and guard. I think you can throw guard in there too. I mean, guard is the reason like that final play with Brandon Aiyuk wasn't completed.
And so even with Brandon Aiyuk on the roster, I still need another wide receiver. And that's with Aiyuk on the roster.
And this is why I think having more swings, more bites at the apple is the way that I would proceed. And then you have now ammunition to move up in the draft to get the guy that you want. And we've seen that they've done that at times to be aggressive to go get the guy that they want. Brandon Aiyuk was the guy that they moved up for to go get, and no one saw that coming.
Oh, hey, I didn't realize we had color of the week. We'll do that on the other side. Color of the week from last week. All right, we'll do that. And then we got Color of the Week coming up on Friday. Friday show is just jam-packed. We couldn't do all our elements, man. People want to talk about the Dubs. All right, we'll do that on the other side.
I can't argue with you.
We're not arguing. We're just having a nice little discussion. Refreshing discussion about the 49ers and the state of the franchise.
I'm still not over it.
I can tell.
I'm never going to get over it.
Yeah, I can tell. Because that may be... I don't want to say it, man. I'm not going to do that today. What's going on with the game? Brought to you by the Order of the Malta Clinic.
Around 500,000 people in the Bay Area.
No. That's gone too far.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, having some fun on a Monday morning. Rob Guerrera, 920, Stats on Fire. Talking some 49ers as we get ready for the NFL Draft Thursday. NFL Draft. It's a big week.
I'm ready.
You got Giants and Mets. You got draft. You got the NBA playoffs with our Golden State Warriors. But I'm intrigued. Tonight, huge games. You got Sixers, Knicks, Madison Square Garden, and then you got the Nuggets and Shasky's Lakers and LeBron James. Will be LeBron watching.
The Lakers stink! I heard a bunch of arguments. If we had a healthy Jared Vanderbilt, it's like, shut up. Just shut up. Yeah, just shut up.
Well, Christian Wood's coming back.
Who said that? Who said if we have a healthy Jared Vanderbilt?
What's the guy that goes on with Steiny and Goo?
Oh, God. I don't know.
Tim?
Which one? Oh, yeah.
Tim's? Yeah, they love Tim's.
He's good. From Jason Tim from the Volume Network.
Did he play hoops?
Yeah, he did. He played in college, I believe.
There you go.
Was
He's
that
like,
the guy?
If they had a healthy Jared Vanderbilt.
No. That was somebody else that Kyle Draper name dropped, who played in the 90s apparently. When Draper was going crazy about the physicality, it's too physical. I jumped on with him and Whitey. Told him I had my po' boy and gumbo.
Did you call Whitey or Whitey?
Whitey.
I thought you said Whitey.
Well, he was Whitey. He was Whitey Friday after the game, but he was Whitey Gleason.
I was watching that Kings-Pelicans game. It didn't matter to me who won, whatever.
Yeah.
But I was watching it and I was like, oh, man, the Kings, they're done. And then all of a sudden, the Pels had like 5 horrific possessions in a row down the stretch.
It's amazing how that works.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
By the way,
my goodness.
Who did I run into? Oh, man, who did I run into? Oh, I was with my buddy Saturday. We're all watching the Haiti fight. Even Philly Zoo. We agreed on something.
What's that?
He goes, yeah, Sabonis is not that guy.
So did you guys kiss and made up?
Hello, man. As long as we didn't talk fantasy baseball, we're all good. Nobody brought up fantasy baseball.
No Eagle talk?
No Eagle talk. No, it was all hoops.
I honestly feel bad. The Embiid injury, like, this poor guy, dude. I know he's going to try to battle through it. And, oh, man. I mean,
if he was healthy, I would pick the Sixers to represent the Eastern Conference. I don't believe in the Boston Celtics. I don't believe in them. They're just so 3-point happy. If Giannis gets healthy for Milwaukee, that is a huge key.
Well, in Indiana, everybody was little darlings.
Well, they are, but it's only game one. It's only game one. And Dame didn't score the second half. The X factor for Milwaukee, their title hopes, it's not on Giannis. It's not on Dame Lillard. You know where I'm going, Spadoni.
Chris with the K?
Yes, Chris with the K. You've worked with me so long. He's the X factor. Chris Middleton.
Another guy. Yeah, another guy who is like Mr. Glass.
I mean, no, he wasn't Mr. Glass. That knee injury a couple of years ago really sent him back.
I mean, it's hard to look at these playoffs and like Zion's out, and Kawhi, and Embiid's hurt. Like everybody's banged up. Yeah, and I know that's pro sports, but man,
it is.
Everybody load managed this year, and everybody tried to do what are they calling it now? Maintenance days.
But look, Kawhi played a lot of games this year.
The season's too long, but they're never going to shorten it. Like that's the thing.
100%.
But guys weren't getting hurt when they were playing 4 games in 5 nights.
Well, their careers also, weren't as long. Like nobody played at like LeBron's level. Kareem, go watch Kareem's last couple years.
Oh no, it was rough.
And then look at LeBron, and you tell me, like, and I know they're genetically different, but like we're just at a different spot in sports.
So, we were doing
and they
this.
also didn't have the run up. Like a lot of these guys, they play so many AAU games before they even get into the league.
That's the problem. But in terms of the NBA, you're traveling top of the line, first class. You're standing plus. Dude, Kevin Detta, somebody the Warriors video team. Okay. That's who it was. My boy Vic, he works with the Warriors video team. He runs, him, and they do a great job with the Warriors. Jed and everybody, Cassie. But they were like, they travel with the Warriors sometimes. And Vic was telling me, guys, dude, he's like, what am I doing in this hotel? I mean, this is the best of the best. I'd never heard of these hotels and the hotels they're staying at.
Well, I look at someone like my niece wasn't at the baptism yesterday. You know why? She was in another state playing basketball games.
Yeah, see that. Yeah.
But Bonte, like if you're a high level player,
you're gonna play all year long. That does work. That does. I heard it. But that's why we tell these parents, scale back a little bit.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem is that the coaches, they want you playing all year round and you want the exposure. And if you're not one of the, if you're not Caitlin Clark or was it Bryce, Bryce James right now, like you need to get that exposure to get out there. Like, it's such a catch-22.
It is. I don't even know. I don't even know how you correlate it.
But here's the other thing.
The NBA's tried to limit back-to-backs. They tried to limit 4 days and 5 nights. They don't do that anymore.
You just throw your hands up.
Better. Injuries happen. It happens.
If they went to 40-game schedule, there would be injuries.
Yeah, there would be injuries no matter
there's
what.
No question.
Soccer plays, Premier League plays how many games? 40 games, 38 games, and they're still it's going to happen, especially because the athletes are bigger, stronger, faster than they've ever been before.
But the hard part is when you're one of these, like, let's say you're a parent, even if your child isn't extremely, gifted in terms of sports, what if your kid just loves playing? Like, that's the other part that we never give. Your kid just is obsessed with playing volleyball, basketball, baseball, whatever it is. You want to feed that.
Did you watch Pascal Siakam start to cook in that second half? Did that cross your mind?
No.
Because I'm not, it didn't cross my mind, but I just kind of laughed. I was like, boy, I know there's some Warrior fans right now. See, you traded Kuminga and Wiggins for Siakam. This is what you would have got. Siakam. Yeah, I was just like, oh, boy.
See, all of my Warrior conversations, I want to tell people on the front end, let's agree, before we start debating all the moves they need to make, they're not one move away.
No, they're not one
so
move
that's
away.
what I want to say to everyone.
And that's what I told all the family members.
If we're going to have this conversation, let's start it with, they're not one move away.
It feels like they're 3 moves away.
Yeah, but I think that a
major move, a really good move, and then a nice sneaky under the radar Otto Porter Jr., Shaw Livingston,
and that's
one of those moves.
I hate to do this, but if you're looking at the Warrior flow chart for chaos,
right?
Zion's team lost, fumbled it away. Maybe he gets disgruntled. Embiid's team, who knows? He's still battling an injury. Like, all the checklists you're looking for is happening.
We were having this debate. It was a lot of fun. We're talking about overrated, underrated players and players who qualify for that. Like a guy like Mike Conley Jr.
He's underrated because we've hated on his entire career.
Right.
And said that he's overpaid and overrated.
Right, exactly.
So now he's hit the other spot.
Right.
He's underrated.
Right, exactly. So guys like that. So I bring that up because NBA players have now voted for their most overrated player this season. And it was 81 votes cast so far.
Wait. The players themselves
vote
the players
who's
have voted. Overrated.
It said the players have voted. Yeah, they vote. The Athletic.
The Athletic.
Anonymous NBA player poll. LeBron James or Jordan as a GOAT. Most overrated. Finals favorite. All that stuff, right?
Wow.
Yeah, this is great. This is great stuff.
This is good. This is the gossip.
This is the gossip. You like this stuff. I knew you like this. Because we were doing this in the house. I ended up staying over at Mo Buddy's house till like 1 a.m. I was like, damn, I got to get home. We're all just rapping. It was just fun sports conversation. No wives allowed. It was great. Kind of like the 2020.
No wives allowed. Like he's like straight out of the Al Bundy.
Yeah.
Like, no, ma'am.
No. It was like that. Tell me you had
Marcy Darcy.
Hey, listen. That's what made the NFC Championship game special in 2021 until the final whistle.
Oh, yeah.
But up until that, it was one of the greatest days ever. Papa Shasky, Joe Shasky, Rocco, Warwy Hef, Ryan, Mondo. The guy from Fahey, the guy, well, he brought his girl. Dacre was down there. Mike Sino was there. It was a who's who. Even the random guy from Fresno with the 2 pigtails who said, I got to get in this photo. And he had the neck tattoos. And nobody was going to tell him he couldn't get in the photo. No. We said, y'all, dude, you good? Yeah. You good, buddy, homie?
And we pretended he was a friend.
We pretended he was a friend. But it is all good.
He's just a friend.
It was a great day. But it was a better day because we said, the wives are at home chilling, and we're just doing us.
My dad went Facebook Live and got immediately in trouble with my mom because of
the Reds fans.
There was a lot going on.
The Reds fan, the 2 Reds fans who were, there were some cuties, but I was not getting in that video. I was not going to converse with them because I know there's people watching, and it has friends everywhere. Anna sending me pictures of me in the tunnel and chasing her. Like, who's that from? Who the hell is this taking random shots at me? Make sure the coast is clear. But, that's
where are you going with this story?
So I was just waiting for the article to download. So here's our article here. Like how I can just fill time right there.
It's called filibustering.
It's called filibustering. You like that?
I do.
You like that?
You are a politician.
Trust me, man. You underrate me, Shasky, in these situations. You do. All right, so it took me to a Mike Brown article that Mike Brown wants an extension with the Sacramento Kings. Be careful what you wish for.
Weren't they going to fire him in the middle of the season?
Vivek Ranavide does not play that game.
He's too busy worrying about his Sutter Health A's.
We'll get to Davis El Cerrito in just a second. All right, size matters in the playoffs. So who's the MVP? 141 votes.
Size matters.
141 votes. 141 votes. Who's the MVP? Nikola Jokic got most of the vote, 41.8%. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got 37% of the vote. Doncic got 10% of the vote. There's Tatum, there's Giannis, there's Donovan Mitchell. There's all that stuff. Paulo Banchero got a couple votes. Steph Curry, Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Halliburton, Kawhi Leonard. All right, so we got that. We got the voters. Who's the best defender? They say Victor Wembanyama. He got the most votes.
Wow.
Victor Wembanyama.
After, you know what? I'm telling you, it's Draymond's pod where he backed up the Brinks truck after basically saying that it's not Victor.
Yeah.
And then he went back and said, actually, now that we've played them and they beat us, we think Victor's much better.
Incredible. No doubt.
So Draymond will take credit for that.
Yep. So Drew Holiday second, Lou Dort third, the torture chamber. You saw Brandon Ingram was in the torture chamber yesterday.
You can't just bring up Drew Holiday without the article. Drew Holiday got an extension.
Oh, yeah, he got big
Warriors
money.
took note.
$140 million. No, one Warrior in particular took
one
note.
Warrior took note. And that Warrior wears number 11.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at Orlando, who can't buy a basket from the outside. Throw up brick after brick against Cleveland. And I'm thinking Orlando, I'm saying, boy, they got a boatload of money. And Malik Monk wants a bag, and Klay Thompson may want a bag. There's your starting backcourt for the Orlando Magic next season. All right, I'm kidding.
I was looking at the Lakers in the fourth quarter. They needed a Klay Thompson.
Or Malik Monk. They used to have Malik Monk.
In fairness, Klay went 0 for 10 in his last game, but we're not going to pay attention to that.
One game washes away an entire season, right? That's how it works. Ask BPA. Herb Jones, Jay McDaniels, Rudy Gobert.
Don't give me false equivalencies.
Alex Caruso, Bam Adebayo, Jalen Suggs, Draymond Green down on the list at 3.8% of the vote.
Of most what?
Of the best defender.
Best defender.
So he is on this list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's the 10th best defender according to the league.
Interesting.
So we got that going on. And there's some articles, there's some quotes from players, anonymous players. You're building a roster from scratch. Who are you going to sign first? 136 votes, Shasky. Who would you sign first if you're constructing a roster from scratch? Who you signing number one? Is Victor?
Are you talking about for the next 10 years or just for next year?
Yeah, period.
If it's just for next year, it's going to be Luka.
Okay.
If it's for the next 10 years, it's Luka or Victor.
Okay, so Victor gets the top vote here.
Okay.
Jokic, 27% of the vote. I may go Jokic.
You know what? I probably slept on Jokic, but Luka, I would build a team around Luka, but that's fine. That's fine.
It's surprising because you've been down on Luka.
He's been spectacular.
I know.
He's spectacular.
Welcome to my world.
I also think you'd sell a lot more jerseys.
Oh, well, the financials.
You know me, the money.
The money. The guy always cuts to the finances.
And
would you sell more Anthony Edwards jerseys than Lucas?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have to do my homework on that.
SGA, Jason Tatum,
Luka's a very popular uniform.
Oh, trust me, I know. Who's the league's most overrated player? That's Rudy Gobert. Coming in second. 81 votes were cast here. Jordan Poole came in second. Trae Young came in third. Dylan Brooks came in fourth. James Harden, fifth. You got Bradley Beal, John Collins, Tyrese Halliburton, Julius Randle, Karl-Anthony Towns, Patrick Beverly, Anthony Edwards, Domantas Sabonis, and Jason Tatum. Wow.
That's interesting because when I hear overrated, like there's a good majority of people saying these people are good.
Yeah. So who's the most overrated again?
Rudy Gobert. Second is Jordan Poole. Honorable mention.
Jordan Poole, number 2?
How about this? Other receiving votes. Bam Adebayo, Mikal Bridges, Jaylen Brown, Jimmy Butler, Alex Caruso, DeMar DeRozan, Luka Doncic, Joel Embiid, Evan Fournier.
Wow, we're all over the place. Okay, this seems like a lot of player hate.
Draymond Green, Tyler Hero, Jared Jackson Jr., Keldon Johnson, Jaden McDaniels, Donovan Mitchell, Chris Paul,
Keldon Johnson?
Yeah.
Like we're all over the place.
I know. Well, players hate on him.
Jimmy Butler.
Who's the league's most underrated player?
There we go.
Who do you think the league's most underrated player is? 126 votes were cast. Again, this is an anonymous player vote.
Is this wait, role player or star player?
It's just a player. You will be shocked by this.
Kyrie
Moses
Irving.
Moody.
Adenabi.
Kyrie Irving.
No, it's a tie for first place. From the Boston Celtics, Derek White. And then Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams from OKC. Not the one from Arkansas, the one from Santa Clara. Let me make sure.
Derek White is properly rated. Properly rated. Like who? I don't know.
Underrated. These are the players, Shasky.
Does he have stands?
And Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, OKC, tied for first. Drew Holiday, second. SGA, third. De'Aaron Fox, fourth. Brandon Ingram, fifth. Franz Wagner.
I think De'Aaron Fox being underrated is appropriate.
Kyrie Irving's on this list.
Yeah,
Kobe White's on this list. Jamal Murray's on this list. Nas Reed is on this list. Now, the Jamal Murray one is fascinating.
So wait, there's no Warrior on any of those overrated, underrated lists?
No.
Wow.
Let me make sure. Paulo Banchero, underrated. Kamara, underrated. Dosunmu. Other receiving votes. LaMelo Ball got a receiving vote. That's funny. No Warrior. No Warrior on this list.
Lucky us.
Lucky us.
Who's the most overrated Warrior on the Warriors?
Oh, my God. I'm not going there.
What do you mean?
Who's the most overrated Warrior? Gosh, I don't know. They're all
you talking to me?
They're all properly rated. I mean, this is Shasky. They're properly rated.
Who's the most underrated Warrior? But I'm saying general consensus, not even by the fans.
Steph Curry.
You still think he's underrated? I think he's properly rated.
Underrated Warrior.
This is Moses Moody. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's Moody there.
I'm going Kevon Looney. Could go Klay Thompson just for chaos. Looney. Just for chaos. Kuminga? Draymond?
I think Kuminga's undervalued, not underrated.
Did we talk about Draymond Green so much that we underrate him in his defense?
Bay Area is Draymond Green.
All right, this is a great one. This is a great one here. All right. Who in the league would you least like to fight?
Oh, here we go.
Who in the league would you least like to fight?
That's a great question.
So number one on this list, James Johnson. I don't even know if he's still in the league. Where's he at? Can somebody, where the hell is James Johnson?
Is that my guy with the neck tat?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He knows judo and karate, and you just don't mess with him. He's got the straight back braids. You know, when a man decides to get straight back braids, you know he's about that life.
Okay.
Because usually you like to get designs and everything like that. It's like a man if he chooses to be bald. Like if he chooses to be bald
by choice is, that's out
Dame
there.
in Oakland. He hit me up and I didn't reply to him. I'm feeling a little nervous. Maybe I'll do it now. But he goes, Bonte, you watch UFC, bro? When'd you get into UFC? I didn't reply to him. Dame in Oakland, if you're listening, I do watch UFC.
Really quick, James Johnson appeared in 9 games for the Pacers this year. On the the last game of the year, he totaled 6 minutes and got a whole shot off.
Wow. Well, 53% of the vote. They won't fight James Jones. Second on the list, Shasky, Steven Adams.
Okay.
Third on the list, Isaiah Stewart. We know about him.
Yeah,
LeBron didn't want that smoke.
Russell Westbrook.
4% got Joel Embiid. 4% Draymond Green. 2.4% Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, I wouldn't want to fight Draymond Green either.
I wonder who Jordan Poole put.
Dude,
it's always fun game.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, dude?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
This is why he tells you not to crack the mic.
Oh my God.
This is why the Hegan tells you not to crack the mic.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
Who's the greatest player of all time?
That's a fair question.
46% of the vote went to Jordan. 42% went to LeBron. 10% went to Kobe. Next on the list was Stephen Curry.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. All time.
Yeah.
And none of the older guard is on there?
Mm-mm.
Magic?
Oh, Magic is on. Magic's behind Stephen and Paul.
Is Wilt? Is Kareem?
0.8% of vote. Paul Pierce is on this list.
No.
Yes.
No. I mean, who was the one person that put Paul
I don't know.
Pierce?
Who's your favorite arena to play in? Any guesses?
Boston Garden. Madison Square Garden. Yeah. I know it's one of those two.
Next is Boston. Third is Crypto.com Arena.
Boston's 2?
Yeah.
Wow.
LA's 3. Guess who's 4th?
I don't know, Bonte. Tell
Golden
me.
One Center.
That is
the Indiana Fieldhouse.
No, Gainesbridge Arena. Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Not that.
Smoothie King.
It's not the Smoothie King Center.
Great name.
It's not Ball Arena. It's not the Moda Center.
Okay, well,
it's not Wells Fargo Arena. I just want to name the center. Paycom Center, Little Caesars Arena. Fourth is Chase Center.
Fourth.
People love coming to Chase. What's your least favorite arena to play in?
Give it to me.
Little Caesars Arena, Detroit. Spectrum Center, Orlando. FedEx Forum, Memphis. Capital One Arena, Washington. Delta Center, Utah. Smoothie King Center. Ball Arena. Paycom Center. Toyota Center, Houston. And then what other questions do we have? Which current coach, aside from your own, would you most like to play for?
Oh, yeah, this is good.
Who do you think number 1 is?
Spoelstra.
Yeah.
Popovich. Oh.
This is Steve Kerr.
Popovich second.
He doesn't. Yeah, no.
You think Steve Kerr's on this list?
Yes.
He's third.
Yeah.
Ty Lue's fourth. Michael Malone.
Ty Lue.
Michael Malone fifth. For some reason, Doc is sixth.
Well,
and then you got Chauncey Billups.
No Darvin Ham?
Darvin Ham, not on the list.
That's crazy.
Not on the list.
I have to say, there's
Ime Udoka made the list. Not Darvin Ham.
One thing that I realized during the playing games is that when your team is getting suffocated and slowly dying as they're about to get eliminated and their season's over, every coach has the same look. And I'm going to give it to you right now as I stand up. Just give me a second.
Come on, man.
Because Darvin Ham was doing it at the end. They put both hands in the pocket and they just stand there like this. And I watch Kerr do it, and I don't blame him because sometimes, like when my teams are getting beat, I don't pretend to be some NBA coach, but it's like there's nothing you can do.
And you're perfect too, Shasky, because you're wearing the quarter zip.
Exactly.
And they're all wearing the quarter
and like
zip.
I saw Mike Brown Friday night. I go, that's the same exact pose Kerr had the night before, where you're just like, darn. That's all you're thinking in your head. Like, and there's nothing you can do. And like, I know like they keep panning to the coach.
Right.
I'm like, stop panning to the coach. It's not his fault.
He's just standing
He's just standing there.
I'm like, dude, just sit.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Just
Both
sit.
hands in the
I love
pocket.
it.
But
the
the
Blake
chest,
stare.
the belly kind of comes out a little. The chest goes back. And it's just kind of like, I don't even know. Shoulders up. Like I just.
Some on YouTube call it the Doc Rivers.
You're right.
hey, I know that look though. They're just standing there.
Am I wrong?
And it starts at like the 4-minute mark, and the crowd is saying,
know it.
No. And you're just standing there, you're just like.
No, it's got to be in the pant pockets. It can't be in the jacket pockets.
You're sitting there, you're stiff.
Yes.
And it's like, you got to go to the presser.
Exactly.
You're thinking about what you're going to say in the presser, what you're going to say to your team.
It's horrible.
Now, the next question is great. Which current coach, aside from your own, would you least want to play for?
Oh, my goodness.
Guess who number 1
Thibodeau.
was? Wow, you nailed that one.
Of course it is. The guy runs everyone into the ground.
47%.
Bonte, you say I don't know the league, and believe me, I've answered all of these quite well.
It's lucky guesses. I kind of leave you.
Come on. I nailed it.
I'll lay it out for you to play it out.
All right, number 2.
Hey, Tips' players play hard for him. I'll give him that, all right?
Absolutely, till their legs blow
Guess
out.
who number 2 is?
Number 2. Number 2.
Number 2. Who's number 2?
You know what? I'm going to say it's your guy in Houston who was with the Boston Celtics.
No, he's not on this list.
Oh, because he'd be very intimidating.
They love eBay because
out of intimidation.
Unfortunately, he may be partying with the players.
Darvin Ham, number 2.
Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
It's not, but we know Darvin Ham did some very unprofessional things. Which, he probably still thinks he's a player. Well, he did think he was a player, and he lost.
Darvin Ham, number 2.
Nope. He's number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah, there's 2 ahead of Darvin Ham.
Cool. I know Willie Green ain't on here.
He's not on this list.
No, he's too nice, too likable.
Yeah.
Oh, your boy who didn't play in the league looks like my cousin, Memphis Grizzlies coach.
Oh, Taylor Jenkins?
Yeah.
He's not on this list.
Wow.
Billy Donovan?
Number 2.
No, that's a good
Billy Donovan, not on this list.
Remember they had a players-only meeting
Who is it? Who is it?
No, it was the first game of the season.
Oh, the first game.
First game of the season, they had a players-only meeting. Well, at least they got their act together and lost to the play-in. Listen, Doc Rivers, number 2.
Fighting for my life, Chauncey
Doc
Billups.
Rivers. Number 3. Monty Williams.
He's the second or third highest paid coach in the league.
Yeah, I know. Nobody wants to play for him.
Because
he's on a feeding situation.
He's failed like 3 different markets.
He's failed everywhere.
Yeah,
Then they get jobbed in New York City, and he goes up to the podium saying, Detroit, we out here trying to win a game. It's a big game for us. And it's like, dude, there's no big games in Detroit. All right, Darvin Ham 4. Nick Nurse tight with Darvin Ham. Greg Popovich tight with both of them. Steve Clifford, who just recently retired.
Oh, but he's a great coach.
JB Bickerstaff, Rick Carlisle, Steve Kerr.
Steve's such a great Clifford. He just knows X's and O's. Team, they fight hard. I know that they're 3 in their last 38, but they really fight hard for him.
All right, this question: which team other than your own will win the title this season? Denver got most of the vote. Boston second. Clippers, Thunder, Bucks, T-Wolves. Somebody voted for Dallas, Lakers, and the Kings. Somebody voted for the Kings. What letter grade?
When does that crack come into play for you?
This is great. What letter grade do you give the referees this season?
Oh, it's an F.
8.3% agree with you.
Is that the highest number?
Nope.
A D.
13.6%.
Okay. A C.
48% voted a C.
Interesting.
27% gave the referees a B.
So I was listening to this Brett Boone podcast about umpiring, right? And they were talking about Angel Hernandez. And he made such a great point. He's like, look, everyone's like, well, he's on the, on the hierarchy. He's at the top of the profession. He just happens to be the worst umpire of all the Major League Baseball umpires. Here's the problem with the way umpiring and refereeing is. It's almost like teaching. Once you get tenure, there's no way of that guy or gal ever losing their job. There's no relegation, if you will. Yeah. You don't drop them down to AAA. You don't drop them down to the G League.
They don't even have to face media members.
So like
Slater broke down the poll reports where they give you the questions to ask.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so what I would say to them is like, they're like, well, would you rather be the best AAA player or the worst Major League Baseball player? Well, in that scenario, you can get yo-yoed back and forth and beat Kelby Tomlinson 7,000 times. Yeah. Yet when I'm just using the Gucci man, like you're just allowed to run roughshod, and no one's ever going to punish you. There's no consequences. There's no relegation.
I love how we all know who Gucci man is. Somebody gave the referees an A. 3% gave the referees an A.
Yeah, that was the Lakers.
That's pretty good.
Come on, man. That's in my element right now.
LeBron, AD, Darvin, Embiid, Luka, James Harden. What letter grade would you give Adam Silver? 130 votes here.
D minus.
Ironically, there was no F votes or D votes.
Were those even available as options?
Yeah, no. Dude, 7% gave him a C. 47% gave him a B, 46% gave him an A.
Okay, that right there tells me something that's wrong.
Well, no, you know
too many players giving. That means he's a players commissioner. I don't like that.
No, you know what it is? Well, that is true. That is true. I agree with you.
He's always been a player.
I don't like that.
That's kind of why the league is failing a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
Players have too much power.
Wow,
but I also was thinking like this: players maybe don't trust this vote to be anonymous, and it may get back to Adam Silver. And they're like, we're going to protect ourselves no matter what.
Monte, you could say...
But he is too much of a players commissioner, no doubt.
Rob Manfred is far from good at his job. But I will say this about Rob Manfred. He has made seismic changes to the actual way the game has been played with the clock and stuff. I'm coming around on him. I actually can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I trust Rob Manfred more than I do Adam Silver. I think Adam Silver... Well, I think Adam Silver's not good.
Well, I
don't think he's good.
He started off really, really well.
Oh, no.
Now the whole in-season tournament and the play-in is gimmicky. I don't like the gimmicks.
Well, they're doing it for television. They're doing so. I'm very interested to see what and Major League Baseball, what they negotiate with these new television deals.
Well, this
is very important.
Is Roger Goodell, would you consider him a players-friendly commissioner? Player-friendly commissioner?
He started off as judge, jury, and executioner when he was doing all of the suspensions and everything like that for domestic violence.
He's eased up a little bit.
But Bonte, he's clearly the best commissioner in sports right now.
Which is crazy.
Is it, though?
It is. Well, at first he was voted the worst.
Well, he's residing over the most profitable entity that sells the most television advertisement money by far.
No doubt. No, he's doing great. He's doing great. I think Silver...
And he navigated really tough waters with the concussions.
Yep. No, Silver's lost a little stock. I like Adam as a person. I got to meet him during the All-Star game announcement and talk to him a little bit. And I talked to Adam a couple times, but the players do have too much pull in the NBA. A little too much. I'm all for players running the league, and I'm not here for owners rolling everything, but it's too much with the NBA. A little too much. All right, here's another one. This is going to be, you're going to like this one. Are you in favor or against the 65-game rule? 134 votes was cast. 50% are against the 65-game rule. 45%, 44.8, but I'm rounding up to 45%. They're for a 65-game rule, and 5% do not know. Do not.
The 65-game minimum to qualify for all of the awards, and in a lot of these salaries to get bonuses and things like that, you have to qualify for certain awards and things like that. I don't know, man. I see, I look at someone like Joel Embiid as an example, or Kawhi Leonard. Like, clearly these guys have some chronic physical injuries. to force them to try to make, and I would do it too to try to make them more money and things like that. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I think it's very difficult. And then,
well, pace of play comes into factor. You run it up and down.
I don't know. I think
what
it's
the
tough.
happy medium is.
I don't love that rule.
Guys are going to get hurt. The award rule, yeah, I didn't love it either. Bonus question: who's your favorite current non-NBA athlete? Number one in the NBA amongst NBA players. Patrick Mahomes was 5th.
Messi
is like 12th.
Oh, wow. Okay. Favorite Caitlin Clark?
She's number 2.
They went WNBA.
She's number 2. Number 2. Mbappe is right. He's tied with Messi.
12. Wow. Okay.
Number one. You would not believe this.
Bobby.
Lamar Jackson.
Really?
Yeah. Favorite current non-NBA athlete.
Wow.
Justin Jefferson's on this list. Mike Tyson, Usain Bolt, Tank Davis.
Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
Most of these guys never even saw Mike Tyson fight live.
He's fighting this summer, baby. Let's go.
On Netflix.
Jake Paul.
Oh, we'll all be locked in, too.
Oh, we will be locked in. We will be locked into Mike Tyson. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM.
What an interesting
in AC1 San Francisco. Shout out to Twitch and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Before we get the caller of the week, let's get to Dave and El Cerrito. Dave, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's happening?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Listen, I've lived here a long time. Sadly, but not sadly, I'm aware of the upper income tax bracket penalties, essentially. And while I wouldn't be on the top of that bracket, I do know that by living in Florida, I save myself at least 13% in state taxes. If I am any NBA player, I don't know what my motivation is to come here. I love it here. We've had this conversation in the past. There are things that are very appealing to me here, but as Barkley referenced, that he called this place a boring town. And I think for a lot of NBA players, it might be. So I don't understand the motivation or argument for a Joel Embiid to want to come here.
Are you talking about the Bay Area? I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you mean California or Bay Area?
No, not California. Okay. I consider LA to be completely different.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Completely different. All right. I just find it a tough sell. I get that Kevin Durant came here to get himself some free chips. But I don't see that many other players wanting to come here. And I think, well, listen, he's part of the chip, but I mean, let's be serious. I mean, it was about the weakest move as you could get if you're a superstar. But all that said, I don't know how many guys want to. I still believe they could have won titles with someone else other than Kevin Durant. Like another great player that wasn't Kevin Durant, but it was Kevin Durant.
Are you Steiny's relative? What? I wanted to hear him keep cooking.
Bless him.
I wanted to hear him keep cooking.
Disrespecting KD, disrespecting the Warriors, talk about free championships like it was easy. He was hurt, and we didn't even know he was going to come back for that first ring. Like, stop. Let's just stop.
I do think...
What did the 49ers do in Eddie DeBartolo's heyday? You trying to get the best players.
No.
You're trying to get the best players.
But his point... Okay. Forget that part about KD. The point about I don't know how desirable it is, I think that's a fair point of view.
Oh, it's a big point.
I think it's a very fair point of view. What, like, nightlife. Think about what a young player likes. That's why New York is so intoxicating.
No, I've been on this for...
LA is extremely intoxicating because of the nightlife.
Yeah,
I don't think we even have anything close to that nightlife like we used to. Not that we ever had it on the level of them.
If you're a family man... You don't have a problem playing here.
I agree with that.
Because you're going to be chilling. You're not going to be in the clubs like that every single day.
Yeah,
but
I agree with that.
You're a young player who wants to get active out there in the streets, then you will go to L.A., New York, Chicago, nightlife cities where they're up until 4 in the morning or whatnot.
Yes.
Now, the plus side is if you are a young player and you got a lot of money, you got a couple days off, you could always take the PJ down to L.A. in 45 minutes and party in L.A. that same night. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that big of a deal. You come back in the morning. Come back for shoot around. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. We'll run some gassers and get the alcohol out of you. But if you're a family man
I hear him, and I think he's right. Well, there's the cost of living, which even if you're a millionaire, and I know, they're so rich. No, they do the math too. They have people in their ear talking about how much real estate costs and how much they're going to lose in terms of the tax money. Because I think that's a big part of California in general. The taxes is a portion. It's not everything. It's not the end all be all, but it is. But I also believe that like nightlife matters to the young guys. It really does matter to the young guys.
It does matter for NBA players. It does matter. No doubt. And how many times could you go to San Jose or Campbell, California or Walnut Creek? Gets old quick. It does get old quick.
No doubt.
It's a struggle for single guys out here, man. I see a lot of them on our chat. They're struggling out here, man.
Well, and that's why
life ain't appealing.
That's why I'm a believer. Like at some point, when Vegas gets this freaking NBA team,
that's going to be a problem.
It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a massive destination for an NBA player, right?
You got to be careful.
I mean,
you gotta
of course you have to be
some
careful.
people may be like Vegas. It may get old soon. How many times you want to do that every single day, every single year? I don't know.
Young people feel like they're immune to those things. Like New York is intoxicating. I think Miami is intoxicating.
But you know what, though? We're not looking for young players. We're not looking for young players to go to Shea Warriors. We've got a couple young players. We need some vets. We need some boys. We need some big boys.
But Klay Thompson's a veteran. He's still single.
But I need some prime guy. Well, Clay's smart. He's pulling a Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Clay ain't struggling. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with you single guys in the chat. Y'all be complaining about being single and this and that. There's plenty of talent in the Bay Area. Don't get me wrong. This is a melting pot. If you're struggling out in these streets, then maybe come to my world. I could be your Chuck Woolery for you. And I can tell you what you're doing wrong. I'm telling you. Hey, like somebody.
Did you really just channel Chuck Woolery?
Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's a melting pot. You got who's like. Here's the thing. You got black girls. You got white girls. You got Asian. You got Latina. You got everything. You got Mongolian if you want it. You got Russian. You got Serbia. You got everything. The hell you doing? How the hell you out here single these days, man? It's never been easier to date. So for a young, you know what? I'm gonna push back on that now. Now I'm talking about something into it saying, you know what? This could be a destination.
Sam Lubman,
for
you're
young, single guys.
Sam Lubman, you're single. What did you think of what he just said?
Sam Lubman's been on 15 dates in the last year.
That's true.
Evan Giddings been on 15 dates in the last year.
Ballin'.
You know what I'm saying? These guys can get out there.
The summer of love.
Come on.
That's true. I mean, if I could pull any NBA player,
you know what? You know what it is? It's like some members of the Warriors. It's like some members of the Niners and the Giants. We need to hold ourselves accountable. It's not what's happening now. It's just what you're doing. You're struggling, son. Look in the mirror. Sometimes I tell these guys, dude, I see it all the time. I'm looking over at the table.
Sit down. I'm just disappointed.
What's
going on here?
I don't even know where we're going.
Dude, some of these dudes out here, I'm just listening to them talk. And the girl's just slowly on her phone. This guy's not listening. He's talking about what he has and what he's doing. No, y'all need to listen, young gentlemen. You need to listen to these women. Get gamed up. Come on.
Or at least look like you are listening.
Look, if I look
have some follow-ups ready.
I'm just saying, if I look at the NBA and I look at just the Warriors and where they're at in the Western Conference, like Texas is always going to have baked in financial advantages, and their nightlife is really good in Texas. It is for Dallas and Houston. It's inarguable. And then, Memphis has become a hotbed. I don't know, but it's got great state, zero state income tax.
It's not like Houston just signs guys out of nowhere.
No, but they've gotten Dwight Howard.
They make a lot of trades.
No, I know, but I'm just saying general. LA's got 2 teams. Yeah, no doubt. Vegas will get a team at some point. Phoenix, Arizona has its own baked. I didn't even think about Phoenix. Phoenix and Arizona has its own, state income tax stuff where they don't.
Is on YouTube. We got white, yellow, Puerto Rican, Tahitian. I don't know. We got so many of them.
Thanks, Joe Horn.
Call of the week. This week's caller is Samita in Las Vegas. It's last week's caller, but we're gonna do it today because we didn't get to it Friday. And Samita has some real talk, man. She really blew up on Twitter. Here's the call of the week from last week. Samita down in Los Gatos. Good morning.
I absolutely appreciate everything that the core has done for this team and for this franchise, for the Bay Area. But, at some point, you got to ask yourself, when do we stop playing people based on what they did for us? And when do we start playing people for what they can do for us? There's a difference. And I don't think there's any doubt that regardless of the fact that Klay's going to be a future Hall of Famer, maybe his ultimate days, his best days are behind him because you know what? Clay and I had the same number of points in that playoff game. I just didn't get paid $46 million for that.
Oh, man.
0 out of 10.
Oh, my God.
That was the call of the week. Caller to the roast, and if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the caller of the week too. Samita in Los Gatos. I scored just as much as Clay.
Miss that break, bro.
All right, I won't miss that break. I'm telling you, man. Mongolian, Chinese, Japanese, Thailand, Vietnamese. You got guys and girls, dude. We're in a melting pot. If you're single out here in these streets, man, reevaluate your situation. Reevaluate your life. There's plenty of fish out there for the sea for young and old people.
Unlimited
possibilities. So I'm not using that as an excuse. Young people can thrive in this market. Plus, you got the tech scene. Think about it. You're a youngster out here, and you're single, and you're looking to make something happen. You got Napa Valley right up the street. Who doesn't love wine? Come on. All right. More coming up. Rob Stats on Fire on the other side. Talk some Niners. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and the Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
So international. We did get a call from England. We did get a call from, I think it was Thailand. Where did we get a call from? Was it? No, we were down under. We went down under one time.
So international.
Yeah, we are international. Man. We got a lot going on here on the roast. If you need tips on dating, just call the roast. We got you covered. Shasky's got game. Come on now. Don't short chase Shasky's from Frisco. He's got Excelsior game. He knows people. Brianna's got game. Spadoni's got game. I know Lubman's got game. Lubman's batting like 350 these days, folks. I'm telling you, man. I've never seen him walk around so confidently.
No, I heard he's like Lamont Wade Jr. His on-base percentage is fantastic.
Late night Lubman?
Late night Lubman.
Wow. The summer of love to late night Lubman.
What's your OPS?
Wow. Late night Lubman.
He's slugging high.
I like that.
He's slugging high.
He's batting cleanup. Damn, you got moved up in the order.
Take a pitch.
Damn. So I don't buy that young guys won't come here. 49ers sign free agents all the time. They got the San Jose, they got Santana Row, Campbell. Then when that gets old,
can we? The NFL is very different than the NBA and Major League Baseball.
I know it's different.
The season, and that's another thing about the NBA. These guys realize that they're going to be in and out of airplanes and stuff and traveling at all times. So playing in cold weather cities during the winter is usually a no-go.
That's why Cleveland can't sign guys.
Exactly.
And that's why Indiana can't sign guys.
And Minnesota typically has been a difficult sell.
Yeah, no, they can't sign guys either. So it's always Miami, Houston, New York, LA, of course.
I've always been surprised Atlanta didn't do better.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Atlanta. That's a good call with the Hawks. They're always mediocre.
Like in terms of free agent destinations.
It's a great NBA town, but maybe people don't go to Atlanta because they know it's too much trouble.
That's a good point.
Some players like, if I go there, lemon pepper lose every night, Magic City, dollar bills flying in the air. Yeah, you can't live like that. I mean, John Morant's in Memphis. That's why he needs to leave Memphis. Memphis is a 45-minute flight to Atlanta.
Would you take John Morant on the Warriors?
Hell yeah, I would. I'll figure out the rest later.
T. Morant and Bonte Hill.
Jaja's unbelievable. So is Rob Statch Guerrera. He's unbelievable too, especially when it comes to the Niners. Now, I don't remember his bracket poll. He comes out with the media bracket poll. I didn't even realize I was in it. I guess I played Murph. Did I win? Did I advance to any rounds? Rob, how did I do? Last year I made the second round. What did I do this year? Because it came out of nowhere.
You had a respectable showing, but Brad Graham from the SF 49ers is a freaking powerhouse, man. So he took it this year.
Yeah, did he beat? Oh, he took the entire bracket?
He took the entire crown. Wow. He knocked off last year's champ, Eric Crocker.
Wow. Well, he's got too big time for us, Brad Graham. He's now getting paid. He don't come on our show. Rob, what's happening with Brandon Aiyuk? Let's start here. We've been talking draft. It is draft week. I just can't. I keep coming around to this, Rob. Why would I trade Brock Purdy's most trusted target, a guy who's second in the league in yards per catch? And I get all the financial components, but I'm not buying. They can't sign Aiyuk this year. Maybe stagger some of the money and maybe move off Debo or Hargrave or Kittle next year. I'm just not buying that Aiyuk's too expensive. Why would the Niners even entertain that?
I don't think they want to. I think it's going to come down to whether or not they can get Brandon Aiyuk to agree to a contract. And Adam Schefter has said that Aiyuk's desire to get paid is greater than his desire to stay in San Francisco. So I think it's just they'd love to sign Aiyuk, but they have a price in mind, and BA thinks he's a top 5 wide receiver in the league, and I don't know if the 49ers think he deserves top 5 money.
So, I mean, it feels like to me, if he's going to get traded, they would do it either on draft day or leading up to the draft so they could have something in hand for this upcoming year. Do you feel the same way?
Completely agree with you. In fact, if he gets traded, he may not get traded, until the team he goes to is on the clock, so the 49ers don't get leapfrog. They could wait that long, because if you do it now, maybe somebody could leapfrog you, and then the guy you want is not there. So if it happens, it may have to be when that particular team is on the clock. but I think it's absolutely on the table right now.
Well, let's play this out then. I'm looking at Washington. They've got the 2 second-rounders. You've seen Jaden Daniels and Aiyuk posting certain things on Instagram. Daniels posting a picture of him and Aiyuk at ASU, and obviously Aiyuk and his brother. I don't really know what exactly is going on social media there. They got 2 second-rounders. Pittsburgh has the 20th overall pick, and then they have the 51st as well. Carolina's got 2 second-rounders. If it wasn't a first, but it was multiple 2s or a 2 and a 3, do you think Niner fans would be outraged?
I would be outraged. A.J. Brown went for a first and a third 2 years ago. And if you look at the numbers that they put up in their career to that point, Brandon Aiyuk and A.J. Brown are pretty similar. And the Eagles had to give A.J. Brown a new deal, which is exactly what Aiyuk's new team would have to do. So if I'm the 49ers, why am I taking less than, I think it was 18 for A.J. Brown, a first and a third? Why am I going to take less than that for Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, I hear you on that one. Now, do you trust the Niners to maybe move off of Brandon Aiyuk and say they've had receivers? Obviously, they drafted Aiyuk, they drafted Debo. They also whiffed on many other wide receivers, including Danny Gray, who doesn't look like a player right now. Trent Taylor's back. We know about Dante Pettis and Jalen Hurd. Do you trust the Niners to be able to recoup on that type of production from it? You're not just trading Brandon Aiyuk. You're trading a good run blocker you look at McCaffrey's highlights, he's downfield blocking a lot for those long touchdowns for Christian McCaffrey. You're talking about a guy who the yards per catch. You're talking about over 1,300 yards receiving. How do you make up that type of production? Do you trust your rookie to come in under this regime and just come out of the park and knock it out the park right away? Because no receiver's done that under Shanahan yet.
It's not going to be easy, and we know Kyle Shanahan is incredibly hard on rookie wide receivers. On wide receivers in general, Mohamed Sanu told me that Kyle Shanahan used to show his wide receiver film when Shanahan was at Texas during team meetings. That is just incredible. But it shows you that Kyle Shanahan really thinks he knows how to play the position. He's tough on those guys.
What did he catch, 20 passes, Rob, at Texas?
I have no idea.
Dwight Clark only caught about 20 catches at Clemson and went on to have a hell of an NFL
that's
career.
When wide receivers were still lining up in a three-point stance.
I'm just saying.
Look, the thing to remember is, though, you don't have to, even if you get a first-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk, you don't have to take a wide receiver in the first round. There are good wide receivers throughout this draft. You can get a first-round pick for Aiyuk and strengthen your team in other areas along the offensive line. Maybe you get another defensive back. Maybe you go defensive lineman in the first round. You can strengthen your team in other areas. You don't have to pull the Javon Kinlaw, get a first-round pick, and then immediately draft a replacement with that pick.
What's the number one need for the 49ers in this draft?
I think it's offensive line. I don't know that the 49ers think it's offensive line, but we saw the Super Bowl. I am tired of seeing pass rushers come from the right whenever they need to in a must-pass situation, and they are almost always able to get home. This is a draft. This is a time where your greatest need matches up with the strength of a draft class. If you're the 49ers, I don't think that you can pass that up. Don't outthink the room.
Rob, who's some of the offensive linemen you're looking at if the Niners do go that direction with the number 31st pick, or if they move up or down? Who are some of the linemen you're looking at that could be a fit right away for the Niners?
I know a lot of people are saying Roger Rosengarten. I think you don't have to pick him in the first round. I think
guy from Washington, correct?
Correct, yes. I think you can get him later in the draft. He's got all the 49er ties. He was coached by Ed McCaffrey. He's working with Joe Staley right now. We all love that stuff. And I could see the 49ers trying to sell that. Patrick Paul, the tackle out of Houston, is a guy that literally said in an interview recently, I'm going to go higher than you think. Look for me at the end of the day on Thursday, which we know 49ers picking 30th, so he could be a name possibly. I don't care if it's a center, maybe Powers Jackson, the center from Oregon, or Powers Johnson, excuse me. I wouldn't mind that. Get something, okay? Fix it. How long do we have to wait to get an offensive line that's competent on the right side?
Yeah, I don't know if I love taking the 4th, 5th, 6th best tackle in the first round. I hear you, though, in the middle rounds. I'm with you on that one. To the quarterback. It feels like they're setting everything up for the finances of Brock Purdy, even if it's just for a year or two. And I trust that they'll have outs at this contract that they're going to work up with him, because that's kind of their MO here. They're going to be married to Brock Purdy for at least the next couple of years. Doesn't it feel that way?
Well, when you've got Jed York just blatantly coming out and saying he's ready to pony up the money, it sure feels like that. My question is, what if Brock Purdy gets hurt next year? Does that throw everything into question? Because if he stays healthy and produces like he produced last year, clearly Kyle loves him, so they're going to pay him. To me, the only thing that can derail that is if Brock Purdy gets hurt in 2024.
That's interesting there. Yeah, Jed York coming out, and we're talking to Rob Stats-Guerrera. You know, he came out and said, he's going to reset the quarterback market. It's like, man, we had to say that out loud. It's kind of like John Lynch admitting that he was at Patrick Mahomes' pro day. It's like, boy, we need to rework the whiteboard. Yeah, we don't need to hear that right now, John. Now, looking at Debo's contract here, because it all comes back to Brandon Aiyuk and what he's going to do. This offense did average nearly 30 points a game. It was the most dynamic offense, in my opinion, since the Niners last won the Super Bowl back in 94 and 95. So, Debo, moving forward here, Debo's contract. Is there an out after this next season? I believe there's an out with Debo Samuel to which you could pay Debo or pay Aiyuk, and then maybe you move on from some guys next season as you give Brock Purdy money. Now, what's the details when it comes to Debo Samuel and his contract alongside George Kittle, if you could fit that in?
So Debo Samuel's deal, if you cut him after 2024, it's a cap hit of $15 million if you do it before June 1st.
Correct.
But if you do it after June 1st, it's only $6.6 million. This is, again, after 2024 I'm talking about.
Right.
If you move on from Debo after June 1st this year, the cap hit is $11.3 million. So more than likely, this is probably Debo Samuel's last year with the 49ers, I believe. I think you're going to have to keep Debo around for one more year, make another run at this thing, and then you move on. You don't have to do that, because remember, the Eagles are paying 2 wide receivers. You don't have to, but if you want to, I think that is the best time financially to do it. George Kittle, you got to wait till after this year. You're not going to move on from George Kittle.
No doubt.
So play this year, and then if you move on from George Kittle after next year, it's $20 million the cap hit. Because remember, they've restructured Kittle a couple of times.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to stick around for at least 2024 and 2025. And then who knows? I mean,
but what about McCaffrey? Like, I keep coming back to McCaffrey, and the reason why is, like, I know there's the running back market, but he's not your average running back, and what he means to this team is significantly more than really anyone else in the league, and you're going to have Debo, potentially Aiyuk, and Kittle making about, if not more, than what he's making. I mean, the 2 wide receivers will make double what he's getting. Don't you think they're going to do something with McCaffrey at some point to give him something? I just don't see him standing pat on this $14 million the next 2 years. I feel like they're going to do something with him, and that's kind of not been talked about.
Yeah, so I looked it up before I came on, and I was like, wait, Christian McCaffrey's making what? Like, he is a steal right now for the 49ers. His cap hit is $14 million this year. It's $14 million next year. That is absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a really interesting question, because we all saw how he unlocked the offense when he arrived, whether it was Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it was Brock Purdy. He's going to be 28 this year. He'll be 29 in 2025. And then you got to decide what you want to do with him. And how much money do you want to pay to a 30-year-old running back? Now, I know he said, he's durable and his other injuries were not due to overuse and blah, blah, blah. But the history of the NFL says otherwise. So that is a massive, massive decision for the 49ers to make after 2025.
Yeah, I wouldn't budge. I wouldn't, if McCaffrey's not saying nothing about the money, I'm not going to say anything about the money. And I love Christian McCaffrey. I'm all about players getting their bag. But I'm kind of with you there, Rob, because a lot of the conversation last year, remember, midway through the year, McCaffrey's touching it too much. We need more Elijah Mitchell. We need more Jordan Mason. You saw the offense when McCaffrey stepped off the football field. It was pedestrian at best. He unlocks everything, like you said, Rob. So what do you think happens? What is your final verdict? Is Aiyuk getting moved before the draft or during the draft?
I don't think Brandon Aiyuk's going to get moved, because ultimately the 49ers don't want to move him. They want to keep him. And I don't know if the 49ers are going to get an offer that they see is good enough to get them to move off of Brandon Aiyuk. And the 49ers have the leverage. He's on the 5th-year option. They could franchise him 2 years if they wanted to. So I think unless the 49ers get blown away, he's not going anywhere, and I don't think anybody's going to do it.
All right, there it is. Rob Stats-Guerrera. Of course, Stats on Fire, Gold Standard Network, 49ers, always kind to us here on the Morning Roast. Rob, take care, man. Thanks for joining us on such short notice.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Draft day Thursday. Draft is coming, folks, on Thursday. What will the Niners do? They have a plethora of picks. 10 picks in all. Number 31 in round 1. Number 63 in round 2. Number 94 in round 3. Then they have 3 fourth-round picks, 3 fourth-round picks, 124, 132, 135. They have a 5th, 2 6th, and a 7th. And the Niners have done well in the middle round. So we're ramping up for the NFL draft. We are. Warriors right now in Cancun watching the playoffs. Niners are on the clock this week. And, of course, the Giants, they got to figure out what to do with this hitting, but they're playing better baseball. They are.
You keep bringing up the Christian McCaffrey touches. Last year, regular season, like 350 touches, basically. Yeah. And there's this line of demarcation, 400 in a season, whether it's playoffs or not.
Yep.
400 in a season, and then the next year, guys fall off the map, like DeMarco Murray. Even Derrick Henry has been an outlier. He has been banged up the last couple of years.
Sean Alexander had a big fall off back in the day.
Priest Holmes. There's a lot of guys.
Larry Johnson.
Where do you think McCaffrey, all time, right now, for touches from a running back position? All time, right now, just 6 years into his career.
Wow. Well, because you factor in the pass game.
All-time touches.
He's got to be top 20.
He's 83rd overall.
83rd, all right.
But hear me out. In 1 year, he is going to leap all the way into the top 50 all-time.
Wow.
Right? And so you look at the names ahead of him, and almost like this precipitous drop off the planet once you get to about 1,700 touches. All right, D'Angelo Williams. I mean, I'm just going to read some random names. Garrison Hurst, Priest Holmes, Mark Ingram, Jim Taylor, Stephen Davis, Maurice Jones-Drew, Ezekiel Elliott, Chris Johnson, Herschel Walker. Like, we are in uncharted territory, and it is a gamble. I freely admit this. And if I'm McCaffrey, I probably only have one big payday left. Like, if I'm being realistic with my NFL career, and I think Niner fans understand that, like, we're very lucky to have him. He is very important, but you do have to, you have to pay him, but you have to also utilize him. I think you're going to have to, because I think if I'm him, I'm talking behind the scenes.
Next year?
I just
think they give him new money this year?
Yeah, I do. That's why I think the Aiyuk or Debo, some move is going to happen to free up some money to get him money now, and then Brock next year. And I hate being the guy because I don't like paying anyone prematurely.
But Shanahan does feel like I can find running backs. I can find talent. The conversation always comes back to Shanahan and saying, "Hey man, I'm an X's and O's guy. I'm one of the best offensive minds in football."
I mean, this is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Totally. I agree.
This is a first
I agree.
Ballot.
I agree. But
this is the team with Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, Joe Montana, and people think he's as talented as any of those guys.
I hear you. And he's been healthy for the last 2 years.
I mean, he really has.
In the previous 2 years, he was unhealthy. I take the chance on McCaffrey. He's such a good guy. He's such a good player. He does so much. We talk about gravity with Stephen Curry. The gravity Christian McCaffrey creates on any down is, hey, you could credit him for taking off so well at the wide receiver position because McCaffrey takes so much pressure off of these wide receivers at tight ends because he could do so much with the football.
That's a good point.
I would like to draft somebody to back him up, whether it's Elijah Mitchell, whether it's
I just think he's so unique. He's so unique. It's so hard to find anyone
You're not going to
close.
find nobody like him.
I mean, the Rams have been searching for the next Marshall Faulk for 20 years.
They also signed Patrick Taylor Jr. from the Green Bay Packers from last season. He's okay. Didn't play a lot, obviously, with Aaron Jones there. But, I don't know. I think McCaffrey on the Niners, I've heard nothing about it. Now they know he has 2 years left with $14 million. I think the Niners would wait it out. I don't know if there's anything happening behind the scenes because McCaffrey is worth every penny. And if he asks for new money, what are you going to do?
Absolutely worth every penny.
Not pay him? What if he holds out?
I just look at
I just don't see McCaffrey holding out like that.
No, I'm with you. And it's not his demeanor, but we did a lot of talking about the hierarchy in an NBA locker room, which I thought was a fascinating point of view that we don't give enough credence to. Yeah. And I just look at it from this standpoint. And I get it. Running backs don't make X. I understand all that. He's not just a running back.
Yeah, that also got debunked this year because running backs got paid.
No, I'm with you. But
I think the league realized how important running backs are.
So if you're him, I'm just saying if you're him and you're like, man, Debo's going to make that much, Aiyuk's set to make that much, I'm the best player on this team. I can understand. And again, this is not in his nature. This is just me talking. It is the most physically demanding position, I'd say, outside of linebacker, where every play could be your last play. Every single play. So, man, whew.
So the odds maybe it being your last play as a linebacker or running back, but let's be real. Your last play could be at any position.
That's true.
You see a receiver running
I just look at
tears ACL. You know what I'm saying?
I just look at running back you literally are like done.
Yeah, I mean, you get hit every single play, but they hit on every play, every position. I mean, maybe not so much as wide receivers, corners, but I mean, you can get hurt. That's football. That's life in football. That's life in football. But you know what? Let's not even bring that up. He's under contract for the next 2 years, $14 million a pop. Unless he says something, then because that would have got out by now. That would have got out. The agent maybe floated it. Somebody would have floated that out there.
Or they could be working on something quietly behind the scenes.
Maybe that's what's happening with Brandon Aiyuk.
I mean,
and Aiyuk's just out here wilding out. I don't get that. I don't get the whole unfollowing teams and unfollowing players and you're trolling and you're doing this and you're doing that. That's, in a way, I think the reason why people, like Debo's an all-time Niner, in my opinion. But I don't think everybody rocks with Debo. And I think the way Debo handled his contract negotiations turned some people off. When you're in the club and they're like, hey, Niners, and he's like, nope. And he's talking about the Jets and he's unfollowing and he's deleting
you
photos.
You think the majority of people are that dialed in?
I don't think the majority of people are that dialed in, but I do think people who are dialed in, they get turned off by that stuff.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And it makes you not likable. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, Debo's still likable.
But then he plays.
But then people are, I'm noticing a lot more people are critical of Debo than they were a couple years ago because of the money and because of the way he handled it.
I also think he has an attitude. On the field, he has an attitude. Like when they don't win, he sometimes can come off very petulant.
But Aiyuk is quiet.
Yes.
But also wide receivers, we know this position has been labeled as Debo's for many, many years.
True.
For over 20 years. This is the wide receivers.
We had Crabtree and T.O.
Yeah, we know all about that.
Two of the bigger ones.
And look, Rice is the greatest of all time.
He held out.
But he had his diva tendencies too.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt he did. So this is just the way they move. But that type of stuff does turn people off. It's like, oh, you doing all this? They both have cried out loud. We heard from more people being more critical of Bosa because of the holdout.
Yes.
And then midway through the year saying, well, I think I started slow because of the holdout. It's like, well, that was your choice. And I get why he held out because you get hurt in practice, you're not getting that same money.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, it's like you held out. And the way you held out, and then all of a sudden you're making excuses. So now all of a sudden we're watching Bosa very closely, and we're saying, boy, 10.5 sacks? Yeah, it ain't good enough.
No. I mean, and I thought that Debo had a fine season by most accounts, but for him to replicate 2021 feels like that's not going to happen again. And I think adding McCaffrey changed the value of Debo Samuel. I really do. I think it did. I look at what Saquon Barkley made this year. Because, we're talking about all these wide receivers. Right. This guy got that. This guy.
Right.
Saquon got basically a 3-year, $38 million deal with $28 million, $26 million in guarantees. I don't think Saquon's as good as CMC. Nor do I think he's been as good the last 2 years as CMC.
He has the talent to be as good as CMC. He just hasn't stayed healthy.
Right.
It's like if you started from scratch and you enter the NFL draft, Saquon tape. Now, I think Chris McCaffrey had better tape at Stanford than Saquon did.
Saquon's pretty good. They're both.
But
they're very close.
But
I agree.
More people will probably take Saquon because of the size.
Probably.
And he's just as quick, just as many moves.
Well, I think also we did a white guy thing with McCaffrey. I think it's fair.
That pissed me off though because I always thought, boy, that's Reggie Bush. He just happens to be white.
See, I thought it was Marshall because Reggie.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I thought because Marshall could run between the tackles really well.
But Reggie did it. He did it well.
I just don't think.
Reggie would be better. Yeah. I thought he'd be better. But when he ran between the tackles with Miami, he ran forward and he had a good run with the Lions. But I thought we're both on the same page.
Yeah. They're very close.
College.
I mean,
like because Bush did the slot thing. Marshall Faulk. Boy, Marshall Faulk, you put him in the slot. He ran it.
San Diego State, they got his car.
Yeah, but I'll never forget. He was playing with the Rams. They're playing in the Georgia Dome.
God, he was so
They're playing in the Georgia Dome. And Summerall Madden's on the call, and they line Marshall Faulk up in the slot, and he runs a quick slant like he was Jerry Rice and takes it to the house. I'm like, damn, that's a running back.
I'll tell you, he's one of the best players I've ever seen.
Right? Yeah, and that's Chris McCaffrey.
I know, he was that good.
He's that good. So I don't know what you do here if you're the 49ers heading into the week. I'd just say you load up with these 10 picks, you get the best players. Damn. But see, look, real stuff, Bonte 510. I'm a diehard Niner, but lost respect for Debo, how he went about his contract talks. That stuff matters. And I'm hoping Aiyuk stays and he just tones it down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Don't troll your own fan base about being in Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying?
But what if he's thinking that he'll never get the appropriate respect here because of the other stars that are out here? Like we've talked a lot about Kevin Durant wanting his own thing and trying to do different stuff. I mean,
football, you got to know it's 53. You're never going to get more love than a quarterback.
This is Aiyuk's opportunity.
Right.
I get it from his perspective. He's a JUCO guy who has an opportunity to make some real money.
And he's going to make that real money here with the Niners. But if you become a Niner and you win with the Niners and you play at a high level with the Niners, you will always be remembered.
That's true.
Always. Number 11 jerseys are out there. They're out there. We're already out here saying you're the best. Like going into last year, I remember I was in the minority. But I was like, Brandon Aiyuk's the best pure wide receiver on this football team. That was not last season, but the season prior.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so Aiyuk's going to get the love here. You're never going to get, if he goes to Kansas City, you're never getting more love. Or if he goes to Pittsburgh and Russell Wilson is popping and he's having a big year, but Russell Wilson's going to get all the love. Mike Tomlin's going to get all the love.
I still can't believe he's in Pittsburgh. They got Fields and Wilson.
I'm not mad at that.
I'm looking at, I just feel like CMC, there's something, they're going to have to take care of him a little here. Right. And I know everyone, just play on the deal. I think he's too important. I think where he's at in his career, how they use him, I think they're going to take care of him.
So who's more important in this offense right now? Out of all the players, who's the most important player
for
on
next
offense?
year? CMC. But if I'm going
who's the second most important?
Again, I go back to value for the money. I think it's probably tight end. I hate saying that because I love Aiyuk. But tight end, because the money that you...
I don't even care what you say right now because you didn't name quarterback. And that's why we're talking about Aiyuk.
I'm assuming quarterbacks here. My bad. I was doing the math.
I was just saying, who's the most important player on offense?
Most important is CMC, and then second would be Brock Purdy.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But the fact that...
I was doing I thought you meant weaponry.
Gotcha. Because you didn't say Brock, and I was going to say, boy, that says a lot. Because Jed York is talking about resetting the quarterback market with Brock Purdy.
If it was Nick Mullins, we would be having a lot different conversation.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
You want to talk about a man who picked, lifestyle over playing football. That's why he's with the Rams. That's why he went to Vegas.
He might play against the Niners next season.
Well, not after a suspension. They might have 2 games in the first 6 games. He might not play. Remember, performance-enhancing suspension.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Got the Raiders off $10 million. Thank you.
Who are the Raiders going to pick?
Who's everybody draft crushes? That's what I want to get into later.
Well, I have one.
Niner fans draft crushes.
I'm not giving it to you today.
Why?
Because it's another day.
No, I got my draft crushes. I got a couple. That right tackle for Georgia's probably going to go higher than I want. Mims, the boy's huge.
Just real quick on this.
I love linemen.
I don't like taking the 5th or 6th best tackle in any
for prospects.
I know, but I'm saying just wait a little. Is it depreciably better to have the 6th best tackle or the 8th?
Yeah, but I don't know if this guy could be the best tackle in this draft. You know what I'm saying? He may be number 6 right now, according to experts, but this guy's 6'8", 340 pounds.
Unless you're a true generational lineman, I wait on linemen. I like playmakers. I like swinging for playmakers in the first 2 rounds.
I love Amarius Mims from Georgia.
Really?
Not gonna lie. Dude's 6. You see him block downfield?
I know the tall guys struggle though.
But he's 6'8", 340, and he's a mauler. How many times did we talk about Trent Brown? Boy, we missed Trent Brown. He ended up winning the Super Bowl with the Patriots. Great feet. This guy Mims looks like he has great feet. He gets out in space. Damn. But see, everybody's board's different. I'm with DG here. Everybody's board's different.
Oh, of course.
Mel Kiper may have this guy as the 6th best lineman, but John Lynch may have him as the best lineman.
So I'm looking at this right now. NFL.com has us taking Patrick Paul, the offensive tackle from Houston. Mel Kiper has us taking Jordan Morgan, the offensive tackle from Arizona. Right? There's a zillion of them. Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma. That's who PFN, Pro Football Network, your boy Florio, has us taking in the first round. Sporting News, in the second round, has us taking Blake Fisher, the tackle from Notre Dame. So, I mean,
it's all over the place.
I listed 5 different guys.
That's their board. We don't know what Lynch's board looks like. We don't know what McVay's board looks like.
We did so much homework during COVID on draft prospects. No one had Brandon Aiyuk.
No, nobody had Brandon Aiyuk. We were all locked in on CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Justin Jefferson, and even Justin Jefferson was out. It was Jeudy, Lamb.
I wanted Cesar Ruiz, the center.
Henry Ruggs, Michael Pittman Jr. He has some buzz.
Yeah.
Jalen Reagor has some buzz. I remember those draft shows. I was. Boy, y'all thought I was a Clay apologist. I was all over CD. I wanted CD Lamb so bad.
But now you're saying that Aiyuk's as good as CeeDee Lamb.
Well, the
Which
production. CeeDee Lamb's still good. I'm the one who said CeeDee Lamb's the number one receiver.
You in America.
No. You were pushing back on that. And then CeeDee Lamb went on some historic streak where he goes 5 straight games and has like 800 yards.
8,000 targets a game.
But he's making the most of them.
Yeah, he is.
He makes the most of them. You could get, Debo got 13 targets Super Bowl. How many catches he get? 3? 10 incompletions thrown to Debo Samuel. Damn. Still don't have a parade down Market Street.
I don't even. That's why this year's so important.
Yeah. We got a few minutes here before Fast Five. Quick thoughts. Just we got Nuggets and Lakers today, game 2. We got Sixers and Knicks, and then we got the Giants at the Yard against the New York Mets. Keaton Wynn on the mound. And I think
he's pitched really well.
I think he's pitched better than his 1-3 record, the 4.09 ERA going against Quintana.
He's gone 6 innings pretty much every time out.
But how about the Mets? They were 0-5. They're now 12-9 on the season, coming into Oracle Park.
And you get 2 or 3 from the Dodgers in LA.
I know. And we get to test drive Pete Alonso in Oracle Park. I'm ready for that.
Pete Alonso batting .241. He's got 6 jacks already.
Yeah.
How about Francisco Lindor batting .188?
I like Lindor a lot, too.
Starling
Marte.
Marte.
Tater against the Dodgers, I think, on Saturday, too.
He did. Dodgers are getting back Walker Buehler probably next week.
Yeah, Capri Pants.
Yeah.
They're coming to a town near
Capri
you.
Pants. Yeah, the Capri Pants do bother me. You got the Capri Pants.
Robbie Ray's coming. He's got his Capris ready.
Pants with a cup of Starbucks. You know what I'm saying? It's just like marina all over my forehead. I love the marina in the city. Oh, boy.
Lubman, how was the press box yesterday? I saw some photos.
It was pretty chill yesterday.
It's like Murderers
Row.
Row.
A fun time.
Of baseball reporters.
It's always a fun game.
Yeah, those reporters, the guys who do the hard work, they sit on the left side, and it was me and some of the radio guys. We were chilling on the right side, and yeah, it was a fun time yesterday. Got to hang out with Steven Risotto, Steven Ruderman, Vinny Sistoni. That's the crew.
How's Vinny doing? Long time no see from him.
Oh, he's doing good. I mean, he struggles when the Giants are below 500.
Why?
So.
He does struggle.
Because he wants to be. If you guys think I get upset about the Giants, he takes it to a whole new level.
He doesn't take it well.
I didn't know you knew Vince.
Oh, I know Big Vince. He used to be at Crown 4. Was he still there? Where's he at now?
No, he's working with Bay Area Sports Rap right now.
Okay, there you go.
Speaking of which, you texted the group thread about the Apple Plus baseball Friday night.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I like the production. Every time I watch it, the 4K cameras
are way better.
The cameras,
not
the
even close.
angles,
It's
when
not
you hit
even
a home run, the way they show the players crossing home plate.
You could switch
video
it to,
game-ish. Yeah, you could switch it
to the Giants broadcast.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. The broadcast team needs a little work.
I'm with you.
But you know what? I'm not mad at it. They're just coming on.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fox wasn't great when it first started with NFL football.
No.
Over 30 years ago.
No.
Now look at them.
I'm. You know what? Fast 5. I'm going to tell you where we're going to go here.
Crack.
We're talking about Debo Don Dada 1200, and this is another conversation. Bonte, how many balls was catchable for Debo in that Super Bowl? So I'm not gonna go there with Brock Purdy.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, oh my God, that's not getting completed. That's what I thought.
Oh God, another day. Let's just keep chipping away at Brock.
No, Brock's fine, but
No, he's
I can't
not.
unsee what I saw in the playoffs. Okay. I can't unsee what I saw in the playoffs. We're not hard on Brock.
Here's what I can't unsee. I've become a 4K HK snob, and I will accept nothing less. Look, I know they're your partners. I love them. We've got to upgrade the camera work just in general on a lot of these local broadcasts, because when I watch an Apple Plus broadcast in 8K or in 4K, like I spent a lot of money on my televisions. It's gorgeous. It's unbelievable. It's beautiful. It is unbelievable. When NFL has to stream through Fox and it's on KTVU and you lose like multiple layers of the high def, it drives me nuts. I have become an 8K, 4K snob. Sports. Fix all your cameras. Bare minimum 4K, all cameras. Here. That's it. Sorry.
My final thought. Can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm going to sound like Danny Freisinger after the Warriors went to 5 straight NBA Finals and said, you know what? It's refreshing that the Warriors are not playing high-level games this year. I needed a break. And I ripped him. I never forgave him for it.
Oh, no.
But with that said,
oh no,
I have been enjoying these NBA playoffs with no stress.
Where Freisinger was right.
God.
With no stress. I'm out here chilling, just watching the league, seeing how the Warriors can reload. I can't believe I'm saying this. I wanted the Warriors in the playoffs. I missed the fact that they're in the playoffs. I don't get to take my photo of playoffs on the court. There's no playoff games around here. They're in L.A. We go to Denver if we want to watch a playoff game. I don't know, but we can't go to SAC, can't go to Chase Center. But I have enjoyed the playoffs. And I have enjoyed more time with my family, not having the Warriors around. So a nice little break from the Warriors not making the playoffs, but don't make it 2 years in a row. Don't do it. I need you back in the postseason next year. It's reload season for the Warriors. That's all. Reloading, recalibrating. Not rebuilding, but retinkering.
Retooling, right? That's what the Lakers are going to need to do when they get ousted by the Denver Nuggets, unfortunately. It's not looking good. They had the perfect half of basketball, and they were up 3 points. Like that said everything you needed to know about how the series will probably go, but I'm still pulling for them because I want that jersey, Bonte. I want that LeBron jersey.
What was the jersey?
If the Lakers win this series. So
yeah, that's right, because you were talking big mess.
No, I wasn't.
Big junk.
I was not talking
listen,
mess.
I'm not going to have to spend
$150.
$150 on a Laker jersey. I'm not going to have to do that.
We'll see. We'll see.
What do you want, the Sunday
This
White?
is a legacy game.
Stay tuned.
Legacy game tonight for D'Angelo Russell, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura. The big boys and LeBron and AD showed up. The other guys need to.
But you want me to get those Sunday Whites, huh? The Sunday White Laker?
I kind of like the purple.
Actually, I'm not going to lie. The Sunday Whites are nice.
They do hit. They do pop.
I didn't like that they were wearing their whites on the road. Like, I hate so many jerseys in basketball right now. Just wear the home whites.
Think about all the teams who wore home whites. OKC, they won.
They
did.
All
the home teams won, actually.
They did. Well, and all the home teams in the NBA and NHL, 14-0 this weekend for playoffs.
Well, I expect some chaos today. I expect chaos in the game number 2. When the adjustments come. Love it.
Yeah, my final thought is it is so fun watching the Jung-Hoo Lee effect take hold at Oracle Park. You're hearing the Jung-Hoo Lee chants every time he steps to the plate, and you can feel the energy start to shift as I do my little Jung-Hoo Lee dance off camera.
He is a player.
He is. It's so much fun to watch so far, and he's enjoying it. Bob Melvin had a great line after the game on Saturday. He knows that the fans love him. It's the relationship between the Giants fan base and Jung-Hoo Lee is off to a smashing start.
Did the fans love him getting thrown out of second base yesterday?
Well, not everyone's
going
to.
I'm kidding.
That was a tough pitch. It was high outside, just perfect pitch
really
placement from Moreno to throw him out there. I love the aggression, though.
They knew it was coming. They knew it was coming. Hey, Shasky, what are you about to do right now?
I'm about to go golfing.
With who?
Steiny and Goo.
And where at?
Stone Tree in Novato.
For what?
Atco Pest Control.
Oh, Atco Pest Control Golf Invitational.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
I'm going to do my best Scotty Scheffler impression.
Who you golfing with?
I don't even know.
Oh.
My wife went through my phone.
No, she didn't.
What did he talk about on Starting Guru today? Playoffs? More Warriors? We still haven't got to Kuminga and Moody and what the Warriors should do with them. Or with them. But we could do that tomorrow. That's coming up tomorrow. Up next is Starting Guru. Have fun, everybody.
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation.
great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I lost. I'm out.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. What is going on? Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you, and we are coming from Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. It is the ATCO Pest Control Golf Tournament, and we're happy to be here.
Yeah.
Beautiful day. It's going to be sunny. And mark your clocks right now. In 45 minutes, Darrell the Guru Johnson will be teeing off. He will deliver the first drive of the day to start the tournament. If you want to watch it, go to YouTube, 95.7 The Game. Go to the 95.7 The Game stream, and you can watch Guru. 10:45 is when that is supposed to occur, and I see the numbers are already starting to skyrocket on YouTube from people that don't want to miss it. What's up, Goo?
I'm nervous. That's what's up. And I got to tell the people, take them behind the curtain.
Yeah.
You walked me out on the green, gave me some Bill Parcells conversation. So I think you are rooting for me, unlike the knockout tournament. Darrell the Guru Johnson's been eliminated. So people out there, pray for your boy. And Steiny, I just want to hit it straight because there's some real golfers out here.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch. That's coming up at 10:45, right around there. We're out here at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's the ATCO Pest Control Golf Tournament. They're one of our best sponsors. We love seeing the guys from ATCO Pest Control out here. And let me throw this at you to start out, Goo, because obviously the Warriors didn't play this weekend,
and it hurt.
And kind of what did you watch? What were your sports thoughts this weekend, and what stuck out to you?
All right, here
I'll tell you
asked.
what I
kind
of got hit with.
Oklahoma City, who would have been the Warriors' foe had they got in, played just like I thought they would play. They got the dub, no pun intended, but that's what I saw manifesting was the fact that they came out a little tight, and the Pelicans, without their best player, Zion, took it down to the wire. And the whole game, Steiny, and everybody listening, and I mean this, I thought the Warriors could have won that game, taking advantage of the newness and nothing like the first time the OKC Thunder in the playoffs. And the fact that the refs swallowed the whistle, I saw Draymond, I saw Curry, Wiggins, and Clay, and they weren't there. They didn't earn it. But, Matt, that was my biggest takeaway. It should hurt more, the fact that I think the Warriors could have gave OKC a try, a game, and maybe stole game one last night. I know, look at you, coming out early.
I can't believe this.
It's real. It's how I feel. It's how I feel. You asked.
I mean, I looked at some games this weekend, and I kind of saw the opposite.
Oh, wow.
I saw a league that's getting younger, that's incredibly athletic. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise, or I don't know if I don't know if the word's surprise, but you look, I just see Steph and Clay and Dre, they're not there. I see Durant. They got beat pretty handily. I see the Lakers just got they got a clinic run on them in the third quarter of that game.
Yeah.
And
had a lead. They were up 12.
And it was down 15 in one quarter. I just don't. I think there's a changing of the guard that's happening right now in the NBA, and the Clippers won. We'll see how they progress in that series
with no Kawhi.
But I'm just looking kind of at. I mean, Minnesota looked really good. Denver looked really good.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City, they're playing a team that's pretty good, and the Pelicans, even though Zion's not there. I mean, what hit me is that the Golden State Warriors, they got to get younger.
Wow.
I mean, they got to get younger, and they got to get more athletic. And I don't know who that means moving or who that means acquiring, but the idea right now that, Clay may just come back and maybe you re-sign Kuminga and you tinker. I don't know, Goo. I mean, I don't know. I saw some pretty good teams this weekend.
No, and you did. And you hit me with the athleticism, the youth, which was on display by both the Pelicans and Thunder. I was listening to Evan and Devon on Warriors Wrap-Up Saturday. And since we are at the ATCO Pest Control Golf Tournament, let's put a rat on the table early, Steiny. Not trying to put you on the spot. spot. But what message would you send to Warrior fans in regard to, is this something to get ready for, to where the actual playoffs will start, and maybe you're not a part of it? Because to me, I love hard. I'm hanging on to the fact that if we do a little math, a little Draymond math, and this goes this way, that goes that way, maybe they're still playing. Okay. Like, what message would you send to Ward Dub Nation right now? Like, get used to this. And before you answer, when you say go young, because they do have some young pieces, are you just going young for the birth certificate? Are you going young because you got top-tier talent in the young? That's what concerns me. You can go young, but where is the talent there to match the birth certificate?
The reality of the situation is, one of the things I did this weekend was I put myself in Joe Lacob's position. I didn't view it as a fan. I'm not viewing this as somebody that doesn't see the reality. And I'm also thinking about Joe Lacob, a guy who now has owned this team for 12 years, and what we know about him. Yep. And I'm convinced this ain't good enough for Joe Lacob. Oh, it doesn't matter what it is, what it is for the fans, what it is for me, what it is for you. But I continue to think of Joe Lacob, and I just don't think that he's going to bring essentially the same team back. Now, again, what does that mean? I don't know exactly what it means, but it would surprise me if Clay's back. It would surprise me if Draymond's back. It would surprise me if Wiggins is back. I'm talking about the three of those guys all together. I think there's an appetite to keep Kuminga, obviously, because he's a young player who can improve. But I just, knowing Joe Lacob the way we know him, we know he loves to gamble. We know he's a risk taker. The opposite of a risk for the Warriors right now, to me, would be to try to get Clay back here at 20 and to re-sign Kuminga, and then just see maybe somebody will take Wiggins. I see him being more bold than that.
No, I was going to read the super chat we got from, I don't know who this is, Donnie. You help me out. Rich Mitchman, $1.99. Trey Kuminga won't be good in time for Steph. And I'm going to say this to that. There's so many ways and layers to go and avenues. But I will say this, Donnie. Over the weekend, I did think about it. And I know we differ on where Curry is at. But I'm there. I think I'm going to park my car there, especially after the owner that you talk about, Joey Lightyears, told Tim Kawakami, and I sound like a broken record, but I'll never forget it, if we happen to flame out. And I believe what happened last Tuesday night in Sacramento was a flame out. And Stoney, I'm looking at you, I'm looking at the boss, and I mean this, as we sit here upon the greens, Kuminga's your top commodity. I don't think he will be all-star status in time enough to help what's left of Curry. So to me, I'm shopping him to go get a seasoned veteran. Hey, it may only be 3 to 4 years that seasoned veteran has. It's coming to Golden State, but I would try to put a package together that is led by Jonathan Kuminga and wish him the best and hope I can get something back that's ready to go and closer, maybe to being an all-star than Kuminga, Steiny, and roll my dice that way and see what it lands on. And hopefully it's 7 or 11, and as you know, that means you hit.
And just to be clear, I mean, we're talking about a team that everybody around it says needs some youth and athleticism. I just don't see him trading their 21-year-old piece that's young and athletic. I just don't see him doing that. When after the season was over, we talked about, everybody talked. Dunleavy talked. Kerr talked. And they all seemed to talk about, athleticism and length and those kind of things. I think I see a team that's not going to move Kuminga. I'd be surprised. I mean, I would be surprised if they moved Kuminga a year after they moved the 23-year-old guy, a year after they see that maybe their core's a little too old right now. The interesting thing is, and I want to get into the Niners too, because we got the NFL draft.
Yes, sir. Ding.
Coming up on Thursday. Is what are they going to do with Brandon Aiyuk? And
I'll tell you what they better do.
It's a similar situation to Jonathan Kuminga. It really is. They're due to get paid. The extension will kick in a year. And Brandon Aiyuk wants to get paid and is eligible to get paid. And we'll see if he gets paid.
He better get paid. And the reason I say he better, Steiny, is I know he's in an offense that, is not Russell Westbrook-like to where he's just featured and the ball's coming his way all the time. But you never know what you have until it's gone. And I thought and was under the assumption that Brock Purdy's going to get paid, Steiny. And I'm being proactive, thinking he's going to have, let's just say he had the year he had last year. He is your franchise quarterback. He just took you to a Super Bowl. But if you're telling me, Goo, you're jumping the gun and this year's going to go a long way in that, how can you justify trading him or not having him in this offense in a year that is so important, not just to Brock Purdy, but to the Niners as a whole? He is your best route runner. His catch radius, I believe, is top 5, top 10. So, I do question and wonder why a guy of his status was not featured more in the Super Bowl. There can be 50 different answers to that question. But Steiny, are you looking at me on this Monday telling me 4 days before the draft that the Niners are that confident in replacing him? And I like a Jawan Jennings. And again, we don't know if there were a trade before the draft this Thursday, they would get something back. But damn it, I love Debo. He's a Swiss Army knife. But he can get hurt with the best of them. And he's not your traditional route runner. So I just don't see where this thing is going outside of you and the breaking news sounder that Aiyuk's got his money.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Guru. We're at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. It's the Atco Pest Control golf tournament. Don't forget, half hour. You're going to want to jump on our YouTube channel. Just search 95.7 The Game stream. You can get it on there, and you will be able to see Daryl the Guru Johnson teeing off on number 7. It's about a 150-yard carry. It's got a little water jutting out. So Guru will be teeing off at about 10:45 to start this thing.
What's the fail for me? How do I go out there and... Okay.
You missed the ball.
Okay.
That would be the fail. But keep in mind.
Okay.
Keep in mind, this is something.
Yeah, I'm being real, man.
I'm being real, too. Yeah. If you take a swing and you miss the ball, it's actually not the end of the world. It's not a huge deal.
But it'll go viral. It is.
It will, but just go onto the internet and you'll see a million guys swinging a golf club, hitting the ball terribly. It'll just get lost. If you miss the ball, if you shank the ball, if something crazy happens, trust me, it'll be on the internet. It'll get about an hour's worth of play. And then it'll just get lost in a million golf videos of guys hitting the ball poorly.
All right.
It's one of the things about golf is that first tee, there's usually jitters because there's people watching, and
no
it's
doubt.
just the way it is. Let's go to Darren. Darren's in Riverbank. What's up, Darren? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
All right. Doing well.
So I'm going to have, I have a weird, I need to be educated on Podemski.
Okay.
I watched him for about a month towards the end of the season, just him the whole game.
All right.
And I don't see a lot of, the charges, if you guys noticed the offensive charges that he was taking.
Sure.
Those dried up once the league figured him out. It just doesn't seem to happen anymore. And I'm assuming because the league has his number, that they've adjusted, and it's a strange. I'll see his stat line, and he'll get.
You don't like him, do you?
Starter minutes there for a while. It's not that I don't like. Well, okay, I don't like him. I don't like his game. I don't like his game at all, and I don't see it. Like I'll see a stat line of 3, 5, and 3 in 34 minutes, and and meanwhile Moody is coming in and just, hooping, and he's not getting. I don't understand that one.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things. One is...
Because I want to defend... Go ahead, Stan.
Well, one is Podziemski shot the ball better than Moody this year. He just did. He shot 38%. Moody didn't start making shots till the end of the year. Podziemski rebounds, which is something this team needs, especially from the guard position. You know, the one thing I am thinking about with Podziemski and Moody is there any way you can be a better... Let's say you let Clay walk. Just because that's what you decide. The money's too. Can you be a better team if you have Podziemski and Moody playing more at the 2, along with Steph Curry? Can you replace Clay with Moody at 2 and Podziemski at 2, and they fill in some of that playing time? I mean, obviously
that scares me.
Well, why
you would be younger, Steiny,
and you'd be better defensively.
Okay, but as far as a threat from the outside, I don't think those two could equal what Clay has done on the year. And to that caller's point, Podziemski doesn't need me to defend him, but I will. Moody's been here. Moody doesn't have a Brandon Podziemski problem. I'm been one of the biggest advocates for Moses Moody, Steiny, is consistency. And I do think he's got jobbed at certain durations during the season in regard to playing time, but he's had multiple years to make an impact like Brandon did. So to the caller's point about the charges and they dried up, okay, I'll give you that, but Brandon Podziemski led this team in plus minus. And when you look at the Warriors from a grand scope, I think that's an indictment on everybody else around Brandon. But let's not, be blind to the fact that the kid gave you all that he could. And Steve Kerr has won 4 rings as a head coach. Are we really thinking he's wrong in what he sees in Brandon, or Brandon's playing too much? So whatever you tell me, I'll listen, but I'm not going to say it's a Brandon issue. Steiny, I got him at the bottom of my list in regard to what's wrong with the Warriors. So Moody has had opportunity when Brandon wasn't even in a Warrior uniform, but it's just funny how fans call in, and I'm hearing it a lot. And if it's Kuminga, if it's Moody, they all feel like all of a sudden Brandon is in those guys' way. And the rat on the table brought to you by Atco is they've had multiple seasons to kind of, show what they have and make an impact before Brandon was ever in a Warrior uniform. And I'll wrap it up with this. Steiny, in a league of shooting, if you say night-night to Klay Thompson, I just don't know if those two gentlemen can give you and be the Robin to Curry shooting from the outside. That would worry me.
Well, I mean, the reality of the situation is if the Warriors were better, Podziemski wouldn't be playing as much. It's just that's the bottom line.
I hear that.
Everything that he excels at is a position of weakness for them. The charges. The reason that those stuck out was because they don't have guys who take charges. The rebounds. The reason the rebounds stick out is because their forwards aren't great rebounders, and he can do that. The reason that he plays is because he can put the ball on the floor a little bit better and make a play for other guys than Kuminga and then Moody and probably Clay too, to be quite honest. So the reality is, if you get some players that can make you a more balanced team, Podziemski may not play as much as he did this past year. I'll also say this: I get it, Clay. Clay can win you games with his shooting. He can also lose you games with his shooting. And if you're telling me that you could improve at the 2 spot defensively, and
I didn't mention that.
I mean, that's one thing that you gotta think. If you give up some shooting but you get better defensively, do you become a better overall team? That's what the Golden State Warriors, I think, have to figure out with Klay Thompson.
Can I ask you for an adjective how you would describe this project? We'll call it a project that is getting the Warriors back into championship pedigree or making the playoffs. What word
Step
would you?
one.
Wow, which is
square one. Wow. You're at square one. You might not even be at square one.
How big of a project is this, Donnie?
Well, it's to go from the end of a dynasty to starting something new. So it's a big project. But if you don't think the dynasty's over, then
see, I'm split.
Well, then you go try to win it again next year, even though you didn't make the playoffs this year. And I'm looking at some teams that are young and they're going to be better. I mean, the West is a bear again.
Yeah, it is.
quite frankly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru are at Stone Tree Golf Club in Nevada. The Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. They're one of our best sponsors. We love them. If you're in the area, come by, say hello.
Shasky on his way.
Yeah,
I guess he's playing.
Daryl the Guru Johnson will tee off. He'll start the inaugural tournament at 10:45. 10:45. So if you want to watch Daryl the Guru Johnson start the tournament with the what do they call it when like Jack Nicklaus does it? The ceremonial. That's what it is. It's the ceremonial. First drive of the day by Daryl the Guru Johnson. That's at 10:45. So get on YouTube and we'll take a look at his swing, and then of course we'll dissect. We'll dissect him. 888-957-9570. Also got to get into Brandon Aiyuk. We got the NFL draft is coming up on Thursday night. The Giants, they're 10-13 right now. 10-13, and I tell you what, Evan.
Go ahead.
Evan, can you jump on here? Evan, our producer, can you jump on here or no?
Yeah. What's up?
What did he?
You're on here. I was going to allow you. I was going to allow you a victory lap after 3 weeks on Blake Snell. Blake Snell.
What you got, E?
Let me just tell people that 14 seconds after the Giants signed Blake Snell, Evan said, I hope Giants fans are going to realize they're going to hate him early in the season. He doesn't throw strikes.
Okay. All right.
So, Evan, well done.
Appreciate that. No, but it also means that he will pitch himself into shape. You'll love him by the month of June, but the first two have been a struggle his entire career.
Evan, we had a Ball Friday, Steiny no-show.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
But, Evan, you're not worried about the Giants overall, are you? I'm not. I see some things, and there's some things that concern. I know Cobb got pushed to the 60-day, but baseball is a bear. It's a long way. Would you say this edition of the Giants is way better than last year, even though they're 3 under early?
Yeah, I don't know about way better, but the fact that they're around 500, like they played a pretty tough schedule the first month of the season. So I know no one wants to hear it, but if you're 500 by the end of April, you're sitting pretty.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Sports fans, how you feeling about two of the Bay Area's best players right now? Brandon Aiyuk and Klay Thompson. And they're talking about the fact that they may not be members of our teams anymore. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We are at Stone Tree Golf Club, the Atco Pest Control Tournament. Don't go anywhere. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Daryl the Guru Johnson with the ceremonial first shot of the day on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members. Signature Farms Chicken.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That heavy breathing you hear is Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Oh, did they catch it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guy's a little nervous. We're out at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. You can tell my voice is a little lower right now because they're making an announcement. They're probably introducing Goose soon. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be hitting the ceremonial first ball today at 10:45.
When is it too early for a Bloody Mary? I need something to take the edge off.
Well, I'm
too soon.
We got the boss here today.
Yeah.
You know how he doesn't.
Dude,
we do. He doesn't like that. But we're at the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. They're one of our great sponsors here at 95.7 The Game. And we're
Are
at
you
Stone
okay?
Tree. What do you mean?
Speaking of which, they gave us Rat on the Table T-shirts.
Okay.
And the streets are telling me they gave you a 3X.
Okay.
They were guessing your size. You look slim and trim. But your reaction to the 3X, that some were saying you were upset a little bit that they gave you the 3 times.
No, I don't.
Okay. Because they were guessing.
Well,
it wasn't what they thought.
And as you know, I'm very particular about my T-shirts. So just because it's a company T-shirt or even a sponsored T-shirt doesn't mean I wear it. 888-957-9570. We got the NFL draft coming up on Thursday, and the Niners talk is all about Brandon Aiyuk and whether or not they're really looking to trade him. I mean, that's the bottom line is do the 49ers pay Brandon Aiyuk or not?
Can I ask you a question? You beat me over the head and all the listeners all year long last year in regard to once you paid Brock, then moving forward, when that quarterback's off that rookie deal, you kind of lose things, The luxuries kind of go. You might have to condense some stuff, so you may not have 2 stud receivers, you have 1. Somebody doesn't get the bag. But I never assumed that would stop on Brandon before he got his and Brock got paid. Like, Brock is due after next year. So are you shocked that they would part ways possibly or trade Brandon Aiyuk? Like, I thought he was supposed to get his money.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's a decision they got to make. I mean,
and you don't have to pay him this year if you wanted to really be tough. He probably won't report.
The reality of the situation is the 49ers can do what they want. They can pay him $25 million or whatever it's going to cost to get it done. They can not pay him and say, get in here under that last year and then force him to either show up or not show up, or they can move him. I think the bottom line, though, Goo, and we all know it, is they can't pay Aiyuk, Debo, McCaffrey, and Purdy. And the question I think that's in their mind is whether they can keep Aiyuk around for another year and run it back. But that's the part to me that, if I'm going to use kind of the Warriors philosophy, and it's this, if you went to the Super Bowl this past year and you went to the NFC title the year before, I mean, don't you have to re-sign Brandon Aiyuk and give it one more try, and then at that point revisit how much you're going to have to pay Purdy, whether or not you can move Debo Samuel or Aiyuk at the end of the year if that's the way you need to go, or whether you need to readjust the salary cap. But the idea of the 49ers trading Brandon Aiyuk, drafting a wide receiver, and having that wide receiver be good enough to be, part of what Brandon Aiyuk was, and also you still remain a Super Bowl contender. I mean, if you can do that, then I get why you would do it, because your payroll would then be significantly better. You wonder, is there a guy we can get in the draft that could be 75% of what Brandon Aiyuk is now, and we'll only have to pay him on the rookie scale?
Wow, Steiny, I'm looking at 75 receptions for Brandon Aiyuk last year, 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns, and I'm looking at the top dogs, and I have no qualms with it, but Tyreek Hill, is getting the most money. Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Metcalf, and Debo Samuel. If I asked you right now, who would you rather have, Debo or Brandon Aiyuk? How would you answer that? Because to me, I love what Debo brings, but Steiny, naturally, just as a receiver, my answer would be Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, then you got to trade Debo. But maybe Deebo Samuel doesn't have the value that a Brandon Aiyuk has. It's funny. Nahegan asked me that before the game, or before the show. Who would you rather have, Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel? And to me, I'd rather have Deebo Samuel, I guess, because he's, he'll make. To me, he makes 10 plays a game for you, and Deebo Samuel makes about 6. Brandon Aiyuk's more of a typical wide receiver, and I look at Deebo Samuel as he's an unbelievable weapon to have, but to me, he's more of a luxury than Brandon Aiyuk. But we'll see what the 49ers decide there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, I'm no capologist or a draft expert. Shout out Mel Kiper. But, Steiny, if you told me what this team needs, I know they draft, 31st? I believe an offensive lineman or somebody in the secondary, a cornerback. That would be me. But I don't know what they would get in return if they traded Aiyuk, but I can look you in the face without knowing and saying, if Brandon Aiyuk is not a 49er, they're not a better team since that Super Bowl loss.
Well, you know what? And that's what I don't know. Huh? We don't know that. It makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. But I kind of look at Klay Thompson and Brandon Aiyuk the same way. I mean, if Klay Thompson leaves, can you find somebody to play 30 minutes a night at 2 guard, or more guys than just one to play 30 minutes at 2 guard? And you're a better team. I think that's within the realm of possibility. I don't know who the players are. They might be on the team. Is there somebody out there that Brandon Aiyuk is your number 1 receiver, but you bring somebody else in and that creates some openings with salaries some other places? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do with Brandon Aiyuk, 49er fans? It's pretty simple. Do you pay him or do you not pay him? And is it that simple? To me, it sounds like the San Francisco 49ers are going to pay him. That's what they've done. Wow. That's what their history suggests. They'll pay him, and then they'll figure it out maybe at the end of the year. That seems to me like the logical thing to do if you think you're the best team in the NFC or one of the best teams in the NFC. How can you take a step back when it comes to the wide receiver position to that degree and think you're going to be as good of a team?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't want to hate on Deebo, Steiny, because I've seen him put this team offensively on his back in the playoffs, the Dallas game, the Rams that they almost won in the NFC Championship game, the game in the frozen tundra. But when you bring up Klay, the first thing I think about is health. And to Lori Matthews' point on the text line, on the YouTube chat, Steiny, she's saying he's been healthier than Deebo. So I don't want to make this about Deebo or Aiyuk, but it's kind of hard not to go down that road. But I think of the first playoff game, Deebo couldn't finish the second half. He was out early. So, you've got some return on investment already from Deebo Samuel, but Brandon Aiyuk, for the most part, has been healthy, Steiny. I think he hasn't even hit you talked about Klay. We've seen the best of Klay. I don't think we have scratched the surface on Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I hear Guru's name is being called. And let me get to this YouTube chat. We could see him starting to walk over. Oh, the numbers are coming up on the YouTube chat. Here's what's going on right now. If you're just joining us on 95.7 The Game, we're going to take 5 minutes here to have some fun, and then we'll get right back into sports talk. So we're at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, and it is the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. All right, and Daryl the Guru Johnson is going over to the number 7 tee box where he's going to hit the ceremonial first ball. I'm going to try to do some broadcasting of it as I look at the YouTube chat. But as you can see right now, Daryl the Guru Johnson walking out to the first tee. I'm going to let...
Thanks for having me.
Okay, he is now on the mic, so I don't think he can hear me. Goo, can you hear me right now? Daryl, can you hear me right now? I don't.
Yeah, I can hear you, Steiny.
Okay, so hey, relax. Don't take your time. Take your time. Take a couple practice. He's doing it too quickly, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
He's just doing it too quickly. But here he is, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah, I have.
There's a practice swing. Here we go. There's another practice swing. He's got about an 80-yard carry. We'll see what he can do. He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on the delay. Oh boy. It went about a yard. Oh boy. It went about a yard, ladies and gentlemen. But that's okay. There it is. Okay, on the second one, Daryl the Guru Johnson with a, I didn't see where it went.
Jesus.
Careful, you're on live. You're on a live mic.
Okay.
But there you can see the divot right now.
Pay the winner of the shank. Pay the winner of the shank. Oh, baby.
So get back here.
Yeah.
Don't quit your day job. Oh boy.
Man.
If you're,
I tried, right? Sure, man. All right.
I mean, that is an unbelievable divot for a driver. It truly is. But it's over. It's over.
Worst part is now.
And Daryl the Guru Johnson gets to come back. Did it go over the water?
Yeah, that's more like beer.
Second time was really good, apparently. All right. 888-957-9570. Feel free to call in and assess Guru's swing. You can address Guru's swing. You can assess the future of the Niners and also the future of the. How'd that go? Hey, Goo, how you doing?
I'm all right, man.
So the first one looks like you got a little behind it.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah.
What, were you nervous?
Come on now. Super nervous, but damn.
And then the second one was good. Did it get over the water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But the first one is all that counts.
Monty on the YouTube chat saying you needed a speech.
Boy.
Maybe Monty's right.
Yeah. Bonte's chiming in.
Are you okay? Are you going to be able to?
I appreciate it, B. I was a 1 for 2, right?
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. It's in the spirit in the spirit of the game was fun.
Yeah.
Our Rush saying it looks like Guru just had the hip surgery.
I have. That's
you
funny.
got to swing those hips.
I got a question, Matt.
Yeah.
To the boss. I got 2 Matts here. When you put out the shank, right behind it needs to be the one I hit. That's all I asked. If
forget everything else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because he didn't hit the ball square, it was one of those shocked balls that was supposed to explode. And because you didn't hit it square, it didn't explode.
Wow.
So it was
what we're doing?
It was a prank on you that didn't happen because you didn't hit it square.
Wow.
I guess that's a blessing in disguise.
It really is.
Wow.
I think I'm upset.
No, it's not playing. Billy from Atco is in trouble. You can get mad at him.
All right.
Oh, boy. Clay and Guru both hit a fan with a ball flank wide to the right. I did mess up the grass, though, a little divot.
That happens, though, and they're prepared for that here at Stone Tree Golf Course.
I'm scared to look at the phone. Go ahead.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Klay Thompson, and we're talking about Brandon Aiyuk. And the big talk, obviously, around the 49ers with the draft coming up Thursday is...
I got a question for you.
Trade Brandon Aiyuk?
I got a question for you. This is what I believe, and I'm sharing with you all. I believe Brandon Aiyuk is where Kuminga was last year when the series ended. He went public with, his minute allocation. He wanted more. My question to you, Steiny, we saw his girlfriend, Brandon Aiyuk, say this might be, her boyfriend's last game at Levi's last year. We saw the brother kind of say some things about, his possible future with the Niners. My question to you all is, do you think Aiyuk wants to stay here?
No.
Like, is this his... there's something that's eating at me that, Steiny, if he had his way, he might be in a different offense. You say what to that?
I think there's probably places he'd rather be. I think he looks at this team and says, well, I'm at the very best, the second option. But the reality is, I'm the one who sounds like a broken record. I've always felt the Warriors have Not the Warriors.
Niners?
The 49ers have a plethora of playmakers.
Wow.
McCaffrey's going to get the ball 25 times a game. He's going to run it 18 or 19. He's going to catch it 6 or 7. Deebo Samuel's going to get the ball 6 times a game. George Kittle's going to get the ball 5 or 6 times a game. I absolutely believe that Brandon Aiyuk is someone who thinks he can get better numbers in a different system with a better quarterback. So, yes, I think I shouldn't say I don't think he doesn't want to be here. That's not what I'm saying, but I think he wants to get paid, and I think he thinks that he can be a lot more productive somewhere else than he was here. And if that means playing for a bigger boy quarterback or a team that throws it more, then yeah, I think there's something to that. I think there's something to the fact that the 49ers run it and other teams pass it more, and he'd probably rather play in a more passing-centric offense.
Okay, so I've learned this throughout my life, Stoney. Money does not buy happiness. I've added to that phrase. It can wrench you some fun. But if he truly deep down doesn't feel like all his skills set can be utilized, as much as he would like, is it just about, okay, I'll get the number and then I'll just stay in this offense and that feeling will go away that I know McCaffrey's option 1, 2, then it's Deebo, me, and Kittle. Like,
well, what does he want?
Does he want to win? That's the $1 million question.
I mean, does he want to win or does he want numbers?
Wow.
And
I got to imagine winning first, but you saw that look in the Super Bowl, Stoney, where he burnt his man in the end zone and the ball didn't come his way. It wasn't Purdy's fault. The O-line didn't block, but that's a hell of a question. How would you, where are you at on that just personally? You know me. Now, I got to be careful here. I want to win, and I'm sure Brandon does, but I wonder if money will silence that hunger maybe in year 2 of your contract or 8 games in year 1. Like, damn, I took it, but I can do more.
Yeah, I think it comes down to he wants to get paid, and he wants to get paid comparably to other. I'm looking at this list right here.
Yeah.
Is he?
No, they got the big
does he
boys
deserve? Does he deserve Stephon Diggs money?
I don't think he's as good as Diggs right now.
What about T. Higgins?
I think he could put up those type of numbers in that type of offense, especially with the receivers that T. Higgins had. Like, we haven't seen T. Higgins be a 1. He's got a big boy right next to him, and Deebo is different than Chase in that offense. But I don't want to throw shade at Purdy, but Purdy is he's not the quarterback that Burrow is.
I mean, if you look at that list, Brandon Aiyuk probably thinks he should make more than $20 million a year. So pay him more than $20 million a year. And if he wants $25 million, well, that's up there with Devontae Smith, with A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, I actually don't think the number's hard to find. And that's why I think there's something to this. I think there is a lot of uncertainty. I mean, how big can the number? You think Brandon Aiyuk's turning down less than 25? I'd be surprised.
And you know what?
And do you think? Yeah, and do you think the 49ers are offering less than 20? I'd be surprised. So, is there a number between 20 and 25 that they both can agree on?
And again, if you're talking about the mindset of ownership and the coaches, do you believe you could just plug Juwan Jennings in there, Stoney, who I'm fond of, and get the same type of production? Like, that's where I'm, and I know you say, Guru, this is not the Miami, this is not Marino to the Marks brothers, but, I mean, he kept your season alive with yet some acrobatic catches. Even the one in the rain, that was just a great catch. But I do wonder if you got to be careful. And then also, if you're going to say we can't pay Brandon because we're going to give Purdy the bag, then that tells me this season, as far as Brock Purdy is concerned, Stoney, you already got your mind made up on what you're going to pay him, right? Like, if I want Brock Purdy to look good and I want to invest in him being the future franchise quarterback, I got to have more than just Deebo and Kittle out there, especially when I know what he's looked like with Aiyuk. That would give me more incentive money to give to Brandon to make my quarterback look greater.
I think Brandon Aiyuk's biggest piece of leverage is knowing that if he's not on the team, that Deebo Samuel's their number 1 receiver, and he ain't ready to be a number 1 receiver.
I
shouldn't say ain't ready, but he's not.
I hear you.
Your typical number 1 receiver. So, again, John Lynch is going to talk to the media in about an hour. In his pre-draft media availability. So we'll have that sound for you this afternoon, later on after he gets done talking. But to me, can you...
How attractive you think Aiyuk is on the open? Like Russell Wilson's in Pittsburgh, and we saw that. I'm going X on you, Stoney, Twitter. We saw him tweet Brandon Aiyuk to Tomlin about people say they look alike, but I believe there was more to it than that. I mean, if you put him in Pittsburgh's offense, they already got some young stud receivers, but my goodness, that's just, I guess, my infinity on Brandon Aiyuk. If you get him in the right situation, he could put up top 5, top 10 numbers, I believe.
Well, what's the right situation? He's playing for one of the best offenses in football now.
Well, the Steelers don't have a McCaffrey.
Okay, so
they got a running game, and every team's going to try to run. But more often than not, I'd be like, I could see Russell Wilson putting that thing in the air, looking for Aiyuk and the rest of the receivers.
I mean, if he wants to go to a place where he can put up better numbers, there's got to be places that he can do that. But the question is, here's the other thing: he's still property of the San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
Like it's not. It doesn't. What he wants is only part of the story. The 49ers, hell, they could decide not to pay him and say, you got to come back for your 5th year. Now that
he could hold out, and then that would be messy.
Yeah, then what?
Then it's just a distraction. But I understand, him holding out. Like, y'all gonna do me like that? But it worked out for Debo, and it never got to that point. But we'll see if he gets his money. I'm curious.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do with Brandon Aiyuk if you're the San Francisco 49ers? I mean, it seems to me it's easy. It really does. You pay the guy this offseason. You give it another shot to win a Super Bowl because you think you're ready. And if things don't go well and you don't win a Super Bowl, then you look to come off Deebo Samuel maybe at the end of the year. Listen, to me, there's some similarities here in terms of the thinking, at least, with the Golden State Warriors. When the Warriors thought they were in a championship window, they paid Wiggins. They paid Poole. They thought they were in a championship window last year. They paid Green. They might not think they're in a championship window right now, so they may not pay Klay Thompson, and we'll see what they do with Jonathan Kuminga. But the San Francisco 49ers, I mean, if they're not knocking on the door right now, I don't know what you call it.
Right.
And so Brandon Ayuk's turn is to get paid. To me, it's pretty simple. If you want to maintain Super Bowl aspirations, pay Brandon Aiyuk and revisit it at the end of the season with some other guys and in terms of getting salary cap flexibility, Goo.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And I tell you what, you just talked about, I mean, how close do you get than the San Francisco 49ers on these last 2 Super Bowl visits? I feel like they should have won both games. That's for another day. But if you talk about continuity, getting right back, then right now, Steiny, if you want to call this a pimple, well, it's a blackhead. It's real small. But it could turn into a boil if somehow this guy holds out. Then you're playing week 1, and we see what happened with Bosa last year. You just don't want that when you're trying to just take care of business. And I'm going Kevin Costner, extract revenge on the league and get back to the Super Bowl and win it.
A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson are with you at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. It is the ATCO Pest Control Golf Tournament, and Guru started out the day with a ceremonial tee-off on number 7. Mixed results. He got it off the tee the second time.
I appreciate that.
And we'll be back on the other side to talk some more sports. Also get into a little bit of the Giants because I want to run something by you on what happened this weekend.
All right.
Not necessarily game related, but something I thought was pretty interesting. That segment was also sponsored by Safeway.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and builders.
Was that a horse?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What'd you guys get into on Friday? You and Evan when I wasn't here.
Well, we had a little shindig. Yeah, we had a good night.
Was it
you
payday?
mean on the show?
Was it payday?
No,
Friday?
it was Fireball Friday. Shout out Brian Fagulia. And we went met up with the... what did I say?
You said Caligula.
Yeah, anyway, real quick.
Oh, there are people out and about on Friday.
Oh, yeah, we had a great time. Joe Spadoni, the great Joe Spadoni, just put out a video of Benny, our nephew Benny, hitting the golf ball. Snotty, he can teach your boys some lessons. I got the second one. I'm feeling a little better.
Good.
But if I would have mashed the first one, it would have blew up in my face.
No, it wouldn't have.
No, they just told me.
It just makes a loud noise.
Oh, okay.
That's all. That's the only thing.
All right.
That's the only thing that was going to happen.
So Friday, yeah, we put a bow on the Warrior season. Evan, we talked about Kaminga and Clay.
And was it a rainbow? Let me guess. You guys put rainbows on it.
Oh no, we will.
Oh yeah, no, they're going to win it next year, right?
That didn't come up. We just talked about the refs on the table.
The refs screwed them this past year, and if the refs come around.
Well, I got to get this.
How could you watch the playoffs and not be frightened out of your mind, Goo?
What about the OKC game, though?
What about them?
They were tight. They won.
It's their first playoff game.
Okay, no doubt.
And they won.
Yeah, they did.
You're the best. Only you would think.
You're saying that, but you mean it differently. Yeah. But go ahead.
So in other words,
I just couldn't.
So in other words, the Warriors lose to the Kings by 25. Then the Kings lose to the Pelicans by 25. But you can somehow envision the Warriors beating the Oklahoma City Thunder yesterday.
You know what?
If
it comes down to the fact that they would have had multiple games, and the first game wouldn't have been a win or go home.
I'm going to be honest with you.
No, I get.
We laugh about it, but if that's really what came to your mind,
I swear to you
that we could beat them, then you have answered all the Warrior offseason questions. Then
you got to get there. You got to do your part.
Klay Thompson. Wow. If you really think that the Warriors of this past year are going to, you're watching Oklahoma City saying we can beat Oklahoma City, or we could have beaten them, then seriously, what you're advocating for is to run it back next year.
Well, guess what I'm saying, partners? You would have been competitive. It would, maybe you don't.
Why would you think you were going to be competitive against the Thunder when the Kings blew you out in the play-in?
Because you had more. It was a series and not just a one-off, Stoney.
All right. Well, I mean, the Warriors got to figure out.
No, they got a lot too. I hope I'm all over with it, but like I was with Evan Friday. But Stoney, you're right. If you want to bring this thing back and run it back and say Draymond doesn't this and that, hey, I get all that. But if you don't want to bring Clay back or he doesn't want to stay, I get all that. But I am worried that if Klay Thompson dips about the Bay, how are you going to replace that shooting, Stoney? And I mean that. And maybe you can, but right now as it stands, if you're going to say Moody and Pods, who I both like now we're really one of those things, and I said it earlier, you don't know what you have until it's gone.
Yeah, see, I'm a week removed from the Warriors' loss, essentially. When did they lose? On Tuesday?
Yeah.
They lost to the Sacramento Kings. I mean, I think what happens is the more and more you get away from a season, the less sentimental you get about it. And it is pretty amazing. But I think you realistically assess the season in different ways. And, you're talking about Klay Thompson, and you're talking about one aspect of his game that was not very good for a lot of the season. So we just can't forget how Klay struggled in the beginning of the year shooting the ball. And I don't, you got to think about this team getting better defensively. And to me, it's kind of like, can this team get better if Klay Thompson's not on it? Or will you have to acquire somebody else?
See, that's what, you know what, I like that verbiage and how you phrase that. Stoney, that's a must. I don't think I keep going Willard, the answer's in-house, especially if,
what does Klay do better? Other than shooting, what does Klay do better than Moses Moody?
Honestly, give the Warriors spacing and allow Steph to cook. Now, you could say, well, on this night, he didn't, he was this or that. But we brought this up when you're gone to Evan. I said, is it fair that Steiny, I'm not saying he's wrong. You look at Clay and you go, he's consistent. But when it all came out, when it was all said and done and the cake was finished, he shot 39% from three. You know, are your replacements together collectively going to be able to do that? So I'm with you. Right now, I don't want to call Clay a one-trick pony, but his thing is, on a good night, Steiny, he can shoot the hell out the ball. But when it was all said and done, you know, a lot of guys and teams would give their right arm to shoot from three what he did.
I don't know if you're right about that anymore. I mean, I really don't. Like, and I look at Clay.
What did he shoot, 39%?
Let's see, 38.7. But
we'll give that 39.
Here's the other thing. I mean, let's look at some big games. You know, he goes 0 for 10 against the Kings.
Yeah, 10 score.
The Friday night against the Pelicans, he's 3 for 9 from three-point range. The Dallas loss, another tough game. He's 2 for 8 from three-point range. The reality is he's not shooting the ball well against good teams. And I don't want to single out Clay, because they were 5-21 against good teams. Like, that's where I'm convinced. I am totally convinced, and I'm hearing more and more about it, that we can all think what we want to think. Joe Lacob is the one who's not going to have it. That's the guy.
I hear you. Because you mentioned $20 million. They're not going to go from 24 allegedly to 20.
I mean, I'm starting to think that maybe they're
just time.
Yeah,
right.
It might just be time.
Well, then you got a lot, like you said, Joe Lacob. Then they got a lot, and Mike Dunleavy study. They got a lot more to do then.
Well, and I also don't think
just this whole Clay situation. Okay, you stay or you go, but you still got you got all type of stuff to deal with in regard to your infrastructure to get better.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking Warriors. We're also talking 49ers. It's the NFL draft coming up on Thursday, and Brandon Aiyuk is somebody who is being talked about, and whether he'll be a 49er after the weekend remains to be seen. But as it relates to the Golden State Warriors, obviously they are and we just got
I picked you to win. I picked you to win, but
Joe Shasky in the house.
Yeah. You ever call for Butch?
No, never have. The one thing, you guys were on the thread on Friday, and you tell me what you think about it, but did you think the fact that the Kings got absolutely dismantled by the Pelicans, was that a reflection on the Golden State Warriors?
The Pelicans came and waxed the Warriors the Friday before they played Sacramento, right? And what did we say? And I was one of them. That's what it looks like. There are a lot of glimpses of what the Warriors don't have at their disposal as currently constructed. So that's why the King loss hurt that much more, because when the Pelicans pose a whole, litany of different problems that the Warriors couldn't pose to the Kings. And I wasn't shocked that the Pelicans without Zion won the game in the fashion they did, because the Pelicans made Sacramento miss their heart and soul in regard to Malik Monk and Herter for that matter, Steiny. And the Warriors unfortunately couldn't do that. So, I was watching that game and saw the result. Like, how do you look at this? But when it was all said and done, to answer your question, I was more bummed that the Warriors are further away because Sac manipulated and imposed their will and athleticism on you, and then they didn't even have a chance against the Pelicans. So the Warriors got, Steiny, the to-do list is big, man. It is big. Like, well, Clay coming, staying, or going that's not the end all to be all. You still got the Kuminga Wiggins issue.
Well, and yet you watched the game and you watched Oklahoma City.
I mean that you got to earn that. But Sonny, I still think they could have manipulated OKC. But you got to get there.
Why? Because they're so young.
I really believe that.
And how'd that work against the Pelicans and the Kings and Oklahoma City during the regular season and Minnesota during the regular season? Bobby Marks was on with you with Willard and Dibbs on Thursday, Goo, and he was asked about whether it was viable for the Warriors to chase a star as it currently stands. Take a listen.
This is different than years before. This is different than combining two salaries and going out and get a $45 million player or a $50 million player. Where they are right now, it's not viable. Where they are right now, from now until June 30th, it's not viable. You're basically kind of in a frozen transaction period where you ended the season with your finances, these new apron rules that started on Monday, the inability to take back more money, the inability to aggregate contracts, meaning combining salaries. So if you wanted to go out and get a $48 million player, you wouldn't be able to combine Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green, for example, here. So for now, you're kind of in a holding pattern until you figure out what you're going to do with Chris Paul and what the price tag, if the goal is to bring back Klay Thompson, is. And then you can start figuring out as far as, where your salaries are, do some of the restrictions that are really strict right now, start to loosen in everything right now.
So that was Bobby Marks, basically.
For now, yeah. Because July is when it gets real, July 1.
Right. Okay. So, but the reality is if they let Chris Paul walk and they re-sign Klay Thompson, they still don't have money to go shopping for a free agent. That's the one thing that they gotta deal with. Here's the
and that's why I keep real quick. That's why I keep bringing up Kuminga or Wiggins, Stoney, because that player that I speak of that is athletic and maybe not as good as Klay, but can do some things that a lot of the Pelican guys can. That guy would come out of the basketball clouds in a trade per se
for Wiggins,
or Kuminga.
I mean that's to me that is the biggest irony of this team is they need to get more athletic, and the two guys who are on the table are Kuminga and Wiggins, ostensibly your two most athletic players. So you don't just have to get athletic. You got to get your kind of athletic players, and can you get one for Wiggins? This is interesting. They also asked Bobby Marks, Evan, on Andrew Wiggins' value. This is CW56.
Every team needs a $20 to $25 million player to put in a deal if the goal is to go out and get a $35, $40 million guy. So it's more of a I don't want to say trade asset, but it's a trade component that a team could use. The value of it, as far as on the court, is probably not where it was, certainly from 2 years ago.
Wow. So you can't get much for Wiggins, or as much as maybe you thought you could at some other time.
Yeah, I'll say this then. I would insert Kuminga again to see. Now, I know that answer would be totally different. Stoney, I have to believe, we know, because I respect what Kuminga is and what he possibly can be down the road. And if he remains a Warrior, you hope down the road is next year, as soon as next year. But if you were to shop him, then we're talking something totally different than Andrew Wiggins, who, let's be honest, he's went through his basketball puberty. He is what he is. He may hit, he may not. We don't know what's going on, but he is what he is. Kuminga is the one to where I wonder how many GMs across the league would be like, oh my gosh, if we could get this guy's prime, he hadn't even hit his prime, what you would be willing to part ways with.
Well, and then the question becomes, why would the Warriors? See, this is the one thing, the way I would look at it. Why would the Golden State Warriors, with a core of 34-year-old guys, want to trade a 21-year-old budding superstar? The answer to that is only two things. They still think they can win a title. And deep down, they don't think Kuminga is going to be a superstar.
No, that is big.
So that's the question I have about that.
I'm going to bring in Clint Eastwood reference, sudden impact. What about they believe that Kuminga will be that, but Stoney, just not in the next year or two. And they could go hopefully get somebody that can bring in that sudden impact, right out the gate. And maybe this guy's already proven in the league. There's maybe that is. and would hit the, Golden State Warriors and give them that infusion of what Kuminga and be able to understand and comprehend the nuances of the offense, Steiny, and can be more productive for you and would make everybody else's job easier.
I'm wondering where Warrior fans are with Kuminga, essentially. Like I think I'm in the majority. And where am I? I am not trading Kuminga. I'm just not going to trade.
And you're not by yourself.
Listen, I shouldn't say what was it? Don't even bother calling, or no chance. But I am operating from a position that I do not want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And why do I not want to trade Jonathan Kuminga? Because the number one thing with my team right now is its age. We have aging stars, and we have a 21-year-old who might be pretty darn good. I actually think that some fans' expectations of Kuminga are higher than mine. I think he's got a chance to be pretty good. Superstar, that seems like a lot to me. A player who will make teammates better, that seems like a little much to me. However, he looks like a guy who should be the starting forward on this team for the next 8 or 10 years, all things being equal. So to me, I'm not.
You think the Big Three championship days are over too, though?
What?
If you had to bet. See, remember how you just posed that question?
They didn't make the playoffs
no
this
doubt.
year.
So I'm just saying.
Do you really think so? Let me get. Here's the other thing.
Stoney, I think I would give it a try.
So Jonathan Kuminga took the step this year. He was. We called him at some point. Like, I just want to make sure we all know what we're talking about. There were some this year who called him the second best player on the team for half a stretch of the season. So you really think you can trade your second best player for somebody who's now better than him, who's going to take you from a 10 seed to a championship? Like, that's the one thing that to me has really hit home this last week. We're not talking about a championship anymore. We can't be. We can't be. And if we are, well, then go ahead and make a move for Jonathan Kuminga. But I am just not. I'm not there yet. 888-957-9570. We got big moves to make. We got Kuminga. We got to figure out what we're going to do with Wiggins. What do you want to do with Chris Paul? I think people, like, this is the funny thing to me, is if you said you want Klay Thompson back, well, everyone will say, yeah, at a good number, right? At a good number. Yeah. I think the tougher decision might be just, do you want him back at all? Even if you could get him at 20 or 25. I mean, if Klay Thompson right now said, I would take 20 to 25 a year, is it a no-brainer that the Warriors should re-sign him for 2 or 3 more years?
To me, Sonny, yes.
And I don't think it is for the Warriors anymore. And this is where it gets back to Joe Lacob. Like, we don't know maybe Joe Lacob didn't feel great about Klay turning down 24. Maybe that goes the other way. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. It is the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament, and we're talking about it here on 95.7 The Game. We're also talking a little bit about the San Francisco 49ers. NFL draft starts Thursday. 49ers have the 31st pick, the 63rd pick, and the 94th pick. So essentially at the end of each of the first 3 rounds, the San Francisco 49ers.
You said you had something you had saw over the weekend at the Giants you wanted to run by me.
Oh, yeah, I did. I did, actually.
You got me kind of tingling. I was like, where's Stoney going?
Why? I just thought this was interesting. Okay. Jock Peterson was booed by Giants fans when he played against them this weekend for the Diamondbacks. Giants fans booed Jock Peterson. Why?
I believe Stoney, his persona or just his personality, I don't think a lot of Giant fans, and I'm guessing, thought he was a gamer. I think they looked at him like he didn't take the game serious. I could be wrong, but I watched all the 3 games, and I was shocked that they booed him, but it has to be that, right? You only boo a guy if you think that, not he half-assed, that he didn't take it seriously. And he was the jokester of the crew, and I don't know if he was running the Pasoy card games or whatnot, but I wonder if he was the poster guy for, a guy that you couldn't count on. And I don't know, but I thought it was odd. But I gotta believe, and I thought to myself, why would that? Maybe they felt like he didn't take the game seriously.
Well, and
I don't have the right answer.
So
but,
I'm reading The Athletic today, and Andy Baggerly, who covers the Giants, been covering them for a while. It was interesting because he wrote a column where he put some of his own thoughts into it, and he said, I was really surprised that Giants fans were booing Jock Peterson. And I thought off the top of my head, I was like, well, they weren't crazy about Jock Peterson. And then I started reading the story, and it was Andy Baggerly who wrote the story about the card games that Jock Peterson was a part of. And the bottom line is that Baggerly goes on to explain that, if you go to clubhouses all over the major leagues, everybody plays cards, and he wasn't the only one playing cards, and that, the reality of the situation is that, it was just bad optics that Jock Peterson was playing cards. And so now I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. Why does everybody... So the story was about how Jock Peterson last year loved to play cards and played cards when the team maybe wasn't doing well.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
And so then fans turn on him, and now it was just bad optics. He's and the other thing that was brought up was Jock Peterson was a postseason player every single season before he came to the San Francisco Giants. And so he had the same personality for those teams, the Braves and the Dodgers, that he did for the Giants. So
where did the booing come?
Exactly. Why? Why does Peterson get blamed for? Why is he the representative for what went wrong?
I'll tell you what.
If he is, it's because of the way the media portrayed him.
You know what? Or I'll tell you what, man. Like, we do a show and we're graded and we're judged, and right now the show's doing healthy and we work with a bunch of good guys. But let's just say, Stoney, the show wasn't doing well, and you or the boss or Evan or Spadoni said, Goo's a lazy ass.
Well, but they never said lazy ass.
Okay, but
he's a free spirit. That's what they were calling.
But what about the subliminal when things aren't going good, you still like to, I don't want to say party. Like, I wouldn't want that to have gotten out. Like, I think that didn't do him any favors.
Why did he bear the brunt of it, Jock Peterson?
I have no idea, and I'll tell you this. I'm just trying to connect the dots here. Do you think he was a poster child, Jock, for the Gabe Kapler era? He was a move that came under Kapler's watch. I'm not saying Gabe was Farhan, but do you think he was kind of a reminder of meat left on the bone some way? I'm not saying it's right or fair, but like, was he the everyday player of Gabe Kapler type? I don't know.
I mean, he didn't play every day.
No?
So, I mean...
But he did get booed. I thought that was weird.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, California. It is the ATCO Pest Control Golf Tournament. We're having a lot of fun. We can talk about the NFL Draft coming up. That starts Thursday. The other thing, and I want to bring Evan in on the other side along with Goo, because I want to get both their thoughts on something Giants related. But we can also, I see Janet in Berkeley wants to jump in. We can also talk about the Golden State Warriors. It's been a week now. And do you think any differently about the Warriors now than when they were eliminated just last Tuesday? I'll be honest with you. I'm more liable now to make bigger changes as opposed to thinking that tinkering is going to get this team back to 50 wins. I'm wondering where Warrior fans are with that one. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations.
you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. We're at the Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, California. It's the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. One of our great sponsors here at 95.7 The Game. Guru and I are hanging out outside the clubhouse. If you missed it, Guru hit the ceremonial first drive. First one so-so, second one a lot better. So he went 1 for 2, did a nice job in front of a big crowd. And here's a little news to pass along. The Jets are trading Zach Wilson to the Denver Broncos.
Can you... Like, I'm not happy. I love all these guys, but this is why we love sports. We were talking about Guru, the 30 for 30 on the 2021 quarterback draft class. And as it stands right now, Steiny, Zach Wilson, as you just mentioned, traded to the Broncos. Who they got? DiNucci and Jarrett Stidham. Trey Lance is on the Cowboys. Justin Fields traded to the Steelers. And Mac Jones is on the Jaguars. And the lone only quarterback to keep a starting job is one Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. Right now, I mean, Steiny, they've all struck out. It's early, but damn.
Yeah.
That's great. All the time you think you know and you don't know, and we got to draft Thursday and some quarterbacks are supposed to go. But Steiny, damn.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Let's go to Janet. Janet's in Berkeley. She wants to jump in. Hey, Janet, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. I just have to say, I find it interesting that, we were talking about Kuminga a couple of weeks ago. He wasn't anybody there was no popularity for Kuminga. No one was loving on him. And now we're talking about Kuminga, and we're constantly referencing his age and talking about how old the guys are. How old is LeBron, okay? And everybody still holds him in high esteem. But we talked about Jordan Poole in the same way. Jordan Poole was young. He was fresh. He was going to be the next Steph Curry. And look where Jordan Poole ended up, and look what he's doing for the Wizards. So, and whatever happened to you guys holding in esteem the legacy? These guys are legacy, and they've got it. What happened to that? There's all this ageism stuff. Come on. Youth does not mean you're going to be a stellar player or you're going to be consistent. And age doesn't mean that you still can't bring it in the future. That's all I got to say.
No, I hear you.
Janet, the problem with that
tell Janet they didn't make the playoffs. Yeah, I'm not saying it's because of the ageism.
Is that Steph, Clay, and Draymond are getting worse. And Kuminga, Moody, Pajemski, and Trace Jackson-Davis are getting better. So how do you figure it out with one maybe coming back a little and the other 4 guys getting better? And that's what the Golden State Warriors have to figure out. It's really that simple. How do you bring this team more in the middle? I mean, Steph, Clay, and Draymond need more help. They just need more help. And whether the guys on the team need to bring them more help or whether they need to go get guys to bring them more help, I think the one thing that all Warrior fans can agree on is Steph, Clay, and Draymond, if they're going to be here, they need more help. They've gotten older, right?
No doubt. And I'll say this to Janet's call. I don't feel like you're hearing that from us.
No, they are.
Well, I'm telling
pro sports has ageism.
Yeah, right. But
it's just a fact.
Yeah, but Steiny, I'm not ready to sit here and say Steph is where Dre and Clay are at. The whole thing, as excited as any Warrior fan is about the youngsters or the next tier or the next crop, we don't know. Let me tell you something, what's going to happen. Draymond Green's going to be in the Hall of Fame. So is Steph Curry, and so is Klay Thompson. We don't know if Pods, Kuminga, or Moody, and whoever else you want to put on that list, TJD, are going to, get to that plateau. So right now it's about a blend, and if you want to bring Clay back, and I understand it because you feel like there's still something to do here, you need to do what you just said. HELP, where and how you go get that, I don't know, but we got to be careful on just saying it, and I'm not saying you're saying this, the big three's done. All right, let's hit reset, and then here come the youngsters, and the youngsters may be serviceable players, but are there any superstars in that crop? And You know, that's part of this problem is how do you maneuver and move forward not knowing the answers to those questions? Well, you got to hitch your wagon to one of them, and I'm hitching mine on what I already know works or worked, and now you need to do something. You need to polish it up. How do you do that? And you got to get an infusion of something. Do you have that something already on the roster? I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of don't understand that. Like, I get the idea that we don't know what the young players are. And, yeah, we're working with 3 Hall of Famers. But they are not at that level anymore. So don't you know what you're going to get with Steph, Dre, and Clay? And you know it's not going to be what it was 3 years ago. So don't you have to look at the young players because they at least have a chance to keep getting better over the next 2 or 3 years? And the more you stay reliant on the core, I'd just be worried that it holds back the young core.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get back to some of this Bobby Marks sound because he's got some good stuff that on here. The one is let's go to Bobby Marks on if the Warriors' young assets are enough to acquire a big name.
I mean, you got Podzinski, you've got Moody, and you've got draft picks. And Trace Jackson Davis, right? Those are take Kuminga out of the equation. So what are those 3? Draft equity, and then you add that big contract there. So I certainly think so. I think that from the young player's perspective, you do. I don't think you have to put Kuminga in. I mean, it's just a matter of kind of who that player is, who's available.
So, I mean, the one thing to me is when you say Pods, Moody, and Trace Jackson Davis, you can't be talking about one move, right? I mean, what team in the NBA would want 3 players that young, all coming in one fell swoop?
I can't think of many.
Is kind of what I'm thinking.
And I guess my question to that is, why wasn't Kuminga on that list? Because I still have him as being the most attractive asset you have.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm wondering what Warrior fans think Joe Lacob's mindset is. And this is one thing that I have been giving a lot of thought to recently. Like, what kind of owner do you think Joe Lacob is? And when I think about what kind of owner Joe Lacob is, that's when I do think, you know what, maybe Clay's not coming back. I'm starting to think Klay Thompson may not come back. Not because I'm a hater, not because I don't want him back, but because I'm trying to put myself in Joe Lacob's position. And I don't know that Clay's going to be back when I think about Joe Lacob. Okay, then I think about Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. And that's when I say, I don't think Kuminga's going anywhere. Why not, Steiny? Well, because I think Joe Lacob really likes Kuminga. He likes the idea that they drafted Kuminga at a very young age. He didn't have any experience, and now he's 3 years into his career, and he's shown that he's a pretty good player, and he's got a chance to be really good. So that's why I don't think Kuminga is going anywhere. That's why I think Klay Thompson might not be coming back. So who else does that leave? Chris Paul? I don't think Chris Paul's coming back.
Doesn't make fiscal sense.
Exactly. Okay, so then who else do we have? We have Wiggins. We have Draymond Green. Steph will obviously be back. But I want to know what Warrior fans think of what Joe Lacob wants to do, and I guess what I want to know is, Goo, like, what do you want to do?
Okay.
And then what do you think Lacob's going to do?
Okay.
888-957-9570.
And I've been thinking about this. So I have all the utmost respect for one Joe Lacob. He is Joey Lightyear, Steiny. Okay, he has brought this team from nothing into something, and you talk about how much the organization is worth, 4 parades that we are all a part of. I get it. But now, what if I were to tell you this is the first time I believe his reputation as a killer, Kill, I'm going Warren Sapp, a killer, is about to start this offseason, because I'm not mad, but I was blown away that Joe Lacob shared with Kawakami last offseason about Draymond Green and the brother, how he looked at Draymond as a brother and what he meant, all this sentimental stuff that I kind of thought, and Joe didn't do anything wrong, I kind of thought Joey Lightyear's the machine, the killer, would look past, and it got Draymond Green a contract 4 more years for $100. So now that leads me to believe, Stoney, I hear you, because it's on the table, how much hardball they're going to play with Klay Thompson. And again, it takes 2 to tango. Klay could want to leave, and then the Warriors could say, hey, we wanted him back. He chose to go elsewhere. But I guess I'm getting goosebumps to see the answer to your question about how much of what they've built means what right now after a year. Your team did not qualify for the playoffs, and you're sitting here with almost a $400 million payroll. Like, at some point now, we're going to find out what means what to him, and there's no wrong answer. But if I'm running this business and we didn't make the playoffs and my bill is the most in the league in history, then there's got to be some uncomfortable decisions to be made, and you just want to find out, Steiny, when or if that will start.
Yeah, and I don't know, and that's why I'm starting to think that maybe this is the end of the run for Klay Thompson with Joe Lacob. The other thing I was thinking about, and you've talked a lot about this, you've kind of been all over it, and it's the idea that Joe Lacob paid Draymond Green last year, paid him $100 million. So I'm thinking to myself, why did Draymond Green drive down to Joe Lacob's house? Like, why? To me, if you put 2 and 2 together, it had to mean that there was doubt.
This is fascinating.
That there was doubt.
You think?
Okay. Yeah, why else would he do it? It is highly unusual for a player to drive down to an owner's house. Joe Lacob mentioned it because it was unusual. So I'm going to take Joe Lacob at his word. So that tells me that there may have been doubt about that contract. And yes, maybe it means that Draymond had to sell Joe Lacob on that contract. And that's where I'm at. That's why I continue to focus on the most important person in that organization right now, and it's Joe Lacob. And if Joe Lacob gave Draymond Green a $100 million contract last year, and he thinks that Draymond did not live up to it, then he's going to try to move Draymond Green. I don't know if he can, but the more I think about the report by Zach Lowe, where did that come from on Thursday? A report in ESPN. Zach Lowe saying the Warriors are growing tired of Draymond Green's volatility.
Would you stop there real quick? Does that surprise you?
No.
Me neither.
Okay. Well, but why wasn't that story written a year ago? Why wasn't that story written 4 months ago? The story was written now, and to me it has to be written now because the Warriors are letting the word out that they're getting tired of Draymond.
You could be
They
right.
are getting tired of Draymond. And that's another player I'm looking at. Would they really try to move Draymond Green? I mean, when I
might be onto something.
When I look at Joe Lacob, I look at a guy who's who's less likely to run it back than to try to do something bold. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in Fairfield. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm just out running errands right now, and I'm trying to brainstorm because I like math and I love the Warriors.
Right.
There's nothing is adding up here. We're not getting any younger. We're not getting any more athletic. We are what we are, and I don't think Klay's coming back. This is my only hope, and I think it may fix something and at least get me watching the Warriors again next year. What if we just go and get Zach Edey? He's got to be in the middle of the pack. He's not going to be a top 10 lottery pick. We need size. We need youth. He delivers both of those. And I think under the tutelage of Draymond, He's got to earn that $100 million contract somehow. So you're going to train Zach Edey to be a monster. And now we got a 7'4" monster along the side of Draymond, and then we can at least run that back. I'd like to watch that. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't jump out my chair, Stoney. I don't see that happening. I think it's highly unlikely. But, I mean, you feel how you feel, and that's a fan saying, you know, he's brainstorming, trying to crunch the numbers, and he wants change. But I just read something here from Danny Keynes on the YouTube chat, Stoney. They waited too late to be tired of Draymond. Well, that's not necessarily true. If there's something there, you can move him. And it would just have come a year later after you gave him the deal. So that's not set in stone, and things do change. I just kind of marvel at what you allude to, because we both have spouses. We've been married before, Stoney, and the reason I bring that up is, to me, I don't think there's any shade or shame in an employee meeting with his boss when you have marriages that have been, people have been married for umpteen years, and what happens? They go to counseling, and they go to counseling in hopes of rectifying the problem so they can stay together, and nobody ever talks about how many counseling sessions you went to or what you did to keep, to stay together. And that's why I look at Draymond Green and whatever they discussed when he went to Joe Lacob's house, Stoney, because at the end of the day, when that man, Draymond Green, left that home, whatever they discussed, it was able to be salvaged. So
for now. I mean,
yeah, but that was before he saw him going to do WWE and hijacked.
You don't think?
I'm on board with. I think that could have been the last straw. So if one day this summer, Guru, you trying to run Dre out of town? No, I'm not. I'm just telling you, I believe he's the biggest reason they didn't make the playoffs because of his antics. If I'm Joe Lacob, somebody take the knife, and the Warriors take the knife out of my back. I mean, I rewarded you with this contract when some were like, what are you doing? And then you go hijack the season to where we can't even make the playoffs. So I could see something jumping off there. I could be totally wrong, but I could see it. And that's why I thought it was kind of, the timing was, not curious in regard to Zach Lowe's report about some may be growing tired. Well, who's the some? Because if it's one dude, the owner, then Dre's got a problem.
I'm sure it's Steph. I'm sure it's Steve
we saw
Kerr.
that in Orlando.
I'm sure it's Steve Kerr. I mean, how many times over the years have Steve Kerr said he's tired of Draymond Green?
But then he follows up again, and Stoney, you could just say so much in business. He follows up with Willard and Dibbs.
Well, what's he supposed to say?
I got you.
It's like Mike Dunleavy saying, we're bringing Jordan Poole back.
I hear you.
I mean, it's what they got to say. Yeah. Rhonda in San Francisco. Hey, Rhonda, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Okay, this message is for Joe Lacob. I'm a season ticket member.
Okay.
And I'm going to re-up and pay those thousands and thousands of dollars again because I want to see the big three again and spend that $100+ every game. He's a businessman. I'm not saying I'll feel this way forever, but I still feel this way, and I'm exhausted by the change every season. Let's build on the foundation, and let's see what happens. So that's my perspective. I'm sure I'm in the minority, but it is what it is. So
appreciate the
that's
call.
It. Thanks for the time.
All right.
She's not by herself, but I think that's highly unlikely, Stoney, but we'll find out here. And we're not going to get an answer on Clay until July, right? June 1st. What, July 1st?
The idea about Joe Lacob's a businessman is, to me, fascinating, too, because the whole idea that if the Warrior, and I'll say that, feel free to disagree with me if you're a Warrior fan. He's got a building to sell out, and he sold out that building for 10 years. Yes, and the building's going to be sold out as long as Steph is here. Mm-hmm. It's Steph. It's not Steph, Clay, and Draymond Green. If Klay Thompson does not re-sign with the Golden State Warriors and Draymond Green gets traded, when we come back next year, the Warriors are going to sell out 41 home games because of Steph Curry. So I'm curious, Rhonda, if there's a difference between the big three and Steph Curry. Like, on the one hand, I mean this, I get Let's bring Clay back, and we see if we can put some players around the big three for a couple more years, and maybe catch lightning in a bottle. But what I maintain is there is not one season ticket holder who would give up his seats or her seats this offseason if Clay and or Draymond left. You're not giving up those seats until Steph is gone, right? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's kind of the one where I think that, I understand it. If I'm Joe Lacob and I'm saying, okay, we sold out 10 straight years with Steph Curry, yeah, there's a danger in moving off Steph Curry. But is there a danger in moving off Draymond Green and Klay Thompson in terms of attendance, in terms of team popularity? I actually don't think so. I don't think so. I think everything's safe and sound as long as Steph's here.
And I don't. How many people would disagree with that? Well, we just had the one young lady do it, but that was her prerogative, and I get it. But Steiny, I think that comes with the territory. There is a difference when we're talking about what we're speaking on here. Steph is different than those guys.
Devon Kessler on the YouTube chat. No, we wouldn't. Yes, Steiny, you're correct. As a season ticket holder, courtside seats, whoop.
Yeah.
We would not let them go just because Clay doesn't come back. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, as long as Steph's here, then I don't think anybody's giving up their season tickets. In fact, you're not. Nobody's giving up their season tickets as long as Steph Curry is here.
And I want to add something to that. You keep saying that, and it's giving me goosebumps, but Steiny also, too, and I know you're going to lose it. As long as Steph's here, fans want to believe and think that they have a chance to compete. And what just happened this year could never happen again as long as the chef is relatively in his prime or playing the high-level basketball.
You mean it can't happen for the fourth time in 6 years next year?
Well, one time he got injured.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's something you got to be more and more careful about. The bottom line is you were a 10th seed this year, and the way I look at things, you can be better than a 10th seed, and it doesn't mean you have to have Klay Thompson on the team. It doesn't mean you have to have Draymond Green on the team. It might not mean you have to have Andrew Wiggins on the team. I believe the Golden State Warriors can get better than number 10, and it might mean breaking up this core and just putting different pieces around Steph Curry. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, just throwing this out to Warrior fans. I mean, if Clay and Draymond leave, we can live with that, right? As long as Steph is here. Steph's got to be here, right? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Steiny and Guru. We are at Stone Tree Golf Club in Nevada. It's the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament, and we'll be right back. Talk more sports on 95.7 The Game.
The Jeep Celebration event is going on right now with exceptional offers on a wide selection of Jeep brand vehicles. If you're looking to supercharge your next adventure, look no further than America's best-selling plug-in hybrid, the Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the luxurious Grand Cherokee or Grand Cherokee.
He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on the delay. Oh boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're back on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
John Lynch is talking right now to the media in his pre-draft availability. We'll get that sound to you shortly, probably in the next half hour or so. Apparently, the first question he was asked was about Brandon Aiyuk, so we'll get that sound to you quickly. Yes, go.
No, I was just saying speaking of which, the Niners are used to this in regard to, I don't want to say a player being disgruntled, but they did it with Debo. We saw how it played out with Bosa last year, Stoney, and they got back to the Super Bowl. But all in all, if we're in Vegas, you don't got to be the place to bet nowadays. Stoney, there's just no way, no scenario in my world on the Guru computer that Brandon Aiyuk is not a San Francisco 49er before the draft.
Let's go to Gerald. Gerald's in San Jose. Wants to jump into the conversation. What's up, Gerald? How you doing?
Yep. I'm on live?
Yes, sir.
Gerald.
Oh, okay. Matt, I mean, I don't understand your logic because you say we cannot roll the Warriors back. We cannot go back with the same crew next year, which makes sense. And so basically what you're saying is that Draymond and Klay Thompson should retire. Basically, that's basically what you're saying.
No.
I mean, what other team going? I mean, they're like leftovers. Basically, what you're saying. This is throw them somewhere else and retire. Even Steph Curry.
So, all right. So you don't. Okay. Well, then why? So you don't think Klay Thompson will have any suitors, free agent suitors? Do you think there's going to be any team that's interested in Klay Thompson? Oh, he dropped.
Yeah, go ahead. He wasn't saying retire, Joe. Relax. It's all good.
Oh my God! All right, let's. Next question. You want to play a game?
Yeah. Look at these.
Let's go through some players, and you tell me if you think there'll be a Warrior next year.
Okay, I like this.
And then I want to get into this other thing. I want to.
And let's start this with I don't have any sources. So go ahead.
Chris Paul III.
Nope.
Klay Thompson.
Yep.
I'm a no for Klay Thompson. Again, let me make it clear. The no means I don't believe the Warriors are going to bring him back. It's not
Chris Paul
Joe Lacob.
This is about Joe Lacob. So I just don't think Klay's coming back. The more I think about what he said the day after the season was over, there wasn't a lot of talk of Warrior for life. Mm-hmm. I think he may be a casualty. Wiggins.
Yep.
See, I don't think Wiggins will be here next year. Kuminga. I have a yes for Kuminga. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, and I don't do this just for the sake of saying what you don't think, but God darn it, I'm going to say yes, Evan.
Yes, he'll be here.
Yeah. Yes.
But
that bothers me because I said yes to Wiggins, too. One of them are going to be gone. I don't know how it's going to be Wiggins when Kuminga can fetch you the most. And I love J.K. Steiny.
But he's got a higher upside.
Right, but is that going to be 2026, 2025? Like when? And I think I'm ready to give that away for something I believe that can help Steph Curry and the gang get us back to the promised land sooner. And I could be wrong, but that's the risk of doing business. Give me somebody else.
Moses Moody.
Yeah, he's here.
The reason he's here is because he could be your starting two guard next year.
Man.
Yeah, I think this is the way I like to always phrase this, Goo. I don't like to say, well, what do you think? I'd like to say, you have to put money on it. So if you have to put money on it, I'm saying Chris Paul III won't be here.
Got you.
I don't think Wiggins is going to be here.
You know what's scary about Wiggins not being here?
I don't think Klay Thompson's going to be here. I think Draymond will be here, and I think Kuminga will be here.
So we're going to choose Kuminga's future over Wiggins. But
you can bring them both back if
what
you want.
What scares me about that is Wiggins is not going to fetch you as much as Kuminga could.
Nope.
But Wiggins is more of who he is than Kuminga is. And Kuminga's the only problem I have with him, and I've said this, it's a Spider-Man meme, when he plays against guys his size with that athleticism, you could see where he needs to grow and get in the lab. But if we're talking about, tell of the tape, shout out Devin Haney who took a L, shout out Ryan Garcia Steiny over the weekend. Andrew Wiggins is a more polished basketball player right now than Jonathan Kuminga. And
of course he is.
But it's that, what Wiggins are we going to get? It's never been a basketball issue. It's a motor issue.
What about this?
All right.
You know the Wiggins you're going to get?
Give it.
The Wiggins for the last 4 years. That's the Wiggins you're going to get.
Yeah.
I mean, it just is. He'll be good at times, and he'll disappear at other times. Yeah. But that's the other deal that Dunleavy's going to have to figure out. And that is, Kuminga might be able to get you. The other problem is, Kuminga, you're going to have to tack somebody along with Kuminga.
No,
you can't just trade Kuminga because he only makes $7 million.
I mean, then you're really, but it could be.
But you can't trade Kuminga unless he's attached to a $20 million player to get a $20+ million player. Like if you say Kuminga and
give me the $20 million,
Kuminga and Moody, they make $14-15 million between them, or $13 and $14 million between them. You got to find a $13 or $14 million player, and those impact players tend to be up in the 20+ millions. So that would lead you to believe it'd be more like Wiggins and somebody else. Yeah.
So we keep talking about money. Brandon Aiyuk, who deserves it, if you ask me, and Klay Thompson, if you ask me. So you're telling me, Steiny, Jonathan Kuminga is going to get paid or could get paid, and I'm not too short. The great rapper had a saying, don't hate the player, hate the game, Steiny. So Aiyuk could Kuminga could get $30 million, and the Warriors would be paying for what he's going to do in the future, right? That's a risk in that, because he's not where you see all the potential in the world. But if you give him that money, it's going to be, we're betting on the come. We're betting.
He's worth more than 7 right now.
No doubt about it. So, but he's going to try to bring the house down, and rightfully. But my thing is, you're not paying for what he's already done. You're paying for what he's going to blossom into.
But
80% of that money.
But that's just decisions teams always have to make. Like, Orlando's going to have to figure out Banchero.
Yeah. But my whole point in that, if you were to shop Kuminga, you don't actually know what's going out the door. Most of what's going out the door is his ceiling and potential. Wiggins, you already know what he can do on a good day. You know what I mean? He can create his own shot. He can guard the other team's best player or attempt to. Yeah, he can get better rebounded. He might shoot 40-45% from 3 in a month or months. It's like, there's just more tangible evidence from Andrew Wiggins as a basketball player than Jonathan Kuminga, Wiggins is in his own way because of his psyche, and you don't know when he's going to be ready to play upstairs. But as far as...
I would never, like, the only reason is because one guy's 29 and one guy's 21. Like, I am not, like, if you're telling me we know what Wiggins is, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's why I'm never moving off Kuminga if the choice is, if you would say right now, Wiggins, I got to give him a better chance to be better than Wiggins when it's at 30 years old at this point.
And unfortunately, he's got more of a motor. Yeah, it's not even an argument, but the reality is, I would ask you sure about that with the 2022 Wiggins? But that's not fair, because that looks like an anomaly.
I mean, you can continue to hold on to things from 2 years ago and move forward with it, but
that's to me. I hold on to a lot, but
it's a long 2 years. I mean, That's 2 personal leaves ago for Andrew Wiggins, and it's 2 years ago for the Stars. Bobby Marks, Evan, was talking about Kuminga's value and extension range. Let's take a listen to what Bobby Marks thinks Kuminga's ballpark is.
I think his number is probably in that 5 for 130 range. I don't think he's a max player, which would be 5 for 225 or 5 for 225. But I do think he's probably a 25 to $30 million player, because I do think the upside is there to be a top starter / all-star type player in the league.
Right, I get that. I get it, Stoney.
And
man,
the one thing
to get paid.
We'll see. I mean, it would seem like a
they would be doing what the Niners, if they don't give Aiyuk his money, what they would be. I mean, I know it's a business, but you'd really be stepping on the pedal of that, having Aiyuk come play on his last year in a sport where it could be over in any second, and doing that to Kuminga, right? That he's not going to be in the right frame of mind.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, here's the other thing that just from a practical standpoint. Yeah, I guess the Warriors can kick the can down the road, and they can pay Klay Thompson 20 or 25, and they can re-sign Kuminga for 30, knowing that doesn't kick in till year after next. Okay. But you're gonna have to make a move then. You're not going to have Curry at 60, Wiggins at 25, Green at 25, Kuminga at 30, and Klay at 20. Like, that is absolutely not going to happen.
So let me start. I just random #random. You said something earlier, and it just resonated with me right now. You're so sure right now, after this season was done, in its totality, that if I asked you who the second best Golden State Warrior last year was, it would, and I'm not going no shade at Kuminga, you would say definitely Jonathan Kuminga?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you were. Like, that's the problem that Joe Lacob has.
Fans halfway through the year, we're talking about Kuminga like he was the second best player.
Like, that's the problem. I don't know who's the second best Warrior.
Yeah. Let's go to City Boy.
Our guy.
City Boy's on the line. What's up, City? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm good, fellas. I had to take a week off after the way the season ended. I had to decompress a little bit and think about it, man. It was sad. You know, I texted my son right after that loss, and I said, you know, because his entire life the Warriors have been a winner, you know.
Right.
And I kind of told him, you know, end of an era, you know, and he, you know, I said, well, it's been fun. I mean, I'll be honest, like I've loved every minute of this. I would love to see them retool and get back. And, you know, as fans, we're always going to hold out hope, but it doesn't look, you know, the league is strong right now. I mean, these teams are good out there. You know, I'm sure you guys saw the rumor about Karl Anthony Towns and the Warriors, or he might be interested in coming here. I mean, that'd help, obviously, but I don't see how you get them. I mean, what do they want from us other than Kuminga? So I don't know how that works. But, you know, the funny thing is with Wiggins, so Klay and Wiggins are very similar at this point in their careers. They're just too inconsistent. I mean, think about last year in the Lakers series. Klay had that 130-point game, and he looked great, and then he shot us out of the series. And, I mean, I'll be honest, when Klay's bad, he loses the game for you. Like, he kills you. So I just don't see, like, listening to Kerr and Dre and Steph, it sounds like he's coming back. I mean, I don't think there's any two ways about it. Klay will be back next year. But I would look at a guy, you know, I think Dallas, what's his name, Tim Hardaway Jr. is kind of fallen out of favor there. I think the Warriors have to look at players like that they can actually get a hold of, somebody that can shoot the three ball. So the Warriors have to add shooting. And a guy like that would be perfect because he doesn't demand the rock. He doesn't need it in his hands. And, you know, and he can shoot. So they got to surround Steph with some shooters if they're going to compete. Probably keep Draymond around. And, Karl Anthony Towns and you know, there's a kid from Princeton. There's a point guard from Princeton. We really need a backup point guard. I would take a look at this kid Lee from Princeton. He's a real nice little player, and I think he's going to be a second-round pick. So I might try and trade Wiggins for a second-round pick and Hardaway Jr. Kind of.
Yeah, and the other thing about that I know who you're talking about, that guard from Princeton. If he doesn't make the team, he can go onto the Warriors analytics department right away.
Now, I'll give you two. I like me some Tim Hardaway Jr., but City Boy, if you're telling me the Warriors need to be more consistent, he's consistent at being inconsistent. And I don't know, maybe that's because he's playing with Luka, who just dribble, but I don't know, Stoney. But the cat thing, I wonder if Dub Nation is because we got a lot. I caught hell. Goo, you want Karl Anthony Towns? Now that this season culminated in a non-playoff berth, does Cat look so bad now? Would he look so bad?
For the life of me, I just think it's a joke the way we talk about Karl Anthony Towns like he's available. They're one of the best teams in the Western Conference. They're up 1-0. I mean, I guess he could be available, but he's 28. He's in his prime. The Minnesota Timberwolves are poised to go further than they've ever gone before if they can win a round. I mean, I guess we can talk about Karl Anthony Towns. Like, here's the other thing.
I guess when we talk about him,
let's talk about
he gives you some body punches.
Okay.
I know he shoots threes with the best of them.
$50 million next year.
Well, that's a problem.
So how do you even? So okay, $50 million. Would the Timberwolves want Draymond and Wiggins?
I'm laughing, but
you can't trade both those guys. First of all, I don't think they like each other. So I don't think the team that would trade for Draymond and Wiggins would want
Chris
both
Paul
of them.
and Dre didn't like each other. That worked out.
Well, I mean,
they didn't really like each other.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I'm
dreaming. I'm just telling you what I think the team needs, and I love TJD. But Stoney, when you got a dog down there that can get you some scoring, it alleviates it. The Warriors are a one-trick pony right now, and we played that.
About Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah,
you called him a dog.
He can be. When he's got it going. And when he plays the Warriors, he's a dog.
I'm just
saying. Not D-O-G, D-A-W-G.
I know, but most people would say he's soft.
Down there and dunk on somebody's ass. That's what we need.
I'd rather have Gobert, I think.
Oh, no way. Yeah. He's the garbage man. His stuff is predicated on what you do or don't do.
Exactly.
I ain't mad at Gobert.
We need to get better defensively. That's the other thing. That, to me, is the rat on the table.
Well, we need to get better on both sides. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair.
The rat.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors and what they're going to do this offseason with Jonathan Kuminga. Do they re-sign Jonathan Kuminga? Do they bring back Klay Thompson? We're just trying to speculate as opposed to refer to what the Warriors are going to do.
Oh, man.
Hey, let me throw this at Evan real quick because I wanted to. I want you in here too, in terms of it's a baseball thing. You there, Evan?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys educate me because you guys are the real smart baseball guys. Gabe Kapler.
I sense sarcasm.
Gabe Kapler was
my fantasy.
Gabe Kapler was his philosophy was to platoon and to go righty lefty, and everybody made fun of that. Everybody said that's clown managing, but don't we see the other side of that coin? Early in the season, when let's say you have a team that is going to go with the same lineup, essentially day in and day out. But when that happens, don't you have to live with guys going through dry spells? And you can't can you be upset with the San Francisco Giants right now because they got a bunch of guys not hitting when the philosophy is we're going to try to play guys to be in the lineup every day, and we're going to have to live with some slumps. Evan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the case with every team, but if you truly believe that your position players are good enough, then, yeah, you stick with them. I think it's been more about, I don't know about you, Goo, but paying attention to where guys are at in the lineup, it seems to change a lot. So the same names are in the lineup every day, but they clearly haven't found their roles there yet, in my opinion. So, I mean, they play in a lot of close games. I don't think their offense is as sexy as the offseason made it out to be, but yeah. I mean, you're getting solid production from a few young players. Jung-Hoo Lee looks like a dude. So, I mean, I think offensively they're not great, but I don't know if I expected them to all of a sudden just be murderer's row.
Yeah, that's a great call, Evan. Is for me, Stoney, to answer your question, just from a fan perspective, and you met 49er Frankie, all you guys have. He said when him and his daughter Francesca wanted to go to the game, they would have to wait to 3 or 4 o'clock to see when the lineup card was going to come out for the San Francisco Giants under Gabe Kapler. Now that's 2 fans. My thing is, I want to know who I'm coming to see. And baseball is such a hard sport, Stoney. When you're struggling or scrapping, you got to figure out that your day's coming. You're going through the slump. You're going to come out of it. But I just think it's harder and less sexier when player A is going to be in there one time and player B is going to be in there the next time. And what if you got 2 guys kind of scrapping? Then it's kind of
Then it adds up to 1 guy scrapping.
Well, but you don't have that continuity of Matt Steinmetz is our right fielder and he's going to work it out. He's scrapping. He's going to go through it. So I just think the continuity has always been, for me, that staple of consistency. So I know the Giants aren't hitting right now, and baseball's a hard game, but I'll say this, and I'm not singling one player out. When the news broke that Matt Chapman was coming to be a San Francisco Giant, you would have never thought he didn't hit 20 home runs last year. He hit under 20 home runs last year. Okay, yeah, he hurt the finger, got off to a quick start, but I'm just saying, when I think of Matt Chapman, when it was announced, I thought of the A's Matt Chapman, and I'm not saying he can't get back to that, but Stoney, they are struggling. Everybody outside of Lamont Wade Jr. and Hooley is having some good at-bats, but I don't think they're done. But I got to be honest, to Evan's point about, they're being slotted in different spots of the order, I'll take that all day, every day over, Tim Jordan's batting, he's in right field, Steiney's in right field the next day. That's just me.
Yeah, I wonder. And then you wonder, well, what if you acquired Matt Chapman in a year he's going to hit 238?
Or what if Gabe was the manager and he had this at his disposal? Would we see less platooning?
I don't know, but what I'm saying is more platooning wouldn't necessarily mean less success. And
I'll give you that right now.
And all I'm saying is, on the surface, of course, you'd rather see guys playing every day and getting 550 plate appearances, but if a guy's not hitting, he's not hitting, and then you have no. But Evan, by the way, and I said this earlier in the show, how happy are you not happy? That's the wrong word. How gratified are you right now that what you said about Blake Snell seems to be coming true?
Well, I'm not happy that he's given up 15 runs in 11 innings. I mean, that's something that hasn't been too pleasant. In fact, I'd say the biggest surprise about the Giants to me, it's not their offense, it's their pitching staff. They're one of the worst staffs in terms of ERA in baseball. They can't get guys out when they need to. So and their bullpen hasn't really been that good. I think the position players, it stands out because they're in a lot of close games. But you're giving up 17 runs to the Diamondbacks. I know they split with them. But they can't get consistent starts right now outside of Logan Webb and Jordan Hicks. So
Evan, then you wake up Saturday morning on top of that, Evan, and you find out, because nobody's been asking me, but I've been like, you know what? They got reinforcements coming. At some point, Ray will be in the rotation, and especially Cobb, and then he gets moved to the 60, and then I'm kind of frantic for a Giant fan. They're like, oh no, he'll be back, but that doesn't help.
Yeah, also, I know coming up, we got a break here in about a minute, but we do have news and quotes from John Lynch on the other side. So we'll be playing that specifically about Brandon Aiyuk. That was the first, second, third, fourth. All the questions are about Brandon Aiyuk.
All right, there you have it. Right here on 95.7 The Game, John Lynch, 49ers general manager, just got done talking to the media. We're going to play some of that sound on the other side, and it's all going to be about Brandon Aiyuk and what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and whether or not he'll be a 49er come next season, or whether he'll be paid, or whether he'll be traded. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into that conversation on the other side. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. We are at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. It is the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. They're one of our great sponsors here at 95.7 The Game. If you missed it earlier, I think you can go check out Guru on social media. He had the first drive of the day today at about 10:45. He got things kicked off, and we're having a great time out here. Beautiful venue in Novato. Beautiful day. Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take a listen to some John Lynch sound on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy?
again, Spadoni.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hit me again, Spadoni.
Hit me again, Spadoni.
Now, you've been good today. You've been very supportive, man.
Who?
You. Lori Matthews was like, you love to narrate my failures, but I was like, Lori, I hit the second one now.
You see the Denver Nuggets put on a clinic the other night?
They were down 12. And if D'Lo wouldn't doo-doo on himself every time they play the Nuggets, Lakers got action tonight. All you need is one on the road.
Sure. That's right, because you got the Lakers going to the Western Conference
don't let
Finals.
Willard and Dibs.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no, I won't. You had the Warriors and the Lakers going far in the playoffs this year.
Don't rub it in, man.
What were you saying about me being supportive?
Lori Matthews was like, you love to narrate my failures. I was like, I hit the second ball.
You just narrate.
This wasn't as big a blunder as the knockout or the Warriors World Tournament.
Well, that's only because the video was a little sketchy on this last one. But
we got some sound, huh?
Yeah, we got. We'll play that in a sec. There's one other thing I was going to say about. You guys have a good show on Friday?
We had a great
Evan, why don't you jump in here?
Yeah, we had a great show, Evan.
Evan, what'd you guys talk about on Friday when I wasn't here?
Well, a little bit of everything, a little bit of that. But I think that the highlight, at least according to the boss, because he actually came in and jumped on air to deliver the news, that apparently the crossover was at a different level.
Forgot.
And I'm not really sure why, but he did make a point to mention on the air that it was something different about it,
In terms of listenership?
Oh, just in terms of, the vibe, the punch, the energy.
The length.
Oh.
The length.
Do you want to jump in to the crossover for me every day? You could.
Tomorrow I can be, because it'll be me and you.
Oh.
I'm laying my aunt to rest. Thank you, Evan, for having my back.
Of course.
That's right. R.I.P. to your aunt.
Miss Palmer.
Absolutely. All right, so John Lynch, the 49ers general manager, met the media at about noon today, and he talked about the state of the team with the NFL draft coming up Thursday, the first round. And let's just take this one by one, since it's kind of breaking news, and he just talked. This is John Lynch talking about wanting Aiyuk to be a Niner his whole career. Take a listen.
A couple years ago, there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, I've communicated on many occasions, our wish, and our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. As such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today.
All right, so can I be honest?
You need to be all the time.
That's a whole bunch of nothing. Of course, it's been a year since Mike Dunleavy said Jordan Poole was going to retire a Warrior. It's been a week since Mike Dunleavy talked about, well, we definitely want Clay back, and we want Jonathan back, and we want Chris Paul back.
So you think that was just lip service?
Yes. It's all lip service. I'm not saying he's lying. They probably do want Brandon Aiyuk back. I'm sure they do, on their terms. So it's all just kind of window dressing. I'm not saying I don't think Aiyuk's going to be here. The 49ers have a history of getting this stuff done.
Yeah.
I think they'll probably get it done, but this stuff is all superfluous to me.
You know what? If I'm a Niner fan, I liked what he led off with, and he cited the Deebo Samuel thing, and you know how we got jiggy with it in regard to what was being said out there, and was Deebo, tired of his role? Was he being overused? And you know what, Steiny? They got it worked out. So they get the BOD for me, the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to put it on a rat on the table. We got the shirts, and we're out here at the Atco Pest Control Tournament. Steiny, the window stays open for so long. And to me, if it's about revenge and finally getting that first ring under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, you're close. I mean, you were hella close, hecka close, whichever one you want to use. Why would you even risk playing around in a year where you're going to decide, if you don't know already, what you're going to pay Mr. Irrelevant, your future, I believe, franchise quarterback? Why would you make his job more difficult by taking away one of his weapons? And regardless if Brandon Aiyuk feels like he's not being utilized enough, money talks, Charlie Sheen. So I expect him to be back. And if you're telling me I'm a defensive coordinator and I'm the Rams or I'm the Cardinals and I'm the Seattle Seahawks and we play the Niners 2 times a year, and now all of a sudden I don't got to worry about Brandon Aiyuk on the other side, I can focus on Kittle and Debo and McCaffrey, that makes my job that much more easier. I'm not saying we can stop you, because obviously Kyle's gone to the Super Bowl with different players, but Brandon Aiyuk is a piece, and I don't think I don't know, Stoney, but I don't think he's asking for the world. And you're
he's asking to be paid top probably 10.
How good do you think Aiyuk is?
He's pretty good.
Well, I think we both agree on him compared to Debo.
The problem is they pay Debo. Just like the problem with Klay Thompson is the Warriors pay Draymond Green. So are you going to pay Brandon Aiyuk less than Debo Samuel, which is $24 million? Can you offer Brandon Aiyuk as a better receiver less than $24 million?
Now, I'm going to say this, Donnie, and I'm not going against myself. I could also sit down with Brandon and say, you know what, Debo, when healthy, he can do a hell of a lot more than
so now
what
you're
you can do.
penalizing me for being healthy.
If you take it that way, then that would be a slight.
If you were Brandon Aiyuk, would you take less money than Debo Samuel?
I would want more.
Well, of course you would.
Man.
Of course you would. You're a better receiver, and receivers get paid more than running backs. It's okay to say, yes, you're going to need more than Debo Samuel.
I'm conflicted.
No, it's
because Debo should be looking more like everybody else too. He ain't going to get the Tyreek Hill and the Jamar Chase type of deals, but it's bigger than just Debo. But if you're telling me the Niners just that's the mark they got to get to, I think they get to it.
John Lynch was asked about how he communicates with Brandon Aiyuk.
You guys communicated? Did you use emojis or words?
There you go. The first question. We communicate well, and we love the guy. So thank you.
What? Did I miss something, Stoney? Oh, boy. Tibbs called it BM, Stoney. Bad material. That was bad material.
Well, obviously, Aiyuk's been
reporter.
Aiyuk's been communicating in emojis. All right, let's go to. Hold on one sec.
Through social media, that's what he's referencing.
Yeah.
His tweets and his Instagram.
Right. Let's go to some a little more substantive. Lynch was asked if they received calls about Brandon Aiyuk.
Given permission to his side to.
Sure. We receive calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
I love Lynch, but I guess he's being a bully a little. Like, dude, ask you a question, man. This is specifically for Aiyuk, John.
Yeah. I mean,
Evan, can we hear that one more time?
Sure. We receive calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
Oh.
Why don't you just go jump in the lake, reporter, right? Like, come on, Stoney. You ain't got to do it like that.
I think the second part of that question is Mayoko asking if the 49ers gave Aiyuk permission to look for a trade. Let's listen to what Lynch said.
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
All right.
So does BA, I'm asking you, because I think he has leverage, and the leverage is I could hold out if you guys don't trade me by Thursday, and you think I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, then this becomes a distraction that they dealt with Bosa.
The answer to me is that when Matt Mayoko just asked if the Niners gave Aiyuk permission to look for a trade, John Lynch just said yes. That's what I heard.
Wow.
That's what I heard. Instead of I'm not getting into all that. Like I think something's going on with Brandon Aiyuk.
But if you go ahead,
but I don't necessarily think he's for sure out the door.
But if you say that to the masses, as opposed to you, Steiner, you could feel that way. Then it's really over. If you say, "Yeah, we said it was okay for him to seek a trade."
Samuel?
But I don't think it ever got to we were taking. I'm gonna tell you publicly that I told the guy he can go try to find a trade.
Yeah, I don't know what
I mean, to me, that would be like, oh, boy, it's really water on the boat then.
I believe that in this day and age of the NFL, this is the price of admission. This is the price of admission. And then maybe you tell Brandon Aiyuk to go look for a trade, and then what? It doesn't mean the 49ers are going to do the trade. I mean, I see Brandon Aiyuk, unfortunately, as a player without any leverage. I mean,
even with the holdout.
That's both sides. Is he? So he's gonna give up $14 million, which is what he's making this year. Sometimes you gotta, it's like I remember we had Bucky Brooks on. He said, like, you can always just tell him to come in under that fifth-year salary. What if he doesn't come in?
Then that's he doesn't. Gangster.
But that's what might be a possibility. Last one from John Lynch on the timeline of past deals that they've negotiated.
I think that's important. I think there is, human nature is that deadlines force these things, but, I think you can always learn from situations, and you'd be a fool not to. I'd like to have our business tidied up at a little, those things, they ran the course they needed to, and I'm proud of our record of getting the guys we want to get done, but I'm right there with everyone else. I'd sure like it to happen sooner.
All right, so that was John Lynch talking about when they re-signed Bosa, which was into the preseason, when they signed Deebo Samuel, which was later on into the summer, and whether or not they're going to do something with Brandon Aiyuk sooner or later, we'll find out. But
what position do you think the Niners
that was
attention?
I don't want to say that was useless, but that was useless.
Well, salesmen, I'm calling them a salesman, they don't give you much. That poker face, Well,
it wasn't really a poker face either. I saw a guy just trying to avoid the subject. Clearly, there's something going on with Aiyuk. They're seeing
that we know.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and they don't.
And look at his brother and his girlfriend's tweets, throughout the offseason, Tony. So something's going on, but where is he going to get to?
That's a good question. Yeah. Let's go out to Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Oh, he's calling the glove.
Fellas. Good to talk to you. Welcome back, Steiny. Hey, you could be hanging out with the polo shirt crowd, man.
Yeah.
So remember, Steiny's used to that, man. Just hang on his coattails. He can show you how to act and all that stuff, man.
All right, there you go.
Wine afterwards and all that good stuff. Hey, listen. On the 49ers, I'm not a Niner fan, Guru, but, this is lion season. They call it lying season with the GMs, man. Don't believe anything you hear because it's all BS leading up to the draft. They're not going to tell you anything. I would think the Niners are going to do something as part of the draft if they're going to move Aiyuk. I have a trade proposal from my Commanders, though. We can help you out with Aiyuk, Guru. We'll trade straight up Scary Terry for Aiyuk. What do you think?
You know what? I'm a pass. How about that?
How about Deron Payne for Aiyuk? Straight up.
No, I think Aiyuk is a future Pro Bowler, man. I'm hanging on to him. I think of Aiyuk like you think about Kuminga, and I've seen more from Aiyuk than we've seen from Kuminga. No shade at JK because I love him, but that's where I'm at on Aiyuk. McLaren I like him, but not more than the upside of Aiyuk.
All right, real quick on the Warriors, man. I got to tell you guys, I watched the playoffs the last couple nights, and, man, it is distressing, embarrassing that we ended up in a 10th seed. I think that to Fanny's point, you got to blow it up, man. And I don't know that blow up means a lot of things to a lot of people, but what it means to me is that you cannot come back with the roster you had this year. I think you got to move 2/3 of the roster, and you can pick out which 2/3 you want to keep. But I'm moving 2/3 of that roster because you have to. I don't think Brzezinski and those guys, if you look at some of the big guys that are playing in the playoffs on the perimeter, They're not good enough, man, to guard those guys. I mean, and you guys said Moody is starting next year? Did you say Moody is starting
Yeah, that was
next year?
Steiny.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No way. If he's your starting 2, you're not winning many games. That's all I got, guys. I'll keep listening. Thanks.
Yeah, what I said was, is there a way to lose Klay Thompson, not re-sign Klay Thompson, and be better at the 2 position? Can Moody play there? Can Podziemski play there? Can you get somebody in here who can play 2? And that's what, listen, the only way the Warriors are getting better is if they can move a Klay Thompson for somebody who's better.
And you know what?
How are you going to get better bringing Klay back? Like that? But I want to get back to Austin's first thought, which is absolutely positively he's right. This is lying season. I mean, everything Mike Dunleavy said was to, obfuscate the truth. Everything John Lynch is saying is just to cloak what's really going on. The reality of the situation is the Warriors have a decision to make on Chris Paul. All right? He's probably not coming back. Why? Because he costs too much money. All right, they have a decision to make on Klay Thompson. Do they want him back? Yeah, I'm sure they want him back at about $12 million a year. Can they get him at $12 million? We'll see. But it's whether that number is going to come in their ballpark or not. Who else? Draymond Green, is he a part of the... Can Mike Dunleavy never imagine a scenario without Draymond Green? Of course he can't until he sees a scenario without Draymond Green. So I don't believe any of this stuff right now with the Warriors or the San Francisco 49ers. I'm leaning toward whether they chirp. They're probably going to sign Brandon Aiyuk to an extension, and he'll be on the team next year.
Yeah, and Steiny, I'm not mad at anything you said.
But if he's not on the team next year, do we say, well, John Lynch is a liar? He said he wanted him to end his career here. That's what they do.
Well, no, of course that's what they do. My thing to you and the masses, and I'll get to Austin here in a second, Steiny, is, yes, lying season, but the facts are the facts. Brandon Aiyuk wants to get paid. And we've known this. We saw this iceberg coming. Now it's just about Lynch. If he's playing poker, Steiny, or it's Lions season, Austin, it's going to come to a head Thursday. Now, do I believe he's going to get traded? Brandon Aiyuk, Steiny, I don't. But now that I'm sitting here talking about it, I do think that tweet to Coach Tomlin in Pittsburgh about they say we look alike with the eye emoji, which happened, and I'm psyched that. To me, I've been around the game to where I think that was, hey, come get me. I want to get up out of here. Now, does that mean he won't be in the red and gold? No. But, Steiny, I'll be shocked. I just think highly of Aiyuk to where the Niners will make the smart decision for them. And that, to me, is we got a youngster at quarterback who's coming off a great season that took us to the Super Bowl. We're about to give him the bag after this season. Aiyuk helps him look as great as possible. So why would we get off of that? You could say the money. Okay, we'll see. But I don't think I told you what I'm about to unload right here. And this is why I'm having trouble with watching the NBA playoffs. And I think I told Evan this Friday. Steiny, the more I watch that Warrior and Sacramento King game, I want to give you and Austin credit. I'll give Austin credit. The credit is you guys were early to the party. I've been in somewhat denial, not on purpose, about our low and our floor, how bad it could actually get. And I didn't think the Sacramento Kings had the pieces, especially without Monk and Herter, to make our offense, I'm saying our offense look so just like they just rushed them. They just looked more athletic. And this is Sacramento, who got ran out the gym by the Pelicans. So all I'm saying to everybody listening to 95.7 The Game, if I'm Joe Lacob, Daryl Lacob, everybody can be had except number 30. That's where I'm at. So, Steiny,
where you were at an hour ago was that you watched Oklahoma City, and you could have seen the Warriors beating them yesterday.
Now this is where I got to ask you.
Are we a 1 seed or are we a 10 seed?
No, see, it's nuanced, Steiny.
Okay.
It's nuanced. And I understand there is a major gap from here to Texas in regard for the Warriors being able to play OKC. They didn't earn it. They didn't get there. But Steiny, a 7-game series, and the Warriors on a good day could give OKC, and I could probably put 5 other teams in there.
Dude, but what does that mean? Like, what does it really mean?
Okay, hold on.
Seriously.
I'm about to tell you because I'm going to use your words against you, and I've been getting better at it. You said the other day before the Sacramento King game that the playing game was anything could pop off. You didn't say it could be fluke, but the fact that you're in that one-game situation, maybe you don't play your best or something happens to where when that game is over, regardless of the fallout and if it sends you home, you can look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what, that really wasn't us. Okay. And that's what you said to me. So I've watched like all of us, all the Warrior games, and I believe had they got in the series and been able to breathe as an older team of knowing it's not one and done, they could give OKC some problems. Do they win, Steiny? I'm not saying, take it to the bank. But I understand you just this whole mindset of me coming up with this. How can you go there when they couldn't even be sacked? And I'll give you that. But,
and I mean, but that's the thing. I know you don't truly believe that, because if you truly believe that, then you would want to run it back, because if you truly think you can be competitive with the best team in the Western Conference, then you would have to give it another shot if you really believe it.
Okay, and if
I don't think you really believe it.
All right, now that's fair. But Stoney, if you really listen to me, a couple of days ago you asked me, Goo, if they run it back, what would you be mad? And I said, no, I can understand it. And that's why I did the math, divide, multiply with the Draymond Green suspension. So it just doesn't have to be one thing, Stoney. I believe Joe Lacob, they are strapped. You go get player A, player B. You know what? They may not even be in your price range. They may not exist. And then it's about Draymond being on best behavior and we run it back. I told you I could see that happening.
Yeah.
Those words came out of my mouth. So when you say, I'd be a proponent for that, I'm not 100% into that, but I could warm up to it.
Yeah, I don't think Joe Lacob can warm up to that at all. And I think Joe Lacob,
this is when we find out. You said Lion season. How about if I give you this, Donnie? This is when we're going to find out the killer season, especially if he feels like he went out on a limb for Draymond, and this is how Dre paid him back by hijacking the season, getting suspended, and costing him the playoffs. Like, that could really be on the table.
We'll see.
How would you feel if you gave a guy 4 for 100?
I wouldn't have given him 4 for 100.
But if people were in your ear saying, don't do it.
I wouldn't have. I gave up on this team a year ago. I did. And some people aren't willing to give up on it now, and I get it. They won more games this year. But, the idea, I'm just going to tell you this. Yeah. If I were, you can tell, Warriors season ticket holder, left, right, and in the middle. I'll tell you right now, if I'm a Warriors season ticket holder, I'm not crazy about knowing Draymond Green might be on this team for the next 3 years after the last 2 years he had. And his play is declining, and he's becoming worse and worse of a teammate.
Okay.
That's, to me,
I feel that.
Discouraging.
Can I give you one more thing before we go to break here? And I mean this, and Evan, you can tell me what you think on the other side. But the reason I can't let the James Wiseman miss go, Stoney, had he panned out, you could have moved off Dre easily.
I mean, if James Wiseman were a player, then I'd say yes. But he's not a player. Like, there wasn't a player there. Like, there wasn't a player there that would have allowed you to move off Draymond Green, I don't think. Maybe a Kongwu, but
no. But if Wiseman was big that you saw there was a starter, blocking shots and controlling the paint, then Draymond could be expendable.
But he was never that guy.
They thought he was when,
and that was a big mistake.
No duh.
Right, but it's not like there was a 7-footer sitting there at 7 that they could have had that was 5 times better. 888-957-9570 is the number. And let me see. Just don't bear with me. Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also, that segment sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we are out at Stone Tree Golf Club in Nevada. It's the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. They are one of our great sponsors here at 95.7 The Game. Nice day, sunny. Guys are out there hitting the ball. We had Joe Shasky coming out. I think he's playing with the boss
Wonder
right
how he's
now.
doing.
And it's Steiny and Guru doing the show from here. Let's jump on. Let's go to Gene. Our good man Gene in Oakland wants to jump into the conversation. Hey, Gene, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas.
Hey,
good to talk to you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm leaving a place right now. I'm going to go to a better spot. Okay, here we go. Hey, the John Lynch interview, I wouldn't say it was totally useless, Steiny. That's about 90% useless, but
all right.
I think he made an important point at the end. He said he didn't want to see another, dragged out negotiation process, one that could adversely affect the team as, Bosa's actually did, but in the end it didn't matter. But he wasn't ready when he came in, so
right.
I think that he was basically putting a message out, like let's get this done. Now, as far as is Aiyuk coming back? If you look at it from both sides, I'm not seeing a good reason why they would let him go. I think he's probably considered as valuable on offense as Bosa is on defense. In which case, they're probably prepared to overpay the guy, and that's fine, But looking at it from Aiyuk's standpoint, where the hell is he going to go? To the Commanders? I mean, any place that he goes that can afford him is further away from the Super Bowl than we are,
right,
by quite a bit. So this is going to get done. I'm almost certain, and hopefully it gets done sooner than later, and we can just move on from it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Gene. I think to this point, I don't feel like we've seen anything we haven't seen before. It feels like the other thing we all know, and maybe Aiyuk's camp knows this too, is you can pay him right now. You can pay him right now and figure it out at the end of the year, maybe involving some other players on the team that you have to do salary stuff with. But I kind of agree with the logic of the situation that you have another year. Why not make another run at it with everything you got? And if you get it done and you win the Super Bowl, well, then you have tough decisions, but you're coming off a Super Bowl. If you don't get it done and you re-sign Aiyuk or you extend Aiyuk and you don't get it done next year, well, that gives you every excuse in the book to make the kind of changes you may have to need to get back to being a Super Bowl team. 888-957-9570.
So are you saying that it wouldn't be a bad look just from afar?
I'm saying if
the Niners did this to Brandon.
I'm saying if the Golden State Warriors actually thought last year, even though it was foolish, that they were a championship team, and that's why you bring Draymond Green back, even though I didn't think they were. My point is, if the 49ers think they're a Super Bowl team, you got to bring back Brandon Aiyuk this year.
Oh, no doubt.
You have to. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
Hey, so I wanted to touch on the Warriors for a quick second.
All right.
And specifically, I hear people consistently talking about trades or can we, package Kuminga with a contract. And I think Bobby Marks pretty much confirmed this last year, but we're now entering into a new phase of the CBA that
yes, we are.
There is no way to package Kuminga plus Wiggins and get back like a Karl Anthony Towns because the Warriors are going to be in the second luxury tax apron.
I mean,
unless they decline Chris Paul's option or they let Clay go.
Correct.
So you cannot keep Clay, trade Chris Paul and Kuminga for a player. That is just not allowed. So it seems like the conversation is kind of missing the boat in that the Warriors really are at a pivot point, and that because they can't aggregate the contract, it kind of seems like they can either run it back, and there is no trading Kuminga for a second piece.
Well,
or
let me stay on the line. Stay on here, because my understanding is they could get under that second apron by by letting Clay go for nothing and letting Chris Paul go for nothing. That would theoretically put them under the second apron, where they could make an aggregated deal, or maybe through another smaller move, make an aggregated deal.
Okay, yes, that's my point. Is that it's either kind of like you kind of let Clay go and Chris Paul walk so that you can get below the second luxury tax apron, and then you could package Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yes.
Or it's basically you bring back Clay, and we're handicapped because we can't trade, we can't aggregate contracts. So I kind of feel like that should be more the discussion point than, well, could we get Karl Anthony Towns, or could we get X player, because it just doesn't work like it did when the Clippers aggregated Norman Powell, Robert Covington into James Harden. That was allowable last year. That's not allowable this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe you guys disagree with me, but I just think that should be really the nexus point for starting the discussion on what off-season moves should be had.
Well, I'll tell you what. Thanks for bringing this up. Appreciate it, Eric. Hopefully Evan is poised. Let's play the Bobby Marks sound from CW55. That's when the Warriors can even gain flexibility. Take a listen.
July 1st. That's when basically the clock resets as far as where you are financially. July 1st is a date to circle, and I think certainly Chris's contract gets guaranteed on June 28th. So you'll know by the end of June as far as where Golden State will be going into free agency as far as from a flexibility standpoint.
So there you go. Yeah, and that's what Eric kind of alluded to. On July 1st, we're going to know, if it's announced, and the way it usually happens during the moratorium is it'll be announced that Clay's agreed to a contract extension with the Warriors, and that's that's Guru, just kind of the way it is. But he's right. And then there's I was thinking about this. Even if you want to trade, let's say you decide you do want to move off Kuminga, Goo. All right, he's only making $7.5 million. So if you want to get a player back, and this is assuming, as Eric said, the Warriors get under that second apron before they make these moves. You're not going to want to trade Wiggins. Like, in a way, if you think Wiggins and Kuminga are redundant,
which I do,
then you can't trade them both. Why would you trade them both?
I never was a proponent for that.
So that means
that was the first time I heard. I was like, hold on.
But you got to pair Kuminga with somebody.
Well, we talked about could be Draymond.
Could be Draymond. Maybe it could be. Let's go to Priest. Priest is in Palo Alto. What's up, Priest?
The victory lap, maybe, huh?
How's it going? Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I just watching the playoffs and watching what happened with the Warriors. I tried to sound the alarm about this run a month ago that Kurt keeps talking about. Kurt, to me, I'm so tired of his stinking foolishness. I don't know what to do. Listen, he lives in fantasy land too much for me. This is just my point of view. All this thing about there's value and these guys retiring, that's a fantasy that they're trying to live out. That does not happen in the real world. And now all this stuff about, I love these guys. I want plaques and statues and retired jerseys for all of them. All I'm saying is, look at the playoffs. Look at the talent out there abroad, and just in the Western Conference. This league does not belong to Steph, KD, and LeBron anymore.
Exactly.
They're
exactly.
You cannot keep trying to put things around Steph. It makes no sense. You have to see. My issue with Kurt is he does not grasp the task at hand. The task when he first got here was one thing. The task he has in front of him now is completely different. You have to restart, retool, and try to start this thing for the future. He's not equipped to do it. He doesn't want to do it.
But Priest, he just got re-up for 2 more years.
I know that's the quandary that the organization has put themselves in. He is an albatross. This whole idea about the big three doing something, talking about a championship, come on, man. We have to get back to reality. This stuff is not working. It's not working. They have to grasp the idea that, hey, we need to look at Kuminga. Can he be a piece? Can we put a piece with him? And then maybe Steph, I would hope that he would take the last 2 years of his career and just enjoy them. Look at what he's accomplished, how great and rare it's been, and really enjoy the rest of his career and stop chasing something that doesn't exist.
Appreciate it, Priest.
Yeah, that last part, Stoney, he lost me in regard to, then, it's easy for me to say I've never played or logged 1 minute in the NBA. What do you come to work for? Even if you're tricking yourself, all these dudes, no matter how old they are, Durant, the ones he mentioned, LeBron, they come because they think they still got a chance to win. It's not, this ain't recess. I'm just happy to be here.
I'm
not with the whole Curry, Durant, and it's a new young guys in town. I get all that. We're watching it.
Yeah, my feeling is, yes, it's up to Steph Curry to be professional and to try to keep winning titles, but there's 30 other teams that are trying to win titles, and you're right now the 17th or 18th best team. This is one of those where, honestly, this is where you got to be strong as an organization. This is where maybe you go up to Steph Curry and say, look, we're the 17th best team in the league right now. We're going to try to get better. We're going to try to get better as fast as we possibly can. But your dad played in the NBA, and you've played 15 years in the NBA, and you know that it's not likely. Steph, you know it's not likely that we will be able to put a championship team around you in the next year or two. You know it. You're smart enough. You've been around long enough. So how would you like us to try to handle it? What would Steph say?
Sign Dre for 100?
Well, this is now. I'm doing it now.
All right, I hear you, but I felt like he said that last year.
This idea, this is where I think everybody just misses the point. They assume that Steph Curry is kind of stupid, I think. And what I mean by that is fans actually think that if they say, well, we can put a team around Steph to win a title, I don't believe Steph believes that. He has too much history in the NBA. He knows exactly where the Warriors are. He might want to win a title more than anything else in the world, but you can't tell me he looks at the Warriors situation and says, we're right there. So the minute Steph feels like it's not right there, then what do you do?
Well, we should be there right now. This is...
We might be.
Yeah, there's no doubt after him they not making the playoffs, this is where this should be the first chapter of that, Steiny.
And then, the other thing is, we all ought to thank our lucky stars that we have the superstar that we do in Steph Curry. Because if he were James Harden, I tell you right now, he's saying, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm telling you right now, if he's LeBron James, he's saying, get me out of here. And you know what? Maybe Steph's not saying, get me out of here, but maybe Steph is saying, hey, Joe, if you think that the fastest way to bring this thing back would be to move me, we can talk about it.
And you know what? That's the dirty little secret nobody wants to talk about, because your boy does not have a black Amex card, Joe Lacob, to where he could just go shot. That's what makes this so scary, man. That's what makes this so scary, and that's why nobody wants to talk about, and I know I don't, Curry not being a Warrior. But, Stoney, when you hear that, and you look at where this team is and all these penalties and these new rules, it's like, oh my gosh, Houdini couldn't get out of. He couldn't navigate out of this.
Well,
I'm being real.
Well, there is a way to navigate out of it, and this is to me the thing I find most fascinating, because if I told people, if I said, look, I'll give you this, even though there's no guarantees, I will allow this guarantee. I'm telling you right now that the fastest way back to the Western Conference Finals, the fastest way, and I can't tell you if it's in a year or it's in 3 years, but I'm telling you right now, the fastest way to get back to the Western Conference Finals is you got to move Steph this offseason. Nobody would do it. People still wouldn't do it.
What if I told you I don't think Laker would do it?
I'm telling you, I think you're dead wrong.
All right.
And
I'm being real, but I hear, yeah.
I think that people really don't give Joe Lacob enough credit for the non-sentimentality. And he signed Draymond.
Yeah,
he signed Draymond.
That's all
fine.
I got to go on.
And he told Kevin Durant to go hit bricks. You know, they moved Durant when Durant wanted to stay here. All I'm saying is this is why this organization is at such a fraught point. Think about that. And I'll tell you right now.
What do you mean Durant wanted to stay here?
What I mean is, like, he made the tough decision on Durant. Like, he could have gotten rid of Draymond. He didn't get rid of Draymond.
Right.
He could have, what I'm saying is, I think he makes the decisions that he makes. Like, he got rid of Bogut. He got rid of Harrison Barnes. But what I mean mostly is, I'm going to say that again. Joe Lacob, I think, would give a different answer. But, I mean, the reality of the situation is, and I'm not saying we're there yet, but the fastest way for this team maybe to become a contender may be the thing that everybody's afraid to talk about. But, the other thing I always believe, Goo, is that there's stuff going on. Do we know that Steph Curry's not frustrated right now? Do we know he's not frustrated?
I just know a month ago or 3 weeks ago, he was in Orlando with his head over his jersey in tears. Now, I assume the tears were because of Draymond let the team down again, but there's no telling what was behind that emotion. So to answer your question, Stoney, I don't know, but the reality in sports is guys like Steph Curry, Derek Jeter, Joe Montana, Rice, they don't come around often. And when you get one, man, things change. Even if you got to take 2 steps back just for the respect to treat the icon with everything that they deserve because of what they meant, not just to an organization, but to a city, man. And I just don't see Steph Curry, and I could be wrong, Stoney, ever not in a Warrior uniform.
Yeah, I would never say that. I would never say that. Not with Joe Lacob as an owner, and not with... See, the other thing that I think people get wrong is that this is where ownerships actually do elevate themselves. And if the way the Golden State Warriors are a first-class organization, believe it or not, one of the ways you stay a first-class organization is if Steph Curry ever were to say, hey, Joe, look, we haven't done anything for a couple years here. I'm making a ton of money. I might be the easiest and fastest way out of this thing for you, and I'm just letting you know that I'm willing to listen to going to another place. And then it's just like the Golden State Warriors did with Chris Mullin to the Indiana Pacers when they were a title contender. They moved Chris Mullin to the Indiana Pacers for a young player, Eric Dampier. So are we at that point? It doesn't seem like we're even close to at that point with the fans. With the fans, I guarantee you. I bet you Joe Lacob's closer.
So you're expecting something big this summer?
I'm expecting. I told you what I expected. I don't think Chris Paul will return. I don't think Klay Thompson's back. So those are two things that
Does he pick up the phone to call? Well, I know LeBron will be free, but is there anything that we're not even remotely thinking about that Joe could be? Because nobody saw that coming. That, shot in the dark for LeBron James. To me, that if that's where you're at during the season, that has to get amplified times 10 in the offseason, like almost to where he's not even taking no for an answer. Like, we're talking about the basic stuff, but Steiny, there could be if he picked up the phone to see the availability of one LeBron James, every and anything is on the table.
Right. The problem is what they have to put on the table is not as great as what other teams have to put on the table. And then they got to figure out who or what they're putting on the table. And the other thing, are you just like are Warrior fans, and I'm starting to think if I were a Warrior fan, maybe I would be too. Just not liking where I'm at right now. I don't like a lot of decisions the Warriors are going to have to make. Like when you say, do you think Klay Thompson will be back? My answer, Guru, is I don't think he will. It doesn't mean I don't want him back. It just means I don't think he'll be back. And when you start talking about all the stuff that the Warriors are thinking about and maybe have to do, I mean, I get it. I could get why a lot of Warrior fans want Joe Lake to probably pick up the phone again and call the LA Lakers for LeBron James. But I'll tell you this, I don't know if I'm giving up Kuminga, who's going to have to be a part of it, and probably draft picks down the line somewhere, even though that's what it'll take to get done.
Well, you better hope number 23 doesn't get suspended again if it is a run-back scenario.
I mean,
you can't have another April without the Warriors in the playoffs. Like, who saw that coming? I didn't.
Well, there's been more Aprils in the last 5 years where the Warriors haven't been in the playoffs than Aprils that have been. And that's the other thing. I mean, I'll tell you what.
Because it's weird. How many teams in
the league have not been in the playoffs 3 of the last 5 years? I'll bet it's like 6 teams. That's it. Like, that's...
I'm trying to... It's got to be more than 6.
And here's the other thing. And Mike Dunleavy, the one thing he made a point of during that press conference was when he was talking about where the Warriors, and he was covering every base. We want everybody back, and we want this, but we'll evaluate. The one thing he brought up is we have missed the playoffs 3 of the last 5 years. And he didn't say, but the year we went. No. He said, we didn't go to the playoffs 3 times in 5 years.
Well, it's operation. It can't be 4 or 6.
Well,
because it's weird not seeing them on the TV, man.
Is it?
You don't find it just like peculiar?
They didn't earn it.
Well, that's a fact. But
I mean, I watched them all year. They don't deserve to be there. I mean, they just don't at this point. But
I got nothing for you there.
We'll see what happens this summer. Can this team somehow catch lightning in a bottle? What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Bay Area, find your fill at Jack's Restaurant. As a brother-owned and operated establishment, Jack's Restaurant has always...
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're out at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. Steiny and Guru with you. It's the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament. And we had a great time out here today. Guys still out in the course. Shasky's playing. The Boss Nahegian's playing. Guru started us off this morning. I guess I'm the only guy not playing.
Well, you probably played yesterday, right?
Yeah, but today's today. I actually was going to bring my clubs, and then I didn't. And now it turns out I'm glad I didn't bring my clubs because I got to get home right.
Well, Tim Jordan just let me know that today was a win for me because had I crushed that ball on the first initial swing, Steiny, it wouldn't have went anywhere. They gave me the okey doke ball. What do you call it, Tim? It would have just went up oof and dust.
It's the blow up ball.
The blow up. So I'm happy the golf gods saved me from that and I hit the actual ball. Go figure.
Yeah, so Guru, they had a prank ball for Guru.
What's going on, a prank?
And he missed it. And it didn't blow up.
Yeah.
And that's the win.
Goolytics knew it wasn't real.
That's the win. No, but fun day out here at Stone Tree. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors, talking about John Lynch, the San Francisco 49ers GM. They really want Brandon Aiyuk, and the Warriors really want Klay Thompson and Kuminga. And then CP3, they'd like him back, all things being considered. And the Giants, they want all their players too.
Well, real quick, you mentioned the playoffs this weekend. What was your biggest takeaway?
I told you. But the Warriors.
Wow.
And these older teams, I'm with Priest. I don't think there's any coincidence that the Warriors are done, that the Lakers are in trouble, that Phoenix, I don't think, is going anywhere.
Wow.
We'll see about the Clippers. I'm not sold that they're going to be able to make
that was a nice win for them without Kawhi, but
sure.
I'm with you.
Yeah, it's a win. It's a win.
Yeah, it's only one.
And but I think it feels to me like the league is asserting itself now, that the best teams are younger teams, and that's what I think I saw over the weekend. Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Great show as usual.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, with Kuminga, they have to keep him because he's got such a low contract next year.
Yep.
And they have to re-sign him, to stay out of a sign and trade. I mean, they need to see if his value increases if he's a Jason Tatum or if he's a Tobias Harris, regardless. And I think the Warriors are heading to kind of a stand pat year where they got to get under the second apron and they got to let their young guys play and see what they turn into for 2 years where they can get over the apron. What do you guys think?
I mean, you know what, Jimmy, that may be the way they go. And if that's the way they go, I think Warrior fans are going to view it as unbelievably disappointing. But the reality of the situation is there's nothing better out there for them to do. I mean, there might not be anything better for the Warriors to do except bring Draymond back, bring Steph back, play the four young guys a little bit more next year, and then make some independent decisions on Klay and Chris Paul. And that's it.
And barring a suspension, maybe you're the 5th or 6th or 4th seed.
I don't even think with Draymond they can count on that anymore. You look at some of the teams. I mean, how much, the Warriors, are they going to be better than the Memphis Grizzlies next year? See, this is, these are the questions. They got to be better than Oklahoma City. Probably not. How high can they go in the standings? I'll give them some teams in the back end. They could be better than the Lakers next year. Phoenix, who knows? The Clippers, I could see them, make it. But the problem is how's Denver getting worse next year? How are the Oklahoma City Thunder getting worse next year?
They're not. Minnesota. You said that.
So isn't that?
And then you know what? As upset as I got this weekend, just like when it's really hitting, sitting in or you find out the Warriors aren't, they're not a part of this. This is the first time that I've dealt with this like pain, because before there was a reason. Okay, Steph broke his hand or something went awry. But Stoney, I'm just telling you this. I don't know how in the world next year you can say a team that's led by Steph Curry, wherever you think he's at, because I know I got him higher than where you think or what's left, that we can get accustomed to them not being a part of the playoffs. That's a hard pill. I'm gonna say that's a hard bottle of pills to swallow.
Well, Joe Lacob would say we're already getting too accustomed to it. I'm just saying it for effect. But that's where I think Joe Lacob is so much different than I don't think he's saying, well, we get Draymond back and things falling. I don't think he's that kind of an owner.
All right, okay.
I think he's the kind of an owner that looks and says, how many times do you want me to run it back? This will be you want us to run it back a third straight year.
You know what, Stoney? You got me. Dub Nation should be saying nobody's safe then with this roster outside of Curry if he's seething that they didn't make it.
Yeah.
And he's paying that bill almost $400 million.
I think that's fair.
Right, okay.
I mean, how can he bring back the same team at the same payroll?
With those results.
And the whole seriously, and you're crossing your fingers that Draymond stays healthy 15 more games?
Damn, you're saying health, which is real. I'm saying not get suspended.
Even if or doesn't get suspended. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll find out a lot about the offseason with the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, it all starts with Klay Thompson, but it goes to Chris Paul III. We'll find out. Do they break up Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins? I mean, you can't. Can you bring them? Can you start those two? That's the other thing. I mean, but the other thing is, can you start those two if Draymond Green's on the team?
But remember when Dre came back from suspension and I was like, Stoney, I couldn't believe Draymond was the missing piece to bring them, to mesh them together. That was being said. It wasn't just me. And then that ran its course and it got back to where they didn't compliment each other.
I mean,
and the last game with your life on the line, well, Kuminga started the second half, but you went out there with Kuminga on the bench and sacked.
Yeah.
And got nothing from Wiggins. You got nothing. You didn't get anything from anybody. That will be a game. You could be like, come on, Goo. You're just saying that because we're almost off. Because I want to be here all day.
Well, this is going to be a game where you think everything changes.
That one hurt me. That was the one. That was the one that really man, what the F were you looking at, Goo?
All right. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Coming up on the other side, we got Willard and Dibbs joining us.
The guys.
Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from your QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. That segment also sponsored by Safeway. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll be joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It's Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you from Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. It's the Atco Pest Control Golf Tournament, and at some point we're going to get you a couple scores from Shasky and Nahegan if you care. I know you don't. On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on the delay. Oh boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcomes in Dibs and Willard. We're at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. These guys are in San Francisco. What's up, gents?
How's it going out there?
Yeah.
Going well.
Yeah?
Going
No action? Yeah.
Sun shining?
Oh, yeah. It's about 73 here in Novato.
Love Stone Tree.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there.
It's a nice atmosphere, for sure. For sure. What's up, guys?
Well, I mean, now we're doing the ATCO portion of this. You guys are at the ATCO tournament, so we do probably need to put the rat on the table and talk about what we were brought in with this segment. Goo, what was the post swing interview like, and how you feeling about your 2 hacks at the ball as the ceremonial first starter?
Well, you know what, Dibs, I appreciate the question, but I just found out sources told me that the first ball would not have went anywhere. It was going to blow up in my face with, what was it, Tim? A substance? So the golf gods made me miss it, and they got a different ball, and I felt good about that swing, the one I hit.
Now, there are conflicting reports.
Right.
Because the report that you just gave is exactly what I've been cruising around for the last 4 hours of my life, assuming, because I was listening live when that all happened, and it sounded wonderful, and you went through the mental health crisis that happened right away, but then you got through it, and so that was great. And then I came in, and immediately Lucas and Dibs and everybody's like, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" I'm like, "I haven't seen it. I heard it," and they claim that the second ball was the same ball. So I'm trying to figure out why that one didn't explode. And then they just showed me video of it, and it does appear that the same ball is picked up and put back on the tee. Is that now your understanding? Were there 2 balls? It's kind of like, was there an alternate shooter? Right?
Right. No, I got it.
There
were 2 balls.
Are you sure?
Well, Mark, I'm just looking at the video again, and I don't know who the gentleman is who hustles out to retrieve.
Good hustle.
Help me out, dude.
Good hustle.
The ball that Guru did not strike. It was actually struck by the Titanic divot that he created.
The large divot.
With his miss.
It was a good
So
divot.
it's club, earth to the ball dribble.
Earth to the ball.
The guy runs in from screen left, and he picks up the ball, but he might have had another ball in his hand and put the ball that he carried out onto the tee and carted the trick ball away. You can't really see what was in his hand, so unless we can get that man and really debrief him, we'll never know.
But real quick, Dibs, I was there. I think he felt so embarrassed for me because there were a lot of people rooting me on that it went that way. He put the new ball there, and that was the one I hit.
Now, Guru, I'm going to ask you like a judge or a lawyer would. Can you confirm, beyond a shadow of a doubt,
oh boy,
that was a new ball?
I said what I said.
All right. You sound like John Lynch being asked if he's going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. I mean,
that story works for me. There were 2 balls, Mark. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Okay.
And I also found out firsthand some of the challenges that they had broadcasting during COVID. When you had a broadcast from the screen, you're not actually at the live event.
Oh, right.
So Guru was about 30 yards away. So I had to go to the video to do my call, and it wasn't nearly, let's say, what the call was at the Great American Shootout that he lost right off the bat.
Yeah, your voice did not match with the crowd. The crowd was reacting.
I had nothing.
Yeah, no, but you handled it.
Yeah,
It's the second ball, though.
I only have one more. Yeah, one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is, it's one thing when you're watching a digital screen and someone hitting a golf ball. Let's not act like we have any idea where that ball went. All we can do is hear that you hit it. Where did it go? Where did it go?
I'm going to be honest. Over some water and straight. I was proud of the shot, and the Hegan could back that up. That thing went straight.
Yeah, like I said,
Jordan said it was about 150 yards. Is that what you say, Tim?
I didn't see it, so
no, I'm telling you.
We'll take his word for it.
Yeah.
Ask the boss, Dibs. I wasn't front, Dibs. It went straight. I was proud of it.
I can appreciate that. Unfortunately, we did not have the shot tracer technology in play because with my amateur eye, it looked like that baby might have been heading right.
That was straight center over the water. People gave me some love.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's wonder why I don't know why your head was looking right then, but that's okay. That's okay.
We know why. That's too funny.
Anyway, I'm glad you guys had a good time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We got three things to hit real quick. I was thinking, we could touch on the Warriors. They're off season. We could touch on the 49ers. John Lynch talking to the media today about Brandon Aiyuk, or talk about the Giants splitting a 4-game series with the Diamondbacks. And why was Jung-Hoo Lee stealing right after the 4-pitch walk yesterday?
Why not?
Yeah, you got to make that pitcher throw a strike when he walks you on 4 pitches. I would have liked to have seen him dance around a little bit there.
Interesting that is your headline thing that bugged you. Forget the 17-1 shellacking.
That
got this whole thing
Friday.
going. And forget the umpires all but stealing one from him yesterday with the phantom foul tip. But Jung-Hoo Lee, one of the only guys who's actually playing well.
On my list of things that bothered me about the Giants, Jung-Hoo Lee did not make it. Jung-Hoo Lee might be the best thing that's going on right now for the Giants. We've talked about fan connection, and they have somebody who's going to be there for a while. He's young, and the crowd is chanting his name every time he comes to the plate. So
Speaking of crowd, Mark, let me throw this at you. Steiny hit me with this out of the blue. Why was Jock Peterson booed? I said it was because he was the ringleader of the Pasoy gang.
Yeah, that didn't help. Jock ends up being sort of a symbol more than anything else. And Jock is a symbol of analytics. He is a symbol of like a beer league softball type of an attitude, and he's a symbol of somebody who swings for the fences and plays no defense. And these are things that Giants fans grew to be tired of over the last couple of years. But I wouldn't have booed it. I don't know why you'd boo Jock Peterson. That seems a little excessive.
I do think you're right. It's symbolic of the things that didn't go right last year and the year before. And also, there is that part of it that he is a Dodger, right? He's a guy who you begrudgingly loved when he was a Giant, and then when he goes on to play elsewhere for another division rival, maybe he reverts in your mind back to being a Dodger jock, as opposed to the kid from Palo Alto.
Yeah, kid from Palo Alto. Yeah. I don't know. Logan Webb went on and on about how it was one of his favorite teammates, which I don't know if that was to try to sort of placate that whole situation, because Logan Webb seems like he might be one of the only year in and year out, game in and game out, intense about winning Giants. So why would you have Jock Peterson as one of your favorite teammates if the perception is that he's in the clubhouse and doesn't care? I don't know. But that's kind of the issue for the Giants for me right now is I'm having a hard time. Like, we talk about urgency in sports. That's why the NFL works so well. Every game is such a big deal. There's 162 of these, and the Giants have played poorly and are only 2.5 games out. So I'm not suggesting that everybody should be pulling fire alarms, but I love that Bob Melvin got thrown out of a game yesterday because there was something, and I'll just use it as an example. There are others, but Blake Snell's sound after Friday night, I didn't love because he was very, very dismissive. He was very blasé. It was very just like shrug shoulders. I'll figure it out. And I don't think that sits well with this whole thing right now. I would love to feel some urgency. The Giants have not had a winning streak or a losing streak of note. It's just meandering. And I would love for someone after the last 2 years in that clubhouse to sound like, right, like press the gas and make it sound like, like tonight matters. Like tonight matters. You've got to go win this game, win this series, do like something to get a jolt going on here because it just feels That's the best word I can come up with right now. The whole thing feels like it's meandering.
Wow. Well, I mean, the two guys that you signed in the offseason are both struggling right now, Matt Chapman and Blake Snell. And, now it's something where if you look, you say, maybe we should have expected them to get off to slow starts because they were signed so late. So, listen, I know people didn't like Kapler. I know they didn't like the platooning. But on the other hand, sometimes you got to live with the pain of guys fighting out of dry spells. And right now, the Giants have some guys that aren't hitting, but this is why you don't platoon them, is you let them work through it and you put the same lineup or as close to the same lineup out as possible every day.
Yeah.
And see if they can turn it around.
I'm not sure so much if we can give them that excuse anymore. And that's not even about the Giants. I heard a couple stats about, and this is the worst team in baseball, but I don't know if you've all watched a White Sox game yet this year. The White Sox yesterday put out a lineup where 8 of the 9 players were hitting below 180.
Man.
And I was listening to Fox Sports Radio over the weekend, and JP Morosi was on the air. And they were asking him about why home runs are down again for another year in a row. Home runs across the league are way down. And Morosi said he's being told by coaches that right now it's harder to hit than at any point in the history of the game because of this idea of not asking pitchers to go 7 innings, not asking too much of pitchers. Everyone's maxing out, so everyone's willing to throw 98 plus, and it's impossible to hit. And they also can't locate it anymore. So we're turning the big leagues into what we all watched when our kids were 8 years old, which is walk, strikeout, strikeout, walk, strikeout, change field. And it's just, it's a difficult watch. I don't know if, you said Chapman's struggling. He's hitting 225. I don't know if that's struggling anymore in the bigs.
And you know what, Willard? It sounds like what you just described is every time I sit in and watch the Giants. And it's my fault. They're not doing it on purpose, but it's the new baseball. There'll be a runner on second, no outs, and you're assuming the run dibs. You get the runner over, sack fly at the worst, but it's just K this, K left, K right. But if that's the reason why, then it's not just the White Sox. Where is the game going? And, as a guy that likes to bet the ponies, I saw that White Sox record, and I'm just like, man, let me take the Phillies, whoever they're playing, Willard. But moving forward, if that's the reason, that has me, if I'm a fan of a certain team, feeling like they may not get out of this rut because it's not a rut, it's just the new norm.
Yeah, and you look at yesterday, and I just was looking at the scoreboard because Mark and I were talking in the green room about this very thing, and 8 teams yesterday scored 0 or 1 run. That's a fourth of the league. And across baseball yesterday, all 32 teams in action, there was 118 runs, an average of 3.6 per team, and that includes some teams that went up above 10. So it's not just endemic to the Giants and their hitting woes. Mark is right, and this is something I said a few years back. As you see more and more of these guys throwing 99 with movement, think about just Jordan Hicks in and of himself. The guy throws 100, his sinker is like 97 with downward movement, and then these guys are going to throw a changeup at 84. You've got no chance to hit anymore.
Go ahead, Mark.
No, I was just going to say, with all the big rule changes of last year, I wonder if we're not a few years away from some even bigger ones.
Okay.
Where's the mound going to be?
Yeah. I get
Center
it.
field. John Fogerty.
I was just going to tell you, are the Dodgers disappointing at 21-19? But after hearing you guys go through it, it's like, nah, they're not immune to what we're saying is L in the sport.
There's very few players who can hit consistently. Mookie Betts is one of them. Shohei Ohtani might be another, so they're better off than everyone else. But, if you're a Giants fan, does it feel like they've been struggling at the plate?
It does, man.
Right, okay, so listen to this. They've scored 95 runs this year. Have you looked up and down the league? Okay? If the Giants have scored 95, and that feels like a struggle. The Cardinals have scored 76. Okay?
What about the Pirates?
The A's have scored 65. The Twins have scored 67. The White Sox have scored 45 runs in 21 games.
Wow,
the
man.
Giants are middle of the pack, and it feels like they can't hit, and they're middle of the pack.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit.
Real quick, I just got to ask you three this. What do you think Will Clark would say to this conversation, or some of the great hitters, Will? Do you think they would be like, give me a break, get up there and hit the ball, or this thing could get out of hand, and it's not good for the sport?
Well, it's a combination of what Mark's talking about, more fresh pitchers throwing 100, and also the approach. Like Will Clark was a guy who had an approach where if a guy's throwing 97 and he's locating outside, you're going to go the other way with it and just try to shoot one between short and third. We don't do that anymore.
Man.
Now it's, you get paid to swing for the fences. You don't move guys up. You don't hit and run. You don't bunt as much as you used to. Mark was talking about the overall outage, and I just looked as a comparison. This year in Major League Baseball, the league average for OPS is 698.
Oh, God, that's terrible.
Last year, it was 734.
I was going to say, 750 is usually what I consider, like, if you're at 750, you're doing that. That's where it starts to be like what I would consider solid.
This is league wide. Last year for the whole season, 734 was the average, and this year the average is 698. So you're talking about 36 points on base plus slugging, and a lot of that comes from the slugging.
And I'll tell you what's quiet on the set is the balls are juice. You ain't hearing any of that anymore.
They're about to be, though, if this keeps up. I mean, that's what baseball
you're right, man. A's just won 2-0 today in New York. All the hitting the Yankees, the power they're supposed to have. 0 runs.
You've seen Aaron Judge's average, right?
Man.
I mean, he's one of them. He's getting booed. They're booing Aaron Judge in New York.
Yeah, 174. Did you see what happened to Aaron Boone, Steiny, today in that game?
He got ejected, didn't he?
He got ejected 2 batters in. A fan behind Aaron Boone starts ragging the ump. The ump takes off his mask, uses expletives, and you can see it on Twitter, shouting at Boone, "One more word out of you and you're gone." And the very next pitch, the same fan, the camera's on Aaron Boone, and he's clearly not talking, and all of a sudden you hear the umpire off screen, "You're out of here." Aaron Boone got thrown out because a fan was heckling the umpire.
And he thought it was Aaron Boone.
Yes.
How's that not reviewable?
Yeah.
If you've got video, how's that like?
And literally, Aaron Boone is like, this is BS. I didn't say anything.
Wow.
And the audio, the on-field audio captured all of it.
So here's what I would love.
I'm down on umpires.
Me too. I always have been. You too. No, here's what I think. Wouldn't you love this? It's not. We don't have to fire someone after every game. But, where's the discipline for that?
Sure.
This will go away. You'll never hear, we'll freak out for 3 hours. You'll never hear another word. John Boy will come do an 8-minute video, and it'll be funny.
That's the bit. Somebody tweeted that we don't need John Boy for this because there was a mic that captured all of it.
And we'll move on. In life. Right. And come on, there has to be a penalty.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
For tossing the manager of the Yankees who just sat there with his arms folded.
Right.
But there won't be.
That's weak.
Yeah.
There won't be.
No, and I'm with you. And, I've been a big defender of umps, refs, zebras, and all the rest of it. But when you see something like this, it makes you wonder. And it's the thing you've always talked about, Mark, about umpires. Why are umpires so agitated and so activated?
They got egos.
Yeah.
Power.
I know. Yeah. Too much, though.
But it's baseball more than the others. Everybody does. An NBA ref does, too. But baseball umpires, for some reason, there's this. And so much of baseball's problem is based on the sort of the unwritten way that it's always been. And umpires, they treat the whole game and everyone in it like they're kids.
Wow, man. Not cool at all.
Right, exactly. Everybody takes the field and the umpire looks at them as if they're a 7-year-old who just came to the dinner table and didn't wash their hands.
Wow.
And they look at them like, "Don't you dare talk back to me." It's why not? Why can a 35-year-old ball player not have a conversation with an umpire.
Yeah, that's weak.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm going to get in the car on the ride home. I mean this, guys, because I was trying to tell Steiny I'm proud of myself. I wasn't going to overreact on the lack of offense from the Giants, and I've been in denial because the NFL is king, and I know the draft is Thursday, and it's king. I know why it's king, and it is who it is pretty much every year. We complain about the NBA. What do we say? Maybe too many threes. Something's going on with Foulgate and them swallowing the whistle. But other than that, everything's kind of copacetic. But for the Major League Baseball, we went through the 3 true outcomes, and that was the new thing. Everybody's swinging for the fences. If you strike out 4 times in a game, it's cool now. You could come back to the dugout. It doesn't matter. Chicks dig the long ball. But what you guys have jarred me with, if these pitchers are stronger longer, and that's why it's down across the league, I mean, they got to break out the humidor balls or the. I mean, this is not good.
Yeah, it's not even.
I hadn't thought of it at all on it being down across the board, and maybe why, Willard, to the arms being stronger longer.
I think that's what some coaches think, which is and again. Everybody gets bigger, stronger, faster, but think about it. These are just, all they are is human beings. And at a certain point, if a pitcher, 60 feet, 6 inches is throwing 105 miles an hour,
man,
you can't hit that. I don't care who you are. You can't do it. You can't even see it.
Yeah.
Let alone hit it.
Do yourself a favor and look up the Mason Miller appearance today, the A's closer. And
he's throwing.
Yeah, he threw one by Soto at 103.
Dibs, I put on Twitter last week, he had 103, and I didn't want him to get hurt, but the fans took it that I was wishing for Tommy John. I wasn't. I was like, the arm shouldn't be able to do that often like that, Willard. So I erased the tweet, but that dude is throwing gas, man.
I think before they move the mound back, they should think about lowering it because, the mound being so high right now so high, you've got too much of an opportunity to create leverage and downforce off the bump.
Hey, Steiny, are you there?
I'm sure here.
Okay, yeah. I'm looking on YouTube, and I wasn't sure if you were awake. You look like do you have a migraine? You look like you're holding your eyebrow there.
No, I just was curious.
Right?
What is the perfect amount of runs for a baseball game? What would be ideal? 10 runs?
6 to 4. I like a 6 to 4 baseball game.
I was thinking 4 to 3.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dibs.
Well, even 4 to 3
is about where they're at, right?
I mean, this A's-Yankee game today is
3-6.
Yeah.
The A's, yeah. 2-0 today, A's-Yankees.
Right, with 3 hits for the Yankees, 4 hits for the A's. And the run came on a 2-run homer in the 9th, and that's it. That's your ball game. So you got 2 hours of strikeouts and groundouts.
How long was the game, Dibs?
I'm looking here on the ESPN. It doesn't have it, but probably about 2 hours and 7. A tidy affair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, before you guys go, I have a question for everybody. Right. This got thrown at us early this morning by Lucas, and it got me thinking something, because this is a pretty great weekend, right? Did everybody have a good weekend?
No doubt.
Okay, Did you have Steiny had a good weekend?
Sure.
Okay, did you get out a little bit?
A little bit.
Yeah, beautiful weather, right? Absolutely sparkling days. And Lucas goes, that was like the greatest weekend of the year. And what went through my head was, well, yeah, it was beautiful out. I'm sure, I'm glad you had a good weekend. Yeah. And he goes, no, I think it might have been because we have been grinding on the Warriors and to a degree 49ers, the journey and the drama, so much every week for 7 months or more that it just felt great to not have anything to worry about for a couple of days. How's that grab you guys?
I'll tell you this, it doesn't grab me because I told Steiny and the listeners, Willard and Dibs, and I mean this, I watched all the games, get a life, but every game I thought about why the Warriors aren't in this game. And when will they get back to this stage? So the pain still was there for me. It might have got worse.
What do you think, Steiny?
I think there's something to that, to tell you the truth. The Warriors not playing was different, but I watched a bunch of games, and then you kind of had to think about the Warriors.
Man.
And, I thought differently than Guru. Guru said we we had action against Oklahoma City.
Well, I still believe Oklahoma City did their part. They won, guys, but they're young, and you could kind of see it. Pelicans almost did it. They didn't, but the Warriors didn't do their part. My point was, you could tell Dibs this was their first run. They're losing their playoff virginity.
Yep. And, the Pelicans don't exactly have a long track record either, so that's going to be an interesting series. But watching those games, particularly that game, it did make me feel a little bittersweet about the Warriors not being in it. But then I had to step back and kind of slap myself and realize that you couldn't even handle Sacramento, a depleted Sacramento. And as Steiny said earlier, you were 5-21 against the good teams this year. So for me, I don't have any sense of the Warriors should have been here. If they should have been there, they would have done about 17 things differently.
Well, and
can't argue with that.
If they were there, they would be down 0-1.
Oh, wow.
And like the Warriors, what were they going to have to do if they made the playoffs? I know they were good on the road, but what were they going to have to do? Everything was obviously going to have to be on the road.
Yeah.
Outside of the Lakers winning the play-in tournament, a sum total of 0 road victories in the entire NBA.
Now that happened
since the Lakers won in New Orleans. Not a one. Not a one. So, yeah, the Warriors weren't going to.
I got you.
All right, gents, we'll have a great show.
We'll be listening.
I'll be listening on the way.
Are you guys going to go hit more golf balls now, or what happens?
Well, I'm here. I got to give some awards out. So Steiny's, I don't know what he's got going, but I got to hang around a little bit.
I can see what he's got going. He's got a bag on his shoulder. I can see
bag alert.
Yeah.
I have to do you really want to know? I have to go home and do some FAFSA paperwork.
Oh, that's
always
exciting.
fun. Yeah.
On 95.7, The Game.
That's with a PH.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think we want to start with Brandon Aiyuk, but I got something else.
Pivot!
A special and brief shout out.
Okay.
That we have to start off the show with today. Because your parents, no matter who you are, your parents, yes, Dibs, point to the sky. Your parents, my goodness, are your parents. It's a complicated relationship, but there's also no relationship that is more important, right? So I would like to dedicate today's show to my mama, who I talked to on the way over here today. She is 80 years young.
Man.
Today, on April 22nd, 2024. It is her 80th birthday, and like any good mom, I called her. She picked up the phone. Before I could even say happy birthday, she goes, "We have a list of things to talk to you about." I said, "Boy, mom's gonna mom, and I love you, and happy birthday at 80 years young." I will tell you, Dibs, I tried all day yesterday. I tried all day.
All day.
To book my mom. I tried.
Book.
I go, "Mom, you got to call the show tomorrow. We gotta celebrate you,
right?
And then you can share your Bay Area sports takes."
Oh, I need it. What time's she coming on?
We would love to hear it. And she goes, "No." And I go, "No, but seriously, you should." And she's like, "I'm totally being serious. That's gonna be a no from me, dog." She said that it would be
That's a no from me, dog.
Yeah, she said it would be too scary. And I said, talking to me and Dibs is completely the opposite of scary.
Easy.
But just overwhelming. Some people like microphones and some don't. However, I was mentioning this last night on Fox with Ephraim. I was like, I'm trying to book my mom right now, and she won't come on. So I even asked him, I go, "Am I scary to talk to?" He goes, "Not at all." I go, "Okay, well, I can't book my mom." I said, we wanted to ask her some big questions. We wanted to, should the Warriors let Clay walk? And a text pops up on my phone. No, the Warriors should keep Clay. From my mom.
From Ellen.
She doesn't want to say it out loud, but she's 80, and she thinks the Warriors should keep Clay.
She's got takes,
There
which
it
is great.
That's as far as I could get.
Happy birthday, Ellen. I look forward to meeting you here before you turn 81 at some point. Next time she's in town, I'll have to make my way over and say hello. You've said so much about your parents, and they sound like wonderful people. In your impersonation of your mom, I want to give you a 5 out of 5. But
I've got a list of things to go over with you. Can you help me fix my phone? Why haven't you called? I've had the list for 3 hours. You should have called by now. Anyway, go ahead.
And so I'm giving you a 5, but I've never met the woman, so I can't.
It sounds exactly like that.
I wonder how she feels about the Niners possibly trading Brandon Aiyuk. If we talk about it, thank you. Maybe she will. Maybe she can weigh in, and maybe she can text in her thoughts on BA.
I'll text her. Text her. I'm not going to say what are your thoughts on BA. I don't know how she would respond to that.
That's rude, Mark.
I'm not going to BA anyone at my age. Anyway, this is what John Lynch said about it.
I was just with Mike Tomlin and, at the Michigan Pro Day, and Mike coached me, and so we're very close. And he's like, bro, what's going on? Like, I promise you, we got nothing. And,
I don't know. You can stop it. That's not the. That's not.
That's the old
There's
Lynch
a
on
big
BA.
John Lynch right in front of me here. That's not today's John Lynch.
That's the old
Let me
Lynch
see if I can,
on BA.
Okay, hang on. I think I got it now.
Okay.
Here we go. Try this one.
talk about another receiver, Debo.
Oh, now they're both playing at once.
Why don't you just let me play it?
Well, why don't you do it,
here comes
Grandy?
Lucas.
I mean, my God, it's as if my mom's in here trying to operate the board for crying out loud.
Is Ellen? Am I coasting with Ellen Willard right now?
Jeez, go ahead.
How do you make this doohickey work?
Here's John Lynch, his opening statement.
A couple years ago, there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish, and our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. As such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. Can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today.
Okay, that's from John Lynch today, and I've got some thoughts. First of all, he even brings up what this was like with Debo 2 years ago. I think that we could do a little compare and contrast of what it sounded like with Debo, what it sounds like today. But here's the first thing I want to say before we get to what John Lynch said. And Dibs, I think you agree, but let me say it first. You tell me if you agree or if this is a little bit too strong. Good God, do not trade Brandon Aiyuk. This has been simmering for me, and all the Warriors stuff has sort of pushed this aside.
Right.
And we've all gotten our, dip toe in the water thoughts out about Brandon Aiyuk, but just kind of in this sort of I don't know, foot not really on the gas sort of a way. The conversation hasn't gotten too heavy. Draft week is here. Let's get heavy. Do not trade Brandon Aiyuk. And I understand the 49ers don't want to, so that's great. I know they're trying. I don't know what he's asking for. The only time they've ever traded their homegrown drafted star, it didn't go great. And the reason they did it, DeForest Buckner, is because they felt he was being unreasonable with what he was asking for financially. Is the same true with Brandon? I don't know. But I'm almost more bothered about what I hear about this than by what the 49ers are or are not going to do. There are so many of you, it feels like, who think, well, I get it. You don't want to trade. You don't want to pay two receivers in the same room, and you get a really high pick for Brandon, and you just go draft another one. And I want to tell every one of you, have you not watched the NFL draft before? Have you not seen how this works? I remember once upon a time, not too long ago, that this current regime almost went and got themselves fired because they decided that someone in an important position was now expendable and too expensive. So let's just go, find another one in the draft. And they went and found Trey Lance. And if they hadn't stumbled into Brock Purdy a year later, we would, make no mistake, be talking about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's job status right now.
Yeah, he even referred to it today in his press conference.
I am blown away how many of you seem to think that you can snap your fingers and just go find another guy at the position. This is the NFL draft. Every other pick gets messed up. by every team. Every talent evaluator out there maybe bats 50-50 in the early rounds. Plus, even if you hit on a receiver, it takes a year. It takes a year. When's the last? I mean, Justin Jefferson, it was week 13 before it finally started to click for him.
When you'd already dropped him on your fantasy team.
Sure had, because he wasn't doing a damn thing. The 49ers need to be really good right now, this fall, September, and they will not be ready to do so if Brandon Aiyuk is not on the football team. Don't do it.
Yeah, they might do it. And if you compare what John Lynch said today to what he said about Debo, and we can get into that in the next segment and pick through it and parse words and do all the rest of it, it's an interesting comp because it felt to me like he was more passionately about keeping Debo. And I do think that plays into a reason why you might trade Brandon Aiyuk, because you don't want to pay two receivers that much money. And I know we've talked before about Debo and his contract being more expendable at the end of next year. Feels to me like John Lynch, at least, has been more passionate about Debo on the team than Brandon Aiyuk. And this is the time that they have to put up or shut up with Aiyuk.
I got a hard time understanding that. You know what I mean? I really do. Debo Samuel right now, he's only 28. He'll be 29 in the playoffs next year, okay? So think about what we're talking about now, because a lot of people go, I don't want to pay two receivers. I have an idea. Then don't. You don't have to. If you sign Brandon Aiyuk to an extension, it does not kick in this coming year. It kicks in the year after that. And then Brock Purdy's extension will kick in the year after that. So there is time. There's time to pay these people. Debo has an out in his contract after next year. He is the much older one. He is the much more injury-prone one. He will be about to turn 30 years old. If you're so worried about paying two receivers, then don't. Pay one. Pay Brandon Aiyuk. You can have them both this year. If it does, depending on how those years go, we'll see where we're at with regard to going forward with both of them when Brandon's extension would, in theory, kick in. But to me, that is absolutely option A. And then the other thing is, and I heard this morning, even Goose said this, he thinks Brandon Aiyuk's got leverage. He doesn't. That's the other reason I would not trade him. Brandon Aiyuk's got absolutely zero leverage. This is not the Nick Bosa situation. He is not the best player at his position in the sport. Brandon Aiyuk, if he sits out this upcoming year, is leaving millions of dollars on the table. And the 49ers also have a franchise tag that they could use the year after that. If the Niners don't want Brandon to go anywhere, for him to actually have leverage, he's got to look them in the eye and be like, I'll sit out 2 years. You know, no one's doing that in their fourth year.
Right.
That's not happening.
Well, the Niners won't use the franchise tag on him. They almost never use the franchise tag at all.
But you could threaten it.
You sure could.
Yeah, and they've got the leverage.
And if he, then if he didn't play, he misses out on $14 million this year. The franchise tag would put him at about $28 million. It's the average of the top five, which is right in there, probably $27, $28 million. Interesting that Bill Barnwell of ESPN, he put out a trade idea for every team at every spot. And at number 5, he has the Chargers trading number 5 to the Niners and also sending the Niners a 6th-round pick. LA gets Brandon Aiyuk, the 31st pick, and a 3rd-round pick in exchange.
Oh, yeah, you didn't mention that. So the Niners will know. I know you
said it's a first-round swap. The Niners go up 26 spots.
Oh, that deal stinks to high heaven.
The Niners get a 6th back, and then they give up a 3rd and Aiyuk.
No, thank you. That's an awful trade. I'm moving.
Well, that's the cost of moving up in the first round.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
I am absolutely out. Because, by the way, that first-round pick probably needs to be used on an offensive tackle or a edge rusher or a defensive tackle, not a wide receiver. So if you're giving up your 31 and Brandon Aiyuk and a 3rd rounder, also that you can move up to 5 and then get an extra 6th,
you get your pick. Maybe you wind up with Marvin Harrison Jr. at 5. Depending on if it goes quarterbacks 1 through 4.
You probably could.
Yeah.
You probably could.
He's on his way to Canton, Mark.
He can't miss.
He's a Hall of Famer in waiting.
Doesn't exist.
He might be the most talented player in this draft.
Yeah. I remember when people said that about Zach Wilson. Remember that? So 888-957-9570. We got a lot of stuff today. Herm Edwards is going to join. I'm about first and goal on the one of making sure that TJ Houshmandzadeh joins the show. Think that he'll do so probably in about 45 minutes. I'll confirm that coming up here in just a little bit. We'd love your phone calls. We got some Dub stuff, some Giants stuff, and obviously this 49er stuff as well. But we'll take your calls, and coming up next, listen side by side to what John Lynch said about Debo 2 years ago versus Brandon today. You see if you can tell the difference. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity,
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't like that. I did not like that answer. You know what that answer was missing? The word no. Have you given Brandon Aiyuk's representatives permission? Next thing that you know, Matty Mayoko is getting interrupted by John Lynch. We're not getting into that.
Right.
That's a yes.
That they've given him permission.
That's a yes.
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details.
Yeah, Matty, stop talking. We're not going there. Whoa.
Does he even need permission? Honestly?
Yes. Yes, he's under contract. He can't talk to other teams without
his
permission.
agent can.
Not legally.
Right.
Not about a contract.
No, but I'm sure you can, suss out whether or not a team is interested.
Yeah, of
right?
course. We legislate private phone calls. Like, yes, you can.
Right. The agent can reach out to general's manager of other teams.
Not supposed to, but yes, it happens. Oh, we were just talking about my other player.
Exactly. We're going to go golfing.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're not supposed to.
Well, how's John supposed to answer that? He's not going to say yes because then that's a whole can of worms, and he's not going to say no if that's not the truth.
Right. I wanted it to be the truth.
That no, he did not give him permission.
Yeah, we have not given him permission because we're solely focused on Brandon still being on the team.
But yeah, that's not the case. And
that's why I don't like the answer.
I get it.
You gave the quote of what he said about Debo 2 years ago. He didn't leave any wiggle room 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I can't imagine us not wanting Debo on the team.
I can't ever imagine wanting to move on from Debo.
Got it right here.
I can't ever imagine, wanting to move on from Debo. You put yourself through the exercises of, you, even though we don't have a first round pick, you have to be thorough in this process and prepare for everything. And so you go through and do that. He's just too good of a player.
Yeah. I can't imagine us. Sure, you go through the process, but he's too good. He's too good. And then put that up against the sound of this.
A couple years ago, there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, I've communicated on many occasions, our wish, and our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. As such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. Can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today.
It's just a very, very different vibe. We're focused. We really want BA to be a part of this thing for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
But, has there been, permission or anything like that?
Given permission to his side to go.
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
He's under contract, Mark, and we're looking forward to that.
He licked the damn Oreo.
Well,
I can't believe he licked the Oreo. How many GMs need to do this? For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about from last week, Mike Dunleavy said the same thing about Draymond Green. Well, Draymond Green, very, very likely to still be with us, because he's under contract. Same thing he said about Jordan Poole 3 days before he went to the Wizards.
Didn't Dunleavy also say something like, but you never know, or...
He said, I could be wrong.
I could be wrong, thank you. I could be wrong. And
I could be wrong. He's going to be on the team. I could be wrong.
Hearing the John Lynch quote again and again and again makes me think one thing for sure. Those two sides are far apart. They are not close to...
Agreed.
They're not close to a deal being consummated. They're very far apart.
But I'd argue that that's fine in April. I'm pretty sure that Debo and the Niners in April were pretty far apart. I'm pretty sure that Nick Bosa and the Niners were pretty far apart in August.
Right.
So that's fine. I'm not worried about that. My concern is that whatever Brandon and his representatives are asking for feels so far out of pocket for the 49ers that maybe here in the next 72 hours, they do make the decision that we can't do this. And It's not that I don't understand the situation, but it terrifies me. It absolutely terrifies me that you'll just send the Niners into the draft like, no problem. I got it. We'll go find another receiver. It'll be fine. Oh, my God. Like, please no. Please no. Please do not stick a rookie wide receiver in what I think is the most important receiver position for the 49ers, for their young quarterback, going into a year where you must compete for a Super Bowl. Please do not have that be the way that this plays out. Niners are really good at business.
Right.
They're really good at business. So I trust them completely. I'm just noticing that they are a little bit less firm and less lovey-dovey about this Aiyuk situation than they were about Debo 2 years ago.
And maybe that is because what Brandon Aiyuk is asking is more than they want to pay. And if there's a sense that the Aiyuk camp is pretty steadfast in how much they want, and you don't want to pay that much to a second wide receiver, then maybe you're going to be more aggressive to make that deal. And you tried it before with DeForest Buckner, and I know it's a little bit of a different position, but he was a dominant player, and reportedly he wanted more than they wanted to pay. So they instead paid Eric Armstead. They trade Buckner, get a pick back, and they use that pick trying to do exactly what you're hoping they don't try to do this time, which is replace a very good player, and it didn't work out last time. And I would say that wide receiver on this team is as important as a defensive tackle is on this team. Because you need, as I've mentioned before, and I'll get my 21 personnel reference out of the way early here in the show, but you run so much of that you have two wide receivers on the field. And when you have only two wide receivers a lot of times, those receivers are critical, especially when you run the offense that they do and you need your receivers to block. And Brandon Aiyuk is a very good blocker.
Very willing blocker. And
so you're going to get a rookie in and expect him to learn the ins and outs of the route tree and the Shanahan offense and be ready physically to be a blocking force?
I am so out.
It's a big ask.
I am so out on this idea.
Yeah.
I am so out on this idea. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. We'd love to take your calls throughout the day. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. Hey, Jonathan, what you doing?
Hey, good. Just cooking a little bit of ham and a sunny side up egg. Late brunch. I just want to say, man, if they're gonna pick between the two receivers, they gotta pick Aiyuk because he's the only good route runner we have. Actually, I'm done with Debo. I'm done with that experiment, man. It hasn't resulted in a Super Bowl because you know why? Debo, he may be physical, but he's worn out, and besides, this game is predicated upon a blocking scheme and all the other dudes doing their part, right? I want them preferably maybe, I don't know if it's an option to trade Debo to get a higher pick, maybe reinforce your offensive line because we've seen in the Super Bowl, defensive line doesn't do anything because they don't call holding calls. So strengthen your offensive line and get a wide receiver who could win with his route running, preferably someone with height so we could have somebody who could get the ball up there. We don't have that guy on the roster.
Yeah, Jonathan, my thing is you don't need to do either of those things yet. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Again, I want to stress one more time. If you were to sign Brandon Aiyuk to an extension right now, not only does it not kick in this year, his cap figure for this year goes down from where it currently is. So you actually wouldn't really need to decide if you're paying two receivers until the year after this upcoming year. And it is at that point where you've also got an out in Debo's contract. I'm not saying I want to move on from Debo Samuel, but I do have concerns. I got concerns once he gets to his 30th birthday, and he will turn 29 next season. And that is because his style of play leads to a lot of injuries, plus his style of play is so unique and well-known. Didn't you feel at times last year like the defense was just ready for Debo? The whole, just hand the ball to Debo, and he'll head around the left end, and Trent Williams in the way, and it's an automatic 10 or 15 yards. It wasn't as much this year. He did not have a great year. And there are a bunch of reasons for that. I'm not putting it all on him, but I don't think that this is that snap your fingers utility knife that it was the year before for the 49ers. And gosh, it feels like the arrow will be pointed downward soon if it's not already because of his physicality.
And I hesitate to make this move if I'm the Niners because of what Brock Purdy has become, and you're going to take away maybe his number 1 or 2 target. You've got Kittle, you've got McCaffrey, you've got Debo, and you've got BA, Brandon Aiyuk, and you're going to have your quarterback who has been an MVP candidate and an offense that's been humming, and you're going to deplete it for a draft pick and a dice roll, unless you can be sure that you can get Marvin Harrison Jr., which some mock drafts have quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah,
Minnesota trades up to take Arizona's spot at 4, and if you sit at 5 and you have a chance to get Marvin Harrison Jr., I think you got to think long and hard about that.
But that's 2 ifs.
Yeah,
if
well,
you
can
get
see the draft break that way,
right? But if you get Marvin Harrison Jr., and then if he's any good. Right. I know his name is Marvin Harrison, and I know y'all think, oh, can't miss. Yes, can't miss.
Well, anybody can miss.
Like all of them have a very high chance of missing. All of them. Today is a great day to talk about the quarterback draft from 3 years ago.
Yeah, Zach on the move.
Zach Wilson on the move.
4 of the 5 have been traded.
4 of the 5 have been traded, and the only one who hasn't is like good.
He's good.
Fine.
He's better than fine. You know that.
Is he?
He had a little bit of a regression this year, but he's good.
He ranks where in his own conference in terms of QBs?
Man, that's a great question.
Like
we get him behind Stroud now.
He can. GMs would take Stroud over him if you were picking them both right now, no doubt.
Maybe because of the contract.
But even if I put aside Stroud, Mahomes is there, and Herbert is there, and Allen is there, and Burrow is there, and Lamar Jackson is there. And then you get into the people who would probably be comps, like Tua and Deshaun Watson and CJ.
He's better than Deshaun Watson.
No, he's not better than Deshaun used to be.
Thank you.
I don't know what
pre-massaged Deshaun.
I don't know. I mean, Aaron Rodgers might be doing something in the AFC this year.
It's possible.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence is at best
6th,
7th, or 8th.
Yep.
In his own conference.
Yeah.
There's only 16 teams.
Yeah.
So this right now is something that is at best middle of the pack plus. And that is the sum total of what you got out of that epic generational quarterback draft. So that's all I'm saying going into Thursday. I don't want to be told that and I don't mean you, Dibs, anyone. I don't want to be told that that X blank player can't miss. Because yes, he can.
No one's can't miss.
Right.
But when you're looking at your financials going forward, and I know that this year the Aiyuk number would go down, and you talk about maybe wanting to get out from underneath Debo, and if that happens, well, then you have to replace him, and you'll be replacing him in the same fashion in the draft with a player who you hope can't miss, because you're not going to turn down, in this hypothetical, you pay Aiyuk, and you have a year where Aiyuk's number goes from 14 probably down to like 10. I don't know what the exact financials are, but his cap hit does go down. And then after this year, if you decide that you don't want to pay 2 wide receivers a sum total of $50 million, and you do want to move off of Debo, well, then you've just kicked the can down the road a year, and now you're going to have to go out and do the exact same thing, find a young wide receiver to come in and replace.
Potentially. I mean, a lot can happen between now and then. Who knows?
And plus Brock is going to be getting paid.
Right. Well, I mean, he'll at least get the extension. He won't be paid for another year after that. But, I mean, some of the young receivers that you picked up last year start to take a step forward. I mean, who knows? Yeah. Who knows what the landscape, or do you go on the free agent market and dance with that position there next year? I don't know. Is this maybe the firmest thing that John Lynch said? He was asked directly if there's any chance Aiyuk is not on the roster come Friday.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that, Yeah.
I wouldn't anticipate that.
Yeah. And then he says, a couple of times. But one more time, peep the tone that he uses.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that,
Yeah. I wouldn't anticipate that. I would have loved. I wouldn't anticipate that. Yeah. But I'm going to anticipate that. That's good. I think the 49ers, who, by the way, I think are as honest of a front office as is out there. They all lie. They all only are able to tell you what they can tell you. But the Niners will usually, I don't think they're making all this up. I think option one is we're keeping Brandon Aiyuk.
Of course.
But it has to also be at their number or something close to it. They're not going to bend over backwards and let Brandon run the show. So I like that he said that. I think they clearly agree with you and I. We want Brandon Aiyuk on the team, but I do sense in the tone of all of this that it's but we have no choice but to at least listen.
Yes.
You're going to listen to these phone calls because right now it feels like negotiations are not going very well, if they're even happening at all.
And they actually asked him later in the press conference about people calling about Brandon Aiyuk, and go ahead and play it.
Sure. We receive calls about a lot of players.
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Yeah, they're calling.
We received calls about a lot of players.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt.
How would you not be receiving calls on Brandon Aiyuk? It's been all over social media for 2 months.
I'm sure they called about Brock, too. Hey, hey, John.
Hey.
It's Jim. Jim, the GM here.
Can you imagine if football was like hoops and you had to match the salaries?
Oh, my God.
We wanted to call about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll give you a 2042 seventh-round draft pick in exchange. That's about the equal value to what you're paying Brock Purdy.
We'll give you our long snapper. Although, he makes too much. I was just going back and looking at the DeForest Buckner trade.
Yes.
And some of the details of that.
For number 13 overall?
Yes, and then they ended up going back a spot and taking Javon Kinlaw.
Correct.
But that trade happened on March 15th. So that was an indication at that point, a month before the draft, that whatever DeForest Buckner was asking in the early preliminary conversations were such that the two sides were so far apart, it seemed, that they weren't going to prioritize even going down that road, and they made the trade then.
I like what you're saying, too, because even though this is a very different situation, memory serves that the Trey Lance thing happened, the trade that became Trey Lance, that was months before the draft, or at least 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks at least, because then they had to go through all of obviously the evaluation process of all the quarterbacks. You had the pro days and all of that. But can you look?
That was late March.
Late March.
March 26th.
Okay.
Well done, Grady.
All right. So good solid 5 weeks before the actual draft. And so that's good. That's good. The Niners do not have a history of doing stuff like this the week of the draft.
Right.
Not a recent history.
No, and especially the two big draft trade blockbusters. They were done in March, yet here you sit 3 days away from the first round, and I'm sure the phone's going to be ringing a lot between now and then. Teams calling to ask about a lot of names, but primarily Brandon Aiyuk, because, if you're not going to pay him, then now would be the best time to trade him.
Sure, absolutely.
If you are really far apart with the Aiyuk camp, and I don't know that they are, but maybe Aiyuk wants to be top 5. He wants top 5 receiver money. And the team is thinking, we don't want to pay top 5 receiver money. And if the Aiyuk camp has their heels dug in, then this may be the best recourse.
Well, their heels can be dug in now. I'd like to add that as well. Aiyuk loses leverage on Friday morning. 100%. Because they're not going to trade you then.
Right.
What are they going to trade you for? So in other words, if Aiyuk and his representation, if they're mad, they're going to make a bigger deal about this now, because this is when they would have to get that move to be made. And not only has the move not been made, I'd argue that Aiyuk's agent has twice been on Twitter sort of defusing the whole idea of him demanding a trade and moving on. He's been the one who's been out there being like, when those reports come out, he's like, you guys stink at journalism. I mean, he's hysterical. He's just out there. He's like, you guys need better sources. That's not what's happening. Let's go to Philmo Mike here on Willard and Dibbs. Philmo!
Yo.
What's good?
Poppin'. Shout out to Lucas one time.
I just feel like right now, I don't think. What did Aaron Rodgers say back in the day? He spelled out patience. We got to be patient with this team. We've been patient a long time. But like you said, I want to win a Super Bowl. I swear to God, randomly, I just wake up sometime and I just start cursing because I'm hella mad that the Niners lost the Super Bowl. Seriously.
Do you have
it just hits me like at 4:00 in the afternoon. Like I'm oh man, I remember that. Anyway, look, my point is, if you watch Debo's his social media account, now I don't like to go off things like this, but two things. He was hurt. He was working out maybe 4 days after the Super Bowl. Like, so, and if you go to his social media account, he's been very active. And I feel like him having a son slowed him down. He got his chicken, right? He got his cheese. He's way focused. This is not the year to trade Debo. Brandon may be a better route runner, and that's another thing. That's one thing that he can improve on. So if Debo's, if he's working on his route running, he can improve that. That's, sometimes you reach your peak. Debo's not at his peak because he could be a better route runner. So I just think that goes a long way.
Yeah, Philmo, I'm not disagreeing with you. Always good to hear from you. I'm not talking about trading Debo Samuel right now. I'm talking about reevaluating this whole thing after next year, when there is an out in Debo Samuel's contract. He would still be under contract for 2025, but there's a potential out prior to the year.
Yeah.
So you'd have all kinds of different things on the table as far as a way to evaluate it next year. If you sign Aiyuk to an extension, the extension will be about to start. You got an out in Debo's deal. You got another year of information and another year of access to other players if someone needs to be replaced.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. We'll keep going with this. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Let me echo some of that Fremont Bank, Mark, because I'm a huge fan. It's my bank. It's a family-owned bank, which ostensibly makes me a part of the family. And I feel that when I walk into the branches at Fremont Bank, because they're committed to contributing to my goals and empowering the community around me. Fremont Bank is celebrating their 60th anniversary. 60 years ago, Fremont Bank set out to build exactly what they have, which is not just a bank, but a local ecosystem that helps Bay Area communities to thrive. They're a top local corporate philanthropist. They keep the money local and reinvest that money into the businesses and organizations all around the Bay Area. When you do the same, you deposit your hard-earned money, it stays local, and that feels good knowing that your money is working for the people around you. It's Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The Jeep Celebration event is going on right now with exceptional offers on a wide selection of Jeep brand vehicles.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that, Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not sure I know what to do with that. There was a weird vibe to that answer. Will you play that again, Grandy? Hit that thing again, John Lynch.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that, Yeah.
What's the double yeah mean?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah.
What like?
Is it a double yeah, or is it like a yeah? Let's hear it one more time.
One more time.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that, Yeah.
More like a
Yeah, the first one might be a swallowed
Yeah.
But then the second one's definitely a yeah. And it's just awkward.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I don't know what you know what I mean? We love trying to like psychoanalyze all of this stuff. I don't know what to make of that. And the tone of the actual I wouldn't anticipate that. I don't know. The whole thing
There's a chance. The door's open.
It doesn't sound as firm as it did 2 years ago. But they are very clear that is their hope. I guess the reason that I'm sitting here wondering, this is an important thing here. We're not just talking this out because it sounds awkward or whatever. I think we're talking this out because the idea that this week the 49ers are like, well, like our plan is to have him on the roster. Well, then this is a non-starter. If your plan still at this point, if you're being real, is that he's still on the roster, then he's definitely going to be on the roster on Friday. In other words, if they felt like this negotiation was so far gone that it couldn't come back, I think they would answer these questions differently. They don't want to tip their hand.
Right.
But, yeah, it's got to happen in the next 3 days or it's not happening.
Exactly. And I think that they're probably not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, but if they get an offer that comes in that is too good to pass up, if it's the Chargers and you don't have to give up number 31, let's just say you give up Aiyuk and a third and you get LA's 5th overall in this year's draft, that's the kind of an offer you have to look at and think, okay, I mean,
it's better.
It's much better. You have 2 first-round picks. You can use one on a receiver. You can use one on an offensive lineman that everybody thinks they're going to pick at 31 as it is. And then you have a rookie receiver who you have under team control for 4 years with a 5th-year option. And darn it, you hope he's good.
Yeah. Darn it, you hope. Darn it, you hope. I just know that when even compare it to Bosa last year, the Niners would say things like, well, we've budgeted for this.
Yeah.
Like, Nick Bosa's not going anywhere. It sounds different this time. I really, really hope that Brandon Aiyuk is still a 49er when we go to bed Thursday night. And I really, really hope that he's still a Niner Thursday night.
And I think if it happens, if it doesn't happen, it'll be early in the draft where you can start to breathe easy. I don't think that they're going to wind up in the middle of the first round and trade Brandon Aiyuk. I do think that number 5
I don't know,
with the LA Chargers, there's some interesting spots where you can look at it. Like the top 3 or 4, they're going to be quarterbacks. So those teams aren't trading now.
Right, but I think most people would respond to you and be like, Brandon Ayuk's not fetching a top 5 pick. I know you're talking about pairing a 3rd rounder with him also. But when you say like it's over by the middle of the round, I'm like, I'm not so sure. Like,
I just don't think the Niners would do that. I don't think that they would trade. I don't think that they would trade Brandon Aiyuk for the 17th pick, especially if it meant that they had to give up number 31 and just move up 14 spots and you're going to give up.
Yeah, no, this isn't about giving up 31. That's what I'm saying. I'm not interested in this at all. But I'm certainly not interested in if all you're doing is moving up.
Yeah.
Like just moving up. That's it. Like, I don't know. That one does not feel like value to me. 888-957-9570. What did you think? We brought this up on the handoff thingy, also known as the crossover. What did you think about that idea of, and you were just telling me about your weekend, you were a single dad life.
Yep.
How'd you like it?
It was exhausting.
You're damn right it is.
Yeah, we went, my little baby girl's brother, Quest, came, and we went to the park and had some fun. We ran around, had some snacks, took a nap, woke up, and man, it's a long haul post-nap to pre-bedtime. So it's a lot tougher than I remember it, Mark. Solo dadding it. Couldn't wait to get to work today, I'll tell you that.
You're damn right.
Got here early.
People are like, why do you love work so much? I'm like, let me tell you. Let me tell you what's happening when we're not here. I have an announcement to make.
Make it.
TJ Hushman's out in 10 minutes.
Awesome.
Okay? TJ Hushmanzada, who you not only of TJ Hushmanzada fame, but he's been Brandon Aiyuk's private coach for a number of years. So TJ is always phenomenal when he comes on this show. So TJ is coming up here in about 8 or 9 minutes. So excited about that. That's number one. But no, this idea that the weekend was as relaxing as can be. It was the best weekend of the year. Maybe that's because it was 75 and sunny, or maybe it was because if you're a big sports fan, you just finally got a break. The playoffs were on, and you're like, it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't really care which way it goes. As long as the Nuggets beat the Lakers, I don't care. And the drama, the constant drama, the constant forming of opinions about Draymond or Clay and being confronted with things about the Warriors or even the 49ers before them. Is Brock good? Brock's not good. Brock's good again. Brock's a product of his environment. Playoffs, all of these things that the Niners and Warriors have been to us for the last 7 or 8 months. Just put some flip-flops on and relax for a second. Did that feel good?
It felt both good and empty. I know what you're saying, and there was that sense of no stress, and I'm not refreshing the standings to see, okay, the Warriors are the 10, and what are the tiebreaker scenarios, and how do they get to 8? Can they get to 8? 6 is out of the question. I get to eat lumpia, that's good, but where are the Warriors and the play-in? What are the play-in dates? And they got moved, and there was stress around every Warrior game. And going back to the Niners, there was stress because they should have made the Super Bowl, and when they finally did, that game was equally stressful. And I remember watching it with my lovely wife and daughter, and then that game was total stress. And then they lose, and then you're sad, and then, like you said, turn our attention to the Dubs fully. And the last 2 months of Warrior basketball has been very stressful. So I know what you're saying about yesterday, but I also felt myself wanting to be a part of it.
Of course. This is,
feeling empty, like, I'm not saying that
you'd always take the playoffs and the fun and all of that, but it's less about like, oh gosh, there's another game. It's not like that. You love the games.
Of course.
It's because of the way these two teams took us on their journey. The Warrior one was heavy. And maybe that's not the right word. But I just feel like the Golden State Warriors over this last year and maybe more, actually I would definitely say maybe more, 2 years, over the last 2 years, they've not been the Golden State Warriors. They've been the real basketball Warriors of Golden State. That's what I'm talking about. They've been suspended and punching teammates and on mental health journeys and going missing in action and all of the things that these Warriors have been. And it forces you to not just sit back and enjoy basketball sometimes, but to like reason with yourself. How do I feel about this? And what's going on here? And free agency is coming, and the big three going to be gone. And there's just all of this stuff on their plate. And you mentioned the Niner playoffs. Think about it this way. Look back on the Niner playoffs. It was 3 football games, right? Did you have fun?
Yeah, but it was stressful.
Yeah, not really. I did not have as much fun as I thought I would.
That Detroit game was...
Good God, even the Packer game.
Yep.
For the majority of the playoffs, it felt like they were going to lose.
Which was unallowable, inexcusable, inconceivable.
And then they won the 2 games that it felt like they were going to lose, and they lost the game that it felt like they were going to win.
Right. So it was stressful. It was sports stressful.
Sure.
And this Warrior season, that's a good way to describe it, like the Real Housewives so to speak, because it was a lot of drama, and yet I kind of miss it. And watching over the weekend, it's like, you know what? I'd love to have my team involved in one of these playoff games, as opposed to, what's their chance of winning the lottery? 4%, by the way, is the answer. 4% of keeping their pick.
Yeah, I mean, most fans I know, the Warriors have been frustrating, and maybe that's not fair. They're a dynasty, so they've built that. But, you got a break from that. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm not saying you wouldn't rather still be playing. Of course you would.
Yeah.
Of course you would. You'd also rather talk to TJ Houshmandzadeh than just about anybody else. When it comes to anything Brandon Aiyuk related, the offseason, the draft, TJ Houshmandzadeh is always phenomenal when he comes on this show, and he will be on here coming up next. Brandon Aiyuk's personal coach on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very.
Oh, yeah. Working it out.
You okay?
I'm great.
Man.
Because TJ Hushmanzada is about to join the show.
He's always good.
He's always good. I always love chatting football with him. And plus, especially now, because we Niner fans, we're in a situation.
Yeah.
We're in a situation. So let's talk it out. Our guy, TJ Hushmanzada, who has worked closely with Brandon Aiyuk through the years. TJ, I gave an impassioned plea about an hour ago. Do not trade this guy. Do not. But what are your thoughts? If Calvin Ridley is worth $23 million a year, what's Brandon Aiyuk worth?
27.
Man, it's 20% better. Do you think that the Niners are going to want to have two wide receivers making north of 20 on the same team?
It's the cost of doing business in the National Football League now. This is what it is. The salary cap increases, the players' salaries increase. I mean, that's just what it is. And so when you have good players, and John Lynch, pat yourself on the back, Kyle Shanahan, pat yourself on the back. You guys have done a really good job drafting. For the most part, you draft good players, you pay them. I mean, that's just how it works. You'd rather draft good players and have to pay them than draft guys and have to cut them.
TJ, you understand how this game works, and Brandon has put some things out on social media. It's clear that, right, he wants something that at this point is not being offered. The 49ers are also looking at it like it's April. We don't need to do this right now. What's your read on what you're seeing and hearing from both sides?
I mean, it's just a posturing back and forth. This is business. I mean, as a player, you just want it to be over with because, honestly, it starts to piss you off. It does. And you start to get frustrated and you start to do things that you normally wouldn't do. You may say things that you normally wouldn't say. And so it bothers you as if it's like, oh, y'all don't think I'm that good. And so as a player, you want this to be done. You look at it from the team's perspective. My job is to get you at the lowest possible price that I can. And so you just hope neither makes it personal. If they can understand it's a business. And when you're in contract negotiations, both parties should walk away like, BA should feel like, I probably should have got a little more. The team should feel like, he should have gotten a little less. That's a negotiation. That's what's going to happen. Both sides are going to feel like, but that's a good negotiation.
Yeah, and this one feels like it's going to be pretty tense because the value of Brandon Aiyuk is so much greater than the numbers, but the team can weaponize the fact that he's 31st in the league in catches as a way to maybe try to hold him down.
Yeah, he's 31st in the league in catches because he doesn't get as many targets as other guys. And so he can say, if you give me the targets that Justin Jefferson gets, I wouldn't be 31st in the league. And so you can counter that. I'm 31st in the league, but am I 31st in the league in yards? So just imagine if I had more catches, what I would do with it. And so there's always counter arguments to whatever they're going to argue. I mean, I talked to BA. He don't want to leave San Francisco. He just wants to get paid. Just very simple. He just wants to be rewarded for the work that he's put in. And, the casual fan, I don't think they understand, man. Like, to be a professional athlete, man, you get paid very, very well. And I'd be crazy not to say that. But, man, the type of work that you have to put in and day out, and I would do it if I was making that type of money. Just go work out with a professional athlete for 1 week. Just go do it for 1 week. And tell me, would you still feel the same? It's not easy. It's a lot of hard work physically, and it's tougher mentally because those days you don't want to do anything, you still have to go do it. And you're going to push yourself every single day. I'm tired. I can't go anymore. Yeah, you're going to keep going. And that's just what you do.
TJ Hushmanzada joining us, Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. All right, so, and that's no surprise that you've talked to BA, and it's good to hear that he doesn't want to leave the 49ers. But it's also interesting when you talk about the number of targets he gets. He's in an offense that runs the ball a lot. Does that bother him?
No. Everybody wants to win, man. Do what we got to do to win. Everybody wants to win. And then when you play well, you want to be compensated for winning. And this is what happens when you're on the winning teams. You know, the good players, some leave, some stay. But everybody wants to feel appreciated. And we love you, and we want them back. You don't tell me, you show me. Don't tell me, show me. You show me by my contract, the status of my contract. But no, every receiver, I don't care who it is, we want more targets. Give me 15 targets, I want 16. That's just what it is. And so that will never change. Guys just want to win the game. Guys want to have an impact in the game. But we all know if he was given more targets, he would for sure have better stats. But when you're on that team and you have McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo, the ball's going to be spread around.
Yeah, and they were 32nd in the league in pass attempts anyway, so it's not like they throw it to anybody that much. You mentioned $27 million. That's just your own ballpark, I assume, but that would put him third in the league in average annual value. Is that sort of a ranking important to Brandon as far as where he winds up among the list of guys?
All right, let's get into the complexities of what you just said and break. Honestly, it would put him one. If you're really being honest, because if you look at the top guys at yearly salaries, average per year, is it really 30 plus? Is it really when you go look at Tyreek Hill deal? Is it really when you go look at Devontae Adams deal? Go look at it and look at the back end of those deals in the last year of the contract. Those are fluff years. It's really not what it seems to be. And so 27 and a half, the NBA didn't discuss this one bit. I don't think he turns that down.
Yeah, I don't. My gut would be that the Niners wouldn't offer that. You're paying Debo 23.8, and feels like if they offered him 25, would he take that?
I don't know. You know, McCarthy, that's his agent. I'm sure him and BA, they have a number that they'll take. That's just my guess and my take on it. But when you start looking at the $30 million per year average, if you go look at Tyreek Hill's contract, you know, I believe he has like a base salary towards the end of that of, I want to say 45 or 48 million. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain that it's a lot of, just to make the yearly average look pretty good, it's a lot of fluff.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
The last year is like $40-something million base salary.
43.9, TJ.
Right. So $44 million. So that's going to be renegotiated. But when if you really look at it, it's not 30 a year. And then you go look at Devontae Adams, it's the same exact thing. And so that's why I say 27, 28. B.A.'s young. He's explosive. He's a route runner. He can run an intermediate. He can run a short. He can go deep. He's going to block his ass off. He's not getting in any trouble. Those are the guys you want on your team.
TJ Hushmanzada with us. Okay, so you talk to BA, you're listening to what the 49ers are saying, just like the rest of us. How do you think this all plays out?
Man, winners win. And the 49ers have shown with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that's what they do. They're going to figure out a way to make it work. I just rarely do you see teams trade young players before their second contract. Normally, front office, they look forward to signing young players to a second contract. Why? Because it shows that they're doing a hell of a job acquiring guys through the draft. They're not building through free agency. They're building it through the draft. So if we have to pay a Debo, we drafted him. A Kittle, we drafted him. Obviously, they traded for Christian McCaffrey, and they traded for Trent Williams. But the 49ers' best players, the Bosa's, the Fred Warners, the Hufungas, they drafted those dudes. Purdy's, they drafted those dudes. They look forward to rewarding guys that they've evaluated the correct way, and now they're up for second deals. And so they'll figure out a way to make it work. At least I believe they will. But the longer you wait, the more animosity may start to sit in with the player because you feel like, damn, like, y'all really don't value me like I thought y'all did.
Yeah, and even though, this has gone on longer than the DeForest Buckner situation went a few years back where they decided to trade him in March, if you get past the draft, there is a chance that the Niners just slow play the negotiation and ask him to play on his fifth-year option. Is that something that you think that he'd be open to do?
No. Again, I mean, when you see, and you just spoke of this earlier, Calvin Ridley get what he gets. You see a guy who was drafted in your same draft class get what he gets in Michael Pittman. You're like, wait, when is it for me? It's my turn. And that's all. Guys just want to be rewarded for the work they put in because understand this. If he's not playing well, are we talking about this? If he's terrible, he's cut. He's released. So now that you played well, players just want to be rewarded because this business is 100% injury rate. It's not 90. It's 100% injury rate playing the game of football. It's just what the injury going to be. 100% injury rate. And so guys want to be rewarded for what they've done and what they will continue to do because you're going to get hurt playing the game of football.
TJ, what I also look at whenever the conversation goes where it has is when people say, hey, you got to reboot the finances and so move on and you can replace him through the draft, especially at the wide receiver position. There's two things that come to mind. I'm like, first of all, no matter who you think is a can't miss prospect, he's not. And second of all, even if he's good, wide receiver is a position that usually takes a minute coming out of the draft. So let's go down fantasy road and say the 49ers tried to replace Brandon Aiyuk. What would they be looking at?
Obviously, this draft is very, very it's a good receiver draft. I'll say that for sure. It's a good receiver draft. But this is the thing. Are you willing to roll the dice, so to speak, and hope the player that you draft can be what BA is? You're hoping. You don't know. And are you willing to do that with the type of team that you have and risk that this rookie can pick it up? This rookie will understand the complexities of the offense. He can make plays. Are you willing to risk that? I would assume you say you trade with a team that has a higher first-round pick. Do you just swap first-round picks? Because that team will in turn have to give him a huge contract.
Right.
And so the complexities of what that may look like, no team is just going to give up their first-round pick and then turn around and pay him that type of contract. To me, it would be we can flop first-round picks. But is that something the Niners would be interested in doing? Or would they want a second? I mean, you just don't know. There's just so much that goes into that. The best situation is John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and the 49ers figure out financially what works with BA and his agent. They get it done.
Does it give Brandon pause at all, the history of the Niners as it pertains to DeForest Buckner? Because Buckner was traded because he reportedly wanted more money than they were willing to pay. It is a move, though, that the Niners have grown to regret.
DeForest Buckner was a baller with the Niners, and DeForest Buckner is still a baller with the Colts. And so I'm sure they regret it. Just think about that if they still had DeForest Buckner. The two Super Bowls now, since 2019 that they played in, if DeForest Buckner was on that D-line. Games may turn out a little different, huh? Probably think so.
Yeah.
And, they tried to replace him with Javon Kinlaw. Didn't work out. Armstead played pretty well. Armstead was a good player. some may say Buckner was a little better, but it didn't work out well for the Niners. But that happens. Sometimes you take a chance and say, okay, we're going to trade him. It didn't work out well for him because Kinlaw wasn't able to stay healthy. Not saying that would be the case with BA. And this is why when you draft young players and they play well, it's a privilege to have to pay them because that shows you guys are evaluating these players the right way.
7th round pick, 2001 Cincinnati Bengals. What do you remember about that night?
I ain't gonna lie. I remember I was so pissed off, man, because no lie, man. I just did an interview the other day, late last week. I literally named damn near every receiver picked in front of me. I can remember like it was yesterday. I was better than these dudes. I knew I was better than them, and I proved it. But it frustrated me. But it is also a privilege because not many guys get drafted. Like, I was angry about where I went, and there's guys that didn't get drafted. So if you put a lot of stuff in perspective, man, to anybody that may be listening to this, you may be angry, you may be over the moon with where you get drafted. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's what you do when you get there. What you do when you get there. But, yeah, for me, I was watching. I'll never forget it, man. I believe the Lakers were playing a playoff game. And by the time I think it was like the 4th round, I didn't get picked. I said, man, I ain't watching this damn draft no more. I was so angry. I turned to the basketball, man.
TJ, I've heard this from guys who go in the 7th round that their agents are kind of like, hey, at this point, we'd rather not get picked at all because then you can pick your team or we can have choices. Did you get to a point where you were hoping to not hear your name?
Nah, at that point, I had never even thought about anything like that. I didn't care. But getting drafted to the Bengals was probably the best thing that could happen. I was hurt a lot early on in my career, my first 3 years. Any other team probably would have just released me, and I wouldn't be doing this interview with you. Huh. And so being drafted to the Bengals, they stuck with me through my injuries, just minor. I had a hamstring injury pretty much every year. And then I figured out what the problem was, and I think I'm an expert on hamstrings now. And so, it was a gift and a curse, but it really, 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 it angered me, man. It angered me. My first day of training or mini camp practice, man, no lie, I got in a fight. I was still angry a week later.
Wow. There's some names now in your draft class: Steve Smith and Reggie Wayne and Chad Johnson, your teammate, but. Man, there's some other names on here, TJ, that I'm sure.
Just go down that list.
Oh, I'm looking at it. Go down
that list, and all the dudes you just named, we were the best ones in that class, and I was the last one drafted in that class. Technically, all the names, and I'm gonna give guys credit in that class. It was Santana Moss, baller; Steve Smith, baller; Reggie Wayne, baller; Chad Johnson, baller, and then it was me. But look at all the guys drafted. It was crazy. But, and that's why I say it does not matter where you go. It's what you do when you get there.
Yeah, you got drafted after Darnarian McCants.
Who?
Cedric James. Y'all get Cedric Wilson. The Niners drafted Cedric Wilson.
In the 6th. Kevin Casper with a K.
I thought the Niners was going to draft me. I thought that they had 2 third-round picks that year. I thought they were going to draft me. True story.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to draft me.
23 years later, still angry. I love that.
Still, in my 40s, still pissed off about it.
I love it. But TJ, did you ever deal with anything like what BA is dealing with? Just any off-season contractual stuff, free agency, where it wasn't going your way?
When I left the Bengals to go to Seattle, it's kind of similar. Obviously, the money is a lot different. BA is a good dude, man. He's a family man. He's not hanging out in the streets in the club, doing none of that. You really, as a player, you just want it to be over with so you can – because deep down, he's like, okay, I'm going to be with the Niners, but you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. So, you just train with that anticipation of you getting that call from the agent saying it's done. And you don't know if or when that's going to come, because if it lingers into the season, trust and believe what I'm about to tell you, it's going to be a problem, because that animosity that you will have as a player, and your body language and just certain things you're not even trying to do, but it's just going to be on your mind so often that it's going to show. And so I hope one way or another they can figure it out.
TJ, great stuff, man. Thanks for the insight. Thanks for coming on.
Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all take care. Keep up the great work, fellas.
Thanks, TJ.
You too as well. There he goes. TJ Hushmanzada. Oh, my goodness.
Just every time.
See?
Every time.
Dude he's a sure thing. You want to talk about can't miss?
Right.
It's a TJ Hushmanzada conversation. It's not Marvin Harrison Jr. with the 7th pick. It's TJ on the radio.
It's TJ and just I don't know if drawl is the word, but it's the tempo.
Oh, his voice is incredible.
Just the way he waits and trust and believe, and just the things he says. And I could have run down more names from his draft class. He might have swore, and it's 23 years later, still mad.
Like I'm still pissed off.
I love it. It's so funny.
Don't you feel now? True or false? Feel a little bit better?
I don't feel better.
All we're doing is talking about someone who is in BA's circle of trust. He said, look, we're not talking about numbers with one another, but I loved hearing from TJ. He's like, BA doesn't want to leave. He likes it there. It's okay that they hand the ball to Christian McCaffrey a lot. Like, he wants to be there, and he thinks he's going to be there. I don't think the fans know that when he's on Instagram putting up whatever the heck he's putting up.
Various emojis.
And his brother and his girl are all putting poop emojis on like scrubbing the unfollowing the 49ers. Like,
that part was really good to hear.
Yeah.
But the part about 27, and I'm glad he gave me a little bit of that contract education.
Well, that was a prediction.
Yeah.
That wasn't what BA's demanding.
Correct. But the idea of him being in that neighborhood, Brandon Aiyuk getting 27, and I guess it'd be the real 27, not the
maybe.
Or maybe it's
or
the same
maybe
kind
it'd
of
be the
deal
same thing.
as Tyreek. Yeah,
it sounds like 27, but it actually wouldn't be. I mean, I think a lot of these numbers are like that.
He mentioned Michael Pittman Jr. He signed 3 and 70, 46 of which was guaranteed.
Right. So 22,
same draft class.
23.3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's an out after 2025. The dead cap is only $5 million. So
he's going to make 21.8 this year. And then I think, it goes up from there.
And he's got $10 million in a signing bonus that he's going to cash out as well. So it's, that to hear $27 million, I don't know the Niners finances, but that seems a little hot.
That's a little hot. Again, it made that would, for AAV's sake, number 3 in the league. I think most people would be like, wait a minute. Number 3 in the league? But here's the other part. That's also the way it works. It's just who's next. We're not trying to say Brandon Aiyuk. He's not. His agent is not going to be like, was the 3rd best receiver in the league. He's not saying that. But it's his turn.
Yeah.
Nobody would say Justin Herbert's the best quarterback in the league, but it was his turn.
Yeah.
So that's what him and Burrow got.
Yeah, 32nd in the league, or 31st in the league in catches. I knew that would get TJ going a little bit.
Yeah, but how about in yardage?
Right. I think 6th in yardage.
Exactly.
He was 7th in yardage. Yeah.
All right. Look, lots more to talk out on this, and we will. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Herm Edwards, Brandon Aiyuk's college coach, is a half hour away on Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections?
I mean, I talked to BA. He don't want to leave San Francisco. He just wants to get paid. Just very simple. He just wants to be rewarded for the work that he's put in.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I do think it's fair. It's in a way, this is a similar answer. Do you remember the guy who called us last week and is like, why doesn't Steph Curry do what Tom Brady used to do? Take less. And you're like, okay. TJ just put it really nicely there a little bit ago. He knows, they all know what fans say. Oh, I do it for half that. You going to pay me?
Please, to work out?
You're going to pay me to play a kid's game? And I'm not even like, I can't speak to what TJ's speaking to, which is how hard physically these guys work. And in the NFL, my God, going over the middle, are you crazy? Are you crazy?
You can't even hit guys anymore.
Brother, I love it when people are like, I do that for $10 million a year. Look me. I wouldn't. No, I would not. I don't want CTE for $10 million a year. I would much rather just make my $4 an hour.
Right.
Damn. Well,
look at you.
That was a renegotiation sensation here. Right?
That's $1. 15 minutes of work.
Like for real. I have the utmost respect for these guys. But for me, it's not even that. It's like somehow, and teams do a great job of this, and fans fall into a trap of, God, these players make so much, so they should be willing to do it for less. How much do you think the owners are making?
Right.
And the cap is going up. And so invariably we will end up in a spot where Brandon Aiyuk will look at the 49ers and go, why? Why do I have to take less? I don't.
He doesn't.
And they have all the leverage in the world, but what TJ said at the very end of that conversation is incredibly important. First of all, you asked him, would he play on the fifth-year option?
Yep.
TJ went, nah. No.
Right.
That's going to be a no from Brandon Dog.
Yeah.
So that's number one. And number two, he said, and you do not want this getting close to the season because whether he's meaning to or not, it's going to lead to so much animosity that it's going to cause a problem. And the 49ers cannot mess with their season. So that's the leverage that he does hold. The Niners hold much more.
Of course.
But it's no different than Bosa. A lot of us all reasoned with, it's okay that he didn't sign until 4 minutes before the season started. And then 5 weeks into the season, we went, you know what, that actually kind of messed some things up. And there are some who believe that Bosa's entire season was underwhelming and was off track because of the way negotiations went. I can't confirm that, but I know some feel that way.
Right. Might have been a slow start, but Nick Bosa had a good year. It was not DPOY. Look, he had a good year.
Let me take it over here. How we doing with Blake Snell?
So far, so bad.
I'm kind of out on the whole slow start thing because everybody's
he always starts slow.
This is a little excessive. The whole let's just negotiate up until 4 hours before the season starts and everything will be fine. Well, no, it's not. It's not. It's not fine. And it's fine for the Giants because it's baseball and the whole thing is meandering anyway. Although I'm about out of patience on that too. No, it's not okay.
Time to get somebody out.
It's time to get something done. I mean, to be honest with you, that blame goes in 1,000 different directions. And we can talk Niners and Bosa. We can talk Niners and Brandon Aiyuk. We can talk baseball and Scott Boras. Dude, you messed this thing up 1,000 different ways to the point where one of your big four fired you. None of them got a long-term deal. The Boras 4, you want to know why they called it a 4? That's how many years total the 4 players got. 4 one-year deals? I mean, how do you look yourself in the mirror? And Snell, a habitual slow starter, is out here with an ERA of 12. And the season is, going. We're a month in. It's time to start winning some baseball games. So the Niners will need to remember that as well. And I know they know that, but they're going to drive a hard bargain. Brandon will as well. And I don't know what the magic slot is where, as TJ put it, everyone agrees, but no one feels great about it. And he's right. That is what you're looking for. I don't know where that slot is, but nobody wins if you can't find that slot. No one.
Right. But you don't want that slot to be so far in the player's direction that you're going to have to make hard choices down the road on other guys. I'm sure the Niners have a sweet spot where they want the contract to be. And 27, hearing that from TJ, and that's an unofficial ballpark that he threw out there. And he had said that he and Brandon haven't talked about it. And I take him at his word because it's not really TJ's business. And Brandon and his agent are the ones who are having these conversations. But that felt to me like if it's 27 and that's where he wants to be, then maybe they will end up trading him.
Well, but if it's 27, it doesn't actually have to be 27. It can be backloaded. I mean, this is where
the Niners do that very well, too.
They do it very
Avoidable
well.
Years,
Nobody works the cap better. I love Parag Marate. He does a great job with this stuff. And I trust the 49ers completely. They're very, very good at what they do. And outside of DeForest Buckner, they have not missed on any of these. They've not let any of the good ones get away. So I don't think that they're going to start now. So I have total faith in it. But it's funny when people start doing the whole, like, come on, Brandon, take a little bit less.
Yeah.
Why don't we look at it the other way? Twofold. Not only are the Niners the billionaire while Brandon's the millionaire. That's number one. But number two, when you live in a hard cap world like the NFL, yet you have the maneuverability on the cap like you do. Remember, the cap came in higher than was expected. That's number one. And number two, when you're allowed to manipulate this the way that teams can, when seemingly you can be cap strapped or up against it, and then someone calls an agent, it's like, and we just found $15 million.
Right.
We just renegotiated. We
defer the money.
Restructured.
A restructure.
So why on earth would we let a team off the hook because Brandon wants 26 and you want to give him 24? Like, dude, what are you talking about? The NFL literally can print money. They can print it.
Yeah, and you can defer it and you can move it around to make it work.
Totally.
Now, if you're making it seem like they're only that far apart, what if they're much further apart than that? And that's where, none of us know.
Where could they be? Like, we know what the wide receiver market is. He's north of Calvin Ridley. That's a bare minimum. So
if he wants to be paid in the top 3 and the team wants to give him like Debo money, well, now we're pretty far apart. If they're offering 24 and he wants 27, that's $3 million a year over 4 or 5 years.
With 2 of the years being fake years, and the AAV can be maneuvered, and people can be restructured, and other players
it's guaranteed money too. Yeah,
exactly. If Calvin Ridley is worth 23, Brandon is north of that, but we're not going to be ridiculous. He's not going to get 30. He's not Tyreek. So we're actually talking about a very slim window. And easy for us to say.
Right.
I know the Niners need to maneuver this whole thing, and they've got some big stuff coming, namely a quarterback who's going to go from 1 million to $1 billion. I get it. I get it. I understand the whole thing, and I also understand what I don't understand. I know this is more intricate than I'm making it sound. But why would we hold, and I know this is what Brandon is probably sitting in his living room saying right now, why are you holding my feet to the fire? All I did was be awesome. And we know damn well what the window is. It's 24 on the low, 27 on the high. Let's figure this out. And why do I have to be the one that's taking less? You're the multi-billion-dollar organization that can just move money around if you don't like it in another year, 2 or 3. You assign me to a 5-year deal, but the 4 and the 5 they're not even real. You can get rid of me if you want to in 3 years. Why should Brandon budge? I don't put this on Brandon at all. If he's asking for 32 a year, he's a crazy person, but I don't think that he is. So,
I mean, again, you talked about the leverage part of this, and the leverage lies primarily with the 49ers, and he can, if he wants to play hardball and they don't want to give him what he wants, they can say, all right, well, we're gonna table this and have you come back and play on the 5th-year option, and then he has a choice to make. He can either suck it up, as the ownership would say, and you go ahead and play for $14 million, or you can go into your series of no-shows and holdouts and, stand in the corner with your arms folded and decide you don't want to play at all. And then, like you were saying before, the team can go into DEFCON 1 and take additional measures, and this thing can get really ugly.
Okay, but
nobody wants that.
Right, exactly.
Nobody wants that.
You're a parent.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody who's ever been a parent knows this. Okay. You've got all the power. No, you do. I know that. I get it. The baby can scream at 3 a.m. I know. But I'm talking about if we were in a negotiation, if my daughter's coming to me about allowance, Dad, can I buy a new pair of shoes? Who's got the power?
You do.
I got the bank account. All I got to do at any point with any one of these kids, I can take your car, I can take your house key, I can take, I can practically take your freedom. I can ground you.
Ooh.
You can go to school, you go home. No allowance, no nothing.
No extracurriculars.
I'm in charge of what we're having for dinner tonight. I got all the juice.
The power trip going on over here.
But is it smart to use it?
On the daily, no. You don't want that animosity. You got teenagers.
Exactly. I'm not
a baby
trying to create a war over here. Like, I'm trying to function with these people. We're trying to have a great relationship.
Sure. You're trying to win Super Bowls.
Good days and weeks and months and years. We're trying to be a team here. So there's got to be some of that. Like, sure, the Niners have all the leverage. It doesn't mean you just walk into the hallways every day, start pushing on pressure points, make all your players hate you. That's not the way the Niners have been doing business.
No, and they've done business a certain way with every single player, aside from DeForest Buckner. And the reason why that they didn't keep DeForest Buckner is because he wanted too much money. And that's the situation that could be in play here.
Although they thought also, they're like, for that amount of money, we think we could replace him. And they was wrong.
Well, they tried. Well, they paid Eric Armstead instead of paying DeForest Buckner. They were in a spot where they couldn't pay both of them, and they chose Armstead, who played well, but he's no DeForest Buckner.
No, and Javon Kinlaw was Javon Kinlaw.
Right.
They were wrong. They took a shot. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. They were wrong. It happens. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1. San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. We're going to go to the phones. Did I say Herm Edwards was at 4:15 and he's actually at 4:45? Is that right, Lucas? When's he coming on?
4:45.
Okay, 4:45.
I don't know what he said.
That's awkward.
I did know what I said 15 minutes ago. I said he's coming on in a half hour.
Don't do that.
So that was a lie.
Yeah.
So he's coming on in 45 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had a trivia question for us. We could do that in 15 minutes if you want. Lucas has been in the lab.
I love it. That'll be fun. Lucas trivia.
Yeah, I'm going to stump the heck out of you guys.
All right. Let's go to Dave in El Cerrito. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
I'm working.
Yeah, us too. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're all working.
Yeah.
I think it's really. I was speaking to the guys on the morning show at some point, and I was explaining to them that it's a very difficult area to attract free agents because California is very expensive, right? You know, it's 12 to 13% more in your taxes than, say, Florida.
Yeah.
And I think with Brandon, they almost, and that was like a weird thing with Bosa, is being from Palm Beach. You're like, this guy isn't from here, and even politically, he's not really like jiving often with what goes on here. And yet he stayed. You know, if all things are equal, it's not always equal. And with Aiyuk, he's from here, so it's imperative that they at least give him maybe even more than someone else would give him because the taxes are in play. But he's comfortable here and probably wants to be here. So keeping players here who are from here is really important to a team from Northern California. More so than it is in a lot of other places, just because of the cost of it.
I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying, and you're right. Brandon, born in Rockland, he's a Pac-12 player, Arizona State, Herm Edwards, 42 minutes. But the whole idea that the Niners, therefore, like what you're saying is a catch-all. The Niners don't have to pay everybody more because they're in California. Like, that's just that's the deal. I mean, you could bring that up in negotiations, but I think it's important to bring this up, which is the players we're talking about here, Dave, were drafted here. They don't know anything else than the 49ers. Nick Bosa doesn't know anything else in the NFL. Brandon Aiyuk, even more so, not only doesn't know anything else in the NFL, but he's a wide receiver, which is a complementary position. You got to be very, very careful, I think, in the NFL as a wide receiver about going somewhere else, because you could never play with a good quarterback again. That is always a possibility.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do it, it better be for the payday of all paydays, because your career could completely crater. And I think that's a selling point here. It's one of the reasons why I think TJ just said that Brandon would like to stay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave.
And also, I think the big selling point for Brandon is the idea about winning, because this team wins, and Brandon Aiyuk clearly is a guy who cares a lot about winning. You can't say that about every player. Some players just want their numbers, their touches, and their money, and then the winning comes further down the list. Brandon Aiyuk is a player who plays like a guy who's desperate to go out and win. And what did TJ say to us? He said within days after the Super Bowl, he was back in the lab. He was putting in the work to get himself right and get his body ready to go. And, that's something that's pretty rare, especially when you're asked to do what you are in this offense, which is block now and maybe we'll throw you the ball a little bit later.
I'm with you, man. I think he's a special player. And for all the things that we don't necessarily see, fans do this, we'll go, wait a minute, third highest paid player in the wide receiver in the league. Okay, hang on, I've got my numbers. Did you hear the way TJ spoke about it? It wasn't just numbers. And some of this is obvious. Would Brandon have more catches with more targets? Duh. We all get that. Like, you don't need to sell the 49ers on how good Brandon is. Brandon's really good, but TJ talked about fit, talked about the kind of guy he is. He's not out partying. You can trust him. He's been here. There is a success story. He will block. There's all these things that we don't think about because we're just sitting here with our fantasy numbers and we're not thinking about the other items that are of value. There's another one. Oh, go to the draft and pick another receiver, even if you find a talented one. Is he an idiot? Because there are some. There are plenty of 10-cent heads in the world. And Brandon is a guy who's already, I love his story. He's been on a trajectory where he and Kyle Shanahan weren't seeing eye to eye. And I love this about him. He reacted well to that. He took the slap in the face, got better, plowed through it, became a stud. Like, this is as valuable as it gets. I'm not saying he's the most talented receiver in the league, but he's top 10, and he's a guy that's got all those other intangibles, and they're all also already in place right here in Santa Clara. You do not mess with that. You have no idea how many green boxes you need to check in order to find that again if you go out searching for a replacement.
Just find a guy who can run routes, catch the ball, and is a willing blocker.
And be a good dude and be fit in the locker room.
Right.
And be from Northern California. And
I don't know how much that actually matters.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Like, when it fits, like, take care of it.
He must not sit.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I do
trying to think of other rhymes.
That's
real quick.
All right.
Anyway,
We'll keep it moving. And I think that the idea of trading him is wild. But then again, you could be tempted by a package or a move up, and there might be a player that you love at the top of your draft board who could be sitting there at 5, and if you could trade up to get him, you will be tempted, especially if you're looking at having to pay Brandon Aiyuk more than maybe you want to pay him. And I don't know how much the that played into the DeForest Buckner, but Buckner says that was the story, that they didn't offer him anywhere near what he thought he was worth what he ended up getting in Indy.
Correct. And I've sort of, conversations I've had on the 49ers side, they threw their shoulders up. They're just like, come on, man. That's not the number we're talking about here. They felt like it was completely, they were ready to offer a very, very lucrative deal.
To Buckner.
Yes. And Buckner came back with a number where they're just like, this is not workable. Can't do this.
Yeah. And I wonder if there is a gulf that exists in the Brandon Aiyuk between his camp and the team. I don't think that the team could honestly go to the table and offer less than Deebo Samuel. And Deebo's making, I think, 23.8 on the average.
Well, they definitely can't because, again,
the market goes up, the cap goes up.
And Ridley got 23
the chains
a year.
Get moved, yeah.
Ridley got 23 a year, and he's not as good. Like, he is unequivocally, unarguably not as good.
Pittman got 23, Michael Pittman Jr. And
also, unarguably not as good. He's good.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about the numbers, and
Go
that's
ahead.
why I was asking TJ. Pittman was 5th in the league in catches.
And how many yards did he have?
109. 1152.
And how many did Brandon have?
Brandon had 1342.
Okay, so you give me all those extra catches for Pittman, and he's still 200 yards behind Brandon.
Yep. And he had 4 TDs to Brandon's 7.
Unarguable. Brandon's better.
Oh, I agree with you, but I'm just playing devil's advocate, and that's why I asked TJ about the weaponization of the stats. I was, doesn't take a lot to get TJ going, but I was trying to, get under the skin a little bit and mention the catches, and, he immediately came back with targets. How many targets he had?
How many targets he had?
And it's true.
He's right.
And his numbers are never going to be top 10, top 20 because the Niners just don't throw the ball that much.
Well, it depends on which number you're looking at because he's certainly top 10 when it comes to yards.
Yes, 7th in yards.
And what was he on yards per catch? Is either 1 or 2.
Yards per target, he was number 2. So there you go. Yards per reception, number 2.
There you go. So, I mean, Brandon.
Receptions per game? Oh,
yeah, number 88.
No, 32.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, no, for my, I don't even blink about this. Brandon's phenomenal, and anybody who's doing the whole, well, you can't pay 2 receivers, and also, the Niners don't value receivers, and boy, we could probably just get a different one in the draft. I think that is just crazy talk.
It's risky. Bird in the hand is worth 2 in the draft.
Just look at anybody. Look at your life. Look at your life. What's working? What do you love? What is easy? What is making sense? If you've got any of those things, good God, hold on to them. Hold on to them with everything you got.
I love my daughter.
Okay, hold on to her. Keep her.
If I could trade my daughter, for a first round baby out there, kick the can down the road.
You know what I mean?
You know how much college is going to be in 16 years?
Oh, dude,
bro,
it's already over.
Hopefully, it's going to be free by then.
I'm just gonna send my kids out in the world. Just good luck.
You're on your own.
Find a job and a meal. Everything will be fine. College.
That's what Steiny was referring to in the changeover, talking about FAFSA. He's doing that financial aid application for his daughter.
FRISA is what I'm going to do. I need some scholarships up in here. All right. 888-957-9570. We keep talking this out. Herm Edwards in a half hour. And trivia with Lucas. Let's find out what this is all about. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy 3 amazing deals, and as always, earn 4 times reward.
95.7 The Game.
How often do you still go on X?
Pretty often.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple times, 2-3 times a day.
Trying to figure out how, because we use it, we utilize it.
Right.
I'm not anti, but at the same time, it's getting to be a little tough in there. Are y'all having the same experience that I am? That anytime anybody tweets anything, like I don't even tweet a whole lot. I put a lot of our content out. I love to get involved in conversations there. Like I feel like about a third of our notifications are now like, are you getting this? Like bleep in bio. And it's just spam of naked people.
Yeah.
And this is this a third of your notifications?
Not quite a third, but it's a good solid quotient.
Maybe 20%?
Yeah. I don't really go to the mentions very much anymore because
that's where like with
the majority of the people and the mentions and the replies, it's either bleep me in my bio or it's bleep you. You're an idiot.
I would love to get back to that. I would love it when it's actual people being like, you suck. I can't stand your takes. You're a clown. I love that. I would much rather that than bleep in bio.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't want your bleep or your bio. What happened? Is this Elon Musk's fault? It is. I figured. What happened? Like, I'm not the only one, right?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
The place is overrun by bots. They're all bots. They're not real accounts.
But so why? Like, why did it? There were always bots. Why did it suddenly get overrun?
Because they stopped policing the bot account.
Got it.
Yeah. So now they just allow the bots to run roughshod over X. Because what's happened since Muskie took over is he stripped a lot of the staff. And so
stripped is the right word.
Thank
it's what
you.
Apparently half of the
Go
accounts
to my bio.
have done. Yeah. I'll be stripping at 4:45 while Dibs talks to Herm Edwards. Go ahead.
They took a lot of the personnel away, people who would have policed the site because Muskie Poo doesn't really care about the quality of the site. So many people have gone over to Threads. And darn it, I really want to like Threads, but my feed on Threads is 97% accounts I've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
I never followed you. I never added you. I don't know you. I don't want to know you or follow you.
Yeah.
And so
Threads was a concept that I wanted to be. I'm like, okay.
Threads.
We're doing Threads. You're going to take my blue check? We're going to Threads. And I went over to Threads for like 4 days and I'm like, all right. This is a hot mess. I don't like it here.
Back to Twitter.
I'm going back. Right. It's kind of like if Brandon Aiyuk leaves to go play for the Steelers. Well, they don't have a quarterback there, Brandon. So, like, you get all hot and excited and go over to the Pittsburgh Threads, but I have a feeling that when you get there, you're not going to like what you see. You're going to want to come back home.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I try. I mean, Twitter, I use it more now as a news feed for me. I don't tweet a lot. I don't, get into a lot of replies. The occasional DM I'll send people who I can only contact on there.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's just not. It's not the way it used to be. I just had my Twitterversary too.
Did you? What was it? How many years now?
I think it's
like 14, 15.
I think. Yeah. I think I'm an 09er.
Yeah. Yeah. Good for you. Good for you. That's exciting.
Yeah.
By the way, I do. You want to know why? And you might have even heard it. Very start of the segment, there was a little extra pause. I'm like, do I want to do this? Because I know where this conversation is going to end. It's going to end in either you or me going, Twitter, just not like it used to be. I'm like, it's my whole goal in life is never sound like that. I don't want to talk about how great things used to be.
This is okay because it's
just
not
like,
something.
damn it.
Like, I'm not talking about the price of gas and how it used to be 74 cents when I was a kid.
We used to go to a movie for a nickel.
See, that's the stuff I try to avoid. But talking about social media, it's a shame what's happened to it.
It's different. I do like Instagram. Instagram's fine. I don't mind that it's listening to me. Like, there was a thing that came up the other day where it's like a guy that will take you through exactly what, like you can go into your phone and make it so that it's not listening to you anymore. There's a bunch of different little options and security things that you can, and he's like taking you through and I saw it and I'm like, okay, we're going to do this. And then he did all the things and it was like 17 different things. And I'm like, so now this is getting to be a little cumbersome, number one. And number two, I stopped and had a conversation with myself. I'm like, does it bother you that they're listening to you? And I'm like, no, I'm in the business of you listening to me.
Right.
I'm fine. I don't care that the advertisements that come up are things that I'm talking about or thinking about. I actually kind of like that. I don't want you to advertise things that I don't want. I want you to advertise things that I do want.
Right.
So Instagram can go and listen. I don't mind Instagram at all. I think Instagram's doing great. Twitter's having a hard time.
Yeah.
Link in bio.
Facebook for me is a wrap.
Facebook's been dead for a while.
It's just
lovely Christy will get upset with me. She's like, I did a post. Will you go like it? I'm like, where is it? Facebook?
That's the thing.
You're going to make me go to Facebook and do something on there? I haven't done anything on Facebook in a long time.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
I would never call her dog. Don't say that to me.
The best thing to do with Facebook is to vet people. Like I've had some young people reach out to me for advice in the business, and so let's see who we're dealing with. So you do a little Facebook vetting.
Some young people.
Some vetting. And so that you can always find out that way.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow. That's my social media rant for today.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. We'll go back to the phones in a minute, but Lucas had
Threads
some sort
to
of
me is like the San Francisco Giants.
What?
I really want to like
just
you.
Meandering out of the gate.
I'm a Giants fan.
I really want to like you more. Every time I go to you, you somehow disappoint me.
Are the Giants disappointing you this year?
They are.
Yeah, kind of.
It's just
it's like
I wanted them to be more exciting.
Well,
I wanted them to be more dynamic.
Right.
I wanted Bob Melvin to be doing a better job.
But I guess
I wanted them to hit home runs.
Well, but nobody is. And that's the thing.
We can get into that because I actually discovered a solution and we can.
What is it?
Lowering the mound. And
they've talked about that a lot.
The last time they did it was 1968. Great year. I was born. The reason why they did it is alarmingly similar to why they might now.
Nobody could hit.
And one of the stats is entire teams couldn't hit. 7 teams had a batting average of 230 or lower. Right now in Major League Baseball, there are 9 teams hitting lower than 230.
And by the way, I think the Giants are not one of them. Is that accurate?
Giants are hitting 247. A robust.
Yeah.
247.
So that's the thing. I talk to Giants fans. They're like, can't hit. I'm like, we can hit better than half the league. So that's I'm with you where I got there, and I'm like, why aren't they more dynamic? And then I started looking around, and I went, oh, nobody is. So this isn't a Giants thing. This is a baseball thing.
Right.
And so that sort of shifted I don't know what the emotion is. It's not anger, disappointment you used, or just sort of like I'm having the inability to get emotionally connected to the team. And it's kind of like good or bad. I'm not angry. I'm not mad at them. I'm not shaking a finger at them.
Right.
But I'm also just like, I want to get going here. Like, where's the get going? It just feels like the whole NL West. Like the Rockies are down in the abyss. And then the other 4 teams, they're all just like, it feels like a potato sack race. Like nobody's going anywhere fast.
Or like the baby race when you go to like the Warrior game. It's like the baby race and you're waiting for one of them to crawl.
Right, the tortoise race.
Totally.
It's like, stick them there. They're like, okay, they're going. And they're like, are they? Like, we're just sitting here.
Yeah.
Could somebody do something? And so it's not on the Giants. I do find their lineup to be more interesting. There are people where I'm like, ooh, I want to see him hit. Jung-Hoo Lee's fun. The crowd is chanting his name. Solaire's got personality, hits the ball a long way. I know he's only hit 4 home runs, but like they've got people. I want to watch Conforto hit. I want to watch Chapman hit. The whole thing feels much more intuitive. Estrada and Wade are capable. Yes, they've got to figure some things out, right field or whatnot. Patrick Bailey's playing great all of a sudden. And I do think the pitching will come around. I'm not pessimistic. It's just there's a bigger thing at play where you're like, what's going on here?
Right,
like the whole league felt like it started and everyone went,
yeah.
Or just here. And you're like, God, like what in baseball is grabbing your attention? Give me the person or the team or the thing.
I mean, there's not much. The Braves have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And they're a dynamic team to watch.
Shocker, they're good. Okay.
Yeah. And quietly, the plucky little A's have been better than expected.
I mean, but they're 9-14.
Right.
Like, that's not exciting.
The majority of teams in baseball are around 500 when you look at it. You got so many teams that are 12-10, 13-9, 11-11, 12-9,
Right.
10-11. So I think it's baseball across the board has kind of just been a little bit blah.
Yeah.
There haven't been that many exciting teams or players. For the Giants, I'll say that Jordan Hicks is the one that, I mean, I cannot
really
wait.
good. Yeah.
I love watching him pitch because his stuff is nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison's been fine. Webb's been a little bit.
Webb's got it going. Harrison feels like every time I watch him, I'm like, it's about to boogie, but not quite yet.
Yeah.
Hicks has been wonderful. Keaton Wynn goes tonight. I think he's been everything you could hope him to be.
Right.
Nothing dynamic, but like solid enough. And then there's the Snell thing. And I was bothered. I'll say it. I was sort of bothered by his sound after the Friday night start. Like the final score was 17-1 for God's sakes. And it's not that the press conference does not really matter. That's not what's going to affect the standings. And I'm sure he's bummed. I'm sure he's not loving this. And so the nature of the questions when you're frustrated, especially when you're a great player like he is, are not what you want. It's the same thing we've all dealt with Klay Thompson all year long. He doesn't always sound good in the press conference. Why? Because he's mad. Because he's Klay freaking Thompson and things aren't going exactly like he wants them to. And then there's, 12 people standing in front of him going, so what's wrong? Why is this not happening? And I get it. It bugs you. At the same time, it wasn't what he said, it was how he said it. It was so blasé. Like, it felt like, what's the Zootopia scene where the sloths are all at the DMV? That's what it felt like talking to. Anybody ever, Christy and I joke about it all the time. You ever talk to a teenager, especially the boys?
Yeah.
It's just,
no, Dad.
That's all you get. And that's what, hey, Blake, how you feel about the fastball? Meh. What about the slider? Meh. I'm like, dude, can we all get going here in some sort of a way? I don't know, man. It just felt like somebody needs to throw something off the wall. And that's why I love that Bob Melvin got thrown out yesterday. A, he was right. And B, let's go. Let somebody throw something off of somebody. For energetic reasons, somebody make this feel urgent to me, even though it is early in the year. I don't think it's too early in the year to start being like, you know what? It's time to start demanding something of ourselves. And so when Blake Snell's ERA is 12 and he's like, meh, we'll get there. No, now. Get there now. Or go do this somewhere else. Take a rehab assignment.
Yeah.
Go
do it in Sacramento.
Go do it in San Jose.
Yeah.
Because there are other people that can keep the team in the game a little bit more, and I don't know if these games are going to matter at the end of the year. Got to the end of the Warriors season, and all your little meh.
Right, those early gags.
We'll be fine. Well, actually, you ended up not being the 4 seed. Now you're the 10, and now you went home.
Yeah, exactly.
So, stop bleeping away games, and let's go.
Especially when you look at not only the NL West, but the entire landscape in the National League. And there are 2 teams, maybe 3 if you count Philadelphia, that look good. Milwaukee looks good. Atlanta's good. Philly's been solid. But other than that, from New York all the way through to St. Louis, you're dealing with about 3 games of separation among 10 teams, including the Dodgers.
The Dodgers are 13-11.
You're 2.5 back. You've been meh the entire year, and yet you're only 2.5 back. So it feels like there's a lot of headway you could make. If Blake Snell was just halfway decent and you could have won a couple of those games, you'd be right there.
Yeah. I mean, he was better. I know that sounds silly in a game that was 17-1.
He was better.
Yeah, like he left before it got really, really crazy.
And thoughts and prayers to Kaiwei Tang. I mean, the poor guy. He's been thrown into some situations that were bad, and he made them worse.
Yeah,
I know he's gone, you talk about a brutal start to a young man's career. He was roughed up in all three of those outings, and still ERA better than Snell.
That's true. Where is it? His is 9.82.
That's it.
Blake's is 11.57.
Better than Snell.
And Nick Avila is 6.75, and he just got sent down. And Tyler Fitzgerald, who got to finish that game, his ERA is now 13.5.
Not better than Snell.
Just north of Blake Snell.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see, you probably didn't even know they put a position player.
No, I did.
You did?
I did, and he's pitched a couple times, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's all like whatever.
Yeah.
It's all just whatever. By the way, that's got to be the worst position on a baseball team. The reliever you go to when the game has already been lost. How do you get up for that? I feel for those middle relievers because there's two paths in a bullpen. It's the we got a chance to win the game and the we don't got a chance to win the game.
Right.
And we're not going to waste Camilo Doval or anyone with the last name of Rogers if we're down 8-1. So you go the other path. I'd hate to be that guy. It's like, okay, dude, get fired up. We're down by 7. Go. It's like, how am I supposed to get excited about this? You want me to lock in? We're getting our butts kicked right now. Everybody behind me, like the fans are all at the concession stands. The infield's paying half attention. Like, how do you function in that environment?
Brutal. Kaiwei Tang, in the games in which he's pitched, they've lost by 9, 7, 5, and 16. 37. He's a minus 37.
This game was almost their entire run differential. The Giants this year are minus 21.
Yep.
16 of that was Friday night.
Good call. I didn't even think about that.
I mean, what are we doing?
And they lost by 9 to the Padres when Tang made his debut. It's just,
outside
he's
of
that guy.
They're beating the competition outside of that.
He probably was happy to get sent down. Thank you.
Well, no.
Well, now he gets to go try and be a starter, though, which is what ultimately he's going to try to do.
And make a lot less money.
Yes,
and travel to much worse places in a much worse
but not be in this spot anymore where you're down 8-0 in the 5th and he's getting up, he's getting loose because he knows.
Nobody ever wants to leave the show. Nobody wants to leave the show.
True.
Speaking of the show, Lucas would like to join it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, did you have some sort of a thingamabob, Lucas?
Sure. Last note on Blake Snell. Don't worry. He'll get better in July. Just wait till the second half.
Great. Can we defer his salary until then also?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, because at that point, we don't have any other pitchers getting healthy, like Robbie Ray. Finally have him. Would be nice if he was effective in the first half of the year when we really need him.
Well, I'll say this, and I think you agree, Lucas, or maybe you're already there. Grandy, you called it predictable when he went out the first game, and I agreed with you. And the second one was a little bit of a bummer because, in Tampa, you're like, come on, man, your old place.
Yep.
And he was getting hit. It wasn't just like, I don't have good control. He was getting tanked over the fence. So it was like, oh, that was kind of ugly. And then he came out Friday night, and you're like, okay, this looks a little bit better. You're in the game. And then it completely went off the rails, and he gave all of his shoulder shrugs after the game. And I'm like, and I think I've reached my statute of limitations. In other words, I will officially be annoyed if he comes out and gas cans his next start later on this week. Pittsburgh in town, or is he going to get one of these Mets games?
I think he gets the Mets game.
Does he get the day game on Wednesday? He might get the day game. I might try to come into work early and go check out his first or second inning before I come over here.
Yeah. Because he pitched Friday, so...
He is expected to get Wednesday.
Yeah. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Snell.
Against Forever Giant, the Manihilator, Sean Manaea.
Oh,
Whoa, okay. When lefties collide.
Two crazy lefties. All right.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I might go check that out.
He gave up 9 hits in 4 2/3.
Who did?
Snell.
On Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it's not so much that he's just effectively wild like you were saying his first outing. He's getting touched up now. Getting touched up.
He has a career ERA through the first 3+ months of the season in the 4s. It's not getting much better in May. 4.39.
Yeah.
In June, 4.40.
I would die for 4 right now.
Yeah.
I would love for him to go out there and only give up 4 a game, especially since he's only going to throw 5 innings. That's only 2. Give up 2 runs in 5 innings. I'll take it. All right, what'd you got, Lucas?
Okay. Grandy, you have the theme music?
Oh, we got music?
Scat-da-da-da.
You've heard it before.
Scat-da-da-da.
There it is.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
I have heard that before.
Let me pivot our YouTube banner. We're going to talk a little basketball. Okay. You guys ready? A little trivia question.
Let's go.
Probably not. I'm terrible at trivia, but let's go.
There are 11 former Warriors on a playoff roster in this year's playoffs.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
How many can you name?
All right, can we do this as a team, and do we
Yes.
get like 3 strikes, or how does this work?
Sure. Grandy can't play. He knows the answers.
All right.
11 former Warriors.
On a playoff roster
Yeah.
right now. Okay.
Can I start?
Sure.
D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo Russell would be one. How about DiVincenzo?
Restaurant quality.
Yeah, DiVincenzo. How many did you say? 11?
11.
Good Lord.
There are like 4 or 5 that are 4 or 5 that are pretty easy.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Relatively.
There's one super obvious one right now.
Well, Kevin Durant.
There you go.
Okay.
Kelly Oubre Jr.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. There's a game going on right now. I'll see. Oh, you just pulled DiVincenzo.
No, I didn't. That's behind my head. I didn't even see him.
No, I'm just saying you got that one.
Yeah,
already.
yeah. But
we got 4 down, 7 to go.
Gosh. Did we get your super obvious one, Grandy? Was the super
that was
obvious one
Durant.
Durant?
KD. Yeah,
Kevin Durant. Okay, good.
There
good.
is another player
in this game.
In this game, actually, there might be 2 more.
Really? We're talking about the
This
Sixers.
game that's, yeah.
The Sixers and Knicks.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'd be really impressed if you get the other 76er.
Good Lord. The other 76er.
We're going to have to move this thing along. It's Jeff Downton Jr., ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have gotten that.
No.
I would not have gotten that at all.
Played 4 games with the Warriors.
I still don't even know who you're talking about, even though you just said his name.
Jeff Downton Jr.
Yeah.
Legend.
I missed that one. All right. It's your turn. What do you got?
I mean, I don't. Jeez. I came up with a couple of tough ones. Oh, what about Steph's brother-in-law? Is he still in Phoenix? Damian Lee.
Oh, Lee.
Attaboy.
Yeah, he's still a Suns. You gotta hate when the theme music runs out.
How many
It's a
have
bad
we gotten
sign.
so far?
5, and he gave us Downton, which is 6.
Okay, so there's 5 more.
Yep.
Is that right?
And you got all the easy ones.
Well, that's no fun. Yeah, Jesus.
You're looking at a Nick, 2 Cavs, a Buck, and a Nugget.
Really?
Yep.
I was just looking at the Cavs. I don't know anybody on that team who used to play for the Warriors. You said there's 2 of them?
Yeah, and one of them played last year on the Warriors.
What? Oh, I didn't know he was there. Tot Jerome.
I was going to say Lamb, but I didn't think that he was playing.
Lamb is overseas.
He's a New Zealand breaker.
Oh, they're in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Thank you, Grandy. I'll take a chuckle. Desperate in here.
I do not.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the Cavs roster, and I don't know who else you're talking about.
Is PBJ?
You're looking at rosters?
Well, you said look at the Cavs.
We're up against the break, so.
Damian Jones?
Babe.
Damian Jones.
The Damian
Yeah,
Jones?
see, I don't know that, like, you can't. I mean, these guys are, like, buried on the bench.
3 more, including a kleptomaniac.
Oh, that's not Jordan Bell.
Close. Ryan Rollins.
Ryan Rollins.
Friend of the program.
Jordan Bell gave candles as a gag gift to Mike Brown, I think.
Did we get the Nugget?
No.
Who
You have
is
not.
it?
He has 2 brothers who have played in the NBA.
Oh, Holiday.
Nah, babe.
Which one?
Not Drew.
Exactly.
Oh?
Justin.
And one more who actually was a pretty good Warrior when he played here.
keeps on going.
Say it. We got to leave.
Alex
Just say-
Burks.
Oh, Alec Burks.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah,
We
he
like
wasn't
Alec
bad.
Burks.
All right.
That was actually kind of fun.
That was
Lucas.
kind of fun.
Not bad.
You want to? Yeah.
I should have been looking at the YouTube.
We
You guys
should
are
do
awesome.
more trivia with Lucas. We should do more of that.
They're supposed to be easy to make us look good.
Well, no.
You got the easy ones.
No,
Okay.
I'll freely admit, if we do trivia, I will look bad every day.
Okay.
Yeah, might be fun.
I'm into it.
Yeah, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We're going to play to win the game. Coming up next, the great Herm Edwards, Brandon Aiyuk's college coach, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. April is our
play to win the game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, what you want is Brandon Aiyuk on the team. That's my take. We started the show off this today, just an impassioned plea that the 49ers figure this out with Brandon Aiyuk. I believe that they will. I believe they want him to be here. I believe he wants to be here, and it's only April. So deadlines spur action, and there are no deadlines as of right now, unless, of course, he's on the move before the draft. We shall see. Let's talk to his college coach and someone who knows John Lynch very, very well, and is always fun to have on. Herm Edwards here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Herm, what's going on?
Well, while I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me, Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
Things are popping in the draft right now.
You got to be kidding me. Can you FaceTime Brandon too? Like, we'll hold.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's this is the part of it that you don't like, but it's what it is in today's world. I think both parties realize they need each other, and it'll get done. It'll be ugly at times, but I think at the end he'll be a 49er.
And when you look at what he brings to the 49ers versus what they would look at to replace him, can any college player be expected to step in and play with the physicality and the determination of Brandon Aiyuk within the first year?
Well, I like Harrison. That Marvin Harrison. He's pretty good. He's a talented receiver. There's some talented ones out there now. I mean, this is a good draft. In the first round, there's about 3 or 4 big-time wide receivers. But I think Brandon, what he's shown, he fits what they want to do. I mean, this is a guy they invested in. He's come a long way since he got there his rookie year. He's one of the fans' favorite, and the fact that he's a guy that has shown that in big moments he can make plays. And I think Purdy enjoys throwing him the ball. He has the ability to catch the contested throw. He's not afraid to go up and wrestle for balls. He's a long arm guy. He's not tall. He's not 6'4", but he's got long arms. He's got a lot of reach and really good route runner.
Coach, have you talked to him recently?
I've kind of left it alone. I'm just kind of sitting right now, just kind of hearing it all. I've talked to John numerous times about a lot of stuff, but I've kind of left it alone right now. I just think as emotions settle down, as this thing gets going, and then right now, look, the draft is important for everyone, and I think the 49ers understand that, but they know they have to keep their good players, and obviously Brandon is one of those guys.
I know you've left it alone, but if he were on the phone with you, what would you say to him right now?
Well, that's personal because he's like one of my sons, right? It's kind of like when I talk to Jaden. People always ask, "What are you talking to Jaden about?" I said, "Well, it's me and Jaden's conversation." So I would try to be the voice of reason, obviously, and that's all you can do. And then you make your decisions. And I think he has to realize that he's not a free agent. He has another year on his contract. So it's not like we can go into free agency. 49ers aren't going to trade him at this point. It doesn't look like it. And I think he wants to be a 49er, and hopefully it gets done.
How difficult is it to convey that message of patience to Brandon? Because you're right, he's not a free agent, but he doesn't want to play underneath that fifth-year option, yet the team and he – it could drag all the way out in the summer. How does he stay focused and stay patient through this arduous process?
Well, there's business in football. And I used to tell players this all the time. I said, look, eventually some of you players are going to be in a situation where at one point you might not agree. That's the business part of football. It's not fun. That's why you have agents. But eventually you get to make the decision. You eventually get to make the decision as a player. Hey, you know what? Okay, that's the final deal. Okay, I'm a football player, right? And that's what you got to realize. There's business in football. Right now it's in the business mode. When you get closer to camp and you start practicing, now you're in the football mode. And that becomes very important to guys that like football. And Brandon Aiyuk loves football.
Herm Edwards joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, especially because you just said he's almost like a son to you, I wonder if we go back in time for a second, and when Brandon Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan were, and I don't know if I'm describing it right, but it felt like not quite eye to eye in his second year. Did you talk to him a lot then, and what has sort of been the evolution of that relationship?
Well, I think it's grown, and I think both parties respect each other, and it's just the way that, Kyle expected big things out of him. He's a perfectionist, and he's had a lot of big-time receivers. And, receivers are hard now. I mean, they're along with them DBs, they're hard, boy. They're different, and I just think it's all of a sudden it's come to a point to where both parties realize, you know what, okay, we see what this is when we get things going and how it works. And I think they both respect each other. I think Kyle respected him in the beginning, but it was just Kyle expected certain things from him early. And Brandon, he didn't know how to be a pro. I mean, there's certain things you got to do to learn how to be a pro. And it takes time to do that. And I think he's proven that. He's proven that to this organization, to his teammates, what kind of player he can be, and he has been fantastic to watch.
What exactly does he do that fits the Kyle Shanahan offense so well, Coach?
Well, I think it's all about space. Where is the space in the zone? Are you running away from man? And if you're running away from man, you got to make sure you're not running into double coverage. Reading all those things on the run. And because the quarterback in coach's system, he wants the quarterback to get the ball out. And, when he calls stuff, he's going to set you up, but you got to see it. You got to see what the quarterback sees, because the quarterback at times will throw to an area where you're supposed to be. And I think he's starting to learn that.
Herm Edwards is with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, as we're getting ready for draft week. I mean, it's interesting to hear you say Jaden Daniels is on the line with you. Like, how many of your ex guys are you talking to as the draft comes?
I talked to a bunch of them. You got one of my ex guys there. The DB, Lucas, got it from Detroit. He's a 49er all of a sudden.
Yep.
Right? So, no, I talked to a bunch of them. These guys are like my sons. They are. I mean, and anytime they got something to say, they can call me and coach. Okay, what we got? And I just try to be the voice of reason and just say, look, there's a business part of it that nobody likes, and then there's the football part of it. And just understand, the business part of it is hard. The football part is easy because you love football, but it's the business part sometimes that gets you a little frustrated.
What advice are you giving to Jaden Daniels as he gets ready to go into this draft? He's going to be a high pick now, and so it's not a question of if, it's just a question of where.
Yeah, and I think wherever he goes, and I've said it numerous times, I said, people are asking, what kind of, who is he? Who is he? And I said, it's real simple. If you watch him play, the guy that I played with for a little bit in Philadelphia, he's Randall Cunningham. When you break him down, he's Randall Cunningham. Randall was 6'4", about 215, 218. He's 6'3", about 212. But he has the same attributes that Randall Cunningham had. He was pretty good last time I checked.
yes, he was. Hey, what's this week like for a GM? Like, I know you and John talk a lot. Like, what?
Yeah, it's going through. Obviously, it's going through. You're going down your board. You're creating scenarios, obviously, and John and those guys do a great job. They do a great job of drafting, obviously, and picking guys. And you want to make sure all your T's are crossed and all your I's are dotted. And then you're looking at some history of some guys, injury. The scouts have a lot to say this week, but now you're almost set. It's just a matter of if someone's trying to make a trade, is somebody trying to come up, someone's trying to go down, whatever they're trying to do, those things are being discussed. But for the most part, a lot of the heavy lifting is done. It's done. I mean, it's like, okay, guys, let's just stack the board, see where we're picking. It's interesting what the 49ers are picking. They need a tackle, obviously, need a corner probably. I don't know how many big-time tackles will be left. There's about 7 or 8 of them that are supposed to go in the first round. I don't know if one drops to them or not. There'll be a corner or two available for them at that pick. Now, never know what they do. They might try to move up. Who knows?
Is the fact that their roster is pretty good, pretty deep, went to the Super Bowl last year, does that make you less aggressive in the first round to maybe try to move up?
No. I think you look at your roster and you're always trying to better it, right? And that's the bottom line. I mean, because you're always looking at not next year, but 3 years down. 3 years down the road, right? You're building your football team, and so you say, okay, I got this guy, I got that guy, but and then hey, look, you're always talking about this too. You can't pay them all, right? You can't pay them all. You just can't pay all your good players. And so you got to look at it and go, you know what? We might not be able to afford that guy 2 years from now because you get other guys are coming due, and he's probably going to leave. So we maybe need to draft a guy at that position, right? I mean, you're always thinking of the future.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's an interesting statement, Herm. You can't pay them all. I think this is kind of what the 49ers at least feel like they're dealing with Brandon Aiyuk, and they've already got another $24 million receiver in the room. But I'm just reading you. You sound very confident that you feel like this is going to get worked out.
I'm hopeful. I really am. And look, I'm not not saying anything out of school or anything like that. I'm just hopeful. I've been in enough of these and watched them, where it always sometimes it's awful, this and never, and then all of a sudden it gets done. So we just got to let it play out. This is the business part nobody likes. This is the off season. This is the off season. Nobody likes this part of it, And when you're a player and you see other guys go through it, you kind of chuckle until you got to go through it, and then it's not fun anymore.
Right.
Right. It's all laughable when you're laughing at somebody else. You say, "Oh, now I got to deal with this madness." Yeah, you got to deal with it, man. Eventually, if you're a good player.
Well, so much of it now, Herm, also ends up on social media. I guess Brandon maybe unfollowed the 49ers last week, and I you tell me, because when you were coaching at ASU, I bet you were dealing with that all the time. What's your advice as far as handling that side of it for players?
Well, I always told players this. I said, look, when you get emotional, I said, that's one thing. I get it. And I said this a long time ago when I first started working with ESPN and this stuff all started back in the day. I said, you can type it out on your screen, but don't press send when you're emotional. Just read it, but don't press it. Don't press send, man. Just don't. Get it out of your system. Go ahead and type it in. And then there's got to be a button on that phone that says don't press in. Leave it alone, man.
Oh, that's next to your, you got to put your name on it. Your don't press send has always been one of my favorites, Herm.
Just don't do it, right? Don't press it. I said, if I'm making a phone, that's the first button I'm putting on there. Don't press in.
The don't press send button.
I like it. Don't matter. Just don't press that one. Whatever you do, don't press the one that says don't press in. Do not press that button, please.
It has to be like a don't submit button right next to the submit button. I dig it. Hey, Herm, also just the draft process, interesting day for it. Zach Wilson goes to the Denver Broncos from the Jets, and we look back at what was supposed to be an epic quarterback draft, and the 5 first-rounders now are a sum total of Trevor Lawrence, who's good, and 4 players who have been traded to other teams. Yeah. What does that tell you about the draft evaluation process?
Well, a couple things. First of all, it's a hard position to play. And it's hard in this sense to evaluate those guys because of how the game changes and the volume of defenses they face and the decisions they have to make very quickly, right? To process the information. That's not always the case in college football, right? It's just not. Now, with that being said, I think this is a hindrance too. Who is your offensive coordinator and what skill set does a quarterback have? And if you don't allow that to mesh with how you want to run your offense, you're going to fail as a quarterback. And then the mental toughness comes in. Mentally, is he tough? Is he a mentally tough guy to go through what young quarterbacks go through? And it's hard. It's the hardest position to play in sports, quarterback. It just is. And there's so much emphasis on it now. And, the surrounding pieces around you. What do you have around the guy? How are you helping the guy, right? I mean, all these things matter, but at the end, if it doesn't get done, then the quarterback's the guy that takes the hit, and they fail, right? And there's a lot of the guys. This is the history of the quarterback. Look at it. Go back 10 years. Go back 20 years. There's been a lot of them like this.
Herm, were you and Jaden talking about real estate in Washington, D.C.? Be real. Be real.
No, I told him I got to call him back. I got to call him back. I said, I'm on an important call to San Francisco, so I got to call him back.
Okay. All right.
I appreciate the priorities. I mean that's blown me away.
Yeah,
Probably the biggest compliment I've been paid all week.
No, he's probably asking about my daughter. She's graduating in about another month or so. So he might be coming to the graduation.
Okay. Beautiful, nice. Beautiful. But I do have a guy in Washington, D.C. if he needs any help. So let him know.
I got you.
All right. Thanks, Herm. Great to talk to you.
Appreciate
always.
You guys. All right, thank you.
All right, there it is. I'm put that on my broadcasting resume. He went and hung up on the number 2 pick in the draft for us.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's trying to do a video call, and Herm had to send him the voicemail.
Jaden, hold.
Off you go. And looks like Jaden might be going number 2. All the late buzz.
The late buzz. We'll see. We'll see. But
there's markets for all this, and you can kind of follow the money like we do with everything else. And the odds on Jaden Daniels to go number 2 have really dropped over the last 24 hours.
Really?
Yeah. According to the gamblers that I follow on X, it looks to me like the latest, and again, 3 days to go until the actual first round gets underway, but seems like the word is that Washington's more smitten with Jaden than previously with Drake May.
Got it. Oh, so you're saying that the chances of him going number 2 are going up?
Yeah, they're better.
Got it. I thought you were saying the other way around.
No.
I thought you were saying that it was that maybe he was going to fall out of that spot.
Don't think so.
Yeah, I got nothing for you on again, the evaluation process. I think it's funny how many of us, and I get it, it's part of the romance of this whole thing.
Right.
Whoever you watched in college, and you'll sit there and tell your buddy all about how you think this guy's going to be phenomenal at the next level. I kind of stay out of it because of what Herm just said. You understand that, everything NFL teams are doing with these guys is everything but sitting around and watching their college tape. That's all we do. We watch them in college. You could tell me all you want about how Caleb Williams is can't miss. Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he can. Si se puede.
Well, thank you for that. You just ran through the dream quarterback class, 5 guys, 4 of whom have already been traded, and 1 is now,
pretty good.
He's good, but
pretty good.
He's not as good as you thought he was maybe a year or 2 ago.
Or that you'd hoped. Yeah.
Right. And so you look at the 6 quarterbacks that are expected to go in this first round, including picks maybe 1 through 4. And the odds would tell you that 1 of the 6 is going to be really good. 1 will be pretty good, and the other 4 probably won't be that good at all.
All kinds of busty.
And if you look at every draft going backward, when there's multiple quarterbacks taken, a lot of times you get 1 star, maybe a Hall of Famer, 1 really good, and then it kind of goes down from there. And it doesn't necessarily always mean that the first quarterback taken is going to be the best in class. In fact, it usually goes the other way.
No, completely. Yes. And I'm looking at NFL.com's latest mock, and I think you might have referenced it earlier about projecting that Minnesota would trade up to number 4 to get a quarterback. And right now they do have 4 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks in NFL.com's latest mock. We all know Caleb Williams is going number 1 to the Bears, and then it gets interesting after that. And you're right that the odds-on favorite right now is the aforementioned Jaden Daniels to go to Washington. All I was going to say about that, because I'm not going to tell you if I think Drake May is going to be amazing or Jaden. I mean, I watched Jaden all the way back at Arizona State, saw all of those games. Jaden he's a very good player, but you're thinking also about so many other things. What kind of guy is he? What kind of fit is it? What about the marketability? Like if you're talking quarterback, you're talking about the CEO of your franchise. And so there are so many other questions, and I do think Jaden will be very good at that. This is a marketable guy. This is a talented guy, a dual threat kind of a QB in Washington, D.C., in a division that's got all kinds of glitz and glamour at that position, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott. It makes a lot of sense. It checks a lot of boxes. Is he going to be a great player? Ask me in 2 years.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. And I just was looking at quarterbacks in the first round going historically just to kind of prove or disprove my point about the way it goes. Last year, it was Bryce Young, not looking good. C.J. Stroud, phenomenal. And Anthony Richardson. Jury's out, but not a great rookie year. The year before was Kenny Pickett, the only first-rounder. That's a miss. Then there was the Lawrence, Zach Wilson draft that we already referenced. The year before that, Burrow, Tua, Herbert, and Jordan Love. That's looking pretty good.
Looking fantastic.
For the first round. The year before, Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins.
Woof.
Yeah. The year before, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, Lamar Jackson.
Okay,
bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, 2 total diamonds, and then 2 others that are like, I mean, you're forced to call them a bust.
Yeah.
Even though they are still...
Baker with a little bounce back.
Yeah, they're viable NFL players. Sam Darnold is too. He's probably going to start the season in Minnesota. We'll see who they get in the draft and if they start him right away. But Darnold got a backup plus contract to go to Minnesota. So these are still viable players, but I always look, if you've got a top 5 pick and they don't stick with the team that picked them, that's a bust.
Right.
That's a bust.
2017, Trubisky, Mahomes, and Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
So Trubisky, bust, Mahomes, phenomenal, and Deshaun Watson
was good and now is not.
2016, Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Paxton Lynch.
Jeez.
First rounders. So it's a mixed bag. 2015, Jameis Winston, Mariota. 2014, Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, Teddy Bridgewater.
Dude, what was the year you said that was 4 for 4 like 4 years ago?
That was
the year before Lance.
2020.
2020. Give me the 4 names again.
Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Love.
Okay.
And they went 1, 5, 6, and 26.
And there is even a little bit of mixed bag in there. Let's not act like we already have a full answer on that. I know the league loves Herbert.
Right.
Hasn't achieved a lot yet. Love, we basically just saw for 1 year. Very excited about him, but many questions still remain.
Tua trending.
Tua
in the right direction.
Sure, although there's all kinds of debate about him. Tua is the AFC's Brock Purdy. Is he just a product of the Mike McDaniel system?
Right.
And then there's Burrow, who has been to a Super Bowl but has also suffered 2 major injuries. So a little bit of a mixed bag, but your thumbs up on all 4 players. And literally, you just went through the last decade of first-round quarterbacks. I feel like there were only about 6 or 7 that we really liked, and 4 of them were in that 1 year.
Yeah, probably a few more than 6, but...
Is there? I'll add in Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, you have Mahomes.
Mahomes.
For sure.
Okay. What else?
I guess Jared Goff is still a no.
There was Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
Okay.
And the 4 in that draft. And other than that, Calamari, Daniel Jones, and Haskins.
Dude, like you're talking about, you could count on both hands.
Kenny Pickett.
You can use your 2 hands and cover
comfortably.
Did you go all the way back a decade?
I went back to 2015, yeah.
Okay.
2014 gets funny with Bortles, Manziel, and Bridgewater.
You did 10 years of first-round quarterbacks.
Right.
And I don't need all of my fingers to count the good ones.
Right. And you're talking about a total of about 20 total quarterbacks taken.
The NFL draft for me, there's 2 things about it that crack me up. I'm not saying I'm out on it. I'll be here Thursday. We're going to rock this thing.
Yeah.
But there's 2 things that are funny about it. Number 1, the amnesia we suffer is the strangest thing I've ever seen. Because every year, set your watch to it. We'll do it again next year. People will be like, okay, I know there are a lot of busts, but this one doesn't count. I'm telling you, this is the guy. And I'm sitting here going, hey, Bears, I'm 49 and you've never had a good quarterback in my life. So I'm actually going to bet this guy's not going to be any good either. Sorry, Lucas. I'm going to bet right now that Caleb Williams will not be what you think he's going to be in the NFL. And I'm not doing that because I got anything against Caleb. I'm not a draft Nick.
You're doing it because of?
I'm not a scout. I'm doing it because of
Chicago.
No, and I'm doing it because of math.
Oh, yeah.
Math. He's probably not going to be that guy. That's just the way it works. So that's funny thing number one. Funny thing number two is simply the process of watching the content. I think watching the NFL draft is hilarious. People will invite other people into their home on Thursday night.
Draft parties.
Someone will make special food. And I think that an NFL draft is a glorified version of going to your friend's graduation. All you're doing is watching names get read. The only difference after the first 10 picks or so, the only difference between a graduation and the draft is that the graduation moves faster. The graduation.
Not some of the graduations I've been to.
The person comes through, Ricky Simpson. And what we don't have to deal with then is going to a panel to talk about what we think Ricky Simpson's going to be doing at the next level. Well, let's see, Bob. Ricky is going to be going to Boulder, and his mom's an accountant, and his dad's in sales. And we
don't forget the B-roll footage of Ricky working on his SAT.
Boulder offers a lot of a party environment. Don't know if Ricky's going to be ready for that. He has been prone in the past to have one too many drinks. When he goes out, we'll see, Bob.
Jimmy Smith is on the clock.
We move right past that and just go to the next name. That's it. Stop acting like you know who these people are.
I like the pick.
The offensive tackle from Louisiana Tech. You don't know him. The only thing, this is what most people do in the draft. Offensive tackle, Jimmy Splawanovich.
Ooh, I like the pick.
Louisiana Tech. And we'll be like, we needed an offensive tackle. I love it. I love the pick. You don't know a damn thing about Jimmy.
With that in mind, Willard, make sure you're locked in Thursday, 6 to 10, 95.7 The Game's draft show with myself, Evan Giddings, and Sterling Bennett.
Breaking down every pick.
You basically, you just desecrated their entire efforts.
And then on Friday,
Joel, I like the pick.
We're going to be here on Friday with our draft grades. Because I'm going to tell you, I really love what Philadelphia did. I mean, just like, what are we doing?
We're going to do Larry Kruger's best available at 4:48.
When's the show that looks at the 2022 draft in 2024 to tell me what actually happened? Instead of telling me in the moment when all I've got is Bobby Splavinovich.
I like the pick, Mark.
He's fat and he went to Iowa. Sweet.
Ran a 4.81 at the combine. His 3-cone was really good.
What is this?
His shuttle drill.
What is this content? You know what, Lucas? Yes, I do want to do a full hour with Larry on Thursday, solely that I can make fun of him. That's it. I want to do an hour of how much time have you... I'm going to whop you. How many times...
Stop whooping me.
How much time have you wasted on YouTube in the last year of your life, Larry, breaking down film of overweight young men...
Stop!
...who you think you know...
Stop whopping me.
...what they're going to do at the next level when someone gives them millions of dollars and moves halfway across the country from their family and is asked at age 21 to go be an adult. Good luck. I love it. I love the pick.
I love the pick. Aiden Hutchinson went number 2 in the 2022 draft.
Yes, he did.
I like the pick.
I like the pick.
I liked it then, and I like it even more now.
Who went number 3?
Derek Stingley Jr.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
It's a great pick.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I like the pick.
Yeah.
Number 4?
Sauce.
Oh, I like
Great
the pick.
pick.
Yeah. I like the pick.
Number 1 was Trayvon Walker. Good player.
Yeah, but I like it less than the 2, 3, and 4
You probably would have taken Aiden Hutchinson if we want to redraft 2022.
With the 5th pick, the who
New York Giants.
The New York Giants select
Kayvon Thibodeau.
Okay, Grandy is excited. It's a duck.
He's been great.
He's been a mixed bag. He was good last year. Yes. All right.
Please.
Carolina takes Ike Ekwonu.
Uh-huh.
Good pick.
Yeah. I like the pick.
No idea.
Other highlights. Garrett Wilson went 10 to the Jets.
I like the
Great pick. Yeah.
I like the
Good
pick.
draft for the Jets.
But you need a QB, Jets.
Yeah.
Or your receiver doesn't matter.
The
But go ahead.
Well, the Jets picked 4 and 10. The Giants picked 5 and 7. It's a New York state of mind.
Who'd they pick at 7?
Evan Neal, offensive tackle.
Pretty good
Alabama.
pick.
I like the pick.
You do?
Yeah, he's a good offensive lineman.
How do you know?
He's a big guy, and he played at Alabama.
Still starting.
Yeah.
What's his PFF grade? How's he doing?
81.6.
And that's a great question.
I'm trying to look for who the Niners took in the first round, but that's right. They didn't have one.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah.
Who got picked 11th? Give me number 11.
Chris Olave. I like the pick.
Okay, I like the pick.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Jameson Williams goes 12 to Detroit. I like the pick.
I like the pick, but that's been more discussion than actual. Like, let's go to Detroit's receiving core last year. And, like, first of all, Amon-Ra St. Brown is that dude.
Yes.
And
Great pick. Really good pick.
Thank you. Hawkinson.
Other than that.
Tight end.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they had a lot of receivers contribute. You're talking about the number 12 pick in the draft. I know we know who he is. Yeah. He had a gambling scandal, and that was fun. But I would argue that they have not gotten what you would want in 2 years out of the 12th pick in the draft.
13th pick is probably the steal of the draft.
Let's go.
Philadelphia takes Jordan Davis out of Georgia.
I like the pick.
I love the pick. He slid for obvious reasons, character issues.
Number 14.
Kyle Hamilton goes to Baltimore. Baltimore wins the draft every year.
Baltimore is a smart organization.
Yes.
All right, number 15.
Kenyon Green. He's a guard out of A&M. Don't really like that pick.
How are you? I like the pick.
Yeah, totally.
I give him a D+. All right.
Jahan Dotson goes 16 to Washington. How much further are we going to carry this bit out?
We're going to do a whole first round. No, Jahan Dotson is absolutely not good value in the first round. And I'm upset because my Washington people were like, steal Jahan Dotson in your fantasy draft next year. He going to break out. And the only thing he broke out with was pimples. He did not do anything. And maybe it's because they didn't have a quarterback. But Jahan Dotson, a disappointment in the first round. Next.
Zion Johnson goes to the Chargers. He's a guard out of Boston College.
I don't like the pick. I hate the pick.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
I hate the pick. He's an offensive guard.
Pro Football Writers Association All-Rookie Team, 2022.
And last year, when they literally could not get a yard on the ground, how was he doing?
Not as good, Mark.
Okay, I don't like the pick.
Didn't make the all-sophomore team?
No.
The rookies versus the softs.
All right, keep going. What else you got?
Traylon Burks goes to the Titans, wide receiver.
Yeah, that's not really hitting.
Trevor Penning, a tackle, goes to New Orleans out of Northern Iowa.
Couldn't tell you a damn thing about is he good or not.
Yeah,
I don't like the
Kenny
pick.
Pickett went 20 to Pittsburgh.
Great pick.
Trent McDuffie, a corner to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champ. I like the pick.
Okay.
Quay Walker goes to Green Bay. The linebacker. We saw him this year in the playoffs do some things. He tackled the guy on purpose.
First round picks.
Khair Elam to the Bills, the cornerback.
Fine. What else?
Tyler Smith, the great tackle to the Cowboys.
You've already made my point, which is you get to the second half of the first round.
The tackle out of Tulsa.
Even if they're going well, I don't know why would I watch this? What was the name of the 22nd pick?
Quay Walker.
Who?
You forgot Khair Elam.
Great.
Tyler Linderbaum to Baltimore, the center.
Here's what
He's an all-pro, Mark.
This is what
I like the pick.
This is what I want people to do on Thursday. I want you to get drunk. Just get drunk. Get drunk and listen to Grandy because...
Great.
Let's drink. Thank you. Just put your lips on a farmer and please just get wasted so that you can act Like
You better be careful.
No, because when the name is called, you could high five and you can jump around the room and tell everybody, that's the guy I wanted them to get.
Totally.
Like, okay, awesome. Who, why, what do you think you know about what is about to happen next? I give you this, and I'm not going to tell you my sources. Do you remember when
he went fourth?
Do you remember
to the Jets?
It was a great pick.
I like the pick.
I did like the Jets did get a good draft grade that day. I remember that. People did like that. They're like Sauce and Garrett Wilson. Like, yeah, and they actually turned out. That's cool. But anyway, bottom line. Remember when the Niners drafted that Quaim Harris character out of Stanford?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't like the pick. It's too early.
Neither did they. I'm not going to tell you my sources. What I'm going to tell you is that dude got in the building, and potentially within minutes, the 49ers were like,
uh-oh.
Oh, no, he can't play. He can't play. And was he number 2? What 3? What number was Quaim?
Good question.
Thank you.
I'll have it
That's why I asked
shortly. 6'7". Out of Stanford.
That's his height, not his draft number. What was the pick?
Either 6 or 7.
3, right? Was he 3?
26th.
He was 26th pick?
You asked me to look. I looked it up and told you.
Are you being accurate?
Kwame Harris, 26.
Quaim. It's pronounced Quaim.
Fine. He was taken right before Larry Johnson, Penn State.
Okay.
I like the pick.
Larry Johnson was good, and then he was awful.
This is the Carson Palmer draft in 03.
Okay. Why did I think he was earlier? Anyway.
The Lions took Charles Rogers, and then the Texans took Andre Johnson.
That was when the Lions took a receiver every year for like 37 years in a row. I didn't know what they were doing every year, and it was never the right guy. What did you say? Andre Johnson went right after?
Correct. He went 3. So Detroit took Charles Rogers out of Michigan State, and he was like 6'5", as I recall. Probably
big,
still is.
Big, lanky guy.
Yeah.
He might be 6'4" by now. He's getting up there.
Palamalu was in that draft.
Damn.
Suggs.
Anyway, Quaim got in the building.
Yeah.
And some people were like, crap. Gotta lower our draft grade. This did not go well. Can't play. And you know what? He couldn't. So, I don't know, man.
Yep.
I say a lot of this, if not all of it, tongue in cheek. The TV will be on. Absolutely. It's kind of a split screen night. There's the draft. I think that there's at least 2, maybe 3 NBA playoff games that night. I think that's game 3, Lakers and Nuggets. There's going to be a lot of stuff on, and I'm in. And boy, I can't wait to hear Grandy's draft grades, like all of that stuff. It's going to be amazing. It's just funny content to me because, unless you're a complete maniac, more than half the names in the first round, more than half the names, you'll be like, I have no idea who that is whatsoever. But you will run a lap around your kitchen in excitement because it's the position that you wanted your team to pick.
Right.
Without any clue what this dude's story is going to end up being within the next 5 years.
And it's always fun to watch the draft with other people who maybe think you know more than you know and just bombard them with cliches. And, he's known for great hand placement and borrow all the Kruger phrases.
I'm considering inviting Larry over to the house that night. Now, just for entertainment value. I want to see how long he can go on.
Oh, he could go.
I mean, I love this linebacker from the Citadel.
Oh, it's great.
And I think it's great value. And he'll be like, he's got a good squat. He's got to you
got to be able to drop phrases like gap integrity and
got
3
a motor,
technique.
He's got a really good motor.
Good motor, yep.
I mean, all of this stuff. And then I'll just look at him with like a bag of chips in my hands. I'll just look at him. What are you doing?
He did his homework now.
Of course. Yeah, who are you talking to?
It's the biggest night of Larry's career. Why would he want to spend it with you, someone who hates it?
I don't
makes
hate
fun of him for
liking
it.
Good point. I don't hate it. I'm just fascinated by what's happening. I just want to look at him when he's talking and be like, who are you talking to? I mean, look what even the NFL does. By the 6th round, they've got like stand-up comics up there making announcements. They're like, yeah, waka, waka, waka. The Chargers picked the tight end out of Oregon State. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Right? One person's left on site in the draft. Give you a teen movie slow clap. I don't know, man. That's just the way my brain works. It's the draft. It's incredibly important. But the way we consume it is funny to me because it's just names. It's just names.
The NFL.com has the Niners connected to one of the great names in this year's draft. The man's name is Kool-Aid.
What's his last name?
McKinstry.
Or is his last name Aid?
No. His first name.
His first name was
His
cool.
first name is Quincy, and he goes by Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Okay, I am so
I like the pick.
Yeah, he sounds like he would fight Soda Popinski.
He's a cornerback who played at Alabama.
I am in. I am in just for the name. Did you say Kool-Aid McKinstry?
Kool-Aid McKinstry. 6'1", 194-pounder. He's a corner out of Alabama. Niners need a corner.
We need a corner.
Yeah.
I was hoping they'd get a corner, Dibs.
Yeah.
We got Kool-Aid.
I'm hoping they get Kool-Aid McKinstry.
As far as I see it, if they just don't pick a running back, that's a win.
That's great.
Yeah.
When's the Luke McCaffrey thing supposed to happen? When's that happening?
I had him mocked 6th.
What kind of
I had him
grade?
mocked in 6th.
What college you go to, Dibs?
6th round. He's that one who went to Colorado State. A&M.
I saw him play live.
You did? Where?
Not this past year, the year before.
Where?
Rice opened the season at USC.
Oh, he went to Rice.
He went to Rice.
Nice.
I'm making some of that for dinner tonight.
You were close with Colorado State A&M.
The one McCaffrey went to Colorado. I know that.
Yeah.
One of those guys.
Perfect. Don't they live there?
Hey, who knows?
They live there, right?
Well, it's because
the McCaffreys.
Christian's dad played
for the Broncos.
For the Broncos.
Yeah.
I get
I don't know if they went to.
See how we're putting two and two
I don't know if they
together?
were Buffaloes, but
I can't
so
wait.
many of them. One of them had to be a Buffalo.
All right, let's go to Mike in Santa Clara with the latest on the NFL draft. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
What's up, guys? Just wanted to check and see. This is my first time actually listening to 95.7 for the first time today. I actually just wanted to know, with all the talk you guys are doing, who you guys wanting the Niners to get in the first round?
Well,
that's all I got.
I tell you what, Mike, I'm really excited about Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah,
I've been on Kool-Aid McKinstry for at least 7 months now. I love the way the angles that he took last year at where did he go?
Alabama.
At Alabama. I mean, you're coming from a big-time university that's big-time SEC football. The bright lights of the NFL are not going to get to this guy. It's a value pick. The Niners need a little bit more depth out there in the secondary. I'm going Kool-Aid McKinstry in the first round. I really hope the Niners make it happen.
It's a great take. It's a great take. Ran a 4.52 at the Combine.
What? What else are we doing? Who else is on the list?
Oh, you could go to Larry's. Larry already mocked the entire.
Mock?
Okay.
Who did Larry mock? He made a mockery of the whole damn thing. Kind of like we're doing to this hour.
Just a couple of guys having some fun.
Yeah.
I got to go pretty far back because Larry posted a lot. Actually, Matt Miller.
Love Matt Miller, who's also a Niner fan, by the way.
Yes, he went through and mocked all the picks for the Niners, and he has them taking Amarius Mims, offensive tackle out of Georgia, with their 31st pick in the draft.
I like it. Big time SEC football. The bright lights in the NFL are not going to. What position does he play?
He's a tackle.
Look, obviously, that's a position. Offensive or defensive?
Offensive.
It's a
you're crushing this.
It's a position of need, and it's a big-time university. And he's a guy who had success at every level. I think the pick makes a whole lot of sense. I really like what the Niners have done here in the first round.
CBSSports.com, their mock has him going 24, so he may not be available for the Niners at 31. He's got him taking another lineman at 63, Zach Frazier out of West Virginia.
What?
Your thoughts?
What position?
He's a center/guard. He's a versatile offensive lineman.
Okay, positionless football is something that's really a thing. The Niners both need help at the center position, or as things turn in an NFL season, if you need a guy to slide over to guard, makes a whole lot of sense. Played at West Virginia. The bright lights in the NFL won't be too much for
Yeah, but guys, what if
I like the pick?
What if the Niners trade Brandon Aiyuk to the Jaguars for the 17th overall pick and take Washington offensive tackle Troy Fautanu? What about that one, huh?
That's a great question.
I hate the pick.
I like the pick.
No.
Fautanu's space eater.
No,
Some say Troy Fautanu is the Trent Williams of this draft.
Well, good for them. I'll take Brandon Aiyuk. Trade Brandon Aiyuk for the 17th pick. What are we talking about here? No.
Fautanu spent all year protecting Penix's bacon up there in Washington.
How'd that go?
Went pretty well.
They went all the way to the national championship game.
And then what happened when they got there? Yeah. Exactly. Bright lights. Too much for Fautanu.
And I like that. And Matt Miller has actually Luke McCaffrey going fourth round.
Fourth round grade.
To the Niners.
I'm in. I'm in on anybody with the last name McCaffrey in this draft.
What about Gore Jr.?
Where's he go?
Well, he's coming out of Southern Miss.
Yeah, Southern Miss.
Does he get drafted?
It's a question for you guys, the experts.
Mark?
I think they should make him Mr. Irrelevant because that's been going real well for the 49ers. So I'd like them to trade down to the last. Who's got the last pick in the draft this year? Who's got it right now? Who's got it? Does anybody know?
Well, there's so many.
I'd like the Niners to move down.
Round comp picks.
Yeah. And then, legacy player, obviously, grew up around the organization. I think makes all the sense in the world. I like the pick.
What about Brendan Rice, son of Jerry?
Also, legacy player, big-time university, USC. Bright lights won't be too much for him in the NFL. I like the pick. Wait, what round?
First round.
I don't like the value there. That's too early.
Second round?
Second round, I like the pick. Although, a little bit of a ceiling there with the Niners. I don't know how he gets on the field because they're already set with all three of their receivers.
How about third round?
I'm fine with that. Value
Great pick.
Yeah. Let him learn on the job underneath some good receivers. I like the pick.
The Jets are picking 257th, so they have the
right now they do.
Pick,
but the Niners have a direct pipeline to Robert Saleh to make that phone call, get Mr. Irrelevant again.
Moving on back.
Make some more magic just like you did 2 years ago.
I love it.
Yeah. Granny, do you want me to come on with you on Thursday night? I'll come
sounds
on.
Great.
Yeah. Call me.
We'll do.
I'll give you live reaction to every pick in the 2024 NFL draft.
Will it just be the crunching of chips? Is that what it'll be?
Absolutely. Yeah. I like the pick.
Some experts crunch numbers, others crunch chips.
We crunch chips, yes. And I'll say I like the pick with my mouth full. It'll be even more fun.
My other favorite thing in drafts is you don't know who the player is, and just solely based on the school, you hate it.
I thought you were going to say you love it because both happen.
I guess both, but I was thinking that I remember watching, I forget which draft it was, when Jaquaski Tart got drafted out of Samford, watching with a bunch of Niner fans, everyone was like, oh my God, Samford? How could you possibly pick a guy from Samford in the first round?
Stanford. We're looking for Stanford, not Samford. Well, and people fall in love with picks because of where they're coming from. I mean, how about quarterbacks from Alabama? How about quarterbacks from USC? I'm not saying they've all been bad stories, but they've largely been bad stories. But people will do it over and over. Well, he went to Alabama. So, that's pretty much like playing in the NFL. No, it's not. It's not like playing in the NFL at all. Now, if he's a running back out of Alabama, be a little bit more inclined to be excited about it. That pipeline.
Wide receiver out of Alabama, too.
Okay, that pipeline works pretty well. Quarterbacks, I don't care where the hell you played. Is mixed bag and
right.
Let's be real, probably not going to go well.
Just depends on the player. Larry has posted his dozen super sleepers.
Oh, super sleepers
to find his players with a round 6 or undrafted free agency grade for the upcoming draft.
Are any of them edge rushers?
I got a wide receiver.
I do love an edge rusher.
Yeah,
I really do.
And he's got a weak side backer out of West Virginia. Lee Pogba. Quarterback Austin Reed out of Western Kentucky.
Oh.
One of his super sleepers.
I do like a late QB from Larry
Do you think they will take, in all seriousness, do you think they will draft a quarterback?
They should.
Late in this.
I think
they have 10 picks.
I think every team should draft a quarterback late. Because it can become a thing, and it becomes such an asset. I'll give you a better example because the Niners' late draft pick turned into their quarterback. But do you want to know who's got some new juice? potentially on the trade market in the next year or two is the Cincinnati Bengals. Jake Browning. And when was Browning picked? What round was he picked in? This was not someone who was drafted to be a franchise QB. But they drafted a quarterback knowing that they already were completely set at the position. But they had someone come in. They liked him. Their franchise QB got hurt, and their other guy was actually able to, remain viable, like he could get you a win or two.
Yeah, he was undrafted 2019.
There you go. Okay? And then he plays well enough to now that next team that's like, we need a QB, like Matt Schaub was this guy once upon a time. You get a look, you're good. Next thing you know, oh my God, trade value, what have you. So I'm in favor of picking one every single draft because they are the most important position in sports.
Teams are starting to go that route. Last year, there were 14 quarterbacks taken, which is the most since 2016 when 15 quarterbacks were taken. So more and more. Yeah, last year you had 4 quarterbacks in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. You might as well shoot your shot.
It's all you got.
It could be all you've got at that late juncture.
888-957-9570. More breakdown coverage of every pick in the upcoming NFL draft is next on Willard and Dibs.
It's just incredible. I don't know if I can tear myself away, but I will to ask you a very important question. Are you ready to lose weight? Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs and no injections? It's your buddy Dibberclaws here, Dan Dibley. I've lost 20 pounds in a little over a month. I've lost a couple of inches off my waistline. And more importantly, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling healthy. And it's all because of this great weight loss program at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. You log on there and you see exactly how they go about it. It's natural, it's safe, and it's effective. You don't have to worry about counting calories. You don't have to exercise, although it's always fun to get out there and get a little run in. There's no prepackaged meals. There's no surgery, no drugs, no injections, and no nonsense. It's good old-fashioned nutrition, and it's a solid plan that will be sustainable for you to continue to keep the pounds off. If you want to lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, all you have to do is schedule your private weight loss consultation. Give us a call, 925-854-5140, or go online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
I'm what you might call
and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, potentially our new motto, maybe a T-shirt that we could put in the 95.7 The Game shop. Willard and Dibs, the show Jaden Daniels waits for.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I like it.
Yeah.
Waiting Daniels is who you were. Am I right? Two.
And with the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, Arizona State LSU. Yeah! He's going to be awesome. We'll find out. He might stink.
Not good enough to trump you and I on a phone call.
He might stink.
His own head coach said, you wait. I'm talking to Willard and Dibs.
I'm going to say that after every pick this year. Hey, Willard, what's your analysis? He might stink. That's my analysis.
He's no Kool-Aid McKinstry.
No, I take him. I don't even care if he stinks. Just for the name, I'm in. Kool-Aid McKinstry?
Apparently his grandma named him that when he was a baby because his smile reminded her of the Kool-Aid Man. That's a sweet story.
That's the best.
It's the best.
His smile
reminded grandma of the Kool-Aid Man.
Well, all I know is
exactly, Grandy.
First rounder, he should be in the green room, and if the NFL's got an ounce of entertainment value, they absolutely should set up like a faux wall that Kool-Aid McKinstry
can just burst
through when he gets picked to come up and shake hands with Roger Goodell and get his Niner hat.
He signed a name, image, and likeness deal with Kool-Aid as a freshman at Alabama.
I would hope so.
Well, I've been trying to get the same deal with that dang ice cream treat that stole my name. You ever had those? Dibs?
Dibs.
They're
absolutely.
delicious.
Yes.
My NIL deal. Yeah. It's not coming.
Used to go to the movies. I don't go to the movies anymore.
Is that where you'd eat
Get
them?
some dibs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll see them there in the aisle.
Ballpark, yeah.
And I'll think of you. And then, what did the socks say that I bought you?
Dibs.
But
it was the guy, the moon landing.
The moon landing, yeah. So, there's like stuff around malls that has your name on it. I'm like, what's going on here?
Malls.
Yeah. It's malls and stores. It's like every other thing's got dibs on it. I'm like, what's going on? It's like trolling me or something. Let's go to Jose in Oakland with this Draft Nick special. Hi, Jose. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Commuting home.
Okay.
I figured I needed to call you guys, put my 2 cents in. Okay.
Please.
You know what? I'll get to my point, but let me get this out of the way. Okay. With the name as Kool-Aid, the only thing that comes to my head, the dude's got to be a 6'8", 6'9", 400-pound dude, okay? If he's going to be a quarterback, that's enough for me, dog. Straight up. Okay? That's a bad nickname, okay, for a cornerback.
Why?
I feel like, listen, every time I think of the Kool-Aid Man, I think of a big fat dude, big fat jug of Kool-Aid. Okay? I'm telling you, do not go for that guy. The guy's going to be a bust.
I don't know the last
Niners.
But hold on real quick, Jose. The last corner that have a really cool nickname, his nickname was Sauce. Sauce comes in like a cylinder jar. Like, that's not a good nickname for a corner either, but he's awesome.
It is awesome. I'm telling you, it's the hot sauce. So,
good point.
Your nickname has to match what you do. Hey, listen. As far as the Niners, I don't recall how many draft picks they have, but they better get another kicker because our kicker last year, he was money for missing either a field goal or extra points. In fact, he cost us some points on the Super Bowl. Okay, so every year, every team has to pick up at least an extra quarterback just in case. This year, we need to pick up a kicker. We need to bring competition because this guy stinks. Okay?
Well,
I'm telling you,
Jose, he doesn't stink, but B, even if you wanted to replace him, I would argue like you can find kickers, not in the draft,
right?
Like, I'm not wasting a pick on a kicker a year after I used a third rounder on a kicker.
And they have 10 picks, Jose. 10 picks in this year's draft.
First mistake. Mark, listen. Okay, when you have a guy that you can actually compare to Jimmy G had at least one or two throws. Oh, Jimmy throws on every game. When I can guarantee that the guy is going to miss a field goal or an extra point, that's bad.
Well, I'm not even
because he was supposedly the best at it.
Right.
How many other kickers were drafted? And you didn't hear the same thing. Okay, I'm hoping the guy gets better. I really do. But as far as the Niners, with the amount of picks that they have, they should go offensive lineman, center, receiver, and then after that pick whatever else they want.
Why so many? Why receivers, Jose? Why so many receivers?
I don't see Aiyuk's thing.
Oh.
I don't see him. The guy was upset because he wasn't used properly according to him on the Super Bowl, and he wants more money than the Niners will be willing to pay.
Yeah, I think he is going to stay. I think that Jose, thanks. It's a really good call, but I do think you're falling prey to the sound of the time. People forget what the Debo conversation sounded like in March and April 2 years ago. He scrubbed his social media. He was at a club, and when people started chanting stay and the 49ers, he gave the wave it off signal with his neck. He wanted nothing to do with the 49ers. How are we doing now? You got to have the stomach for this stuff.
Yeah.
I know it stinks. And TJ Hushmanzada, who joined us earlier, and you really should go listen to it on YouTube or the Odyssey app because he was fantastic.
You can check it out in 10 minutes, too.
Or you could check it out in 10 minutes when our draft expert, Mark Grandy, hosts the best of right here on 95.7 The Game. You really should listen to it. TJ said there are going to be moments, and he was talking about in the future, not even where they already are. There are going to be moments that really tick Brandon off over the next 4 months. That is going to happen. You just have to have the stomach for it. The 49ers have the stomach for this. They took Nick Bosa right into week 1. And Nick Bosa took them right into week 1. And everybody's got to have the stomach for it. It's annoying. It's frustrating. It can, I'm sure, feel offensive to the player. But I'm not going to sit here on April 22nd and be like, nothing they can do. Got to move on. There's plenty of time.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time, and I firmly...
Well, it gets ratcheted up between now and Thursday.
Yeah.
All of the angst.
Yeah, but I don't hear the sound. It's not perfect, but I don't hear the sound, the commentary that I think we would hear if he was going to get traded.
And I'd listen to...
I'll borrow Mike Dunleavy. I could be wrong.
You could be wrong.
But...
Yeah. Are you going to play the Herm as well, Grandy, in your best of tonight?
Probably not.
Okay. Then I'll direct people to the Odyssey app to hear his answer when he talked about talking to John. And Herm seemed to me to be pretty certain about the fact that John isn't going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. And I don't know what the exact wording was, but
it was the order
was
of it.
pretty dismissive.
It was the order of it. I noticed this too. That's a very good observation. It's an observation sensation.
Thank you.
Herm goes... We asked him about John, and he goes, he's not getting traded.
Right.
And then he's like, I don't feel like it's going to go that way.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing from nothing.
And he and John are like really, really good friends.
Very good friends.
Right.
They went to see Taylor Swift together,
right?
remember?
That's what that was.
That was the best.
Yeah. So
that was the best.
He talks to John. He probably talks to John more than he talks to Brandon. Although he talks to Brandon a lot.
He admitted as such.
Yeah.
He said he's staying out of it right now when it comes to Brandon, not so much John.
Do you guys want to hear what he said really quick about that?
Thank you,
I've been begging for it.
Here it is.
Yeah.
He has to realize that, he's not a free agent. He has another year on his contract. So it's not like we can go into free agency. 49ers aren't going to trade him at this point. It doesn't look like it. And I think he wants to be a 49er, and hopefully it gets done.
49ers aren't going to trade him.
And then pause at this point. It doesn't look like it, but I'm with you. I look for this in conversations with people. What'd you say first?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're actually feeling. 49ers aren't going to trade him. And I don't think they will, and they shouldn't.
Right. And I don't think that they would unless you got to a point where you were so far apart on the money that it didn't feel like it was going to work out, and differing opinions as to the DeForest Buckner situation.
Yep.
How far apart were they? the perception was, at least from the player's standpoint, that they weren't going to come up and match what he wanted.
All right, so TJ, what else? Granny, what else are you kicking around over there for the next hour?
The morning roast, talking through the idea maybe why moving off of Brandon Aiyuk could be a good thing.
So the roast was wrong today.
I don't know if it's what they think the Niners should do, but they're trying to find a bright side in if that's the way that they do it.
I see it. Okay. No. Disagree, and that's totally fine. But that's what's coming up on the game, and it'll be with Mark Grandy, the best of the game from 6 to 7, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You want to do it again tomorrow?
If we talk draft, I'm in.
Well, you know I'm in. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise to the Bay Area. Whether it's service plumbing or new construction, residential or commercial projects, they've got you covered. Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain provides free estimates with no show-up fees, and you have the option to choose between hourly or flat rate pricing. Call 8444-FLO-H2O. That's 8444-FLO-H2O. Tell them the Morning Roast sent you and receive 15% off. 8444-FLO-H2O.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the Advanced Network, Cybersecurity Solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle Bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Does your heart long to wander? To discover the deep secrets of coral reefs? Explore the wonders of the California coast and island hop from the Galapagos to Madagascar. Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco at the California Academy of Sciences. Get tickets at calacademy.com.